This guy used up every bit of his lifetime luck to win the lottery grand prize, only to immediately find out he had a terminal illness. He was on the verge of death, desperately begging the universe for another chance to live, and against all odds, Isaac actually got reincarnated. Except his new body was just a bald skeleton. Still, despite starting as the absolute lowest tier of summoned monsters, Isaac worked his way up. Over hundreds of years, he kept evolving until he became the Lich King, the absolute ruler of death itself. Isaac even revived the demon race from the ashes. He didn't do it for fame or glory, but because of his strict contract with the world. If he completed his mission, the gods promised to turn him human again. Today was finally the day he finished that final quest. Leaving his loyal minions behind in the demon realm, Isaac traveled alone to the heavens to face the gods and claim his reward. He told them he had fulfilled all their demands and he hoped they hadn't forgotten their promise to return his human body. But reality is rarely a fairy tale. Instead of keeping their word and giving him back his flesh and blood, those deceitful gods decided to seal the Skeleton King's consciousness inside a tiny bug forever. Sometime later, he woke up with a pounding headache. He was relieved to be conscious but cursed himself for letting those gods trick him. Was it because he was a brainless skeleton? Once his mind cleared, Isaac realized his surroundings had completely changed. He looked down and realized he was in the body of a tiny baby. Could this actually be a real human body? There was no way those greedy gods suddenly had a change of heart. Perhaps something went wrong with their seal. As Isaac sat there thinking, a maid giggled nearby and pointed out that the holy infant had finally opened his eyes. Holy infant. While Isaac stared back in complete confusion, the maid kept talking. She whispered that he looked so peaceful, sleeping, and it was a shame he woke up. The male servant agreed, saying perpetual sleep would be ideal. The man kept shaking a baby bottle in his hand. Isaac narrowed his eyes, wondering who these people actually were. Was he really human now? Meanwhile, the maid sighed, mentioning she felt a bit guilty about what they had to do. She wore a cold, creepy smile that completely contradicted her words, reminding her partner that a job was a job after all. An apology slipped from her lips, acknowledging he had just woken up, but they had no choice but to put him back under. She wished him a peaceful rest, but if you thought our protagonist was going down without a fight, think again. The man held out a highly suspicious baby bottle, making Isaac realize he might be about to die for a second time. Sensing immediate danger, Isaac squirmed and thrashed with all his baby might, absolutely refusing to let that bottle touch his lips. The male servant started getting impatient, wondering why the baby was refusing to eat, while Isaac turned his head away in defiance. He had gone through way too much to get a human body, and there was no way he would fall for such an obvious trap. For now, he needed to figure out how he ended up in this body, but the servant kept urging him to be a good boy. The man coaxed him to drink so he could drift off to sleep, calling him Isaac, which made the baby freeze in shock. Did that guy just call him Isaac? Suddenly, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. His demon followers used to mispronounce his name as Isaac, which probably confused the long-haired god when he crafted the seal. The deity likely carved the name Isaac onto the bug seal instead of his true name. That single spelling error saved him from the seal and somehow reincarnated him into a human baby with the exact same name. Honestly, you have to laugh at how these arrogant gods completely played themselves by being so incredibly careless. Amused by their stupidity, Isaac burst out laughing, but that wide-open mouth gave the male servant the perfect opportunity. The man shoved the bottle right in, but Isaac immediately fought back, trying to push the suspicious milk away. The servant used all his weight to force the bottle down, shouting for the maid to come and help him. He gasped, wondering why on earth a mere baby was this incredibly strong as the maid rushed over. Together, they pinned the baby down, forcing the bitter liquid into his mouth. Isaac gagged, wondering if this horrible taste was actually poison. Were they seriously trying to assassinate him with this foul drink? But as the liquid went down, a strange power began to surge. A powerful energy began to boil within his tiny body. Meanwhile, over at the Grand Cathedral of the Holy Kingdom of Charlotte Alex Frick Hella, Massabarat smiled to himself, assuming the child was already dead when a commanding voice suddenly echoed through the hall. The mysterious voice noted that the bishop seemed quite happy today. Massabarat looked up to see Alexander Hackup Hella, the Emperor of Charlotte Alex Frick Hella, and quickly bowed his head in deep respect. He offered his greetings to the Empire's son, but Alexander Hackup Hella warily demanded to know what brought him here. The bishop politely explained that he was there to meet the newborn saint child candidate from the prestigious Joshua family representing the church. We cannot just stand on the sidelines, Massabarat replies with a smile while Alexander Hackup gives him a knowing look. Alexander notes that Massabarat must have come in person because of the Holy Sun, warning that another failure would be disastrous. Massabarat chuckles, asking the emperor what he could possibly mean by such a dark warning. Before Massabarat can even finish his sentence, a blood-curdling shriek from the Holy Sun's room grabs everyone's attention. Hearing the maid panic and scream for the young master, Massabarat perks up. He smirks, following the emperor to rush toward the Holy Sun's chambers. The emperor kicks the door open, demanding to know what happened, only for the maid to gush about how adorable the baby is. All tension vanishes, replaced by sheer adoration. Everyone is cooing over his chubby little belly and massive appetite. Is this the legendary little angel in the flesh? He just finished 15 whole bottles of veggie juice, and that stuff tasted awful. While everyone gossips in awe, Masabarit grits his teeth in pure disbelief. He cannot believe the brat is still alive and completely fine after consuming that massive dose. That was no ordinary juice. Rewinding to a few minutes ago, a strange, powerful sensation begins surging inside Isaac. Fear of dying in vain grips him, but he quickly realizes this poison is designed to destroy a priest. It completely destroys their holy power. The effect is not instant, but once enough of it builds up, it is deadly. The twist is that this poison is actually made from demon magic. And for Isaac, as a former demon king, this is actually premium fuel, making this assassination attempt a hilarious gift. He absolutely loves this, refusing to let such a highly nutritious demonic feast go to waste. Instead of avoiding it, Isaac happily grabs the bottle and chugs it down, even demanding more afterward. He throws a tantrum, demanding a refill, leaving the two servants completely baffled. They wonder if he wants more, feeling like they can actually understand him. The more he eats, the happier they are. Besides the poison weight, they mean the vegetable juice would not show its effects immediately anyway. The servant happily hands over another bottle, and Isaac gladly absorbs the perfect flow of demonic energy. He quietly appreciates whoever tried to poison him before shifting his focus entirely to planning his next move. Isaac closes his eyes to leave his conscious mind behind and descend deep into his subconscious. He must reach the deepest primordial layer of his soul to create a brand new mana core. Feeling perfectly safe in this hidden space, he gets to work gathering all the absorbed power. He condenses the energy to form a mana core, which is essential if he wants to cast spells later. But as he works, the newly formed core suddenly erupts in a brilliant light, completely startling the boy. He braces for a mana explosion, but nothing happens. Curiously, normal cores only come in 3 basic colors, yet this core glows pure white. Surprisingly, the real anomaly has nothing to do with its color. Despite the tiny size of the core, the sheer volume of energy inside completely shatters his expectations. He wonders just how many blessings this infant body has received, paving the way for his monstrous growth. He will become a beast far stronger than imagined, driven by a raw instinct carved deep inside his soul. This absolute obsession with living is exactly what birthed his identity as the undead demon king. It allowed him to create countless unique buffs, a powerful legacy that Isaac has now fully inherited. Bringing that legendary legacy into this fragile infant body. While he works inside his mind, the two servants outside watch him lie completely, still wondering if the kid actually kicked the bucket. Before they can even check on him, Isaac suddenly raises a single tiny finger. He demands another bottle, leaving the tearful servants completely speechless that he is still breathing. Back in the present, Alexander Hackup sighs in relief, seeing the baby is perfectly fine. It was just a false alarm. Well, besides almost being assassinated, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Isaac notes, silently tilting his head, only to catch Masabarit staring at him with a bizarre, dark expression. He worries the man might be suspicious of his absurd appetite, realizing he needs to play dumb immediately. Time to act completely innocent. Isaac flashes the most adorable, harmless baby smile he can muster at the man. But his cute act only makes Masabarit grimace, wondering how that massive dose of poison failed to kill him. Even on his deathbed, how did the brat still have the strength to mock him? A few days ago at the tower headquarters, Hiraberry, head of the prominent Berry clan, slowly poured himself a glass of dark red liquid. He noted that whoever became the Holy Sun would control the entire Holy Kingdom. It was utterly ridiculous, yet everyone everywhere claimed their own child was destined to be the Holy Sun. Even the lowly servants did it. Standing behind him, Masabarit placed a hand on his chest, pledging absolute assurance they would take good care of those Holy Sun candidates. Hiraberry chuckled, agreeing that of course they would. But he had heard some troubling rumors about a candidate emerging from the Joshua clan of family, widely known as the Emperor's reliable right hand. Sensing Hiraberry's menacing tone, Masabarit broke into a cold sweat. If it was them, they could not. Before he could finish, Hiraberry cut him off. He slammed the glass of red liquid onto the carpet near his feet and gave a stern command. By the time he arrived, the child should already be dead, so he must confirm that fact and leave the rest. The Holy Sun had to come from the Berry clan. Back in the present, Masabarit stared. Isaac had consumed so much poison, yet he was still lying there smiling, leaving the priest gritting his teeth. Wasn't this baby supposed to be dead by now? Why on earth was he still alive? It made no sense. Meanwhile, Alexander Hackup Hello walked over to the cradle, studying Isaac with an intrigued smile at his shiny platinum hair. He asked the bishop if that wasn't the exact hair color of the Holy Kingdom's legendary founder. Masabarit panicked quickly, reminding the emperor that he shouldn't say such dangerous things aloud. Isaac stared in shock, realizing this man was the emperor, while Alexander Hackup just smiled back at the bishop. He asked why not, claiming this baby was actually closer to God than anyone else, even the current pope calling him the ideal final candidate for the title. Hearing this, Isaac froze in absolute shock, so he was actually a candidate. Finally, all their weird talk about holiness made perfect sense. Meanwhile, Masabarit grew deeply anxious, realizing the Emperor was already showing far too much favor to the brat. He absolutely couldn't let this go on, so he stepped forward with a polite smile, asking to examine the baby for a moment. The Emperor questioned his sudden request, but Masabarit insisted that the situation was highly unusual. There was simply no way a newborn baby could digest that much heavy vegetable juice without any issues. The Emperor wondered if candidates weren't allowed priest food, while Isaac laughed internally. A former demon king becoming a holy candidate was pure irony, but Masabarit kept pushing just to be safe. He begged for permission, but the Emperor noted that the Joshua clan representatives were arriving very soon. They would decide then. Masa tried to argue, but suddenly froze in his tracks. He noticed Isaac burping up a tiny trace of dark demonic energy, and Isaac panicked instantly. The baby quickly covered his mouth, terrified that his undigested energy had just given him away. With a pounding heart, Isaac looked up only to find the priest staring right back at him. After a tense pause, Masabarit smiled and claimed he had just sensed an incredibly suspicious aura. It came directly from the child, sparking immediate suspicion and making Isaac sweat with worry. Isaac cursed, wondering if he was caught, as Masabarit declared the baby might be a fake. He accused him of harboring dark magic, demanding they summon the heresy investigators immediately. Isaac knew for sure that his careless mistake had completely exposed him to this scheming old man. He cursed his terrible luck, while the Emperor flew into a furious rage, shouting at Masabarit for his immense boldness. He demanded how the priest dared speak that way to a precious candidate, but Masabarit smiled calmly. He urged the Emperor to calm down, reminding him that the Pope already endorsed the Berry clan candidate. Alexander Hackup frowned, realizing the priest was desperately trying to force his own pawn into power. Such absolute arrogance. Isaac grew furious, finally understanding why this bastard wanted him eliminated from the race. Masabarit picked the baby up immediately, calling for the guards to fetch the heresy investigators. Isaac cursed the old man, panicking as he tried to find a way out of this trap. Suddenly, the Emperor ordered a halt, reminding everyone that the Joshua clan was their ally. The Emperor makes his stance clear, strictly demanding royal loyalty from everyone in the room. He demands they reconsider the child, but Bishop Masabarit replies that the Pope has already spoken. The coronation ceremony will only take place under one strict condition. It can only happen after the Holy Son is chosen, causing Emperor Alexander Hackup Hella to visibly panic. He realizes the church has absolutely no intention of crowning his heir unless they get their way, and baby Isaac notices his worry. The Emperor is cornered, realizing these hypocrites have backed him into a corner. Seeing his hesitation, Masabarit smiles with smug confidence, proposing they settle the child's identity right here instead of waiting for the Holy See. He suggests using his own exorcism spell, promising a normal child will survive while a hidden demon will perish. But right as he finishes that threat, Isaac swings his baby bottle and smashes the bishop directly in the face, drawing blood. Direct hit. Isaac watches a tooth fly out, feeling incredibly satisfied with his perfect shot. After all, he is just a harmless little infant, quickly flashing a highly adorable smile to hide his absolute malice. Masabarit does not find it cute at all, clutching his face in agonizing pain from that brutal strike. The onlookers gasp in awe, convinced this baby must be the prophecy's holy son, as Masabarit stares in shock. He can definitely feel genuine holy energy inside the child, but that physical force was something else entirely. Before he can even finish his thought, Isaac happily delivers several more brutal bashes to teach this foolish bishop a lesson. Taking a beating, Masabarit suddenly realizes a shocking truth, wondering if this force is actually demonic mana. The crowd starts noticing the strange energy, and a massive grin of pure relief spreads across Alexander Hackup Hella's face. He watches a brilliant golden glow erupt with every strike, while Isaac secretly uses reinforcement magic on his bottle. He hardens the plastic so his strikes hit like solid steel, knowing he just needs to keep acting like an innocent little baby to get away with it. As Masabarit collapses to his knees, the onlookers cheer, thinking the holy energy has completely humbled him, while Isaac looks down with pure smugness. But then Isaac finally notices the faint golden glow surrounding his bottle and wonders what is going on. But somehow, every single time he uses his mana, a small trace of holy power naturally manifests right alongside it. Since these opposing forces clash, they should be totally impossible to use together. He realizes this bizarre phenomenon must be linked to his unique white mana core. Out of nowhere, Masabarit snatches the bottle away, flings it aside, and glares viciously at the baby before addressing the Emperor. He barks at the Emperor, swearing this baby is a dangerous heretic. He demands an immediate exorcism. Hearing this, Isaac sighs deeply. What a persistent, annoying bastard. While the priest rambles on, Isaac moves. He quietly slips his hand inside his opponent's clothing. I was forced into this, he thinks. But then he notices an incredibly fascinating toy hidden in there. It is an ancient relic designed to seal a high-ranking demon, utilizing a unique demonic trait that lets it absorb immense amounts of dark mana by consuming its own kind. The bishop has always kept this weapon hidden to protect himself from pursuit. Isaac quickly pulls a cloth-wrapped arm radiating pure demonic energy right out of Masabarit's chest pocket. The arm is bound tightly with a holy cross chain, and the bishop instantly panics upon seeing it exposed. He wonders how a mere newborn could possibly know about this secret, but his terror only deepens. And then Isaac tosses the dark artifact on the floor. With a quick snap of his tiny fingers, Isaac decides to give this persistent bastard a taste of his own medicine. He dares the bishop to defeat what is coming. The moment he snaps, the dormant totem jolts to life, its tight bandages unraveling as a massive storm of dark energy floods the room. Sensing the overwhelming demonic aura, everyone in the room freezes and stares at the twitching arm. Someone gasps that it is a demon, while Alexander Hackup Hella keeps his guard up and fiercely demands answers from the bishop. He demands to know why a demonic spirit is present, accusing Masabaret of treason for carrying a dark beast on him. Masabaret frantically deflects, trying to save himself. He insists the child pulled it out, but the emperor points an accusing finger and reminds him that the artifact is meant for containment. A dead demon cannot just rise on its own. He barks before turning to issue an urgent order. He commands his holy knights to guard the baby from both the monster and the traitorous bishop, who instantly draw their weapons. They immediately draw their swords and charge at the demon's soul, while one of them rushes over to Masa and snatches young Isaac right out of his arms. Masa stands frozen, trembling as he mutters, Why is this happening?" Meanwhile, cradled in the holy knight's arms, Isaac looks back at Masa with a smug grin. Serves him right. Isaac was hoping to gauge the bishop's true strength by watching him fight against the summoned demon soul. But as he looks over, he realizes the spirit is staring right back at him, shrieking out the words, "The saint, the holy child. Eliminate the holy child." A massive question mark pops up in Isaac's head, but the grim reality becomes clear almost instantly. The demon's target is actually Isaac. Screaming to eliminate the holy child once more, the spirit charges straight toward the baby. The holy knights quickly block the path, shouting to protect Isaac. Isaac is just thoroughly confused, wondering what on earth is wrong with this monster. He was literally the one who just revived this thing, yet it wants to kill him. Honestly, Isaac decides he does not even care anymore. With these powerful knights guarding him, his safety should be totally guaranteed. But the very second that thought crosses his mind, he watches a fully armored knight get blasted backward by the spirit. Isaac stares at the fallen warrior with utter disbelief. Are these guys actually elite knights? He wonders, watching the man crash to the dirt. Meanwhile, the rampaging spirit effortlessly bats away several more guards. Cleared of obstacles, the spirit reaches its spectral claws toward Isaac, howling to eliminate the holy child and rescue the demon king. The knight holding Isaac trembles in terror as the ghost closes in, squeezing the baby way too tight in his panic. Isaac keeps a completely straight face. He realizes he has to subdue this thing himself. Why does everyone want him dead in this lifetime anyway? Sighing, Isaac raises his tiny head to stare indifferently at the approaching monster. Claws loom inches from his face. He freed this soul, and this is the thanks he gets. "You insolent little pest," Isaac thinks. A sharp flicker of dark magic suddenly flashes deep within his eyes. He glares at the spirit, freezing it dead in its tracks. In the ghost's perception, everything changes. The infant before it is no longer a harmless newborn, but a terrifyingly majestic skeletal demon king looking down on it. It feels like a worthless insect beneath his gaze. But a second later, a brilliant divine golden light suddenly erupts from Isaac. The entire room is illuminated by the flash, completely engulfing the terrified spirit in a blinding, radiant golden glow. Shuddering screams echo from the ghost. While everyone is completely mesmerized by Isaac and distracted, the creature seizes its chance. It slips out the door like a gust of wind. A knight finally notices, shouting out that the demon is trying to escape. But nobody cares about the runner. In their eyes, only Isaac exists, now glowing with that divine golden light. That must be holy power, right? To defeat a high-ranking demon at such a young age is absolutely extraordinary. He truly lives up to his name as their young master. Meanwhile, Isaac stares down at his own glowing, radiant hands. He falls into deep thought, wondering what this energy is. Could it really be actual holy power? What the hell is going on? His magic reserves are completely bone dry. It turns out his strange new body is somehow converting his raw mana into holy energy. Wait, if that is true, how is he supposed to gather magic power? Magic in this kingdom is already scarce enough. Meanwhile, Masa has been restrained by the knights, though he still struggles, wildly screaming for them to let him go. He calls them all fools, shouting that the baby is a heretic who is utilizing demonic magic. He begs the king to let him perform an exorcism to prove that a demon has infiltrated their holy nation. Alexander Hackup Hella barks out that he is hurt enough furious that the bishop would slander an innocent saint candidate. Calling him a heretic and summoning a high-ranking demon right in front of the holy knights is completely unacceptable. Even with the Pope backing the bishop, the king refuses to let this insult slide. Hearing those harsh words, Masa's face turns pale as ash. He knows exactly how grim his fate will be. The seeds of suspicion have already been planted in the king's mind. All of their hidden spies will likely be exposed next, dealing a massive blow to the Pope's influence in the region. Even if it costs him his life, he has to protect his family. If he is going down, he decides to take this candidate down with him. Masa grits his teeth and prepares to strike. He secretly forms a magic circle behind his back. Once completed, a massive lion-like beast is summoned into existence. It lunges straight toward Isaac. Isaac watches calmly, thinking the traitor has finally revealed his true desperate face. Does he honestly think this weak attack can kill him? Isaac prepares to blast the incoming beast, but suddenly remembers his magical reserves are completely empty right now. As the beast closes and a powerful magic spell suddenly flies in from the doorway, heading straight for the monster. It obliterates the lion instantly. Right behind the blast, a young man enters the room with his guard. A booming voice demands to know who dares touch a child of House Joshua. The savior who just arrived is Riley, the family's seventh son. At the sight of Riley, Joshua, the holy knights gasp in absolute awe, crying out that the fabled Azure Knights of Joshua have finally arrived. Without wasting a single second, Riley points straight at the kneeling Bishop Masa and orders his men to arrest him immediately. With a deafening roar of compliance, the knights move in while Masa desperately struggles and screams for them to let him go. He shrieks in absolute fury, demanding to know how these filthy Joshua lapdogs dare to touch him. Meanwhile, little Isaac strokes his chin like an old philosopher, racking his brain because the name Joshua sounds incredibly familiar to him. Just as he tries to remember, Riley raises his voice again, ordering everyone present to show their absolute respect. In perfect unison, the holy knights drop to their knees before little Isaac, roaring their devotion to the young master of House Joshua. Isaac is completely blown away by this display, noting that their insane discipline easily puts even the legendary royal knights to shame. Riley walks up to Isaac with a smile, apologizing for arriving so late. Hoping to make up for the delay, Riley mentions they brought along a little gift, stepping aside with a grand gesture. He gestures to one of his elite knights, prompting Isaac to watch curiously as the man reaches deep into his chest pocket. When something bright and shimmering flashes, the baby is instantly hooked, wondering what kind of treasure it is. Could it be gold? Maybe a heavy sack of coins? A second later, the knight proudly presents the object right before his eyes. It is an action figure of the executed Bone King. Before Isaac can even process this, the knight pulls out even more models. He gleefully explains that one shows the villain being burned alive, while another depicts him being utterly crushed by the Saintess. Isaac's face completely freezes with every toy they present, yet the onlookers misinterpret his absolute horror as something else entirely. They gush over how incredibly adorable the baby is, squealing that he must love the toys so much he is literally crying tears of joy. Isaac is utterly speechless, suddenly filled with deep dread about how he will ever survive in such a bizarre environment. This family is clearly packed with absolute maniacs. But wait, Joshua, the realization suddenly hits him like a lightning bolt. They are the annoying heroes who tried to slay him. He remembers a voice declaring, "I am Joshua, the 45th Saintess," and another boasting, "I am Joshua, the 61st Saint, and you are unworthy of my name." It finally all clicks. Isaac feels a massive headache coming on, realizing that every single one of his mortal enemies came from this very family. Not only is he a saint, but he is born into the ultimate holy clan. What insane sin did he commit to deserve this? While he is busy mourning his tragic luck in this crazy new life, the captured Bishop Masa is still wildly thrashing around, refusing to go quietly. The furious bishop screams that the child is a filthy heretic, demanding to know where they found him and swearing to expose their secrets to everyone. He shrieks that House Joshua is harboring a monster, claiming the family is rotten to the core and must be completely purged. Riley draws his sword and swiftly slashes Masa across the throat. The shallow wound instantly silences him as Riley glares down with an icy, terrifying stare. Riley coldly warns him to be grateful for the family's mercy, otherwise his head would already be rolling. Isaac is quite impressed. The baby realizes this relative of his might actually be useful, especially after silencing that annoying bishop so flawlessly. He wonders if Riley plans to use this incident to directly challenge the authority of the entire Holy See. Turning back to the knights, they immediately pamper Isaac, telling him he has suffered enough and deserves only the finest things. They promise to shield his innocent eyes and ears, leaving the former demon lord completely exhausted by their suffocating devotion. Isaac can only let out a heavy sigh at these fools, suddenly missing his former loyal subordinates, the Blue Knights. Those fierce warriors under his command back in his glory days were the definition of true, powerful soldiers. It seems his past life left him with a pretty deep trauma regarding the color blue. Just then, Alexander Hackup Hella speaks up. The king politely asks Riley to deliver an important message directly to the head of the Joshua family. He proposes that the royal family officially adopt little Isaac, prompting Riley to look at the king with a questioning gaze. Riley asks if His Majesty is joking, while Isaac's eyes widen in absolute shock at the sudden royal adoption proposal. Alexander explains that the entire world is targeting this newborn child, a dangerous reality that Riley surely understands better than anyone. While he does not deny the immense strength of House Joshua, he questions if even they can fully protect this child from the Pope. The Pope is deeply unsettled by the baby, largely because Isaac's unique hair color is identical to the legendary founder of the Holy Kingdom itself. On top of that, even the legendary Bone King might be targeting the child. Isaac is completely dumbfounded since he literally is the Bone King. Why on earth would he ever hunt down himself? Riley speaks up honestly, apologizing to his majesty, but insists this child carries the Joshua bloodline, so they will raise him no matter the cost. Even if they have to face the Pope or the Demon Bone King, the Joshua family is more than capable of handling them. Plus, the previous Saintess, Melissa always wished to meet the Demon Bone King again, Alexander softly notes, and Violet quickly agrees. That gives the Joshua family even more reason to keep this child a direct descendant of Melissa Joshua. Resting, cradled in Violet's arms, Isaac hears the name Melissa and internally starts to panic. Melissa, the final opponent he fought before his assault on the world, was actually her. She was the most terrifying, insane Saintess he ever faced. Now he is born as a candidate for Holy Son. In a holy clan, but he is also a direct descendant of Melissa. Talk about a twisted, chaotic fate. The legends say that after the Demon Bone King defeated them countless times, they decided to create a Saintess. She was built as the ultimate weapon, a divine staff created by the gods to punish evil, the fierce blue lion of the hunt. Wielding the holy light, the greatest radiance of the holy kingdom, reaching the highest rank of a light knight. With the overwhelming battle power of these Saintesses, people believed the Bone King would soon fall, boasting offense and defense rivaling the gods. She had the resilience of a cockroach, could self-destruct if needed, possessed radiant beauty, and grew stronger over a long life. Despite her reputation as a ruthless foe, Isaac remembers he never actually killed a single Saintess. Doing so would only backfire. Killing a Saintess would return all her holy power to God, which is a massive trap. That power allowed the gods to forge an even stronger version, and that final Saintess, Melissa, was incredibly powerful. Now she is his ancestor. Meanwhile, Riley speaks up with a deeply reverent look. She dedicated her entire life just to witness the destruction of the Demon Bone King. The Joshua family is the very breeding ground for holy figures tasked with wiping out anyone opposing the gods. Surely the Joshua family is strong enough to protect this child. Alexander frowns slightly in deep thought. A holy knight suddenly chimes in, asking if they know how many Saintesses perished at the Bone King's hands. Not a chance. Isaac internally cries foul, protesting his innocence, while the holy knight continues. He explains that one Saintess was trapped in a labyrinth by the Bone King because he deemed her unworthy of a fight. Isaac silently retorts that he freed her, but she was hopelessly lost. And those other 5 Saintesses who died of illness, a curse from battle. Isaac fumes, wishing they would just stop making excuses. If you are sick, go see a doctor. Riley notices Isaac's face turning red and gently reassures him not to worry. They have everything under control, promising that even if it is a curse, they will absolutely protect him. This only makes Isaac angrier, wondering if he is the only one upset. But wait, here is the real kicker, as Riley lifts him up. This baby coming into the world is a massive blessing, and his parents only had one small wish for him. He should grow up to be nothing like that terrible Demon Bone King. Constipated, Isaac silently apologizes to his parents. He says sorry to the father and mother he never met for disappointing them. Alexander then urges Riley to reconsider. 155 years have already passed since the Bone King was sealed, leaving Isaac utterly shocked. Has it really been that long? That means Melissa must be dead by now, since she was already 50 back then. Alexander continues, noting that as the demon clan grows stronger, the Holy Son is their key to reclaiming supremacy. The child is vital to the imperial family, especially since the Holy Kingdom desperately needs to regain the upper hand. Currently, there is not a single Saintess left guarding Joshua. A whole year has already passed since the Saintess gave birth to this boy and vanished alongside her husband. Isaac gasps in shock. Was his mother actually a Saintess? Riley counters that even if they are gone, she is still around. The family remains fully capable of protecting the infant. Isaac holds his head with both hands, telling himself nothing else can possibly shock him anymore. Just finding out his mother was a Saintess is already overwhelming. But right as he thinks this, he overhears Alexander. Alexander asks if Melissa Joshua is currently on her way to crush the remaining minions of the Demon Bone King. Riley assures him she will return very soon to meet her precious newborn descendant. Hearing Melissa's name again, Isaac buries his face in his hands, groaning that she must be 200 years old by now. How is she even still alive? Alexander notes. It will likely take some time before she finally makes her return. He mentions the baby is acting a bit strange, asking if he is alright, but Riley reassures him he is fine. Isaac groans internally, wondering how this is even remotely okay. After all, what could possibly be worse than finding out your sworn enemy is still alive? If that wretched woman Melissa somehow finds him, he is getting burned alive at the stake. Why does it have to be her? She is the absolute last person he wants to face right now. But to survive, he has to try a desperate move as a sudden plan sparks in his mind. Reaching out with his tiny hands, he grabs Alexander's finger with a sweet pleading smile, silently begging the Emperor to please take him along. Alexander beams with absolute joy, claiming the baby clearly wants to go with him, but Riley quickly steps in to object. He says the boy is just very clingy, Your Majesty. But Alexander gently tugs one of Isaac's arms, boasting about all the wealth the imperial family can offer. Promising to provide everything, he points out that the Joshua family has raised many saints. Their practical experience with raising babies is still pretty lacking. Hearing this, Violet grabs Isaac's other arm and pulls him close. She argues that this child is destined to become a holy exorcist knight who will destroy demons in the near future. The Joshua clan is the perfect place to train such knights, and besides, there is another major detail. He is the first holy son to ever appear in history. That means the imperial family has absolutely zero experience either. The two start bickering, pulling the poor baby back and forth as they fight over who gets to raise him. They keep pulling him back and forth. Isaac feels like his body is about to break, crying out in sheer agony. A holy knight quickly steps in, begging them to calm down before they end up hurting the young master. Both of them stop, yet neither of them is willing to let go of his hands. Isaac silently begs them to let go since he already chose the imperial family. He is definitely not ready to die yet, and his glowing survival signals are shining brightly right now. Those survival indicators are pointing directly toward the Emperor, meaning his chances of staying alive are much higher by his side. Missing this chance is not an option, and right then the arm Alexander holds begins to shine. A brilliant golden light suddenly bursts forth, prompting Alexander to look down and smile warmly. Calling it a wise choice, the Emperor smiles. Suddenly, the scene shifts right back to that quiet dark night. Masa is kneeling on the cold ground, pleading with the mysterious cloaked figures in front. He cries out that it is completely unfair, insisting the child clearly used dark magic and must be a descendant of the Demon King. The leader of the cloaked figures speaks up, asking if holy power from the gods is something a mere low-class demon could ever wield. As the moonlight cuts through the shadows, the speaker is revealed to be none other than Hira. Right then, another hooded figure behind Hira quietly draws his sharp blade and slowly steps toward the kneeling Masa. Terrified, Masa begs them to listen, swearing that it was demonic energy and that he would never mistake holy power for dark magic. He asks how he could ever mistake them, but Hira coldly responds, "In our holy see, we deeply despise such blasphemous words, Masabarit." One quick slash cuts him off permanently. His head rolls away, leaving Hera to stare down at the headless corpse with complete indifference. Labeling the dead man's claims as mere blasphemy, another follower steps up to form a new squad. This mission must be finished, but Hera declines, saying the Emperor has already taken the boy. Once he is in the Imperial Palace, they will have plenty of chances to strike, so they must make absolutely sure the target dies. Later that night, the dark-cloaked figures gather in the shadows, quietly waiting for orders from their leader. The leader chuckles wickedly, knowing the Emperor is taking the child right to where they want him, opening up countless opportunities. They decide to plan their next move carefully, but thinking about the surviving holy candidate they failed to assassinate makes him boil. Vowing that the brat will surely die next time a bright, beautiful morning soon arrives. Bright sunlight streams through the window as Isaac lazily chills out, completely relaxed under the clear blue sky. Riding inside an elegant, heavily guarded carriage, Isaac suddenly realizes they are actually heading to the Joshua family mansion. Upon hearing this news, the cloaked leader is utterly shocked while his followers anxiously tell him to wait. Just a few days ago, a blinding flash of light filled the room, leaving the boy totally shocked. Even though the Emperor was cradling him, the light was so intense he had to cover his eyes with his tiny hands. Protecting his eyes, he noticed the blinding glow was actually radiating directly from Riley. Bowing deeply, Riley warns that the Joshua estate is definitely no place to raise a child, as it is filled with constant danger. Surrounded by demon corpses and mana cores, Isaac wonders if his intense will to survive is truly that bright. Riley gestures boastfully, his face shining like a massive spotlight in Isaac's eyes as he continues to ramble. Hearing that the most valuable thing at Joshua is merely the skeleton Demon King's corpse, little Isaac freezes in absolute shock. He pictures a dry skeleton resting in a wooden coffin with hands crossed over its chest. "Wait, my body. You guys are holding my actual body." He grabs Riley's index finger with his tiny hand, mentally complaining that they really should have told him this beforehand. Riley stops mid-sentence, noticing his nephew's cute gesture, but ultimately shrugs it off with a soft chuckle. Isaac clenches his other tiny fist, raising his index finger and babbling a few baby sounds that are meant to say something very specific. "Look at this, uncle," cradled by the Emperor. Isaac flashes a smile as bright as a little angel. He holds Riley's finger, gesturing toward Joshua, leaving his uncle absolutely thrilled as he blushes and emotionally calls out his nephew's name. Snapping back to reality, Isaac lies in a fancy carriage crib under a bright sunny sky, resting his head on both hands. Crossing his legs, he watches the scenery roll past the carriage window, lost in deep thought. Even if he is dragged from the imperial family into the military, reclaiming his body leaves him with absolutely no other choice. Yearning for his old magic-filled skeleton body, he recalls how he trained his mana to an unbelievable degree. It was literally rivaling the gods if he can get it back. Level 10 is nothing but a joke. Remembering Riley's face shining with sheer hope back then, Isaac begins to analyze the situation. Plus, that was the first time he had ever seen such a brilliant will to live. Going with his uncle to Joshua is his best bet for survival. Of course, he is not alone inside. Sitting opposite Riley is a commander of the Blue Knights who speaks up to ask a burning question. Why are the Pope's forces hunting down Isaac, he asks, catching the baby's attention. Curiously, sitting up to eavesdrop, Isaac wonders the exact same thing. Why are they so panicked? Riley glances at his nosy nephew. He explains that they received a prophecy from the gods stating a saint would be born. They said the saint would become a child of divinity, which instantly makes Isaac jump in shock. The commander follows up, asking if that means the child is the next pope. Riley nods in agreement. That is why Barry's faction wants the saint. Hearing this, Isaac's face darkens as he curses this bizarre twist of events. The Pope is the strongest cleric capable of using level 10 holy magic, making him no different from a king. To all the priests and holy knights in the sacred kingdom, he wields absolute authority. His power nearly rivals the emperor. Isaac analyzes quietly while holding his chin. For thousands of years, Barry's family produced the popes, making them go mad at this threat. They cannot stand having that power stolen away, which is why other families desperately want a saint too. Suddenly, the carriage screeches to a halt amidst chaotic noise. The two adults peer outside as Riley sticks his head out to ask what is wrong. The driver nervously reports that they have reached the duchy, but there seems to be a slight issue. As he explains, gate guards approach from a distance with two soldiers behind them crossing their spears. Blocking the path, the leader raises his hand firmly, stating that they are not allowed to enter the duchy. Isaac wonders what the issue is this time while an angry Riley steps down, demanding if they fail to recognize his family crest. How dare they disrespect the Joshua family? The guard merely smiles, flashing sharp fangs as he declares they cannot pass. Suddenly, the three guards transform, bearing fangs and claws, and things just got a whole lot worse. They target the one inheriting the saint's blood. A Blue Knight gasps in horror as Isaac peers out the window. He is utterly baffled, knowing for a fact that he had forbidden them from attacking humans. What on earth is the new Demon King even doing? The leading demon laughs out loud, making a bold declaration. Listen up, lowly humans, our esteemed king has ordered us to act. We are to eliminate all saints without hesitation. Hearing this, Isaac realizes his worst suspicions are absolutely correct. He knew it, the new Demon King has already claimed the throne. The demon continues, invoking the great Skeleton King's name. They claim they will slay the saint in Isaac's name, leaving the baby highly irritated at the lie. I never said that, you absolute idiot, he fumes while the demon threatens to spare them if they surrender the child. He promises that His Majesty, the Skeleton King, might spare their lives, but a powerful blue lightning bolt suddenly strikes. The massive bolt blasts the talkative lead demon, leaving nothing but a charred corpse when the light fades. On the grass, the two remaining demons scream in terror, calling him a mere low-ranking holy knight. The holy knight grits his teeth. How dare they speak that way to an exorcist of the Joshua family? They must want a painful death. Riley Joshua points his sword at the two demons blocking the entrance. He draws his blade to his chest and recites his oath. To protect every small thing in this world, holding his sword with both hands, he points the blade high into the sky. Behind him, the entire Blue Knight squad follows suit. They shout in unison that the Joshua family will eradicate all evil. We will hunt you down to the very depths of hell, to wipe out your entire species. Riley Joshua sneers. He cannot believe that wicked Skeleton King actually sent underlings just to steal back his own corpse. That comment clearly strikes a nerve. The demons instantly charge forward, screaming at the lowly human. One of them lunges forward and roars in fury. Blasphemy against Isaac. For the resurrection of His Majesty. Meanwhile, a Blue Knight commander quickly grabs young Isaac and pulls him out of the carriage right before it blows up. Dashing away in a flash, the knight apologizes to his young master. Held in his arms, Isaac is left confused. Is someone posing as me? After retreating to a safe distance, the knight finally stops. He sets Isaac down and asks him to wait right there. He casts a blue protective barrier around the boy, promising that he will be back in a moment. Isaac is quite surprised. A protective barrier. He reaches out to touch it, realizing even a high-class demon would struggle to break through. It is exceptionally strong, he notes with a satisfied smile. Since nothing can get in from the outside, nothing from the inside can escape either. Isaac closes his eyes. In that case, his survival instinct kicks in. He calmly sits cross-legged to release his magic power. Shutting his eyes, he channels his mana. Hear my call, intelligent construct of magic born of my own will. He whispers for the observer. The moment it appears, it acts just like an excited puppy. It happily flies over and snuggles up to its master. Isaac communicates with the creature through a mental link. Yes, I know. Long time no see. Now quiet down, or we will get caught. The creature instantly settles. It feared it would never gaze upon his great face again. Isaac lets out a quiet sigh. I thought I was a goner too. Watching the spirit act like a child, Isaac realizes it has been a very long time. Even though it is just a simple search spell, it possesses its own consciousness. He created it because manual scanning was too boring, and analyzing results was simply too much trouble during his long travels. It developed a personality yet remained naive, praising him and saying his cruelty is as grand as ever, congratulating him on taking over a child, without any guilt. Hearing this, Isaac pulls a face. The spirit continues to float around the barrier. It wonders what those filthy gods did to its master. No matter how evil its beloved master might be, it still cannot believe that they would place his magnificent soul into the body of this weak child. Annoyed, Isaac snaps. Enough. Scan for enemies. The spirit obeys, announcing that it is starting now. Its magic immediately flows into the air to scan a 100-meter radius, and once the search finishes, it delivers the news. It peers closely at the battlefield. It reports 88 enemies and all of them are monsters. Creatures like that can never compare to its great master. Hearing the report, Isaac is stunned. Are they insane? Wait, 88. Are they starting a war? Realizing more guards will arrive, he finds this highly troublesome. Increased security in the territory will make summoning subordinates much harder. He is in a tight spot now. He must finish before the Joshua clan catches him. Inside the barrier, he leans down with determination. Even if it drains his entire mana reserve, he has to handle this himself. The spirit watches curious. It turns its attention back to the battlefield, announcing that there are 51 enemies left, looking slightly surprised. The enemy count is dropping fast. Now only 31 remain. Isaac is taken aback. What? Why so sudden? The spirit reports 13. On the battlefield, the Blue Knights fight while keeping a close eye on their surroundings. They warn the young master that something is approaching. Riley Joshua immediately orders the troops to hold the defensive line. The spirit says only 4 remain. The demons look up, relieved that their reinforcements have finally arrived. Excited, one demon calls to charge together and take the paladin's life. The newcomer looks like a shadowy figure. It whispers the word Saint. While the other demons cheer, a dark presence interrupts before they can finish. A purple shadow flashes through them, dealing a fatal blow. Seeing this sudden turn of events, the Blue Knights gasp in shock. The ghost floating beside Isaac happily chirps that the enemies are gone, but he merely frowns as the terrifying Lich steps onto the battlefield. Its overwhelming presence makes the Knight Squad hesitate in fear. Meanwhile, the little specter reports that they have officially spotted the monstrous Lich. The Lich goes completely insane. How dare those filthy humans touch its precious master? Pay with your lives, the beast roars. Isaac's face darkens as it locks eyes with him. Its glowing eyes flare with absolute fury. How dare these pathetic humans imprison its master? Inside the weak body of a mere lowly child, the undead monster pours all of its distorted, overwhelming emotions directly toward little Isaac. Glaring down at the terrified knights, the monster fiercely warns them to look away. Keep your filthy, disgusting eyes off him or I will tear them out. Below, the commander of the Blue Knights nervously whispers to Riley. Young master, what is this monster babbling about? Naturally, normal humans can never comprehend the chaotic, dark tongue of high-ranking demons. Their languages are completely different. Safe inside his barrier, the little ghost beside Isaac merely giggles at the chaos. Look at that beautiful mess out there. Honestly, things are getting wild as Isaac realizes the monster recognized him as the Skeleton King. Its loyalty is touching. But the commander barks out orders for all knights to prepare themselves. Prepare to fight, the squad roars in unison, ready to strike as the raging undead watches. Isaac sighs in deep frustration. Why did this brainless summon have to reveal itself so blatantly right in front of everyone? He flails his tiny baby arms, yelling gibberish that only he understands. Hey, hands off that beast, that is my precious magic core. That giant magic core belongs to me. Seeing his noisy tantrum, the captain panics instantly. He fears the baby will attract the monster. Young Master Isaac, please, hold on just a bit longer, we will save you. Before he can finish, the Lich bursts into maniacal laughter, its eyes locked straight onto Isaac. It giggles like an excited schoolgirl. My master has recognized me, the guide of my grand destiny has finally called. He has accepted me. Since he cannot understand a single word, the commander grows deeply unsettled by the demon's chilling laughter. Lord Riley, this beast is mocking us. Then chaos. It completely bypasses the knights, charging straight toward Isaac, while pledging to immediately arrive at its master's side. Riley instantly notices that the vile creature is targeting young Isaac. It slams against the barrier, screaming at the dirty holy knights for daring to cage its absolute lord. How dare they keep him in such a filthy place? Inside, Isaac rejoices. Finally, the big guy noticed him. No more games. He won't watch his core get purified by these meddling knights. He issues an order. First, break this annoying barrier for me. The Lich gleefully raises its sharp, dark claws to comply. Your wish is my command. It smashes its heavy claws down as the commander screams and Riley panics in pure terror. Isaac merely smirks as the barrier shatters immediately, reaching out to grab the monster's hand. An explosion of raw magic erupts. Praising the beast for a job well done, he instantly begins draining its dark power. Go take a nice long rest. The Lich screams in sheer terror as its massive body is violently pulled back into the totem. Master, why? It wails mournfully as it disappears. Meanwhile, Riley and the captain are desperately rushing to the baby's side. they witness this shocking scene. Riley freezes, staring at his completely unharmed little nephew. The boy simply giggles while holding the totem. Was that a legendary holy art that seals demons into sacred objects? Our captain rejoices over their spectacular victory, praising the young boy as an absolute prodigy. The Blue Knights cheer for young Isaac. That legendary holy art is normally reserved for the absolute elite. Only legendary figures like the Saintess or Cardinals should be able to cast it. Isaac honestly cannot understand these clueless humans. What holy art? He used basic magic. Meanwhile, Riley watches silently. Crossing his arms, he ponders his deep doubts. That spell was undeniably a high-level demon sealing technique, but something feels off. Why would such an advanced spell be cast without releasing even a single trace of holy energy? Still riding the high of victory, the commander happily points out that extreme danger always unlocks a person's hidden potential. True genius only shines during life or death crises. He recalls the terrifying moment the Lich shattered the barrier. The demon clearly targeted Isaac because its dark soul instinctively felt the boy's massive threat. It tried to eliminate him before he could grow stronger. Overjoyed by this theory, the commander continues to heap praise. Our young master is absolutely miraculous. I swear on my life he is destined to be the next holy son. This leaves Riley Joshua absolutely speechless. He watches the squad commander try to plant a kiss on baby Isaac's cheek, only for his grumpy little nephew to annoyedly block him. Riley Joshua silently realizes that there is no doubt even the demon clan has started paying attention to this baby. Even if the boy is not the saint, he must certainly possess some kind of special existence of his own. Something truly special. He hangs his head in frustration, wondering why on earth the baby had to be born a boy. His face hardens as he remembers the curse because of the Skeleton King. Every male born into their family is doomed. While lost in these dark thoughts, he hears the squad commander suddenly announce that his decision has been made. Holding baby Isaac in his arms, the commander solemnly swears in the name of the Blue Knights. He vows to protect Isaac's future and the legacy of the Joshua family, leaving Riley Joshua momentarily stunned before a warm smile spreads across his face. Realizing how foolish he had been, Riley Joshua reaches out to hold Isaac, wondering why they should keep living in fear. Regardless of the Skeleton King's curse, this child will surely bring glory to the Joshua family as Riley Joshua holds him high with a bright smile. He tells Isaac that they are going home, promising to teach him everything and nurture his incredible natural talents. He declares that Isaac will become an extraordinary holy knight, and the baby smiles happily as he is lifted high. But secretly, Isaac is planning the exact opposite, wanting to quickly go home so he can somehow reclaim his true body. However, Riley Joshua's next words make him freeze in shock for a few seconds as the uncle promises to protect him despite his short lifespan. Riley Joshua vows to protect his nephew at all costs, leaving baby Isaac utterly dazed and completely speechless. As Riley Joshua excitedly proclaims that Isaac's name will soon resound across the entire continent, the panicked baby can only babble in protest. To Isaac, his babbling means he needs everyone to hold on after hearing some deeply shocking news, but to Riley Joshua, the uncle simply assumes his nephew is cheering him on, making him grow even more incredibly excited. He happily claims he knew the baby would love the idea, while Isaac desperately struggles in his arms as they head back. Riley Joshua excitedly promises to immediately teach him how to curse that bastard Skeleton King, causing the former king's face to darken with rage. Isaac furiously wonders who exactly his uncle thinks he is insulting just as they finally arrive at the Grand Duke Joshua estate. The estate is an incredibly massive place, boasting endless, lush gardens, magnificent gold-plated statues, and very beautiful pavilions. Looking out from the carriage window, Isaac is completely awestruck, but also begins to feel insanely jealous. He silently curses the Joshua family, fuming that they live in luxury while his demon clan suffered endless torment. He wonders how much this fortune is worth, bitterly remembering his own starving little demon children who begged him for food every single day. It nearly brings him to tears, cursing these wealthy nobles while he had to struggle just to feed his followers. As he remembers scrambling for scraps, his loyal observer Spectre suddenly calls out to him. The Spectre points out that this place is on an entirely different level compared to their own rundown castle. The ghost whispers that selling just a few statues could easily buy 10 Demon King castles, making Isaac shake with silent fury. He snaps at the ghost to shut up just as his uncle Riley Joshua picks him up to show him around the grounds. Riley Joshua proudly introduces the Joshua estate, calling it the very birthplace of their legendary demon slayers and exorcists. He lifts his nephew up and opens another window, encouraging the baby to take a look outside. Out on the lawn, several young trainees are practicing beating a scarecrow that looks exactly like the Skeleton King tied to a cross. As they strike the scarecrow, Riley Joshua whispers into Isaac's ear that he will join them once he grows older. The uncle promises he will soon be just like those children who are currently beating the dummy while screaming for the Skeleton King to die. The kids look completely crazed, smiling eerily, as they unleash a barrage of curses with every single strike. They scream for the Skeleton King to shatter, cursing his name. They yell that tearing him apart is not enough for a worthless piece of trash like him. As the hateful chants echo around them, Riley Joshua simply laughs happily, thoroughly enjoying the violent display. Isaac watches this with a massive headache, wondering what kind of brainwashing these fanatics have stuffed into their children's heads. Reassuring himself, Isaac smiles and begins to map out his revenge, planning to slowly infiltrate the Holy Empire. He plans to burn the Emperor alive and conquer this land while his little ghost companion chuckles nearby. The Spectre teasingly tells him that a great skeleton king shouldn't be so petty over a few children's games. Isaac snaps back, ordering the ghost to shut up and scout the area, which the spirit immediately obeys. Moments later, more than 10 mysterious glowing spots appear scattered all over the massive estate, leaving Isaac completely surprised by the sight. His eyes light up in pure excitement. Are those all magic cores? He can easily count at least 10 whole baskets. Whisper the little ghost chuckles and replies that he has never seen so many magic cores gathered in one single place. He wonders how many demons they had to slaughter to get these. Just then, the carriage stops and they finally arrive. Riley Joshua carries baby Isaac down from the carriage, ordering the servants to prepare a room since the boy will stay with him. The butler greets Riley Joshua with clear hesitation, apologetically explaining that they have received strict orders to send Isaac straight to the annex instead. Riley Joshua is immediately displeased, demanding to know the reason behind sending him there. The butler nervously explains that the fifth master Goal gave strict orders to never allow the young master inside the main residence. Isaac sighs at the incoming drama, while Riley Joshua scowls and gnashes his teeth in absolute frustration. He cannot believe Goal wants to banish Isaac to that cursed deadly place, while Isaac silently judges how crazy this family is. The boy knew they were doomed from the moment they abandoned a newborn baby outside. This house is on the verge of collapsing. His uncle Riley Joshua complains that his older brother is acting completely foolish, and the baby fully agrees with his words. He could live in perfect luxury inside the mansion, so why go to the annex? Whisper just giggles at his frustration. Whisper points out that the magic cores he wants are actually in the annex. It is a painful realization, but Riley Joshua already marches inside. Riley Joshua commands the butler to step aside, refusing to let his beloved nephew stay in such a godforsaken place. Isaac desperately babbles and cries out, trying to tell them he actually wants to go to the annex instead. Riley Joshua coos, warmly inviting the baby to his room so he can read a bedtime story about the saint who defeated the Skeleton King. Isaac panics at the thought. Hearing a story like that is basically like performing a direct exorcism on his demon's soul. Riley Joshua happily adds that he will even teach him the specialized purification techniques used specifically against the Skeleton King. Isaac loses the will to even cry, wondering if they are trying to kill him. Suddenly, a figure blocks their path, scoffing at them. The man sneers at all the drama over bringing back a homeless stray. Goal crosses his arms and arrogantly declares that he already gave strict orders to send the child straight to the annex. He asks if Riley Joshua is already trying to defy his older brother. This obnoxious speaker is the fifth son, Goal Joshua. Isaac stares wide-eyed at this newly arrived uncle who looks like a total villain. He immediately labels him a low-life thug. Goal points demandingly, telling him to put the baby down. Riley Joshua snaps back, asking if he is kidding right now. He argues that this child is a true descendant of House Eshua and should never be sent to a place used for exile. Isaac glares at his rude uncle, suspecting that this jerk is allied with the church faction waiting to get him. Riley Joshua pulls the baby closer to his chest, shouting at Goal to step aside so they can continue their story. He mentions the tale of the purified Skeleton King, making Isaac scream internally to just let him go to the annex. Goal approaches and mockingly pokes Isaac's cheek, laughing as he asks Riley Joshua where on earth he found this baby skeleton. He crudely dismisses any family ties. Isaac gnashes his teeth in anger, annoyed by this jerk's complete lack of respect. He wonders if this guy is supposed to be a holy priest or just a common thug, but then he lets it go. His main goal is simply to reach the annex and absorb his cores. Riley Joshua then directly exposes Goal's true motives. Riley Joshua demands to know if Goal really thinks his scheme to banish the baby to the annex is going unnoticed. He accuses him of trying to label the boy as cursed to eliminate him from the family competition, stunning Isaac. Isaac is completely shocked by the mention of a competition, remembering his grand plans and instantly getting fired up. His ultimate goal is to conquer this family, rise as a saint, and eventually claim the title of Pope. Most importantly, he needs to enact his sweet revenge on those corrupt gods. Goal just sneers in response. Goal mockingly claims he heard a terrifying demon actually escaped from this very child's body not long ago. He suggests the baby might have been born cursed, but the Knight Commander steps up to fiercely object. He defends young Isaac, stating that the baby actively helped destroy that demon during the recent chaotic attack. The commander argues that being targeted by such a beast only proves how incredibly important the young master truly is. Another knight adds that the baby possesses immense holy power, but Goal merely offers a deeply sarcastic smirk. He mocks them for putting so much effort into covering up for a piece of trash, warning them to back off. He demands to see the child's power if he is truly the next saint. Whisper immediately tries to stir the pot. The ghost suggests summoning a massive meteor to teach him a lesson, but Isaac just tells him to shut up. Gold Joshua spins around. He points toward a dry, withered tree in the distance, asking if a true saint shouldn't be able to handle that. Looking at the dead tree that practically radiates an aura of pure death, Gold Joshua mockingly challenges them to save their family symbol. He points straight at the branch, asking why they don't just have this kid revive the patriarch's most beloved tree. With a wicked grin, he mentions that the sacred tree was poisoned by dark mana. If this boy is truly a saint, then surely he can bring it back to life. He lets out a cold, highly smug laugh. Of course, assuming he is actually the saint, Gold Joshua starts looking extremely dangerous. Riley pulls his nephew close, asking Gold Joshua if he has lost his mind. Little Isaac is also starting to feel the tension. The toddler sighs inwardly, wondering why ancestor Melissa was so good at fighting but raised descendants who act like absolute bandits. The oldest son went missing, and the fifth is a total psycho. Just then, something catches Isaac's eye, making him gasp in surprise. His spectral companion is busy grinning next to him, but Isaac suddenly reaches out and grabs the little ghost by its head, completely interrupting its gossip session. The startled ghost cries out in shock as Isaac tosses it toward the tree, ordering it to absorb everything. Thrown before it can react, the panicked spirit screams for him to wait. Back at the scene, Riley is still arguing with Gold Joshua, saying it is insane to expect results from a speechless toddler. Suddenly, a loud rustling noise echoes. Riley gasps, Gold Joshua whirls around in shock, and both of them freeze in disbelief. What on earth is happening? The withered tree is no longer dead and gray. It is suddenly blooming with vibrant green leaves. Riley is absolutely thrilled to see the tree revive while Gold Joshua stands frozen. Even high-level purification magic couldn't do this. The tree was supposed to slowly rot away. He stares blankly, unable to comprehend the miracle unfolding right before him. Quite pleased with their utter shock, Isaac smirks and strokes his chin, thinking it was pretty easy since there was only a little dark mana. The ghost floats back to his side, letting out a heavy sigh, and tirely reports that it has completely swallowed up every bit of dark energy. Feeling incredibly stuffed, the spirit rests. Nearby, the Knight Captain stammers, asking Riley how on earth the tree restored itself. Riley quickly responds that he did absolutely nothing, prompting the captain to turn his gaze elsewhere. Sitting comfortably in his uncle's lap, Isaac lets out a quiet sigh and babbles some baby talk that only the ghost understands. It was all pure mana, a total waste, prompting the specter's question. He asks if Isaac wants him to spit it all up, while the captain shouts that the kid did it. The knights immediately start cheering and chanting, tossing the baby high into the air, which gives Isaac quite a fright. Only Gold Joshua refuses to believe it, watching his entire plan fall completely apart. He is practically going crazy now. Nobody in the family could ever heal that tree, so how could a mere toddler do it? He insists someone else must have helped. Meanwhile, the ecstatic knights are busy tossing the boy up like a celebrated hero, showering him with praise. They shout that the young master is truly on another level. Nearby, Gold Joshua remains intensely suspicious. He figures Riley must have used exorcism and cleansing magic beforehand, but then a dark thought strikes him. Grabbing Riley with trembling hands, he demands to know if he did it. Riley is completely baffled. Before Riley can even ask, Gold Joshua snaps, grabbing him by the collar and yelling that he must have gotten the Saintess's help. He accuses him of staging the entire miracle just to make this useless brat look like a saint. Riley tries to free himself, demanding to know what Gold Joshua is babbling about. Completely losing his temper, Gold Joshua screams for him to drop the cheap tricks, asking how they could have possibly found the missing Saintess. The knights immediately stop cheering, staring at the bickering brothers in worry. Isaac watches this mess in complete boredom, sighing about Melissa. He thinks she should have focused on managing her household instead of hunting demons, because this family is a total disaster. Looking at his fifth uncle's twisted, furious expression, the toddler notes that this man looks absolutely nothing like Melissa. Honestly, it would be much easier to believe that Riley is actually their ancestor in disguise. The gossiping ghost asks about the other brother, but Isaac thinks that guy looks more like the scumbag Pope. Meanwhile, Gold Joshua screams at Riley to stop playing dumb, claiming he knows exactly what is going on. He accuses him of bringing this kid back just to make him a saint candidate, using underhanded tactics to cheat, especially when the family already had a candidate lined up. Hearing this, Isaac's curiosity is instantly piqued. Wait, there is actually another family candidate, and this rude bastard even wants that other guy to win. The Phantom smirks, noting that Isaac has some competition now, though the kid does not seem to care one bit. Isaac is pretty amused. Wouldn't that candidate turn out just as vicious if he is anything like Gold Joshua? Supporting him, beating him down sounds way more fun. The Phantom realizes the kid might actually have a point. Uncle Riley Joshua cannot stand this trash talk anymore and demands to know if they are just going to abandon their own nephew. He is the eldest brother's son, giving him a rightful claim to lead. But Gold Joshua just scoffs at the absolute nonsense. That man ran away while the family was in danger, and then he just completely lost his mind. Why are you even bringing up the eldest brother when you only just told us this kid even existed? Sitting nearby, Isaac is totally unfazed by the reason he is rejected, while the Phantom begs him to care a little. You cannot talk about your own life with so much indifference, the Phantom sighs while Gold Joshua smirks slyly. But this kid is still the Saintess's son, right? Though he might just be some illegitimate half-blood we drag in from outside. Well, she is still technically the Saintess, but the very next words out of Gold Joshua's mouth are highly punchable. There is absolutely no proof he is actually our brother's son, though his face looks pretty decent, I suppose. Probably because he takes after that woman. Gold Joshua continues testing Riley Joshua's patience by suggesting they use the boy for profit. He suggests selling the kid off to keep the family afloat, and wow, that earns him a hard fist straight to the face. Gold Joshua shakes in fury, demanding if Riley Joshua is insane for hitting him, but Riley Joshua refuses to back down for a second. He asks how Gold Joshua expects to walk away after spewing such trash while the knights go pale, and Isaac finds it hilarious. Some sibling bonding through physical combat is exactly what Isaac needs to gather some pretty useful intel. Watching Riley Joshua single-handedly trash Gold Joshua, the panicked knights rush in to separate them and hold Riley Joshua back. They yell for them to stop, but Isaac just watches indifferently, thinking a chaotic family makes things much easier for him. It will be much easier to seize control, he thinks, letting out an evil baby chuckle at this trainwreck of a family. They are already falling apart. The Phantom smiles wryly, realizing this is actually a pretty big problem. If this house falls, you go down with them, the Phantom warns, earning a sharp command from Isaac to shut up. Once the chaos settles, they finally head inside the luxury mansion where Isaac is sat right on the table. Pouting with a completely miserable expression, he finds the whole situation around this massive conference table incredibly annoying. As the gathered family members whisper among themselves, they loudly grumble about having to deal with yet another useless kid. Isaac sighs pretty heavily, realizing nobody in this entire crazy household is sane despite acting like they know how to treat heirs. The murmurs continue, complaining that they already went through the trouble of raising some country girl to become their Saintess. She should not have given birth to this useless brat, they whisper, claiming she was never worthy of the title. Isaac feels like he is going crazy listening to this trash, but the room suddenly falls quiet as a woman speaks. She reminds Riley Joshua that they already agreed to quietly raise this child over in the annex. She is the second wife of the family head, Eli Joshua, currently serving as the acting female head, Hannah Joshua. She demands to know why the child was brought here as Isaac quietly studies her reaction. He notes her completely open hostility, instantly marking her as the mastermind behind those trying to banish him. Meanwhile, Gold Joshua has already bandaged his broken nose, glaring and gritting his teeth in absolute fury. He snaps at Riley Joshua to answer the acting head, while Isaac figures she must be this annoying uncle's aunt. Riley Joshua ignores him completely, asking instead if his father is absent, to which Hannah quickly replies. He went out of town, she says, as Riley Joshua sighs at how messy this whole selection is. It is a shame, Riley Joshua mutters before dropping an absolute bombshell of a report. He should have been here to hear that the eldest grandson Isaac has revived the sacred tree. Talk about a major mic drop. This shocking news sends Hannah and Gold Joshua leaping out of their seats as Gold Joshua slams his fist down. He screams that there is no way this kid did it, claiming it was surely just their family prayers finally working. An elder woman chimes in, agreeing that even their own powerful family head could not find a solution, so how could a mere kid like him possibly manage it? Hannah sits back down, crossing her arms with a sly grin as she notes there is absolutely zero proof to begin with. The acting matriarch nods in agreement, calling the holy tree's revival an absolute blessing, while Isaac watches them with sheer mockery. Looking at those doubters, the baby reaches out both hands to provide the exact proof they want as a blue light flashes. Gold and Hannah freeze in place while Riley and the elders watch in absolute shock at the sight. A blue crystal condenses right as Isaac extends his tiny hand, the smug infant, thinking they had better look closely. That energy, an elder stammers, staring at the floating crystal before gasping that it is the power of the holy tree. Surprise, you amateurs, Isaac babbles internally. Soon after, the elders gather around a grand table in a luxurious room to discuss. One elder speaks up, noting that Isaac seems to have successfully purged the corrupting mana from the tree. What another elder gasps, we know the tree had toxic mana, but how could a tiny newborn baby possibly cleanse it? The female elder next to him shrugs, asking if that is not the most logical explanation available right now. The boy materialized the mana right before our eyes, another elder adds, adjusting his glasses with a thoughtful expression. Quite true, he says grimly, but even if this exorcism method actually worked this time, it is highly complex and even the slightest mistake could have ruined everything. Could easily kill the holy tree, which is why the Lord always preferred periodic cleansing over direct exorcism. Hearing this, Go looks around at the elders in a state of absolute panic and total disbelief. What on earth are they talking about? He thinks there is no way a literal newborn could do this. Riley fully agrees with the elders, suggesting that young Isaac must have purged the dark mana purely by instinct. Sitting nearby, Isaac crosses his arms smugly, thinking that is spot on before Riley continues speaking to the group. A mere baby has accomplished something that not a single person in the Holy Temple could do for 75 years. Hearing that, Goal immediately glares at Riley in pure fury, wondering what nonsense the man is spitting now. Slamming his fist onto the table in protest, Goal asks the elders if they truly believe such absolute nonsense. He yells out, "A baby performing exorcisms, the kid does not even know how to speak yet. If outsiders hear this, they will laugh right in our faces. Just look at the kid. It is not even believable that he belongs to the Joshua bloodline. What if the truth is, he comes from some unknown family?" Meanwhile, Isaac boredly cleans his ear with a tiny finger, indifferently listening to the ongoing debate. Right after, Riley speaks up with a serious tone, asking the respected elders to hear him out. This child will certainly become a saint, and he might even rise to become the Pope himself one day. Isaac smugly thinks that is absolutely correct, but suddenly a hand grabs him and lifts him high into the air. He then hears the person declare that the child will defeat the skeleton demon king, sending Isaac into instant panic. What on earth? Stopping at the previous line was perfect, but now things are escalating way too fast. They instantly begin whispering about the skeleton demon king, calling him a despicable creature. Hearing this, a woman displays a sinister grin and whispers that Riley is digging his own grave before turning her gaze directly toward Riley and young Isaac. "Since you are so confident, why not test him?" she suggests as the shadows hide her expression. Resting her chin on her hands with a dark, cruel smile, she demands access to the family's ancient relic archive. Far to the northwest of the Holy Kingdom, inside the dark and thorny Charlotte Alex Frick Hella Blackwood Forest, death hangs heavily in the air. A monster lies freshly slaughtered with its throat slashed, while a mysterious man stands calmly before the beast's corpse. His black cloak flutters in the wind as eerie mist swirls around him, sheathing his sword with a quiet murmur. "This place is nothing special," he mutters as a guard approaches from behind and drops to one knee in respect. Bowing, the guard greets the Lord, who coldly asks what is going on without turning around. The guard quickly reports that his representative back at the estate has requested access to the relic archive. The Lord steps forward, his voice dripping with impatience as he repeats that the temple is forbidden from using it. The guard quickly clarifies that the request actually did not come from the Holy Temple itself. "Your grandson has revived the holy tree, so the acting matriarch wishes to test if he has the qualities of a saint." The Lord suddenly turns around, marching directly toward the kneeling guard to demand what he means by that. Frowning deeply, he clenches his fist and glares down at the guard with an intense gaze. "Why on earth is there a saint in my family?" Eli Joshua, the formidable head of the Joshua clan, demands before looking back down to issue his instructions. He refuses to allow it under any circumstances, claiming only a true Saintess could survive entering that dangerous place. He orders them to avoid any unnecessary conflict with no exceptions and just get it done. Suddenly, a woman with long white hair appears. Dressed in elegant robes, she approaches from the side and speaks with clear amusement. "Did you just say his name is Isaac?" "That is none other than Melissa Joshua, the family head and former Saintess," she mutters with a smile. "Reviving the sacred tree is quite impressive, is it not? Since the archive is open anyway, why not send all of our candidates inside?" "Yes, both the holy saints and saintesses." Hearing this, the guard panics. "Wait, what?" But her eyes are filled with pure amusement. Watching Melissa and the silent family head Riley Joshua, the guard can only grit his teeth and protest. "But if we do that, what if a child from another family takes the most valuable item from the archive?" Melissa just smiles in response. "I actually hope they do. Even the most powerful saintesses of the past generations could not take a single thing from that place. Who knows? If someone actually retrieves it, maybe they can track down the skeleton demon king and destroy him once and for all." Her eyes flash with deep thought. "In that case, we should reward whoever pulls it off, shouldn't we?" Turning to her guard, Melissa orders him to spread the word. Whoever brings out the best treasure will receive a legendary prize. Something even the Pope himself cannot buy. They will get the Joshua family heirloom. Hearing this, the guard starts sweating bullets. To top it off, Melissa cheerfully adds that they will be personally trained by her in the family's ultimate secret technique, clenching her fists with excitement. Whichever child succeeds can have absolutely anything they want. Now, legend says the Holy Relic Archive is a mysterious place. It holds not only pure holy essence but also ancient secret techniques dating back thousands of years through the generations. Since the saintesses of each era guarded this sacred archive, everyone considers the Joshua family to be its true, undisputed masters. With entry restricted to children under 10, the archive serves as a sacred ritual ground for young candidates. On their first birthday, candidate babies are sent inside to choose a single item from the vast collection. Everyone then predicts what kind of holy power the future Saintess will wield based on the item they retrieve. But the truth is, this archive is incredibly dangerous. Even these blessed candidates face severe life-threatening risks inside. After several tragic incidents occurred, the entire archive was permanently sealed off. Until now, that is. The dark spirit grins wickedly. It studies Isaac closely and says, "Let us see if my master can survive and bring back the treasure." Isaac scowls and babbles back, basically asking why it is bringing all this up. But the floating spirit keeps pushing him. Surely you are looking forward to this as well, Master. Right on cue, Isaac's eyes sparkle with excitement. He is absolutely thrilled. After all, rumor has it that the skeleton demon king's corpse is resting inside. Suddenly, a hand reaches down and lifts him from his crib. The Blue Knight commander smiles, asking if he is excited. He informs Isaac that the matriarch has opened the archive to all candidates. Isaac is stunned. Everyone is allowed in. Tossing the baby joyfully into the air, the commander explains that descendants from all 5 great families will attend, even the cursed Pope's clan. No matter who shows up, he is absolutely certain Isaac will come out on top. Watching this chaotic scene, the dark spirit can only sigh. They are really turning this into a massive spectacle. Tossed high, Isaac calculates his next move. This might actually work in his favor. The more people there are, the easier it is to distract them. It means reclaiming his true body will be simple. Falling back down, another set of arms catches him. A warm, familiar voice speaks up. You must be careful, Isaac. Violet holds him close, warning that captured demons from the battlefields are being used to guard the interior. Isaac makes a mental note. So there are dangerous demons guarding the place. He thinks it over. Since they were easily captured, they are probably level 6 at most. He could easily overwhelm them, but before he can finish that thought, Riley completely crushes his hopes, warning him that level 8 demons are no joke before gently placing him back in his crib. That instantly startles Isaac. What in the world are level 8 demons doing in there? And the commander immediately adds another terrifying detail. He mentions that a level 9 dragon might actually be the worst part. Riley smiles, agreeing that is true in terms of raw power. Hearing them talk, the dark spirit practically cries at the sheer insanity. This entire family must be completely out of their minds. Putting a dragon where a bunch of kids play. Isaac is completely speechless. The spirit tries to comfort him, noting that at least he knows quite a bit about dragons. Receiving no reply, the spirit turns to look, only to find Isaac trembling violently and biting his fingers in a cold sweat. The spirit is utterly bewildered by this sudden panic. Meanwhile, Isaac is internally screaming, "Oh, this is bad." Dragons operate on a completely different tier of danger. It takes a long moment before Isaac finally manages to speak up. He admits he did trick them a few times. The ghost asks for an exact count, shuddering at the thought of those furious dragons. That bastard actually scammed baby dragons. What on earth did he sell to those kids? They are not even 300 years old yet. If even ancient dragons got duped, young dragons stood no chance. Damn that rotten old skeleton. Isaac can only stammer in response. It was only about 70 dragons. Suddenly, Isaac remembers a bad detail. They also have incredibly sharp memories. They will definitely recognize his soul. The specter shoots his master a sly grin, suggesting it might be time to find a new boss. Isaac grits his teeth in rage, glaring at the spirit. He warns that he can hear every word. Then he slams his chubby little hands down on the crib. Determination burns in his eyes. With no other choice, he notes the level 8 demons and a level 9 dragon in his achievement records. But with his current power, he cannot even handle a level 6 demon, let alone those high-tier beasts. To stand a fighting chance, his only option is to raid the Joshua clan. He needs all their mana cores. Ignoring the ghost's helpless expression, Isaac excitedly declares that it is time to head to the annex as a new day begins. Morning arrives. The first rays of light warm the magnificent palace, shining directly into a quiet room. Sitting behind the door, little Isaac is deeply engrossed in a book. Nearby, his floating cloud spirit nervously asks if he is doing okay. Receiving no response, the cloud repeats the question. But Isaac simply keeps his eyes glued to the pages in his hands. With a pale face, he mumbles a weak reply. He wonders if mastering divine power would make learning these 3 spells a total breeze. Instead, it is getting more frustrating by the minute. He is still a baby, so maybe he should just brainwash the guy to teach him. Hearing this, the cloud squeals in delight. It asks if he really plans to cast black magic right under the noses of the priests. Does he want to blow up the house and summon some cool demons? Isaac, crawling on the floor, narrows his eyes and glares at it. He asks what happened to its personality over the last 150 years. The cloud laughs awkwardly. Exhausted, Isaac rubs his eyes while staring at the pages, realizing he cannot grasp this complex theory all by himself. The little boy lets out a tired yawn. But out of nowhere, a large hand reaches down and gently scoops him up. Commenting on how tired he looks, Riley and the Blue Knight commander enter the room. Riley cradles the baby close with warm affection. He guesses the boy had a very busy day. Isaac silently groans, thinking that babies his age normally need 16 hours of sleep. As Riley gently places Isaac back into his crib, the commander picks up the discarded book with a highly puzzled expression. Riley settles the boy down. Extending his hand, he whispers a quick spell to trigger a regeneration effect. A soft golden light envelops Isaac. Impressed by the magic, the baby eagerly hopes the man will cast another spell for him to copy. But when Riley stops casting and starts chatting with the commander, Isaac frantically tries to climb out of his crib. The cloud immediately begs him to stay put. No moving. They need to reach that annex as soon as possible. It reminds him that he must reach the annex soon, as keeping secrets in this room is getting impossible. Isaac suddenly remembers his plan. Right, the annex. He has to get rid of these guys immediately. Sensing the sudden silence, the men turn around. Riley and the commander look back to check on him. Seeing Isaac pretending to be fast asleep, the Cloud scoffs at his terrible acting. Who would buy that act? Yet the commander clutches the spellbook and smiles, praising Isaac's quick transition to sleep. Riley nods, praising him as an amazing, efficient baby. Hearing their blind admiration, the Cloud spirit can only cry in disbelief. It wonders if everyone here has lost their minds. Believing the boy is asleep, Riley suggests it is time to leave, and the commander agrees. The commander needs to head to training anyway. The Cloud remains utterly dumbfounded by their cluelessness, but at least they are finally making a move. Isaac smirks triumphantly from his crib, but watch how his victory is cut short when they mention that the totem seems highly dangerous. Hearing their plan to move the artifact outside, Isaac instantly panics. But before stepping through the doorway, Riley turns back. He instructs the commander to handle it with care, emphasizing that it is Isaac's very first totem and must be kept absolutely safe. The commander quickly obeys. Inside the crib, Isaac screams in silent protest. No way. He still needs to restore that artifact, and no one gave them permission to touch it. Before they depart, he hears their final decision. They plan to display it in the most prominent spot possible. Isaac internally weeps, devastated that he could not even drain its mana yet. The moment the door closes, Isaac bolts upright. Change of plan, he will just drain every single mana core inside the annex instead. He quickly uses his tiny body to wiggle out of the crib. The Cloud weakly asks if he honestly plans to crawl all the way there. Isaac insists he has a way, ordering the spirit to open the door. The Cloud immediately flies forward to obey the command. But as it reaches the door, it mutters to itself that there is absolutely no way it is carrying him all that distance. But just as the Cloud touches the door, it freezes. Behind it, Isaac has tumbled straight out of the crib. Before Isaac can even feel any pain, the floating cloud tells him that his crazy uncle locked the door from the outside. He even cast a magic spell on it. Furious at his annoying uncle, Isaac orders his companion to break it down. But the Cloud warns him that the guards outside will think he is under attack and instantly swarm the room. Isaac curses and slams his fist against the wood. He is seriously losing his mind in here. He cannot handle all the annoying gossip if they find out, and magic would only make it worse. Then the door creaks. While Isaac is planning his escape, the door swings open and hits him right in the face, pushed by a 5-year-old kid. This new kid holds a bandaged prosthetic arm, staring down at Isaac, who is splayed out on the floor. He sneers that the baby cannot even walk yet. This arrogant brat is actually Gold, Joshua's son, Suri, a 5-year-old holy candidate of the Joshua family. Isaac quickly rubs his nose in sheer panic. Staring at the baby, Suri immediately marks him as a rival, while Isaac just watches him quietly. Suri grips his toy tightly, furious that a baby could make a totem that even he could not. There is simply no way this tiny brat could have pulled that off, so he opens his hand. A golden ring of light suddenly manifests in his palm, and Isaac watches the spectacle with absolute excitement. Raising his hand with a malicious glare, Suri declares he is the only one worthy of sainthood as Isaac innocently crawls closer. Isaac spots the kid, casting a spell on the toy nearby, whispering a warning to not touch what belongs to him. He is still bragging about how he will get rid of this pest when he suddenly lets out a sharp scream. The toy smacks him right on the head. Isaac laughs, thrilled to have found a new horse to ride, while a furious Suri demands to know if Isaac knows who he is. Since the baby cannot speak, Isaac just answers in his head that the kid looks exactly like his thug uncle. He must be that jerk's son. With a smug grin, Isaac quickly snatches the toy back to prepare his next move. Having spotted the kid channeling mana for an attack, Isaac relentlessly whacks Suri over the head with the toy. Serves him right. The floating cloud cheers him on, calling it a beautiful strike, while Isaac continues the beatdown. Telling the brat to prepare to become his personal horse, Isaac keeps swinging, leaving Suri helpless, but to take the blows. Suri finally blocks using holy power, asking if Isaac really thinks he is superior, while Isaac just strokes his chin with amusement. Bragging proudly, Suri claims that no one his age has ever managed to cast a Tier 3 defensive shield before. Gathering his energy, he sneers that it is far too early to be shocked, while Isaac silently observes his technique. Unleashing a Tier 3 holy attack, glowing white rings manifest in the air as Suri tells him to take this. Isaac acts utterly amazed at the display, internally calling it impressive before flashing a wicked grin and thanking him for the free meal. What happens next completely petrifies Suri as a massive magnifying purple magic circle suddenly erupts to surround Isaac. Suri glares at the baby in pure disbelief, wondering how on earth a simple defensive spell could amplify to this scale. Watching the baby play with the magic, Suri wonders how he could possibly know how to use it. Since his uncle has not even taught him that yet, Isaac baby talks a cheeky, "Thank you for the lesson," leaving Suri in utter denial. Stunned, Suri watches the baby laugh and point right back at him, redirecting the devastating attack straight toward his face. Suri screams for him to wait while Isaac sits back smugly as his ghost companion chimes in. The spirit mutters that the entire Joshua family is insane for keeping a dragon in a nursery, but adds that at least Isaac is knowledgeable. He knows quite a lot about dragons, but suddenly Isaac anxiously bites his hand, making the ghost panic over what is wrong now. Isaac realizes dragons are actually incredibly dangerous, especially considering he spent a very long time scamming them back in the day. The ghost asks how many he conned, shocked that this baby-faced bastard scammed literal baby dragons, demanding to know what he sold to those kids. They were under 300 years old, and he even tricked the adults, proving what a ruthless bastard he is. After admitting he scammed about 70 of them, Isaac panics, knowing dragons hold massive grudges and might easily recognize his soul. The ghost playfully suggests that this is the perfect opportunity to swap places and take over. Isaac snaps that he can hear him, slamming his little hand down since there is no other choice left. Completely frozen in fear, Suri watches Isaac sit on the shoulder of a towering demonic specter, with blood-red eyes glaring down at him. Isaac babbles innocently but flashes an incredibly excited smile as he tells the brat to hurry up and carry him. Terrified of the towering demon, Suri lets the baby grip his hair tightly, keeping his eyes glued to the specter's every move. Yet he still holds Isaac's legs securely, so he does not fall completely terrified by the crazy situation. First, they just need to focus on surviving and getting out of here. But Isaac is too busy ruining Suri's hair after enjoying his free piggyback ride. Meanwhile, Suri is shaking uncontrollably. He carries Isaac on his back in utter terror, his voice trembling as he begins to whine. He begs for someone to save him under the pitch-black night with only the bright moon shining from above. In the quiet garden, Isaac's childish babbling echoes continuously as he grips Suri's hair with one hand. He points around with a toy in his other hand, his little mouth barking orders at him non-stop. Go left, left. Suri drags his feet heavily, carrying Isaac on his back while following his demands. Suri stops to catch his breath, panting heavily. Isaac scowls and snaps at him to wake up unless he wants to die. Suri, exhausted, asks where they could possibly be going in the dead of night when suddenly his feet stagger backward. He looks up at the building before them in sheer terror, breaking out in a cold sweat as he gasps. Shaking with fear, he stutters out that this is the haunted second annex of the Joshua family. Wait, what are they planning? While Isaac remains deep in thought and the spectral observer laughs, Suri panic thinks to himself, why did this lunatic drag him here, especially when the family had banned entry because so many died inside? Suddenly, both Isaac and his spectral observer light up with excitement. The ghost giggles and speaks up. Looking at the scattered beams of light across the house, it says there are dozens of them here, and he had to risk his life. He spent 15 years of brutal training to gather this much mana. Meanwhile, Isaac waves his toy around. He signals Suri to head inside, muttering to himself to move. Suri gets the message and panics, asking if he really wants to enter. They absolutely cannot go in there since the adults strictly forbade it, but before he can even finish his sentence, a terrifying spirit suddenly appears right in front of his face, threatening him to shut up and keep moving. Inside the dark building, moonlight filters faintly through the windows as Suri cautiously carries Isaac on his back. He takes quiet, hesitant steps while Isaac rests his hand on his head and slowly looks around. Isaac remarks that the interior looks much worse than he expected, but then his eyes suddenly light up. He stares at a nearby door, wondering what is going on as the spectral observer pops up once more. The ghost reports that the entire building is sealed, telling his master that every single door has some sort of protective barrier. Hearing this, Isaac slumps lazily on Suri's head, complaining about how annoying it is, while the terrified Suri begs to go back. Since everything is locked up, Isaac suddenly yanks Suri's hair to the left, making him shout in surprise. Suri cries out in pain, trying to pull Isaac's hand away, but he suddenly freezes as he looks in the direction Isaac is pointing. The pale moonlight streaming through the window reveals a row of dusty, solemn portraits hanging neatly on the decaying wall. Suri looks up at them, whispering that these are the portraits of the previous family heads. Staring up at the pictures, Suri scoffs, asking if Isaac really still plans to target the family head position. Suri smiles confidently, claiming that he will be the next family head anyway, but Isaac completely ignores him. Isaac swings his toy around, a dangerous glint appearing on his face before he suddenly throws it with force. He aims straight at a portrait on the wall, and oh boy, seeing the glass shatter, Suri stares in absolute horror. Isaac doesn't stop there, repeatedly throwing his toy until every single remaining portrait frame is completely shattered. This drives Suri crazy as he begs him to stop screaming about their ancestors and asking if he has lost his mind. Finished with his rampage, Isaac holds his toy and chuckles, wondering aloud why anyone would put a barrier on portraits. The spectral observer appears again to happily announce that the barrier has been broken, and Isaac smiles wide, thinking that is great. With that, Isaac leaps down from Suri's back and tells him it is time to go. Suri panics and demands to know where he is going, but Isaac simply lands safely on the floor and rolls off toward another room. The spectral observer floats right above him, leaving a furious Suri standing there all by himself as he screams. Suri screams, asking where he is going after making this mess as Isaac rolls right up to a mysterious room. He throws the door wide open, his eyes lighting up as he sees the glittering mana filling the entire room. Amazing, he thinks. Suri runs over at full speed, but Isaac quietly whispers a command for Gaba to lock the door. The heavy door begins to shut, prompting Suri to sprint even faster as he desperately tries to stop him. He begs him to stop and asks what he is doing just as Isaac looks back through the closing gap. With a mocking smirk, Isaac silently thinks that a kid like him has no business knowing, ignoring Suri's desperate screams from outside. Hey kid, the door is closed. Isaac sits up straight, rests his hands on his thighs and sighs. Outside, Suri bangs on the door with all his might, screaming for Isaac to get out this instant while the child gathers his magic inside. He keeps furiously pounding on the wood, shouting that he is going to tell the adults absolutely everything. He vows to have him kicked out for good, completely unaware of the figure watching from a distance. Finally, Riley arrives with a whole group of people and calls out to the angry boy. Hearing that voice, Suri completely freezes in fear before Riley asks him what on earth he is doing there. Relieved, Suri gasps that his uncle arrived just in time to stop the little monster Isaac. Before he can even finish, the elder snaps at him, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing there. She points out that the annex is strictly forbidden, making Suri offer a very awkward forced smile under her intense glare. She demands to know how many people saw him carrying Isaac all the way here on his back. Furthermore, they found clear remnants of offensive holy magic scattered inside Isaac's bedroom. She declares him responsible for this mess, causing Suri to stutter and sweat in sheer panic. He stammers that he only brought him here, but Riley cuts him off by placing a hand on his shoulder. With a stern, dark expression, Riley tells Suri that harassing a tiny, unweaned baby has officially crossed every single limit. He demands to know where Suri has locked the child up, but Suri desperately claims he did nothing. His frantic denial leaves everyone in the courtyard absolutely stunned and utterly speechless. Suri insists the boy went inside himself, prompting Riley to hurry over to the door and call for Isaac. He tries the handle and gasps in sheer panic that it is locked, but the door suddenly swings open on its own. Inside the dark, empty room, Isaac is sobbing uncontrollably, prompting the worried elder to quickly ask if he is all right. The poor child seems deeply shaken, but Suri can only watch in absolute confusion and disbelief. Riley scoops the crying baby into his arms, relieved that his nephew is safe and unharmed. Since the child is thankfully unharmed, Riley shoots Suri a chilling razor-sharp glare before walking away with a very stern warning. He tells him to reflect on his shameful actions, leaving Suri weeping and desperately claiming his innocence. But get this, Isaac secretly whispers a chilling thank you to Suri, flashing a dark smile about the tasty meal he just enjoyed. Suri explodes in rage, screaming at the little monster, which only makes the elder look at him in concern. The nearby guards look at Isaac, wondering why the child looks so incredibly flushed in such freezing cold weather. While they worry about his delicate health, Isaac quietly reaches into his pocket and touches his stash of mana. He smirks to himself, realizing that the amount of energy he absorbed is far greater than he originally expected. In a single moment, he managed to harvest power equivalent to 100 years of hard cultivation. Clenching his tiny fists, he lets out a quiet, devious chuckle, while Riley assumes the boy is still frozen in absolute terror. Sometime later, back at the Grand Family Castle, a man approaches Isaac with news of a special introduction. Isaac looks up with absolute boredom as Riley and Joshua introduce his brand new personal assistant, Ashley. She is to serve him from now on, politely placing her hand over her heart to introduce herself. She introduces herself as a proud holy knight of the Joshua family, dropping to one knee in a display of deep respect. Ashley vows to protect him with her very life, but the young master only looks away in complete silence. He immediately figures out that they sent a watchdog to spy on him, so he lazily points a finger at her and calls her out. Isaac barks at her to get out of his sight, but his childish attempts to scare her off only make her step closer. Instead, Ashley leans forward with a flushed face and trembling hands, begging to pinch his cute baby cheeks. Staring at her blushing expression, Isaac wonders why everyone in this family is so incredibly out of their mind. Riley only smiles, pulling out a small item from his vest to catch the young master's attention. He reveals a tiny jewelry box containing a simple ring, presenting it as a special first birthday gift. Staring at the extremely plain band, Isaac's face turns dark as he wonders if they dug it out of the trash. He feels completely insulted, and the nearby ghost seems to share his exact feelings of absolute disgust. The specter mutters that the great family must be going broke, wondering how they could offer such trash for their lord's first birthday. However, the moment Ashley sees the item, her eyes widen in pure shock and utter disbelief. Riley Joshua stands beside him, gently patting his head with a smile. He asks if this is the Saintess's legendary heirloom. His uncle retrieved the Saintess's heirloom directly from the council just for him. Isaac's eyes widen in sheer shock, realizing it is indeed the real deal. A vision of the Saintess appears, showing a glowing ring on her finger. This is the exact artifact, the very ring she used in her legendary battle against him. It holds a fraction of her ancient holy magic as it pulses with light. He holds the shimmering ring to assess the holy energy sealed within. Impressive, Isaac thinks with a wicked grin. It seems like it will break after only 1 or 2 uses. Luckily, he already knows how to fix it. He looks up to see gold Joshua leaning against a tree with a glaring look of pure jealousy. Isaac stares right back. The man is glaring daggers. That bitter, envious face is all the proof Isaac needs that this treasure is genuine. Gold Joshua glares at his little nephew, as if he wants to erase him from existence. He slowly walks toward the group. Isaac watches him in absolute disbelief as Gold Joshua approaches, plastering a fake cheerful smile on his face to greet his dear nephew. Gold Joshua gushes over how adorable he is. Both Isaac and his ghost companion watch this terrible acting in utter bewilderment. He wishes the boy a comfortable stay, which immediately disgusts Isaac. Talk about fake right. Staring at that hypocritical smile, Isaac feels outright repulsed. The guy must be losing his mind. Things are getting way too complicated. Isaac looks down at his ring. Gold Joshua remembers sabotaging the blessing device in the relic chamber, so Isaac would receive absolutely nothing. He never expected them to hand over the Saintess's actual heirloom instead. Flashback to earlier that day. The elder hands the ring to Riley Joshua, explaining that since Isaac missed his blessing, they must compensate him with this. Gold Joshua panics the moment he sees it, shouting at the elder that they cannot possibly give away the Saintess's holy heirloom. He demands they give it to his own son instead. The elder sighs, waving her hand to dismiss him from the room entirely. She reminds him that his child already received a holy blessing. Stop being greedy and leave Gold Joshua. Gold Joshua grashes his teeth in fury, having planned to steal the artifact under the guise of making a donation. He snaps that a mere child could never grasp the true value of such a holy heirloom. He claims the ring is completely useless as a gift, but Riley Joshua immediately steps in to defend it. He fires back, asking how his brother can disrespect an artifact belonging to the Saintess herself. Gold Joshua wears a sly grin, holding out a box and claiming Isaac is his beloved nephew too. Why give him something so useless? He then pulls out a flashy ring that looks far shinier than the heirloom. He tempts them, boasting that this ring was blessed directly by the High Temple, rambling on about its incredible power. Riley Joshua watches him in confusion as Gold Joshua insists his flashy ring would be much more useful in the trials. Calling it a treasure that a child like Isaac could never obtain, Gold Joshua kneels down next to the young boy. He thrusts the glittering ring in Isaac's face, trying to coax him into a trade. Just as Gold Joshua reaches to snatch away the sacred relic, Isaac shuts him down completely with a hard punch directly to his face. Isaac snatches the box, basically telling him to get lost with his smelly piece of trash. He claims it reeks of the corrupt Pope, before throwing the flashy ring straight into the nearby lake. Gold Joshua stands there in total shock. Gold Joshua screams in utter panic, ordering his guards to dive into the water and find it immediately. Gold Joshua looks at Isaac, thinking that his flashy ring is worth thousands of times more than that cheap heirloom. Riley Joshua looks at Isaac, happily holding the Saintess's ring, touched that the boy chose his gift over the shiny one. Riley Joshua scoops his beloved nephew up, raising his arms to the sky in pure joy, declaring that Isaac is his absolute favorite. He promises to give the boy only the finest things, while Ashley eagerly raises her hands to celebrate alongside them. They cheer for Isaac while Gold Joshua's miserable guards are forced to dive into the deep, freezing lake. With a furious expression, Gold Joshua barks orders at his men to find the lost treasure at all costs. Isaac smugly folds his arms, knowing he secretly cast a heavy spell on the ring so it would sink forever. The ghost hovering nearby flatters him, praising his brilliant mind and absolute ruthlessness, praising Isaac's refusal to keep that tainted ring, calling his resolve truly admirable. But then Isaac orders the ghost to dive in and retrieve it tomorrow morning. The spirit is shocked, but Isaac shuts him down instantly. Remembering how desperately Gold Joshua panicked over the ring, Isaac knows the item is actually worth a fortune. He tells his spectral ally that they are going to sell it for some serious cash. Gold Joshua finally slams his fist on the table in fury. Slumping over with clenched hands, he mutters that the brat has absolutely no idea how valuable that item really is. Slumping back into his chair, Gold Joshua desperately tries to comfort himself, muttering that it doesn't matter anyway. After all, the kid has absolutely no clue how to use an ancient ring. That relic can only be activated by someone unable to use holy magic. Even then, it requires absorbing the holy power of at least 20 people. Accomplishing such a task is utterly impossible. A sinister smirk spreads across his face. He mockingly wonders if even 10 people will show up for the kid's birthday. But the next day at that same luxurious mansion, the place is packed with a bustling crowd of adults and children. Taking in the lively scene, Ashley gasps in excitement. This is amazing. There are over 148 candidates here. Between nobles and servants, about 4,000 people have gathered today. Cradling Isaac in her arms, she happily tells Riley that every single ducal house has arrived, along with 10 Marquis families as well. Even other nations have sent their own saint candidates. It is truly incredible, and even the emperor himself is in attendance. Isaac's face darkens as he wonders why there are so many saint candidates. Did those lazy gods just scatter them everywhere like confetti? The ghost beside him chimes in, agreeing that it is exactly what those gods would do. Meanwhile, Riley looks incredibly serious. Lost in deep thought, he admits he never expected this turnout. He assumed everyone would stay away, suspecting the invitation was a trap. Just then, someone pushes the door open, calling out that of course, they wouldn't see it as a trap. Simon walks in with a warm, cheerful grin. It has been a while. Riley Simon is the leader of one of the 3 major merchant associations in the Empire. He is also Riley's absolute best friend, Simon Edward. Staring in utter disbelief, Riley asks if he really came. Simon laughs heartily, replying that the rumors have already spread across the entire Empire, so there was no way he could miss it. Both Riley and Ashley furrow their brows. Honestly, who can blame them? Simon explains that because everyone knows this isn't a trap, they all showed up. After all, even the fragile young boys from every major noble house are attending this event. Members of the Joshua family are out in full force. Simon rambles on, pointing out the massive wager the family had made. With a bet like that, how could he not come? He even claims that the Pope's own family will make an appearance. Overhearing this, Isaac wonders what kind of wager was made. Meanwhile, Riley flatly refuses to believe Simon's claims could be true. There is absolutely no way the Vatican's faction would attend. Simon merely shrugs with indifference, admitting it is just a hunch. No way those highly snobbish, unfriendly royals would ever show up. They utterly despise the Joshua territory because it is filled with too many commoners from the Barisa clan. Suddenly, a dark, imposing shadow looms at the entrance of the room where everyone is chatting. Simon, lower your voice. But why should he? His own son Ramon is also a saint candidate. Besides, this entire event is hosted by the Joshua family. The Pope's faction has absolutely no reason to involve themselves here. The mysterious figure grabs the doorknob, warning Simon to watch his mouth. Just as Simon speaks, the door swings wide open. As someone steps inside, everyone looks toward the door in absolute shock. The newcomer sneers, telling them to ignore that rabble. Their faces always look like they just stepped in manure. As the old saying goes, nothing is more dangerous than a vulgar friend. Cardinal Barry makes his dramatic entrance and talk about an unwelcomed guest. Both Riley and Simon freeze in sheer terror. With a deeply sinister expression on his face, Cardinal Barry slowly walks right up to them. He sneers, mocking the weak men of the Joshua house for organizing this event, hoping their child can actually bring something home. He hopes they retrieve something from the sacred relic vault to save their family's pride. He lets out a wicked, mocking laugh. He admits he is highly curious to see just how remarkable this so-called saint candidate of theirs really is. Hearing his words, Ashley instantly grows extremely guarded, holding baby Isaac tightly against her chest to shield him. Grinning, Barry places a hand over his chest. He smirks, claiming that this is still a wonderful opportunity for them. Despite his sinister face and the dark aura radiating from him, his words sound sweet as he fake prays for their candidate's success. He prays that they can elevate their family's name. Cold sweat rolls down Riley's face, realizing this is all a massive trap staged by the Vatican. The number of black-cloaked figures is growing. The saint candidates surge from 25 to 148 in just a single week. This is highly suspicious. The only explanation is that the Vatican is turning a blind eye to these mysterious new candidates. Blood splatters across his vision. Every power-hungry noble is desperate to make their own child a saint candidate. Once those greedy children are sent into the relic vault, they will ruthlessly try to eliminate their weakest rivals to survive. Riley clenches his fists in sheer dread. In all that chaos, they might even try to kill his baby boy. He glances back nervously. He looks at Ashley holding baby Isaac. If the worst happens, he must protect them. They look back at him completely confused. Bailey worries that Isaac will be in danger, a fragile boy of the Joshua family. A cold stone statue looms. A baby is held tightly in a woman's arms. Aside from his family's grand name, the child is completely useless. Yet there are those desperate to steal the superior genes of the Joshua house or win favor with the Pope. For those who hate the Saintess's sacred bloodline, this young Joshua kid is the perfect prey. A mysterious cloaked figure stands before the child. They plan to play a cruel little prank on this boy. The child takes the strange vial. It won't kill him, but it'll leave him completely unable to do anything. Just slip this holy poison into his water. Empty glass vials roll on the floor. Teach him how cruel the world is. Other children stare in absolute horror, their faces turning pale at the shocking sight. Turn him into a laughingstock. The kid sits on the floor, chugging down empty bottles that pile up fast. Declare to the world that this useless Joshua brat can never become a true saint. But after drinking a mountain of it, Isaac happily wipes his mouth with a bright grin. The other kids watch in absolute terror. They wonder how many bottles he's down before Isaac chucks one at them. The little brat yells out for more, shouting that this cheap poison can never kill him. Isaac throws a wild tantrum on the floor and demands more, while the poor kid who got hit weeps loudly out of pure fear. Nearby, two people whisper in confusion. They wonder if the laxative they mixed in was actually real. Maybe they grabbed the wrong bottle. The crowd gossips about his weird behavior before quickly walking away. Hearing the gossip, Suri can only hold their foreheads silently, cursing Isaac in deep frustration. Why does he keep drinking the poisoned bottles? Suri is overwhelmed with pure embarrassment for the family name. Stop dragging the Joshua name through the mud. An irritated Suri marches right up to the chugging Isaac. Snatching the bottle away, Suri scolds him to stop drinking, handing the thirsty Isaac a completely normal bottle instead. Drink this instead, Suri says, but Isaac suddenly chucks the empty glass straight at Suri's face. Isaac screams that it's not poison as someone else quickly takes the vial away. Isaac grabs their pants leg, throwing a wild fit and demanding they hand over the super toxin. The poor guy is completely helpless. He wonders why this kid is so hyperactive while explaining the danger. But this is holy poison. A nearby woman tries to stop Isaac, yelling that he'll die if he drinks. Isaac gasps at the words holy poison, suddenly lunging at the bottle with a downright creepy look. Give it back, he demands. While they wrestle, the crowd gossips about the strange poison water. They whisper that he must have incredible poison resistance, a level only reached by training holy power. Could that mean he's already reached that legendary tier of holy power? But why is he only targeting poison bottles? Could it be that he's keeping others safe by drinking the dangerous liquids himself? Hearing their ridiculous theories, Suri sighs in a corner when a sudden voice breaks the silence. Suri looks up in surprise. A sparkling kinna berry has suddenly appeared right before them. So you think he's sacrificing himself? Suri jumps up in pure shock, wondering why kinna berry is even here. There was absolutely no news of the Pope's direct lineage participating. The other kids stare at Kina in disbelief. They whisper in confusion, wondering why the Pope's family is inside the Saintess's treasure vault. Meanwhile, Isaac easily wins the struggle, sitting triumphantly on the poor guy's back while casually chugging the drink. Well, that clearly decides the winner. Kina looks at Isaac, recognizing the kid destined to become a saint. But Kina wonders if that incredibly pure hair color could also belong to his own family, the Berries. Kina sneers at the thought of the Joshua family, thinking their hair looks like literal garbage. With a devious grin, Kina announces that there is nothing odd about him being in this vault. He continues, speaking his arrogant words, shocking everyone nearby. Since the Pope's family leads all of the priesthoods, the Saintess's legendary treasure vault naturally belongs to them as well. Upon hearing this bold claim, the crowd stands speechless in sheer disbelief. Laughing aloud, Kina says he is simply taking what is his, asking why they find it strange. Isaac looks at Kina with utter disdain, thinking that such obnoxious arrogance is typical of the Pope's family. Bright flames erupt all around Kina, but this kid is a certified monster and his sheer volume of holy power is absolutely unreal. It already eclipses a bishop's strength, making him the top saint candidate. Isaac silently observes. Everyone freezes. They cannot believe Kina actually accused them of using cheap tricks to humiliate the host. To think they call themselves candidates for sainthood. Kina sneers with utter disgust, pointing out how incredibly pathetic it is to bully a mere toddler. Stepping closer, Kina notes that a baby cannot possibly resist poison. He kneels down on one knee, looking Isaac in the eyes. He assumes the Saintess's holy protection saved the child. Meanwhile, Isaac silently curses them, thinking stupidity must run in Kina's arrogant family. Kina smiles fakely. He summons two small embers, mockingly whispering about the baby's pitiful state. He offers to cure the poison himself. Immediately, the surrounding crowd begins to whisper. They marvel at his ability to use holy detox spells. His massive power level must be at least level 5. Isaac just looks on. Pure boredom. He immediately realizes this show-off is up to some pathetic little trick. As Kina casts, Isaac curses him. He sees right through the plan to show off. Wearing a sweet smile, Isaac suddenly strikes. His tiny hand smacks Kina right across the face. Kina's head whips aside. An onlooker points in shock, shouting that his holy power has vanished. Staring in utter disbelief with wide eyes, Kina quickly drops Isaac, completely unable to comprehend what just happened. Terrified of his dispelled magic, Kina cannot believe a baby did this. Inspecting his palm, he wonders if the baby is actually stronger, his gaze locking onto Isaac as a dark, murderous aura flares up. Clenching his fist, he curses the issue trash. Isaac just smirked back mockingly. Kina barks out, asking what the kid is staring at. Isaac just threatens him with a bottle. Suddenly, someone rushes in to hold Isaac back, begging him to stop before the crowd. Isaac even slaps his own caretaker. How incredibly disrespectful. Kina watches, wondering if these fools really think they can stand against his noble family. Pinned down. He wonders if the Pope actually thinks he can protect him, as Suri struggles to hold Isaac back. Isaac's face is flushed with rage. He can only curse these absolute fools in his head. If not for Suri, Kina would have eaten a bottle to the head. But the brat quickly lies to save face, claiming he simply startled the baby. Dismissing it because Isaac is just a baby, Kina waves goodbye, mockingly wishing the pathetic children of Eshua good luck as he departs. He mockingly suggests they dig in the mud, leaving Isaac gritting his teeth in fury. Held tight in Suri's grip, Isaac is unable to move. But suddenly, Kina stops walking and looks back over his shoulder. Casting a provocative glance back at Isaac, Kina declares that the ultimate treasure of this place will definitely belong to him. He sneers, asking if their cowardly family is too afraid of the Demon King's bones. Arrogant words from a mere child. The crowd is stunned while Suri can only sigh in exhaustion. Suri silently wonders why that brat must cause a scene only to be caught off guard. Out of nowhere, Isaac grabs Suri's collar, demanding a fight. Suri frantically struggles to calm the baby down. Hearing about the promised secret technique for the skeleton, Suri screams out Melissa's name. Isaac freezes. Are they playing with his actual former body? He suddenly collapses to the ground in a complete panic. He shudders, imagining his skeletal remains wrapped with a bow like a cheap gift. Stuck playing with empty bottles, Isaac sits quietly among the other children, feeling incredibly bored. Looking up at the sky, he remembers his former glory as the Skeleton King and the centuries of mana he amassed. Reaching level 10 would be an absolute breeze if he could just reclaim his power. Angry and frustrated, he glares at his peers, realizing these annoying kids are constantly watching his every move. Sneaking away is completely impossible with these eyes on him. He angrily crushes his bottle and tosses it aside, resolved to simply trample anyone who gets in his way. A sudden voice snaps him out of his thoughts as an elder calls for everyone to gather around, announcing that they will be departing shortly. The elder tells them to listen closely, explaining that this ancient treasury is a sacred sanctuary. It preserves the divine relics of past saints. Isaac groans in absolute misery. He absolutely hates these boring, long-winded history lectures, so he quietly begins crawling away in another direction to escape the talk. Suri spots him slipping away quickly, whispering to ask where the baby is going. Suddenly, a massive violent explosion rocks the entire area, forcing Suri to shield his face as he screams in panic for the elder. Meanwhile, Isaac was tearing through the area at an absolutely terrifying speed. He eagerly wanted to test his new holy magic, but the elder screamed out his name in terror. No, that is a forbidden zone, the old man warned, terrifying the nearby kids with his desperation. Every trap in the relic vault will activate, the crowd shouted, while desperately rushing forward to stop him. Back at the Joshua family banquet hall, Ashley worriedly told Riley Joshua she hoped the young master was safe. An announcement echoed through the hall that they had successfully established a magical connection to the relic vault. Through the crystal ball, observers noted that spirit beasts were tailing the third-place candidate, prompting them to share updates. The doors to the first archive opened as candidates rushed inside, leaving Riley Joshua to wonder if they were already in. A voice announced Peter Ed Simon in third place. His father screamed out in proud disbelief. In second place was Suri Joshua, who could only scratch his head in absolute bewilderment at the news. But the announcer hesitated, speaking with utter disbelief as he revealed that first place belonged to none other than Isaac Joshua. Shock washed over the entire hall, leaving Riley Joshua and Ashley utterly stunned, and honestly, you can't blame them for losing their minds. Shouts echoed. That is Isaac Joshua. The exhausted elder chased after him, begging the reckless boy to stop. The elder begged Isaac to avoid that path, but he suddenly stepped on a pressure plate and was blasted by lightning. Still, the smoking elder warned him that going further would trigger even more traps, leaving Suri watching in absolute horror. Save me, Suri frantically cried out, cursing Isaac for being an absolute maniac and dragging everyone into this mess. He wondered why Isaac had to break in and cause a scene, though he kept running for his life anyway. Complaining and screaming did nothing, especially since this deadly vault trial was already designed to kill them in the first place. Suri desperately reached out to drag him back, yelling that they now had to dodge deadly traps meant for security intruders. Approaching the giant doorway, Isaac was thrilled to find the second archive gate just as the system announced another trap activation. The second trap was active near the side entrance, prompting Suri to scream and beg Isaac not to go inside. The summoned ghost giggled and praised its master, explaining that the mana Isaac absorbed in the annex had allowed it to level up. Isaac smirked. Now I can work you to the bone. The phantom could only helplessly curse at his ruthless master. He immediately ordered the ghost to go round everyone up, and the spirit quickly flew off to obey his commands. The phantom rushed toward a group of resting kids, overhearing them complain about how unexpectedly brutal the trial was. As one child sighed, another stared off into the distance, wondering if this harsh test was why saints grew so incredibly powerful. He pointed right at Suri, floating high up in the air, asking if that was the loser kid, which another boy confirmed. They jealously wondered how he was flying. Classic side character envy, honestly, assuming his family had secretly taught him. Suri could only sigh internally, calling them complete idiots since his family had absolutely nothing to do with this. It turned out the phantom was merely dragging him along, leaving the boy floating completely out of his own control. The phantom returned and tossed Suri onto the ground, proudly reporting to Isaac that the messenger boy had been successfully captured. With a warning glare, the kid demanded that Isaac stop this absolute madness immediately. He admitted he had no idea how Isaac survived the first trial of the archive, but warned the next parts were different. A single mistake could easily get them killed, so Suri urged him to face his fears and tread carefully and grow. But Isaac got annoyed by the constant lecturing and shut him up with a solid punch. Thinking the kid talked far too much, Isaac simply ignored his groans of pain and demanded to know what was inside the second vault. Still face down on the floor, Suri warned that once inside the vault they must absolutely avoid attacking any enemies. Isaac was completely baffled, glaring down at him and asking what kind of absolute nonsense he was talking. Isaac asked why he should hold back, but the terrified kid insisted that passivity was the only way to survive. Just stand still. No matter what spawned, they had to wait 3 minutes until it vanished. Suri begged him to listen or they would both die, while Isaac looked on silently, judging the kid's cowardice. The trembling kid scrambled up, warning that candidates had literally died in the past by ignoring this simple rule. Walking over to the gate, Isaac smirked and placed his hand on it, noting that not fighting sounded easy enough. Waiting 3 minutes was absolutely no problem, and as magic surged from his hand, the massive doors groaned open with a loud system alert. Welcome to the floor of patience, where self-control is a virtue, so keep a cold mind and remain completely unshakable. A beam of light flashes before Isaac, announcing that his patience will guide him forward. Meanwhile, a bold step echoes. Echoing through the massive chamber, Kina and his little gang of followers make their way forward. One nervous kid asks if they will be alright since they are trailing at the very back, but Kina just sneers schemingly. He says there is no reason to walk a dangerous path when those meat shields ahead can clear the way for them. He keeps explaining to his followers, asking if they forgot that a level 8 demon beast is guarding the entrance to the second archive. Surely those idiots ahead will get stuck there. Kina points forward knowingly, and right on cue, a blinding light erupts before them. The sudden flash blinds his follower, and Kina wickedly declares that the trial has officially begun as the giant door slowly creaks open. A gentle reminding voice echoes, deeply annoying Isaac as it tells him not to be distracted. A beautifully sculpted face materializes in the light, a very handsome deity who gently begins to deliver his divine message. He says their patience will guide them to the light, but before he can finish his sentence, Isaac loses his temper and obliterates him. Suri is completely horrified by this sudden attack, instantly recalling Isaac's promise from earlier and panicking in his mind. 3 minutes was barely a challenge. Suri literally wants to cry, screaming that Isaac has officially lost his mind. Isaac cracks his knuckles and angrily asks how he is supposed to stay patient when looking at a god's face. The ghost chimes in, saying 3 seconds is already plenty of time, just as a system alert rings out announcing their failure. The system states that for those who cannot endure, punishment awaits, right as a massive wooden hand appears and a wooden beast emerges. It declares that divine punishment must descend, leaving Suri trembling in absolute terror while Isaac calmly gathers his overwhelming power. He unleashes a devastating strike that threatens to shred the monster to pieces, leaving Suri completely speechless once again. The core of energy right in the monster's chest is instantly pulverized by Isaac, allowing Suri to finally witness the whole scene. And the sheer sight of it blows the kid's mind, making him wonder what on earth just happened to that wooden beast. It is completely reduced to a pile of kindling, leaving Isaac unimpressed and wondering if this level 8 beast was just a joke. He is so thoroughly annoyed that his expression completely tightens, recognizing this golem as the magic of his very own former subordinates, those devils. Specifically, the 14 elite spirits under the skeleton Demon King, as the wooden debris of the shattered monster slowly begins to fade away. He wonders if they really slaved away for the Joshua family, or if this place holds some deeper connection to his original body. Eager for real answers, he takes a step forward, determined to investigate the truth for himself. Suri asks in confusion where he is going, but they are interrupted by a loud, smug voice that catches both of their attention. The voice mocks that the Joshua kids actually turned out to be useful, as a hand parts the nearby branches to reveal the speaker. A smug red-haired kid steps out, pointing directly at Isaac and Suri as if he knows it all. He boasts about knowing the Joshua family would find a way, revealing himself as a devout cardinal of the 5 faiths and the 3rd son of the Duke. Nizer Sepet smugly orders them, thanking them for doing the dirty work of defeating the trial gatekeeper on their behalf. He tells them to get out of the way so they can claim the second archive first, while the other kids start whispering. They complain about how much trouble that brat caused, warning Nizer Sepet that letting them walk ahead might trigger even more dangerous traps. Isaac calmly notes that quite a few survivors remain, just as Nizer Sepet points his finger directly at Suri. He claims he never expected the Joshua family to resort to such underhanded tricks, leaving Suri and Isaac totally speechless. He demands to know if Suri is colluding with Isaac, causing the poor boy to frantically shake his head in denial. Even though everyone completely ignores his cries, Suri desperately insists that he is absolutely not working with Isaac. Completely ignoring him, Nizer Sepet assumes that Isaac must have bypassed all the deadly traps on his way here. He asks if they honestly believe Isaac did this alone before spotting the ring around Isaac's neck and smiling confidently. He claims it is a cheat artifact and instantly snatches the ring away, believing it holds some secret power. He proudly shows the ring to the surrounding kids, bragging that they can now effortlessly bypass any trap lying ahead. Suri sighs at how completely wrong Nizer Sepet is, keeping a worried eye on Isaac and praying that he does not lose his temper. Knowing Isaac never lets anyone steal from him, Suri watches as Nizer Sepet turns around and excitedly tells the Joshua boy to stay behind. He boasts that he will be the very first person in history to successfully secure the remains of the skeleton Demon King. Right as the proud third son of the Duke finishes his grand speech, he immediately steps on a hidden floor trigger. A sudden brilliant flash of light illuminates his cocky face, instantly turning his smug grin into sheer confusion. A massive explosion erupts right beneath his feet, making Nizer Sepet scream in pain as the nearby kids panic about the sudden trap. Suri suddenly notices Isaac. Staring at his smug, satisfied face, the boy starts to put the pieces together. He used them as bait. As smoke slowly fills the archive, Suri carries Isaac on his back and moves forward. Injured kids litter the floor. Heading to the second vault, Isaac just smiles with pure satisfaction. Every single mine here is gone. Suddenly, Suri stops, making Isaac wonder as he pulls on the boy's hair. Why are those kids even following us? A black-haired boy watches with awe, guessing Isaac has divine sense. Another kid chimed in, guessing he is from the Saintess's family, to convince themselves. Nizer is acting so weird lately. That ring is probably just some cheap antique, someone else mutters. Exactly, the great Joshua family would never allow such injustice. Nearby, a ghostly specter happily giggles at their foolishness. It seems they finally recognize your greatness, master. Hearing this, Isaac simply grits his teeth. I do not need their validation. Meanwhile, Suri quietly begs him to run before it is too late. To Suri, this boy is scarier than any demon. Suddenly, a cheerful voice interrupts, catching Isaac completely off guard. If a true saint actually exists, I bet he would look exactly like you, a friendly blonde boy says, introducing himself. It is an honor to meet the youngest Joshua. I am Paris Julius, the second prince of the Julius kingdom. The other kids whisper about him, but Isaac hears everything. That kingdom lies right to the east of the holy Charlotte Alex Frick Hella Empire. Rumors say their prince is blessed. Isaac immediately starts plotting, realizing this guy could be useful. Suri's hesitant voice suddenly breaks the silence, snapping Isaac back to reality as he points out they have finally arrived. Looking up, Suri notes this is the third vault. Suddenly, two massive glowing circles flash with blinding light. Welcome, candidates, a hooded winged angel announces as it materializes before them. This is the floor of memories. The guardian angels solemnly demand they prove their determination and courage. Hearing this, the kids around them cheer in excitement. While Suri grows anxious, the others celebrate. They are glad they decided to follow Isaac instead of Nizer. They brag about claiming the skeleton Demon King's corpse. But then the gatekeepers speak again, calling this a simple trial. Defeat us and claim your glory, they say. The kids immediately assume they have to fight. They prepare to attack. Isaac just stares, highly suspicious. Realizing something, a plan instantly forms in his head. Now watch how he turns this into pure entertainment. He waves his hands dismissively at the other kids, leaving them confused. Meanwhile, Suri seems to finally piece something together. Isaac is always right. Those gatekeepers are definitely lying, the boy realizes, running through everything that happened. The first vault was about choice, which Isaac ignored. The second was about composure, which he completely lacked. He was not calm at all. Snapping back to the present, Suri deduces that this third trial is about memory. That is the clue. We have to look back at what happened in those first two rooms. After thinking it through, Suri realizes they cannot attack. Meanwhile, Isaac keeps waving his hands, babbling quietly to the kids. He tells everyone to back off, confusing the other kids. Suri is shocked, wondering why Isaac chose the right path this time. He wonders if, despite his wicked nature, the blood of the Saintess still runs deep within him. Maybe her kindness is finally showing. Suri hopes, holding onto Isaac's leg with a newfound sense of trust. He thinks he might have totally misjudged Isaac, but right as those sweet thoughts cross his mind, Isaac strikes the gatekeeper. He thought Isaac would sacrifice himself for the group. Instead, Isaac just laughs maniacally, leaving Suri absolutely frozen in shock. Gripping its weapon, the angry gatekeeper growls that they chose wrong before slashing straight toward the terrified children. The kids scream for help in sheer panic, calling out for their mothers. Suri watches in absolute disbelief at this nightmare. He looks over at Isaac, terrified. While Suri is drowning in horror, Isaac just stands there with a sadistic smile. Suri calls him insane, but Isaac is just thrilled, loving the absolute chaos unfolding. The gatekeepers finally reveal their true monstrous faces, mockingly taunting them. Believing strangers so easily is incredibly foolish candidates. Meanwhile, Isaac notes that they are actually just magical puppets. They are illusions made by the 14 spiritual beasts. Isaac excitedly commands them, ignoring Suri's spiraling panic and despair. Show these kids how cruel reality can be, he orders. Instantly, a massive explosion erupts, engulfing everything in flames. One kid shields his face desperately, shouting to find out where they went. Another boy nearby bursts into tears. They were right here, someone yells. Invisible Isaac and Suri stand right behind them, quietly watching the panic. At this moment, Isaac sits smugly on Suri Joshua's shoulders, leaving the poor kid completely dumbfounded. Behind them, Paris Julius watches the whole scene unfold with keen interest. All three are completely invisible, masked by a sixth-tier holy art. Suri Joshua realizes his uncle gave him this magic for emergencies. This magic was meant for a crisis, and it turns out to be the perfect time to use it, though Suri Joshua is left absolutely speechless. Standing behind them, Paris Julius sees through the trick. He steps forward to offer his thanks for being included in the stealth spell. Isaac just pats Suri Joshua's head, babbling in a baby voice to brush it off before tossing a magical ring over to Julius. Isaac mutters in baby talk, basically telling him to take it. Julius looks at it in confusion, wondering what this ring is for. Genuinely touched, Julius asks Isaac if he gave it to him because he is still unaccustomed to fighting dangerous demons. But Isaac just scratches his ear, acting totally clueless. Julius takes the ring anyway, offering a very sincere thank you. He promises never to forget this kindness. But as he holds the ring, a glowing red circle suddenly wraps around it. Julius starts to say he will tell his father about this, but is cut short by his own scream. Behind him, the Ghost Observer chuckles. The Ghost Observer praises Isaac as a truly brilliant master. Meanwhile, Isaac laughs with pure delight. It seems the ultimate holy power now belongs to the prince. Watching this, Suri Joshua wonders what kind of monster his uncle brought home. Nearby, other children call out to group up, asking if anyone can cast a protective holy barrier as they gather their power. The oldest boy steps forward to cast a barrier, telling the others to stay behind him. But the gatekeepers strike hard to warn them. Telling the enemy to accept their punishment, the boy raises his hand and signals that now is the time. Another child charges up his magic, yelling for the enemy to watch out as he prepares his attack. But before he can launch his spell, he slips and falls flat on his face. His friend looks back in total shock, asking what on earth happened as a magic ring suddenly floats up behind them. Terrified, the kid asks what is going on, only to find himself completely paralyzed by the magic of the ring. As the kid drops to his knees, the bewildered gatekeeper jumps up to scan the area, wondering what is happening. The Ghost Observer chuckles, wondering if someone else bought their lies before reporting the situation back to Isaac. He confirms the ring has drained all of the children's holy power. Isaac points to the left, ordering the ghost to move. Telling it to head that way, the ghost immediately obeys. It tells the drained kid not to feel too bad about it. The ghost floats away as the other kids crowd around their fallen friend, frantically asking what just happened. The gatekeeper watches them, thinking they should not feel cheated. After all, the lying doll did its job and the enemy is neutralized. Passing out from a drained mana pool is much better than getting physically hurt, as the ghost finished absorbing his holy energy. The ghost reports to Isaac that it is almost finished, just as a bright gold and red light suddenly flashes. A terrifying figure emerges from the light, blowing the ghost away. A sudden voice rings out, catching everyone completely off guard. It is Kina Berry, and he has come looking specifically for Isaac. Isaac stares back with pure annoyance, thinking he was wondering where this guy had run off to anyway. Down below, Suri Joshua is sweating bullets, shocked by Kina's genius as the boy manifests a massive pair of wings. He sports a massive pair of eagle wings, leaving the onlookers in absolute awe of his summoned Holy Spirit. Raising his hand, Kina admits that Isaac surprised him, as he never expected anyone else here to be capable of defeating demons. Dispersing his Holy Spirit, Kina asks if Isaac simply set up traps for the other kids again, just like in the first trial. But before Kina can finish his accusation, the other children quickly speak up to defend Isaac. They explain that Isaac took on the trial on their behalf, with another kid adding that he even guided them. He pointed out the right path, acting as their savior. Isaac looks on with amusement. Isaac thinks these kids are absolutely out of their minds. Beside him, the ghost asks if this is called human submission. Kina Berry turns around with a look of pure disgust, questioning how they can dare to call Isaac their savior. He asks if they feel no shame as saint candidates relying so heavily on a mere toddler like him. Furious, the two kids shoot back, pointing out that Kina did absolutely nothing but hide in the back while they braved the traps. The rest of the crowd joins in shouting that Isaac acts way more like a true saint than Kina ever could. They accuse Kina of dodging every bit of danger, threatening to tell their parents the moment they escape this place. The complaints keep coming as they credit Isaac for everything, declaring they will convince their families to align with the Eshua clan. They shout that the Eshua family is the only path forward. Isaac grins triumphantly, while Suri Joshua can only sigh at the truth. He warns the kids that this wicked child is just exploiting them, but a boy points out they would be in deep trouble without them. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shakes violently. Startled, everyone turns around to see a massive sphere rolling straight toward their position. The violent tremors shake the entire area. As they approach a large door, someone wonders if this is the entrance to the third archive. Another person agrees with a nod, asking if this means they have already successfully cleared the second trial. They nod in agreement. Suddenly, the giant sphere speaks up, offering congratulations to the candidates for passing the second trial. It announces itself as the final guardian of this archive before telling them to make their choice, sending a wave of whispers through the crowd. Kinaberry stands there in absolute silence as the sphere presents their options. They can either take their treasure and end the trial now or face another challenge to proceed to the third archive. Someone immediately chooses the latter option, prompting the sphere to give a chilling warning to choose wisely. The sphere reiterates the choice: either walk away now with the loot or risk everything for the next challenge. To reach the third archive, they must accept a high-stakes condition. Passing the trial guarantees them the ultimate treasure of the third chamber. But if they fail, get this, the sphere makes it crystal clear they will die. The observer quickly warns Isaac, noting that judging by the immense mana flowing from that voice, he quieted down, already knowing the truth. It is a dragon, he realizes with a silent smirk. This means the threat of death is very real. Still, one of the kids insists on taking the trial, arguing they have come way too far to turn back now. Others quickly chime in, agreeing that if they can lay their hands on the third archive's treasure, they will practically become saints, prompting the rest of the group to eagerly declare that they want in on the third archive too. Hearing their resolve, the sphere notes that they are willing to face the trial despite the immense danger. It commends them as everyone watches in shock before commanding them to prepare to face the trial. Addressing those gathered to become saints, the sphere suddenly explodes, leaving them startled as its final echoing command tells them to face the trial. While the others look incredibly uneasy, Isaac is wait for it actually buzzing with excitement as the sphere's voice echoes once more. It claims the final trial is actually quite simple, just as a holy statue appears directly in front of the group. The voice commands them to praise their god, leaving the confused group wondering why there is yet another statue. They wonder if this is truly the likeness of their deity, while the sphere commands them to show proper reverence to their god. It declares that only those who prove their absolute faith can access the third treasure, causing one of the kids to speak up. He asks if they simply need to kneel and pray, but another candidate argues that it cannot be that easy for a trial. That would just be way too simple. Isaac, meanwhile, is completely disgusted, silently gritting his teeth in pure irritation. There is absolutely no way he is going to kneel before this jerk, not after 5 long years of harassment and a final betrayal. Shaking off his doubts, one of the kids scratches his head and steps forward, pointing out that this should not be too difficult. He claims all they need to do is pray to their lord, dropping down to one knee to demonstrate. He offers praise to their supreme deity, declaring him worthy of all glory and honor as he respectfully delivers his words of worship. The sphere praises his obedience and declares him passed, leaving the boy absolutely thrilled with his quick victory. Seeing how easy it was, the others start whispering, wondering if praying is truly all they need to do. Isaac suddenly leaps down from Suri, startling him as Suri desperately calls out to his companion. Suri urges him to pray, but Isaac just kicks him in annoyance, demanding to know why he would ever do that. Suri rolls on the ground, clutching his leg in pain, while Isaac glares up at Kinaberry, who stands calmly with hands clasped. Pointing out they already learned proper prayer at the holy cathedral, Kinaberry kneels down and raises his hands. With a radiant look, he lectures them that this is the exact posture required to worship their supreme lord. Inspired by the display, the rest of the candidates eagerly follow suit, offering up their prayers to their highest god. Seeing one boy hesitating and standing completely still, the sphere quickly asks what he is waiting for. It asks if he is choosing to give up and accept death, prompting the terrified boy to quickly agree to pray. As others fall in line, the sphere suddenly notices Isaac sitting there idly, prompting Isaac to grumble that he would have to be insane to kneel. The crowd turns to look at him in absolute confusion, questioning his lack of faith and wondering if the rumors about his family are true. They whisper about his family losing their faith, while someone quietly begs Isaac not to make a scene and tarnish their reputation any further. After all, it is just a simple prayer, and Kinaberry smugly smiles, knowing that every single detail is being recorded. Is that kid actually throwing away his golden chance to become a saint? No matter how exceptional his talent is, without faith, everything is completely useless. Isaac pouts in disdain. Kinaberry watches him, thinking he never should have paid any attention to the brat from the start. The glowing orb warns them. Disrespectful behavior towards a child of the saint family will not be tolerated. Isaac angrily raises his hand, stubborn as a mule, declaring that he would absolutely rather die. He refuses to kneel before a stupid statue, silently challenging it to kill him when suddenly he loses control of his own body. An invisible magic forces him to his knees as the statue declares his blasphemy will bring total destruction. Yelling at it to back off, Isaac furiously summons his holy power, determined to smash the stone figure to pieces. His specter observer begs him to stop, warning that this is too dangerous, but Isaac just clenches his fist and screams for it to die. Suddenly, the voice praises him. Excellent. His tense fist relaxes, leaving him quiet and deeply confused. The orb announces that the little baby has passed and may enter the third archive, leaving Kinaberry utterly speechless. He points a shaking finger at Isaac, furiously, demanding to know how this happened when they were told to show faith. That brat did not even pray yet, he still passed. This makes absolutely no sense. The orb continues, leaving Isaac quite puzzled as it declares that only this baby is worthy of passing because only he showed true faith in the Lord. Turning back to the genius candidate, the voice asks if he truly fails to understand, pointing out that they knelt before his statue, not God. The explanation leaves everyone stunned. They realize their so-called faith was just bowing down to a physical idol, a mere representation of their deity. Suri Joshua looks on in deep thought, realizing that even if it represents their Lord, it is still just a lifeless image. The candidates start to murmur among themselves, realizing they fell right into a trap and were completely tricked. But that is ridiculous. The statue looks exactly like our Lord in the sacred paintings. Another candidate speaks up, noting that the scriptures strictly forbid worshipping physical idols. The voice continues, urging them to look at Isaac. Even when facing death, the child refused to bow to a false image and kept his faith. Therefore, only this child has earned the right to enter the third archive, while his ghostly observer snickers quietly behind him. Faith Kinaberry stands up in a rage, telling the voice to shut up because he absolutely cannot accept this outcome. Stepping forward, he argues that the baby cannot even speak yet, so there is no way to prove his actual intentions. He claims the toddler did not kneel out of faith, and behind him the specter whispers that the kid actually has a point. Kinaberry keeps arguing, pointing out that if this child truly possessed such a profound and holy faith, why does he not possess the holy mark? The sharp question leaves Isaac completely silent and unable to respond. Hearing this, the others murmur, wondering how a saint candidate could possibly lack the sacred mark. Kinaberry smiles smugly, looking over at Isaac and thinking the brat is as good as finished. He is the only one here without a mark. Just pack up and go home. Such a person is not worthy of being a saint. But then the mysterious voice echoes through the chamber again. It asks them why a candidate must have a holy mark, calmly reminding them that the boy is still just a baby. The reply leaves Kinaberry speechless, but then the statue suddenly shifts its posture, causing him to shout in surprise. This makes absolutely no sense. Wait, can this sacred statue actually move freely? The statue insists it is telling the truth, but Kinaberry refuses to back down, demanding to be let inside as well. He argues that if a kid without a mark can enter, then they should too, especially since they actually have the holy mark. The others chime in, claiming their marks prove they are the chosen ones. The voice quietly answers them. It tells them they need to realize their holy marks do not make them special, asking if they truly believe they are superior. They all nod in agreement, declaring that they still want to enter the third archive. When they insist, the voice remains quiet for a moment before deciding there is no other way. It agrees to let everyone in, shocking the group, but Kinaberry smiles, glad they finally got their way. Suri Joshua watches in disbelief, wondering why the Guardian gave in so easily, but the voice is not done speaking. It warns them that if they wish to charge into the fire like foolish moths, they are free to do so. Leaving them completely bewildered, the statue slowly dissolves, opening the massive doors ahead. A suffocating darkness pours out like toxic gas, making it hard for them to breathe as the voice asks if they can feel it. It warns them that this is the dark mana of the Skeleton King, mocking the fools for not knowing their place. The divine voice declares it was ready to spare anyone who could not handle the dark mana as the kids collapse, gasping for air. They cough violently, completely unable to bear it, while Isaac lets out a triumphant laugh, thrilled to finally lay eyes on his skeleton demon king body. His true body lies right there. He wipes away his drool, his eyes gradually losing all trace of humanity. Driven by pure hunger, he marvels at the massive waves of overflowing dark mana, a savage grin stretching across his face. The other kids feel the terrifying energy too, but they look at him in absolute shock. They whisper in awe that he is a child of true faith, with the face of a brave warrior. But horror quickly sets in as they notice his unfocused, glazed eyes, wondering what kind of baby could look so terrifying. The glowing golden crystal ball speaks again, a powerful divine voice reminding them that it is not too late. The heavy pressure bears down as the voice tells those who cannot face death with a smile to simply turn back. It offers a generous bargain. Those who give up now can select a single treasure from the second vault. Suri stares at the swirling black energy, completely frozen in fear and hesitation. There is no way to cross that ocean of dark mana, and the other children feel the exact same dread. Trembling and weeping on the cold floor, they beg each other not to go inside. They fear they will actually die, whispering that taking a treasure from the second vault is the safer choice. Suddenly, a calm step breaks the silence as Kinaberry stands tall, boldly declaring that he has absolutely no use for the second vault. He demands that they head straight to the third vault instead, even asking to activate every single trap inside it. The terrified kids call him a complete lunatic in their heads, while the crystal ball seems quite intrigued by his words. Asked if he is serious, Kinaberry gestures, confidently stating that no saint in history has ever managed this feat. Not even the legendary Saint Melissa could retrieve the skeleton demon king's body, prompting praise from the crystal ball. It notes his knowledge of the third vault, but the boy remains incredibly confident that Saint Melissa would never leave them helpless. He raises his hand to assert that there must be hidden safeguards designed to protect them from dying. Driven by supreme confidence, he declares that he has absolutely no interest in securing a completely effortless victory. He demands the third vault be restored to its original deadly state to prove his worth. This way, he can surpass the legendary saint herself, while Isaac watches closely, judging the kid silently. Believing the kid has lost his mind, the crystal ball grants the request, agreeing to unleash the full danger. The crystal sphere glows intensely, releasing a powerful wave of golden light mixed with dark energy. This sudden shift forces the defensive kids to brace themselves as the test to find the true saint begins. One weeping child shoves Kinaberry forward, telling him to go in alone, but something unexpected happens. The dark energy surges forward, wrapping around everyone and lifting them into the air to force their participation. Desperately kicking their legs, the children scream in protest as they are effortlessly swept away by the magic. Instantly teleported to a completely different chamber, the terrified children struggle to catch their breath. They collapse onto the floor while Isaac looks around the room with intense excitement. Amidst the utter chaos, his floating ghost companion spots something and frantically points it out. The spirit urges its master to look toward a distant pedestal holding a dark skeletal hand. Spotting the bone arm overflowing with dark energy, the spirit rejoices at finding a piece of its master's body. Isaac clenches his fists in pure joy, a terrifying grin spreading from ear to ear. He praises his vessel for absorbing the massive amounts of energy locked away within this third vault. The other kids tremble before the dark energy, realizing that this is the corpse of the skeleton demon king. They wonder how a single hand can emit such terrifying magic, while Isaac smirks cunningly to himself. Staring hungrily, he knows it is not even a full hand, just the thumb of his former self. Only that tiny piece remains genuine, while the rest of the hand on the stone display is a fake replica made of stone. Yet that single finger generates an overwhelmingly immense wave of magical power that dominates the entire room. Suddenly, a wild bull monster leaps high into the air, its deafening roar echoing through the entire chamber. Two children grab their heads in sheer terror, screaming that they thought demon beasts would not appear after the second trial. Normally that is true, but Kinaberry had just confidently demanded the ultimate challenge. "So you asked to lift all safety measures," Isaac muttered, glancing at the giant beast. A wave of familiarity hits, but wait. The monster has fully landed furiously, cursing at the insects below as its arms spread wide. Its muscular body tenses in pure rage as a terrified kid points directly at Kinaberry, screaming, "How dare you steal a child's body?" "This is all your fault," they scream, demanding to know how he will take responsibility, but Kinaberry remains incredibly confident. He casually waves them off and steps forward, telling everyone to just trust him to get them out safely. And they will leave with the treasure too, he thinks, wearing a smug smile while calculating his next move. He figured those 14 elite familiars trained by the Skeleton King were nothing more than a bunch of absolute fools. Since he possesses high-grade holy items from the papal family, Kinaberry stands tall with absolute confidence. Standing right in front of the raging beast, he prepares a holy spell to counter it, convinced that the treasure is already his. His eyes flash with a deadly predatory intensity, like a hunting eagle carrying the majestic authority of a god of pure justice. That righteous pressure actually makes the demon hesitate, but Isaac just sits there casually picking his ear while the other kids watch in wide-eyed shock. They recognize the holy light of the papal family, a brilliant display of power that honestly surprises even Kinaberry himself. He rejoices as it actually works, preparing to make his next move. He is about to claim victory when a sudden voice cuts through the air, sending a shiver of terror straight down Kinaberry's spine. Turning completely pale, he realizes the beast is totally unharmed. If anything, it looks even more enraged and powerful than before. Glaring at him with absolute hatred, the monster roars a fierce challenge, fully prepared to tear him apart. "How dare anyone touch the physical vessel of their king," it seems to say as we cut outside the massive entrance of the artifact vault. Outside, the family representatives pace around anxiously, wondering what is happening since all magical communication has been abruptly cut off. Suddenly, a panicked messenger rushes in with a report screaming that they are in deep trouble because the demon seal in the third vault was just breached. Hearing the news, the two siblings of the Joshua family freeze in shock, with Simon Edward gasping as he asks a terrifying question. But he gets no reply. Is it really Riley Joshua, one of the 14 elite familiars? He wonders, his mind racing to find a reason. How could this happen? Because if that beast is indeed one of the 14 familiars, everyone inside the vault is in grave danger. Panic spreads as the representatives scramble for answers, asking what happened to the powerful elders who were sent in as supervisors. No one expected the kids to face such a nightmare, as the outer elders hesitantly explain they were trying to disable the vault traps. But then they simply vanish, which means the children's lives are on the line as waves of dread wash over the entire crowd. How could mere kids survive a monster like that? They cry, demanding to halt the trial, when suddenly the massive gate behind them begins to glow. The surrounding members look on in confusion, forced to shield their eyes as the blinding white light pours out of the gateway. Riley Joshua opens his eyes in pure astonishment, realizing that the sealed artifact vault is actually opening up. The intense radiance grows by the second, completely engulfing the outside area as everyone gasps in utter confusion. "What on earth is this blinding light?" they shout in panic, frantically warning each other to back away from the entrance. They feared dark mana might flood out, but wait, someone points a trembling hand toward the brilliant portal, realizing something. I cannot feel any demonic presence, and Elder mutters in disbelief, wondering if the beast has actually been defeated. Standing nearby, Hiraberry flashes a sinister, proud smile, thinking his child kinda successfully pulled it off as whispers spread through the crowd. They wonder if the demon guarding the Skeleton King's remains was truly defeated by a child, while Simon Edwards senses something off and fearfully calls out. He bites his lip as his face darkens while the crowd keeps gossiping, all convinced that Kinaberry must be the hero of the day. As expected of the papal family, the onlookers praise immediately, crowding around Hiraberry with congratulatory smiles. They congratulate the cardinal, praising it as a fitting achievement for the absolute strongest candidate to become the next saint. He basks in the praise, looking toward the gate and gloating over Kina's success before his gaze suddenly turns incredibly cold and sharp. The cardinal glances over at Riley Joshua with a vicious mocking smile, his mind filled with smug contempt. This is what you get for foolishly trying to oppose the supreme authority of the papal family, he thinks. Now that they have secured the Skeleton King's vessel, those annoying nobles will have no choice but to bow down. His wicked grin widens as he plots his next move to strip away their noble status, but then a loud shout suddenly echoes. Both Riley Joshua and Hiraberry turn to look with completely opposite emotions as someone shouts that the children are finally coming out. Riley Joshua can barely hide his immense anxiety, biting his lip as he silently prays for Isaac and Suri Joshua. He watches the tiny silhouettes slowly emerge from the glowing portal, desperately hoping they are safe, while the crowd waits in breathless anticipation. Filled with mixed emotions, the children safely emerge, crying tears of relief as they rush into their family's arms. Seeing this, Riley Joshua is relieved. A few have minor scratches, thank goodness, but the one boy he's waiting for is still missing. Riley Joshua anxiously steps closer to the gate. The kids who entered the third archive still haven't made it back. Worry lines his face as he wonders if they met with some terrible accident, but a sudden loud voice startles everyone. Look, the last group is finally here. The kids stumble out with pale, hollow faces, looking completely drained of energy. Dragging their feet like weary old men, they limp forward. Families instantly spot their kids, crying out names like Peter and Suri Joshua in bittersweet relief. Running to his son, a father asks if Peter is all right. Little Suri Joshua also safely reunites with his worried dad at last. They embrace tightly, father and son, sharing a tearful moment as the dad gently checks the boy for any hidden injuries. Meanwhile, Riley Joshua stands frozen with dread as he looks around. Everyone else has reunited, yet his beloved nephew is still nowhere to be found. Riley Joshua is drowning in panic. Is Isaac really not with them? Just then, the cardinal steps forward, calling out for his own son. He glares at Kina, who is shaking with fear. The father's words aren't a warm welcome, they're a cold demand for results. Where is your trophy? Hiraberry demands, staring at his son's empty hands. Where is the Skeleton King's corpse? Kina stammers, terrified of failing his father's harsh expectations, only to be met with a furious scolding. Why would you bring back such a useless piece of junk? Suddenly, a brilliant light flashes in the sky and a portal begins to open. A fierce glow erupts from the rift, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Someone points to the sky, shouting for everyone to look. Floating in midair is a majestic wolf with shining silky golden fur radiating a divine presence. Clutched gently in its jaws is a tiny baby. The crowd gasps, staring in utter disbelief. But wait, as they look closer, they realize something. The wolf is carrying a baby who is grinning mischievously, prompting the crowd to scream out in shock. Is that Isaac? As the golden wolf slowly lands, Riley, Joshua, and Ashley rush forward in utter disbelief. They frantically check on the baby, but Ashley freezes in surprise as she recognizes the creature and speaks up. Wait, Lord Riley Joshua, she gasps, that golden wolf is actually the sacred dragon guardian of the ancient ruins. Hearing her recognize the wolf's noble status, baby Isaac cheerfully claps his hands to praise her sharp intellect. That is right, this beast wrapped in a heavy holy aura is actually a young dragon tasked with guarding the ruins' treasure. Even though it looks exactly like a wolf, the incredible energy rolling off its body is unmistakably that of a divine dragon. Riley Joshua looks on in absolute awe. This legendary creature shares a deep ancient bond with their own clan. Its very presence is a symbol of supreme nobility. But as he steps closer to his nephew, he hears a bizarre sucking sound. What on earth is that noise? Turns out little Isaac is casually chilling with his mouth, happily sucking on the Skeleton King's bone thumb. Look at this, the crowd realizes what it is and shrieks in horror, desperately rubbing their eyes to confirm it. There's no mistake. That baby is literally using the legendary Skeleton King's skull as a teething toy. The elder woman panics, clutching her head as she screams that he absolutely cannot put that terrifying thing in his mouth. But the male elder pumps his fist in pure joy, cheering that the kid actually brought back the Skeleton King's remains. A cold voice snaps, making the white-haired Kina shiver in terror as the cardinal begins his grim interrogation. Glaring down at his son with terrifying eyes, he demands to know if he handed the Skeleton King's corpse over to that baby. Kina is too petrified to speak, only stammering as his father's hawk-like eyes pierce right through him. Hiraberry sneers that it wasn't a smart tactic but rather a saint's mercy to save their host's fragile honor. Hearing his blatant mockery, the angry elders immediately bark back, scolding the cardinal for his shameless arrogance. What nonsense are you spouting? This baby is the one who successfully claimed the skeleton king's corpse. Meanwhile, baby Isaac is just making silly faces, posing playfully with a cheeky grin, while the arrogant Hiraberry keeps calling everyone complete fools. But his son Kina stands in silent shock, his eyes haunted as he remembers the terrifying truth of what actually happened. He remembers casting his ultimate holy spell only for the demon to shatter it like glass. Why was his magic useless? The demon's eyes had burned with absolute rage, glaring down at Kina as if to devour him. "You insects," it roared. A crushing wave of bloodlust had sent the children collapsing in terror as the beast charged forward, screaming curses at them. "Die." While the other kids scattered in absolute panic, Kina stood frozen as the beast lunged at him, followed by a massive blinding explosion. But when Kina opened his eyes, he saw a glowing shield protecting them, saving his life in the nick of time. Staring at the shimmering blue barrier, he wonders who could possess such incredible power. Looking at the newborn baby radiating massive energy, Isaac angrily tries to protect them, making the demons recognize something familiar in this noble household's child. The nameless demon grows even angrier, screaming out at them and calling them nothing but filthy, corrupt priests. "How dare you covet the remains of the great skeleton demon king," he yells. He lunges to punch Isaac again, yelling for him to die, but the baby is ready, charging energy in his tiny fist. Shouting, "You fool," a green explosion erupts as a child's angry voice echoes. "Do you not recognize your own master?" The voice echoes as the stunned onlookers snap back to reality and witness this unbelievable sight. They marvel in awe, yet their minds are flooded with confusion, because surely a dragon would never lie to them, right? This means the Joshua baby really brought it here, which begs the question of what Kina was doing this entire time. Riley Joshua steps forward to warn them that the dragon is far too dangerous, gesturing wildly with a look of pure disbelief. The 14 spiritual beasts are not monsters that ordinary children can handle, so why on earth did you release their seals? The holy dragon responds in confusion, asking what they mean by 14 spiritual beasts as angry accusations suddenly begin to fly. Glaring at Kina, the other children who were present step forward to testify, pointing out that she was the one who demanded their release. Still trembling with fear, they explain that Kina actually ordered the dragon to activate every single one of the traps. Inside Vault 3, she forced us all to go, putting our lives in danger. Furious glares immediately shift toward Hiraberry and his child as outraged parents ask if their own kids almost died because of him. How could a member of the Pope's own family do something so reckless, especially when only Isaac's victory over the demons saved them? With tragedy narrowly avoided, they ruthlessly turn their anger back toward the cardinal. Instead, they turn to admire the heroic baby, fueling the cardinal's rage as they wonder if this means the Joshua heir has won. Now all praise goes to the Joshua household, completely outshining the Pope's family. Riley Joshua must be thrilled because even if the boy can't officially become a saint, his sheer power is absolutely undeniable. Rumors of the Joshua family's return are true, making this uncle incredibly proud of him. He silently praises Isaac's incredible work while greedy elders attempt to sweet-talk the baby. "Spit that bone out," they plead, since it is far too dangerous. But to their shock, Isaac's casual rejection leaves them wondering how a baby can be so strong. Leaning back smugly on the dragon, Isaac happily crosses his arms, feeling his magic completely restored. He wonders if surviving the ordeal allowed him to absorb all that energy, just as an elder approaches from afar with a joyful smile. She praises Isaac's incredible feat, saying the matriarch must be thrilled, while Riley Joshua awkwardly agrees with her calculated enthusiasm. A calculating smirk creeps onto the elder's face as she secretly plans to exploit the baby's immense power to hunt down the Demon King. She boasts that they can finally trace the skeleton Demon King's soul using tracking magic, which only makes the listening baby pout in silent annoyance. Isaac thinks back to his grandmother and suddenly realizes that this must be the exact reason why everyone wanted his original body. Reaching out with greedy hands, the elders creepily demand that Isaac hand over the relic, their voices dripping with dark obsession. They beg him to track the skeleton Demon King and tear him apart, sending a shudder of pure disgust down Isaac's spine. The elder treats him like a prize, eagerly declaring that they can finally settle their century-old grudge if he just cooperates. Hand it over to end our 150-year feud, they demand, but the holy dragon suddenly bows down. Right then, Isaac simply swallows the Demon King's finger, causing the elders to panic as their eyes nearly pop out. He even points at his mouth to mock them, leaving them completely speechless as he and his wolf companion soar into the sky. Dismissing them as total lunatics, he leaves behind the desperate screams of the elders shouting his name. Back in the Grand White Palace, tense chatter fills the halls as an anxious elder asks if they have found the relic. The female elder replies that she doubted it is here, prompting the others to sigh in despair over why it hasn't appeared. Isaac sits nearby, gritting his teeth and silently mocking them to keep searching all day, knowing they will never find a thing. Even so, the recent events at the Relic Vault continue to trouble him, recalling how his fierce attack clashed with the demon. In baby talk, he remembers demanding how the demon could possibly fail to recognize his own master. His relentless strikes had forced the demon to recognize the familiar mana, realizing who stood before it. Isaac had been stunned by the demon's sudden realization, as the creature immediately knelt to pledge its unwavering loyalty. It spoke of how its world shattered upon hearing of his death, yet always believed deep down that its master would return. The Demon King's voice fades to a whisper as his body slowly dissolves. He desperately reaches out to serve his master Isaac, but he's already pinned by the holy spear. Isaac angrily demands he speak up before dying because there is still so much left to ask him. Back in reality, Isaac quietly deduces that the ones who captured him belong to the Pope's powerful clan. Suddenly, a hand offers him a baby bottle mid-thought, leaving him completely puzzled. It turns out Riley is loudly shouting at him to go poop, making the ghost burst into laughter. He even demands the maids bring a much stronger laxative while the ghost keeps laughing right in his face. Isaac is absolutely furious, swearing to flip this whole damn house upside down very soon. Anxious and biting his nails, the elder warns that the matriarch will slaughter them all if she finds out. She could literally rip the poor boy's guts out, but Riley Joshua urges the panicking elder to stay calm. Unable to stay calm, he shivers and bites his nails, recalling how she once dissected her very own child. He reasons that Isaac is still her grandson, but Isaac internally reacts in utter disbelief at her killing her own son. The ghost helplessly mentions that Melissa went on a pilgrimage with the matriarch, and Isaac calmly agrees. Knowing it will take them some time, he plans to absorb all the mana and escape before Melissa returns. Just as Isaac is gloating gold, Joshua suddenly bursts through the door to make an announcement, puzzling Riley. Gold Joshua tells Riley that the matriarch is calling for him, causing Isaac to gasp in utter shock. Violet fearfully asks if their mother is already back since she never returns this early from a pilgrimage. Clenching his fists in fear, Isaac wonders if they returned early for him, touching his mana-filled chest. Worried that he has not fully absorbed the mana yet, he realizes he is in deep, deep trouble. Knowing Melissa's cruel nature, she will definitely disembowel him just to say hello, leaving him completely paralyzed with dread. Wow, check this out. Everyone is completely blinded by the glittering gold and treasures, wondering if all of this is for Isaac. Riley sighs in relief, admitting he feared the matriarch herself had arrived, while Gold Joshua chuckles and asks if he is scared. He teasingly adds that she only sent a message saying she will return alongside the family head. He clarifies he never said she actually arrived, driving Isaac absolutely insane as he internally curses the annoying bastard. The commander of the Blue Knights respectfully presents the gifts, noting that even the Pope sent some. An elder calmly suggests selling them off, making another snort as the sweating commander warns them to be quiet. He whispers that the Pope's envoys are waiting nearby and might hear just as a figure steps forward. Speaking in a flat tone, they announce the Emperor's keen interest, presenting gifts prepared by the papal forces. These offerings from the Pope's representatives serve as both an apology and gratitude to the clan. Smiling calmly, the envoy Joshua notes that the clan does not seem very pleased with the Pope's gifts. He opens a gift box, promising they will love this one as a brilliant light erupts from within. The envoy claims the cardinal sent this to assist Isaac, causing the elder to gasp in immediate recognition. A flower-shaped medal is revealed, making the shocked elder exclaim that it is the Triple Crown. Showing zero interest, Isaac asks the ghost what it is, and the spirit disgustedly calls it a papal medal. It is a vile object bearing the Pope's seal, while the elder skeptically questions its papal origin. Everyone finds it hard to believe, but the envoy raises his voice to grab Riley's attention. He speaks casually, shocking Riley by handing it over to Isaac while a jealous boy grumbles nearby. Riley asks in confusion if the Pope truly ordered this medal to be given to him instead. The envoy confirms it with a sly smirk, stating he was strictly ordered to deliver it to him. Riley Joshua glares in anger while the elder reaches toward the envoy, demanding why they are bypassing Isaac. He furiously asks if they are insane for giving Isaac's rightful medal to another family member. The elder points out that presenting this medal to another relative carries a dark hidden message. It implies that the original recipient of the medal is already dead, shocking both Isaac and the ghost. The envoy maintains a very friendly face, urging them not to misunderstand the Pope's pure and good intentions. He claims he was only instructed this way because Isaac is too young, but the elder remains absolutely furious. He roared in pure blind rage. Did the Pope's people not know that sunflowers are used to represent a deceased medal recipient? Isaac quietly smiles to himself, so that man truly wants me 6 feet under. The Pope is completely insane. The elder could not hold back her rage. That Pope and his entire family are utterly vile. They are mocking our curse. Gold Joshua desperately tries to intervene. Calm down, elders, we cannot do this. We cannot afford to act rashly. The furious elder snaps back, do you seriously think we can just relax? Gold Joshua continues to defend them. Doing this makes it look like the Joshua family is openly hostile to the Pope. If this gets blown out of proportion, it will ruin us. Gold Joshua forces an awkward smile, plodding silently. This pathetic way of speaking is so beneath us. Surely the cardinal caused this even though I married into them. They are still so vulgar. He thinks of the Pope with smug satisfaction, realizing this is bad news for Riley. Now the brat can no longer do a single thing. Gold Joshua quickly turns around and barks, "What are you doing?" Riley, "Just accept it and say thank you." Riley tries to object, but Gold Joshua quickly cuts him off. There is no reason to get angry over this. Isaac sighs and raises his hand. This is absolutely unacceptable. Suddenly, the messenger spots the metal box, staring in total confusion at the blue flame burning intensely inside. Moments later, the holy fire engulfs the messenger's hands, making him scream in agony and throw the box away. The flames grow, hovering in midair as everyone recognizes the legendary holy fire, wondering who could have summoned it. Meanwhile, the trembling lackey clutches his burnt hands, muttering about the metal. Everyone turns around in complete disbelief. Staring at the flames flickering directly on young Isaac's hand, they shout out in shock while the boy wears a smug smile. The panicked church messenger screams at Isaac, demanding to know what he thinks he is doing with that magic. "How dare you desecrate a medal gifted by the Holy Father? Is this an open rebellion against the papacy?" The elders step up with aggressive, ready-to-fight looks. "Do we really look like we did this on purpose? It was just a child's doing. Why are you getting so worked up over a kid who cannot even receive a medal?" Riley Joshua picks up the scorched metal from the ground and remarks, "What a pity. Since this incident happened before we officially accepted the medal, we will pretend we never received it." The stunned messenger can only gasp. "What are you really saying that right now?" His tone becomes incredibly heavy and menacing. The chilling warning leaves the messenger completely pale. Riley holds the medal high and coldly asks if he must obey their whims. "Am I supposed to accept a sacred medal from the Holy Father that was easily melted by a mere infant?" The female elder smugly presses her advantage, mocking them from behind. "Oh my, did the medal actually melt?" Realizing he is completely outmatched, the panicked messenger quickly surrenders. "Just give it back, I must have brought the wrong item." A burst of blue flame erupts from Isaac's hands, instantly engulfing the church messenger's entire body in searing heat, leaving him screaming in pain. Seeing this, the female elder affectionately pinches Isaac's cheek with a warm chuckle. Little Isaac is such a playful little rascal. Meanwhile, the boy fumes silently. "Let me go before I set your butts on fire." The terrified church messenger scrambles to his feet, crying and screaming in fear. As he runs, "Damn you, you Joshua bastards." The ecstatic elders lift the boy high in the air, cheering and looking at him with immense pride. "Well done, Isaac." It feels like venting years of bottled-up frustration. One of the elders happily commands to throw that trashy metal away. Another elder sheds tears of pure joy, smiling widely as he wishes. The late matriarch could have seen the look on that Pope's lapdog's face. They continue to laugh and praise the victory. "You did incredibly well, Riley. Using the holy fire at that perfect moment saved us all. That was an absolute masterstroke of a plan." While Riley stands there utterly clueless, the elder approaches him with a smirk. "Kid, stop playing dumb. We know you cast the holy fire spell on Isaac." Riley scratches his cheek, thoroughly confused. "Wait, didn't you guys cast that spell?" A sudden silence falls over the room as everyone stares blankly at one another. They bicker back and forth to make sense of it all. So Riley really did cast the magic when he entered the vault. "I only cast an invisibility spell, but Isaac somehow executed a high-level flash step. Can that baby actually use flash step?" As the truth finally clicks, they turn their wide-eyed gaze toward the baby in absolute shock. It cannot be. Isaac just sits there nonchalantly scratching his ear. Could all that divine magic have actually come from this toddler? Then it hits them. It must have been that legendary spellbook he snatched up earlier. That secret skill book is a genuine mythic-grade treasure, allowing someone to instantly comprehend and unleash a legendary technique without any effort. Isaac recalls entering that room, his eyes lit up and his mouth watered as he greedily thought to himself. It is a good thing he grabbed it from the vault, even if he is way weaker than his old skeleton demon king days. But it is still highly usable. Meanwhile, the shocked elders whisper in utter disbelief as they try to process the situation. Could Isaac's mother have cast a holy spell on him? But she did not even possess a fire attribute. Her element was actually the exact opposite, and their shocked faces say it all. This kid's talent goes way beyond any normal genius. It is like writing poetry before ever learning how to read. Even Melissa, Joshua widely praised as a supreme genius, had to learn the alphabet before she could cast holy magic, and seeing this escalate makes poor Isaac pale with worry. "Oh, is that how it is?" Sounds like quite a lot of pressure, but the surprises just keep on coming. Only Ashley puts the pieces together and immediately speaks up to address the elders. Is it not even more shocking that he somehow broke the Pope's holy blessing? The two elders realize she is right, eyes sparkling with praise as they hurriedly order someone to bring the medal out for confirmation. They need to verify this right now, and Riley Joshua quickly obeys the command. Looking at the empty box on the table, he admits it is not there, making the furious elders shout out in anger. He points his finger, demanding a double check, but Gold Joshua casually steps forward from behind and scratches his arm to speak up. He calmly explains he threw it away, remembering when the angry elder explicitly ordered him to get rid of it. He was told to throw that annoying metal away, and as everyone stares at him in absolute shock, Gold Joshua quickly explains himself. He defends himself by saying they ordered him to do it, but the furious elder snaps back that he still should not have actually done it. They order a search party to retrieve it immediately, while Gold Joshua looks dark, secretly reevaluating the strange power of young Isaac. That papal metal was supposed to resist any fire, and of course, Gold Joshua did not actually throw the valuable thing away. It is tucked safely in his pocket, and he knows he must absolutely keep this secret hidden from the family patriarch. He smiles contentedly without any hard evidence. It is all just a rumor anyway, far away, near a peaceful scenic river. A few days later, at the western branch of the Joshua family, the patriarch stands tall as his grand cloak flutters in the wind. Eli Joshua stands with crossed arms, staring ahead before ordering his subordinates to prepare as they approach the mansion. His men shout in unison that they understand, but suddenly a strange sensation washes over the powerful patriarch. Eli Joshua turns his head back, looking deeply concerned as we cut back to the grand mansion where little Isaac lives. The elders watch the child anxiously after he chugs down dozens of bottles of milk, wondering what is going on. With his belly completely stuffed, they whisper in confusion about why the Demon King's physical body has not appeared yet. Isaac rubs his stomach in pure satisfaction, thanking them for the nice meal, while the desperate elders collapse in utter defeat. They have already forced 300 bottles of laxatives and 500 Exinven fruits from the Julius kingdom down his throat. Hearing them complain only makes Isaac happier, greedily thinking about how absolutely amazing those rare fruits tasted. He remembers hearing they can even strengthen a person's bond with divine beasts. Smiling creepily at the thought, he knows a divine beast makes for a highly efficient tool or combat partner. There is absolutely no downside to boosting his connection with creatures that could help him in battle. They are essential assets if he wants to eventually crush the Pope and the gods, leaving him in deep, quiet thought. The Joshua family must have their own guardian beast, but suddenly his face pales as he senses something massive approaching. Outside, a colossal flying whale is soaring through the sky before diving down and causing massive waves to crash everywhere. This horned whale is actually the legendary guardian beast of the family. Taryn Bloom and Isaac can feel its terrifying presence approaching. It puts Isaac on high alert as the elders continue to whisper, wondering if they should head to the banquet first. Suddenly, the doors are slammed wide open as Eli Joshua strides inside, his powerful aura radiating with every single step. The elders immediately bow down in deep respect, shouting out their formal greetings to the mighty patriarch. Isaac stares up at the radiating man, quickly realizing that if this person is the Grand Patriarch, then he must be his grandfather. He places a hand on his chin, thinking to himself that he has a pretty good feeling about this encounter. While Isaac wears a creepy little smile, Riley Joshua suddenly rushes forward to shield the boy and desperately beg for mercy. He begs his father for more time, claiming that cutting the boy open will not help, but Isaac remains completely calm and confident. He tells himself not to worry. Surely the patriarch wouldn't actually slice his stomach open. Eli raises his hand to make a final decision, pointing a cold finger and ordering them to burn the boy. Riley cries out in absolute heartbreak. Isaac stands frozen like he's just been struck by lightning, his confidence completely shattered. Riley frantically raises his hand to stop his father, while Isaac panics, wondering if his very spark of survival is already broken. Why on earth do they want to burn him? This family is completely insane, as his uncle, his only ally left. Nearby, Riley desperately argues that the boy is far too young to be burned, while Isaac grits his teeth in silent fury. What the hell is his uncle implying? They will still burn him one day. He begs his father to reconsider, but Gold Joshua steps forward immediately, shouting that he fully agrees with the decision. Calling it too much of a reward, Gold Joshua objects, fueling Isaac's rage, since when is being set on fire considered a reward? Amidst the desperate pleas, the truth comes out. Burning Isaac is the key to extracting the corpse of the skeleton Demon King. With the blessing of the sacred flame, the boy will grow even stronger. Hearing this only leaves Isaac more confused. A blessing, he wonders. Riley panic talks, begging his father to give them just a little more time. Bent on causing harm, Gold Joshua suggests a brutal alternative: they could always cut the boy open. Terrified of his nephew's suffering, Riley stammers. He begs them to drown Isaac in water instead of burning him. Hearing this brilliant idea, Isaac curses them silently in pure rage. He wishes this foolish family would just perish. But Gold Joshua immediately objects, raising his voice to shut down the idea. The sacred fire and water of the Esu temple are holy secrets meant only for the Saintess. They cannot waste them on a completely useless child. Hearing him call the boy useless, Riley immediately snaps back, demanding to know how his brother could say something so cruel. Isaac observes Gold Joshua closely, and get this, if his terrible uncle hates it, it must be good. The patriarch silently watches his two sons bickering back and forth right in front of him. Gold Joshua argues his son Suri is the one truly deserving of the blessing. He claims Suri actually defeated the demon. Riley gasps, asking what nonsense he is talking about. Isaac defeated the demon, even the holy dragon itself confirmed it. Their shouting match only grows louder and more intense. Gold Joshua scoffs that the dragon must have been mistaken. How could a baby who cannot even walk defeat a demon? Riley warns him not to be ridiculous. Refusing to back down, the two brothers continue their bitter shouting match. Besides, Isaac burned the Pope's medal by unleashing his, the holy fire. Is he going to deny that too when everyone literally witnessed it with their own eyes? Goel Joshua accuses them of colluding with the elders to fake the holy fire. Who knows what actually happened? Confident in his scheme, Goel Joshua folds his arms. Since the boy destroyed the crucial medal, there is absolutely zero evidence left. But wait, Eli completely derails the argument by calmly holding up a familiar medal. He asks if they mean this exact medal, a sacred object carrying an incredibly special meaning. As the only mortal connected to the gods, the Pope's personal blessing makes any object a holy artifact. Staring at the golden item in his grandfather's hand, Isaac is completely stunned. Even as the skeleton demon king, he could never have melted that metal so easily. How is this possible? He wonders if he was simply born much stronger in this lifetime, while Riley gasps in shock. He asks how his father found it, and the patriarch calmly says he just found it on the road. Apparently, it was lying at the bottom of Lake Elisiva. Riley beams, telling his father that the boy possesses a flame strong enough to melt the Pope's very symbol. Hearing this, a smirk creeps onto Isaac's face. He grins smugly, thinking they can now easily prove that the Joshua family actually reigns superior over the Pope. Riley points out that the child can even withstand the scorching flames of the skeleton demon king. The nearby elder nods his head in rapid agreement, his face practically beaming with pure excitement. He tells the patriarch that this child is destined to become a legendary skeleton demon king hunter. Goel Joshua cuts in, questioning if there have not already been many commoners injured by this monster who has been hiding until recently. The patriarch nods, confirming it without a single doubt. If ignored, the era of the skeleton demon king will rise again. Hearing this, Isaac freezes in complete shock. Right at that exact moment, the observer's sarcastic ghost suddenly materializes right beside Isaac. It seems that whether now or in the past, fakes claiming to be you are still running wild everywhere. You can't explain it either, Master, and I'm wondering who they are, but honestly, it doesn't even matter much. The more attention they draw, the better it is for us, and the young master nods, finding that logical. Right then, Riley Joshua's furious voice echoes through the grand hall, declaring that this isn't just a recent issue. He loudly begs his father to remember 75 years ago when the Skeleton King targeted their noble family. He cursed us. Isaac freezes, a drop of cold sweat slowly rolling down his cheek as he gasps in shock. Goel Joshua grits his teeth in pure rage, recalling how the monster vowed to destroy the saint's bloodline entirely. Just thinking of that vile curse makes his blood boil, but the observer's ghost only chuckles at his anger. If that happened 75 years ago, then it wasn't you, Master, since you died 155 years ago. The boy rubs his chin thoughtfully. A bloodline curse. So this is the exact reason why they keep talking. They keep assuming he will die young, but Isaac quickly shrugs the entire matter off without caring. Besides, a simple curse from a low-tier demon is nothing more than easy child's play to him. He quietly plans to suppress the curse using high-tier mana, rendering the demonic magic completely useless against his body. Meanwhile, an elder explains that while the curse doesn't kill them, it severely limits their natural physical growth. Whether severe performance issues or stunted physical development, another elder adds that many live their entire lives like this. They can't even grow a single hair. Hearing this, the boy's blood boils and he vows to slaughter that fake monster. The ghost mockingly warns that baldness is hereditary, prompting Isaac to crack his knuckles with a lethal stare. He reminds the ghost that the head and Goel Joshua have plenty of hair, completely dismissing the threat. Suddenly, Ella Joshua steps closer. He questions the curse while staring down at the tiny boy before him. Observing those crimson eyes, Eli assumes the child is cursed, leaving Isaac utterly confused by the sudden conclusion. Eli turns around with a heavy sigh, declaring that fire and water elements are not enough, which really starts to worry the boy. Eli Joshua boldly announces that he will bestow a Holy Spirit upon the boy, leaving the elders shocked. Isaac cannot hide his shock either. A Holy Spirit, his mind instantly starts to race. He recalls that these legendary entities can only be obtained through a rare blessing, and he absolutely needs one to reach his transcend state. It is a level of absolute power where even the gods themselves can never touch him. The boy can barely contain his excitement, knowing this incredible gift is exactly what he needs. With it, he will transcend and beat up those arrogant gods, but Goel Joshua immediately protests the decision. He argues that such a prize is far too generous, attempting to block his father from giving it. He claims such massive rewards should only be given to those who bring great glory to the family. He points out the kid has done absolutely nothing, arguing that melting a simple metal is hardly a feat. In fact, it was just a blatant provocation against the Pope, and the Church will surely not let this go easily. The boy inwardly curses his annoying uncle again while Eli scowls in deep irritation at his son's complaints. Eli demands to know what goal Joshua actually did when the heretics sent that insulting package to their doorstep. He furiously barks that those heretics dared to humiliate their noble family right inside their own grand mansion. Yet goal Joshua actually escorted them back safely and is now even defending them, a realization that leaves him trembling in pure terror. Eli roars, demanding to know what goal Joshua has ever accomplished besides bullying his own helpless little nephew. With an extremely sharp glare, Eli snaps that even wild beasts protect their own kind, yet his own son tries to sabotage a child. He asks if goal Joshua forgot that the entire Joshua family was founded on the sole principle of defending the weak. Eli angrily barks that this fragile child should have been nurtured, yet he was the one who restored their family honor. That alone is the ultimate proof of bringing immense glory and respect back to the Joshua name. Without a single moment of hesitation, Eli makes his final decision and orders everyone to gather at the main mansion. He loudly declares that he will officially bless Isaac, and just like that, several peaceful days quickly pass. Soft golden sunlight quietly washes over the castle grounds, but the quiet exterior hides a tense and brewing storm indoors. Stepping inside the room, an anxious Riley Joshua demands to know if his father is planning to give him more. "What do you mean, father?" Riley asks coldly. Eli Joshua shoots back, asking if he still doesn't understand the cost of throwing the boy into fire or water. To force the skeleton demon king out of his body, Eli Joshua explains the boy is going to suffer major injuries. The temple's sacred fire and water carry a powerful anti-demon property, so if they do that, the boy will never learn a single exorcism ritual. Realizing what this actually means, Riley's expression completely changes. Does that mean the kid can never rise any higher than a level 5 priest? Eli nods, confirming the boy will peak at level 4. He then quickly pulls out 3 spiritual energy spheres, letting Isaac choose between fire, water, or the Holy Spirit. That's more than enough for a test. Watching this unfold, goal Joshua gloats silently. This is exactly what he wanted to see. He knew his father wouldn't just hand over the Holy Spirit to some brat. Eli presents the 3 glowing spheres to Isaac. Eli urges him to make a choice. Standing close by, Riley Joshua clenches both fists in tense anticipation. Fire, water, and Holy Spirit energy. Inside, Riley desperately begs Isaac to choose the white sphere. He stares at the 3 spheres, praying silently for the kid to pick the right one. But suddenly, Isaac grabs the red sphere, narrowing his eyes to examine the object in his hand. Goal Joshua nudges Riley with a mocking smirk, telling his brother not to get his hopes up too high. Before goal Joshua can even finish his sentence, a brilliant golden light erupts, blinding him and cutting his mockery short. In that exact moment, tiny cracks spread across the red sphere before it shatters completely. The sealed spiritual energy instantly bursts free, unleashing a violent torrent of magic into the air. Golden flames engulf the entire room, forcing shocked gasps and screams of disbelief from the crowd. They wonder if that's the temple's fire, as a mysterious figure begins to materialize in the flames. Riley stands frozen in absolute shock, his eyes widening as he realizes what is happening. His voice catches in his throat. A Holy Spirit has actually been summoned. Salak unleashes a wave of violent attacks, sending the crowd fleeing in terror as goal Joshua panics, asking his father what is going on. Why was a Holy Spirit sealed in that sphere? Eli Joshua calmly tells goal Joshua not to panic. He lowers his voice, noting he never once said there was only a single Holy Spirit. He explains that while the Joshua family's roots lie in water, a child who can summon a flame this powerful is different. A flame hot enough to melt the Pope's gold. His gaze deepens, revealing he had set a trap inside this very test. But the boy chose correctly. Eli Joshua admits that even for him, the outcome of this test has gone completely beyond his own expectations. Instantly, the summoned spirit flies into a rage. Salak grits her teeth, asking Eli if he has lost his mind. Glaring with pure hatred, she demands to know how he dared summon a royal class being like her to the mortal realm. Her crimson eyes burn with intense hatred as her hair whips wildly around her, completely surrounded by a raging sea of fire. Within seconds, massive fireballs erupt in all directions, unleashing a terrifying pressure that suffocates the area. The entire room begins to shake, forcing the panicked elders to scream for defensive holy barriers. Goal Joshua is terrified. He demands to know if his father summoned a royal-class spirit just to burn their entire estate to the ground. Eli slowly raises his hand, pointing ahead. He calmly states that he was not the one who did this. His finger points directly at Isaac standing alone in the flames. The kid was the one who summoned her. Eli's lips curl into a satisfied smile as he watches the boy, a rare spark of pride shining in his eyes. He wonders if this crazy kid is actually trying to turn this entire place into his own grave. Meanwhile, Salak continues to swell her power, sending waves of intense heat that threaten to swallow up everything in their path. Isaac grimaces. He only meant to add a tiny bit of holy power to summon a mid-tier spirit. Why on earth did he pull a royal class instead? The observer ghost sighs, wondering what the hell his master is made of. He remembers wondering before what kind of insane creature he could summon if he actually gave it some real effort. But the scene unfolding right in front of him leaves Isaac completely speechless. He gasps in shock as he takes a closer look at the Holy Spirit. It is the anti-demon flame. The observer ghost cheers happily, noting it is the legendary flame that converts mana into holy power. The ghost circles excitedly above Isaac, telling him this spirit will be incredibly useful to him. He is stunned, but his excitement quickly turns to dread. How is he supposed to make her submit to him? Isaac grits his teeth, desperately trying to think of a way out of this mess. Besides, all royal-class holy spirits are linked directly to the heavens, so keeping some distance is a must. Those damn gods. Nodding in agreement, the observer continues. After all, these spirits share a deep bond with the gods, but right at that moment, a panicked voice rings out in pure terror, begging the master to drive Salak away as a trembling man points at her. That crazy spirit was abandoned by the gods themselves. Riley Joshua rubs his chin deep in thought. He muses that if he were hated just for hair color, he would have abandoned the gods too, finding it completely absurd. Hearing that anyone with black hair is detested, Isaac is absolutely stunned as the truth finally clicks. So that is why this holy spirit was cast aside. Becoming more furious by the second, she begins unleashing waves of devastating fire. Her voice drops with absolute rage, telling the weak humans to shut up as her eyes lock onto Riley. She demands to know what on earth he was thinking, summoning her with a submission ritual. But despite her immense fury, Riley Joshua stands calmly with folded arms, casually telling her that he was not the one who summoned her. She screams it is absolute nonsense, accusing him of abusing his family head power. He simply shrugs and points behind him. Salak reflexively looks over, and the moment she spots the tiny baby, her fiery rage completely freezes over. But a second later, her flames erupt fiercely. She calls him insane for sacrificing a child to summon her, but his reply is totally calm. He insists he would never do that, but Salak snaps back that even if his entire family collapsed. She yells that they should never resort to such low tactics, demanding to know what they did to this newborn baby, but Isaac's completely blank stare makes her freeze. She wonders what on earth is wrong with this kid, while Isaac remains completely unbothered by the chaos. Only one thought runs through his mind: she is incredibly powerful and hates the gods. He realizes he absolutely must have her to serve as his mana filter, just as the slow power in Salak's hands flares up once more. She decides to test things herself, wanting to see if this baby really had the power to summon her. If he really used a submission ritual, he should survive this. Flame surges toward Isaac like a bullet, making Riley Joshua scream his name, while Salak coldly declares it is better this way. She claims giving him a quick end is mercy, but a second later she gasps in absolute shock. Riley Joshua asks if she finally believes it now, pointing out that this tiny baby is the mastermind. He looks straight at her, giving an ultimatum. Or refuse and face immediate punishment. Salak grits her teeth, her eyes burning with pure hatred. Salak smirks, arrogantly asking if they think a high-class spirit like her actually cares, would ever care about some silly punishment, adding that this actually works out perfectly since she is already in this realm anyway. She proudly vows to burn this pathetic family to ashes and claim her freedom, pointing her finger straight ahead. She commands them to watch their territory burn, oblivious to what is behind her. A massive mouth slowly opens behind her, then snap. Half her body is swallowed whole as she struggles, wildly yelling at the crazy kid. Panicking, Riley Joshua rushes over and yells at Isaac not to eat that. Don't swallow her. That leaves Salak frozen in dread. Salak grits her teeth, screaming to know if they have all lost their minds. She demands to know how they could possibly raise a child like this, swearing to get her revenge on them. She declares her retreat for now, but as her spiritual power flares up, Isaac watches closely. He immediately realizes she is trying to teleport, but despite her smug parting words, absolutely nothing happens around them. With everything remaining completely normal, everyone turns to look at Isaac, while the spectral observer covers its mouth. It laughs mockingly as Salak freezes in utter disbelief, completely unable to comprehend her failed magic. Suddenly, strange beams of light wrap around her. The light drains her power as she struggles against the dark mana, prompting Riley Joshua to immediately give a thumbs up. Looking proud, the old man notes the little guy swallow the Skeleton King's thumb. Salak fumes with rage, demanding what on earth they fed this baby, while Isaac secretly gloats inside. Divine spirits are the absolute purest beings in the entire holy realm, which means they practically embody holy power itself, making them incredibly vulnerable to dark mana. And soon enough, her face turns deathly pale as she covers her mouth in horror, cursing that she is losing her strength. So nauseating, Salak falls into absolute despair, desperately begging them to make it stop. Eli Joshua just scratches his ear, acting completely deaf to her pleas as he casually remarks that the Skeleton King's power is just too massive, so they cannot get any closer, prompting her to glare back, knowing that simply mentioning the Skeleton King usually drives them into a violent frenzy. Yet here he is talking absolute nonsense before sitting back down with a highly enticing voice, offering that if she stays by his grandson's side to completely purify the dark mana of the Skeleton King, then he will send her back, leaving Salak shaking with rage as she demands if he even knows who she is. Eli casually waves his hand, telling her to feel free to stay there and get eaten, making her eye twitch in pure frustration. Her expression darkens completely as she fumes that these lunatics are the exact reason she hates humans, adding that if they were not the Saintess's descendants, she would have severed all ties ages ago, her voice practically hissing through her teeth that since things have come to this, she will use this kid to destroy those damn fools, though Isaac still holds onto her tightly without letting go, spinning her around and demanding to know what damn fools she is talking about until she finally breaks under the pressure. She grits her teeth and compromises, demanding only 4 days with the kid, though she still tries to sound tough. She insists 4 days is plenty of time to handle a thumb, which only makes the old man pout about how boring that is. Eli Joshua stands to leave, commanding his guards to open the Eastern Mansion gates and bring both the child and the divine spirit inside. No one is allowed inside until the purification is complete, leaving Riley Joshua completely dumbfounded as he looks at the patriarch. Confused, Joshua starts to ask about the Eastern Mansion, but his father coldly cuts him off. Glaring, Eli declares he wants to hear no more of it, right as Isaac pulls the spirit from his mouth with a sly grin. And get this, that Eastern Mansion is right next to the annex, the ultimate vault of mana cores. Over at the Joshua family's Eastern Mansion, the brilliant golden sunlight casts a warm glow, showing off its absolute grandeur. Suddenly, a massive explosion shatters the peaceful silence, sending a violent shockwave tearing straight through the grand estate. The servants are clearly used to this chaos, continuing their chores as one casually wonders if Isaac caused another blast. Another points out it is more likely the Skeleton King's rogue mana, while some believe the Patriarch has already given up on him. Curiously, they guess that the next successor might be Master Gold Joshua, who directly descends from the Pope's holy bloodline, or maybe even his older brother, since it seems their options are narrowing down. Rumor has it that Isaac was cursed and removed from the succession line, though some still doubt the stories. Wondering if Isaac is truly cursed, the gossipy servants begin whispering back and forth to share the juicy details. They mention that just yesterday a maid went in to check on him and ran out screaming in absolute terror. Another servant chimes in, adding that the poor maid claimed Isaac looked exactly like a bald old man. The other maid gasps in surprise, asking if he was supposed to be some hideous monster or creepy skeleton instead. Reflecting on the situation, they note he has been locked inside with that divine spirit for 4 whole days now. Back at the Eastern Mansion, blood-curdling screams suddenly shatter the peaceful silence of the estate. 2 terrified maids burst out of a nearby room, fleeing and screaming as if they'd just witnessed a living nightmare. Amidst the chaos, Ashley calmly walks up to the door, reaches out to grab the handle, and gently turns it. As the heavy wooden door creaks open, Ashley softly calls out to Isaac, frowning slightly when she gets no response in return. Concern washes over her face as she asks if he is okay, peering into the quiet room. Isaac does not even bother answering, simply sitting there quietly munching on some candy as she steps inside. He finally pauses and looks up, leaving Ashley completely frozen at the sight of the tiny boy in front of her. She wonders how powerful the curse must be for him to remain so small, but he just scoffs, asking what she means. In reality, Isaac is actively trying to suppress his growth, his mind racing with a very calculated strategy. After all, dark power is always absorbed most efficiently during infancy, especially when harnessing those precious innate abilities. It can only be obtained at birth. Meanwhile, Salak stretches and relaxes her muscles after a long sleep. She complains that her entire body is incredibly sore. Her maid gently asks if she slept well as Salak wipes some drool away. Then she angrily snaps, swearing that no matter what, she will completely purify that massive pile of mana today. Salak points directly at him, explaining that she purified almost everything yesterday but immediately felt a strange energy radiating from him again. Her expression instantly sours as she demands to know why the brat's mana has somehow managed to shoot up yet again. Lunging forward, she grabs Isaac by his collar furiously, yelling at the monster to tell her how much he actually consumed. She demands to know how much of the Skeleton King he devoured, since 15 years of purification has not reduced his mana. In fact, it keeps increasing every single time she wakes up. He just smiles innocently, while secretly laughing to himself. It is actually because for 15 years he sneaked out every night to absorb mana cores in the annex, leaving his ghostly watcher grinning. The spirit cheers excitedly, amazed that there could possibly be so many hidden mana cores tucked away inside the annex. It calls him master, thrilled that a process expected to take 45 years is already done. Finishing it in just 15 years is unbelievable. Meanwhile, Salak rubs her forehead in total frustration, sighing at her endless chore. Isaac quietly sighs with relief, glad that the exhausting daily grind of collecting mana has finally come to an end. With determined eyes, he notes that while self-study limits his overall knowledge, he still managed to master level 6 holy magic on his own. Suddenly, Ashley chimes in, reassuring the young master that the Holy See is preparing to take action, making Isaac frown in confusion. Her next words completely startle him as she mentions the Skeleton Demon King's 14 loyal elite subordinates. Ashley smiles gently while stating they will all be executed, meaning they can finally purify the Demon King's remaining mana. Hearing this, Isaac freezes in absolute panic, desperate to voice his objections but unable to form the words. Only babbling sounds escape his lips as his mind screams at them for being absolutely out of their minds. He has so many questions left for those demons, yet they are executing them. She remains entirely oblivious to his inner panic. Instead, she happily offers him some candy, telling the stressed young master to enjoy a sweet treat and get some rest. Holding his head in sheer frustration, Isaac desperately tries to formulate a plan to deal with that wretched imposter once and for all. Right then, a hearty laugh echoes from just outside the room, praising Suri for doing such a spectacular job. Outside the mansion, Hugo Joshua strolls casually with his son, speaking in a voice bursting with fatherly pride. He praises him for not only skipping grades but also becoming the youngest ordained priest before suddenly remembering something else. Hugo Joshua curiously asks if the rumors are true that the princess herself will be attending the grand ordination ceremony. Flattered by his father's high praise, Suri Joshua cannot hide his excitement, calling it an incredibly massive honor. He boasts that graduating at the top of his class earned him the prestigious duty of acting as her personal guardian. Smugly adding that being his father's son makes such achievements easy, he prompts a hearty laugh from the older man. He chuckles at his son's pride, teasing him about his modesty while saying he is growing up to be just like him. Praising his son's intelligence, he is suddenly shocked when the boy right next to him vanishes into thin air. He vanishes without a trace, leaving a stunned Hugo Joshua to shout his name into the empty air. Dragged away by an unseen force, Suri is yanked into another dimension while screaming in absolute terror. Before he can even process what is happening, Suri Joshua crashes headfirst onto the floor as a cold voice calls out. Isaac glares down coldly at the fallen boy, demanding to know if he has some kind of death wish. In a frigid voice, he scolds the boy for constantly fabricating stories every single time he opens his mouth. Asking if he thinks life simply ends after graduation, Suri Joshua finally looks up and curses in his mind at this crazy bastard again. Isaac sternly reminds him that his own harsh training was the only reason he skipped grades and aced the exam, yet here, he is acting all high and mighty. The boy quickly defends himself, arguing he worked incredibly hard for that top spot only to receive a look of absolute contempt. Hearing that his meager skills made the feat totally impossible and insulted, Suri Joshua is forced to admit it is true. Ignoring his bitter expression, Isaac begins calculating his next moves, realizing he should start preparing for his own upcoming ordination. After all, most high-level holy arts can only be cast once someone is officially ordained as a priest. Jumping nimbly from his crib, he bluntly tells Suri that he is going to need his assistance with something. Suri Joshua grimaces in annoyance, wondering what chore is coming, but instantly freezes under the menacing glare of Isaac's glowing red eyes. He shifts his attitude instantly, politely asking how he can help, only for the greedy Isaac to demand he hand over everything. Prize money from the quiz contest and even his Google allowances, Suri Joshua can only watch in disbelief as his mouth twitches. Even though he is burning with resentment inside, Suri swallows his anger. This guy is nothing short of an absolute devil. Ultimately, Suri flatteringly massages Isaac's shoulders. By the way, what is this about the Skeleton King's minions being executed? Isaac shoots him a quick glance. Suri explains that following the chaotic incident back at the Sacred Relics Archive, things changed. Those creatures stopped taking orders and just waited around to die. Because of that, the higher-ups decided to eliminate them entirely. Isaac questions if that is really true. He falls silent, muttering that he absolutely must obtain it within this year. Suri raises an eyebrow, asking what he wants, but Isaac's next words make it incredibly hard for him to hold back laughter. The priest ordination, Suri sneers, pointing out that Isaac hasn't even entered the academy yet. A sharp slap suddenly echoes out. Isaac squints with a menacing smile, daring him to repeat those words. Suri Joshua instantly behaves, quickly apologizing. He taps his fingers together, nervously trying to offer another option. He explains that a special recommendation system exists, and as luck would have it, the academy professors are in town. Secure a recommendation letter, pass the exam, and the priesthood is yours. Hearing this, Isaac can only sigh in amazement. It sounds like the perfect system for pulling some strings under the table. Suri quickly adds to that. You must achieve a massive feat to prove your noble character. His voice slowly trails off at the end. But your personality is absolute trash. The observing ghost silently agrees, praising Suri for actually seeing through him. Suri clarifies that saving a life is mandatory. Naturally, the higher their status, the better the recommendation will be. But what are the odds of an influential person conveniently falling into mortal danger just for you to rescue them? Isaac frowns, crossing his arms. It looks like he only has a single month left to make it happen. Rubbing his chin, he asks if the princess will attend the ceremony. Suri stutters, confirming that she will indeed be there. At that confirmation, a devious grin spreads across Isaac's face. You can tell he is already scheming something wild. Meanwhile, over at the Joshua State Training Grounds, Eli Joshua stands by the gates under a clear, cloudless blue sky. He shoos away the two visitors, firmly stating that Isaac won't visit the capital, but the man refuses to give up. Bella chimes in, arguing that this year is different and the young master must attend the upcoming National Founding Festival. This is the exact year Saint candidates are ordained as priests. Eli Joshua stays silent, carefully weighing their words. She points out that for the past 15 years, while other candidates have been racking up legendary achievements, Isaac did nothing. Young Master Isaac has not even shown his face once. The man excitedly chimes in, recalling Isaac's spectacular skills. He mentions the legendary archive incident 15 years ago, eager to see how much the young master has matured since. Isaac resides in the Eastern Estate just like the Holy Maidens, and he is eager to see his progress. Bella lays out every single argument to convince the Duke. As an academy instructor, teaching young Master Isaac is her ultimate dream. Furthermore, the event holds a grand double meaning. The ceremony aligns with the princess's birthday, meaning the Pope himself will be there to personally oversee the grand event. His gaze drops in thought. The Pope's sudden involvement immediately catches Eli Joshua's undivided attention. The Pope will bestow the title of hero upon the newly ordained, sparking a deep thought. Gaining the hero title provides a massive boost to one's raw power domain. It is an incredible benefit, but still. Eli Joshua objects that Isaac is too young, but she immediately fires back. With talent like that, age should not be an issue. Seeing their pleading looks, his head begins to throb. After some deep consideration, Eli Joshua finally gives in and reluctantly agrees to their persistent requests. He sets a strict condition, warning them to take full responsibility. Meanwhile, back at the Eastern Mansion, Isaac plots his next move, completely unaware of the looming trouble gathering outside his mansion. Smoke and flames continue to rise nearby, while a mysterious nobleman watches the entire scene unfold from afar. James narrows his eyes, confirming the location. He still finds himself unable to believe what just transpired. Even the Pope could only summon a spirit king once, yet this young kid managed to do it so easily. Subjugating such a powerful force is unheard of, especially a divine spirit of exorcism. Endless questions flood James's mind. A black-haired fire spirit is almost certainly a guardian of the heavens, a truly rare and terrifying holy existence. Unable to become the spirit king because of his wicked nature, a cruel smirk crawls onto his face. The Pope and his family absolutely love collecting rare spirits, and they will completely lose their minds when they see it. If he successfully steals this holy spirit now and offers it to them, a massive reward is guaranteed. Inside James's twisted mind, vivid images of glowing holy spirit stones dance before him, casting a mesmerizing light. He looks down at the item, resting right inside his palm. Fortunately, he has already prepared a special tool to neutralize the holy mana. A malicious glint flashes in James's eyes. If he can just suppress that brat's holy mana, the skeleton demon king's dark mana will surely run wild, allowing him to quietly sneak away with the Holy Spirit during the sudden chaos. Meanwhile, deep inside the quiet mansion, Suri Joshua's voice echoes down the silent hallway. Pointing to the room, Bella cannot hide her excitement. We can finally meet the young master at last. The man beside her nods in agreement, stepping into the room. And seeing the tiny figure in the crib, she gasps out, "Oh, young Isaac." Her partner agrees, just like they said. He looks exactly the same as 15 years ago. Hearing the noise, Isaac turns his head, smiling brightly. That incredibly adorable face instantly makes both of their hearts melt. Bella clutches her chest, completely overwhelmed by his cuteness. Bella jumps up in pure excitement, shouting that they must take him to the academy immediately. Meanwhile, James keeps staring silently. This little fox dares to charm everyone. He decides to use all his power to drive the skeleton demon king's dark mana wild. His hand suddenly reaches out to touch Isaac, pulling the boy into his arms while secretly releasing his spiritual energy. He silently commands the power to go wild, yet seconds tick by and everything remains completely normal. Isaac pokes his head out of the man's arms, blinking with pure innocence. James freezes in total shock. How is nothing happening? He knows he released more than enough holy mana to destabilize the dark energy and force it completely out of control. Salak quickly realizes his sinister plan, instantly flying into a rage. She points right at Isaac and yells, "Hey you annoying brat, what are you waiting for? Just kill this damn priest already. Why on earth did you release so much holy mana?" Seeing her flare up though, James is absolutely thrilled, quickly reaching into his pocket. Here it is, the royal grade holy spirit. This is his chance. He pulls out a handkerchief prepared beforehand. James smiles warmly, pretending to gently wipe the young master's face. He mutters about the weather being too hot, but the moment the cloth touches Isaac, the boy senses something off. Recognizing the strange scent, a cold sweat drop rolls down his cheek as he glares at the scheming priest. At that exact moment, Salak suddenly clutches her throat, gasping desperately for air, as if she is being suffocated. The man panics, shouting out to ask what is wrong with the Holy Spirit. But in the next second, a terrifying surge of energy erupts from Salak's body. She seems completely possessed, veins bulging wildly all over her skin, Her once beautiful face twists into a terrifying expression. James widens his eyes in horror. The skeleton demon king's dark mana is going completely wild. Bella turns pale, yelling that it is too dangerous. James seizes the opportunity to pull out a black Holy Spirit stone, planning to quietly sneak this unstable energy out. He crushes it without a single second of hesitation, absolutely thrilled with his perfect timing. James quickly unleashes his soul-severing strike skill. A brilliant golden light bursts forward, tearing through the air. Carrying a terrifying aura, the attack surges directly towards Salak. The golden flames rapidly swallow her whole body. But the unexpected happens. The flames suddenly rebound with incredible speed. Before James can even register what is happening, he is completely engulfed in a sea of fire. As screams echo through the room, Isaac watches with a subtle smirk. Did he really think it would be that easy? Right then, the massive commotion alerts everyone waiting outside. Riley and Joshua burst through the door with Ashley right behind them, calling for their young master. He silently glances down at the newly acquired item, his eyes showing a touch of satisfaction. This should be enough. Perfect. Now there are plenty of witnesses around. Isaac slowly closes his eyes and begins channeling his inner power, carefully regulating the massive energy currently flowing into his body, sensing the immense power radiating through the air. Everyone in the room stands completely frozen. Joshua wonders in sheer amazement if young Isaac is actually absorbing mana. Bella is equally shocked, realizing he is actively calming the wild energy. As time slowly ticks away, the surging power around him gradually begins to settle down. Right at that moment, Isaac suddenly snaps his eyes open. A quick thought flashes through his mind. Now that the mana issue is settled, Isaac snaps his fingers and calmly gives the order. "You there, stop this right now," and instantly green flows of spiritual energy begin pouring from Salak's body. The energy quickly spreads to neutralize the raging crimson spiritual force, leaving Riley Joshua so completely shocked that he stumbles back. Overwhelmed by the pure azure holy power, Ashley covers her mouth in absolute disbelief as Salak slowly descends to the ground. Her body goes completely limp, falling unconscious, but a moment later, Salak snaps awake, looking around in utter confusion at what just happened. Standing nearby, the man gets so emotional his eyes turn red as he whispers that it is incredible he actually controlled the mana. Even the dark energy of the skeleton demon king is contained, and Bella happily adds that he even calmed the raging Holy Spirit. And using the azure holy power of the Joshua family no less, Salak rubs her eyes in disbelief, takes a deep breath, and firmly declares it. This is truly a miracle. Riley Joshua slowly walks up to young Isaac, and Ashley quickly follows right behind her young master. He speaks with deep emotion, telling Isaac that he can finally speak and that he is incredibly proud of him. Isaac facepalms in pure disbelief. Is that seriously all he cares about? Suddenly, everyone in the room bursts into loud cheers. Tossing Isaac into the air, they cheer for him while James slowly starts to wake up. Wondering what on earth just happened, the only thing welcoming him back is her icy, piercing glare. She barks that she should be the one asking questions, calling him a pathetic lackey of the Yellow Faith. Salak furiously demands to know who is behind all of this, causing a pale James to scramble for an explanation. He stammers that it is a misunderstanding and he only came to meet Isaac, but she growls back. Salak tears right through his fake excuses, asking how it is a misunderstanding when he is wearing fireproof gear from head to toe. She coldly declares that from now on, all fire spirits will cut ties completely with the priests of the Pope's family. Salak smirks, adding that she is only doing this because she is annoyed, so they should not get it twisted, leaving him panicking. Begging her to wait, James turns pale, wondering how on earth a Holy Spirit could possibly cut ties, especially with priests who are linked to the gods and even more so those belonging to the Pope's prestigious family. He insists a Holy Spirit lacks that power, but before he can even finish his sentence, she cuts him off, telling him to get lost since she severed ties with the gods long ago and is no longer bound by rules. Meanwhile, Isaac sits comfortably in Ashley's arms, thoroughly enjoying the show until Salak screams out in absolute rage. She threatens him to get out of her sight immediately before turning around and stepping right up to young Isaac. She acknowledges that he saved her with divine mana and even controlled the dark mana of the skeleton demon king. Flustered, she coughs awkwardly and notes that since the skeleton demon king's dark mana is now fully purified, their contract should technically be over, but she decides she will stay by his side to repay this massive debt. Hearing this, Isaac secretly smiles to himself, thinking that she is indeed a true divine being. They are just a bunch of proud fools who hate being in debt. Bella then announces they must return to the Holy See. She goes on to say that a gifted child like this must be ordained, thanking them warmly for the recommendation letter. Right now, Riley Joshua stands directly before his father, Eli Joshua, who stares at the official document in his hands before speaking. He says in a low voice that the Holy See approved Isaac's ordination and wants the boy to attend the ceremony. Surprised, he asks if it is really happening this fast and if the boy was recommended, because he saved the Joshua family members and the academy, but Eli Joshua shakes his head. He explains the boy was nominated for saving a royal-grade Holy Spirit, causing Riley Joshua to finally understand. Indeed, nobody could possibly oppose it after that. He then points to a score on the paper, noting it is crucial. Just like graduating from the academy, he tested Isaac beforehand to make sure the boy possessed all the necessary knowledge. A rare look of immense pride washes over Eli Joshua's face as he says he never expected this. The boy got a perfect score on all 1,600 questions, leaving Riley Joshua gasping in absolute disbelief. Absolute joy spreads across Riley Joshua's face as he realizes nothing could possibly be better than this news, especially since the boy can now walk and talk, though Eli Joshua closes his eyes, sighing that Isaac's attitude is still terrible. Now they just need to test Isaac's character, which almost everyone passes without any real issues. Except for a few psychopaths or criminals, Eli Joshua notes, prompting Riley Joshua to suddenly remember. That particular test uses holy magic to force the examinee to speak nothing but the absolute truth. Right. He quickly flips through the pages to see how the boy did until Eli Joshua's eyes freeze on a single question. What do you think of the family that raised you? Below that, Isaac wrote a chilling answer. I will conquer them. Everything belongs to me. Eli Joshua can't help but admire that terrifyingly strong will, nodding in approval. It shocked him a bit at first, but that kind of massive ambition is exactly what their family needs. He flips to the next page. What will you do after being ordained? The boy's written response is incredibly blunt. I'll tear those damn gods apart, of course. Then comes the next question about his goals and ultimate aspirations. What are your goals as a priest of the Holy Kingdom? Eli Joshua stares at the page, eyes wide. I will destroy this country. Seeing his shocked expression, the old man clears his throat, whispering that only the two of them know about these answers. But Eli Joshua's next warning makes him shake. If Isaac takes another test like this, he will be executed for heresy. The patriarch slams his hand on the table, ordering him to go in Isaac's place while keeping the boy locked inside. Understood. Eli Joshua is firm that crazy kid needs some serious discipline first. Meanwhile, outside, darkness blankets the quiet palace as the cold night wind sweeps through, making the heavy curtains flutter in the dark. A familiar voice floats in from the window as his spectral observer flies inside, asking if he has finally made a decision. Isaac nods calmly, a large bag already slung over his shoulder before agilely slipping out through the open window. He is ready. Now let's head over to the prestigious Roman capital academy with its massive, elegant buildings stretching across campus. Deep inside the Holy Magic Department, rumors are flying about a 10-year-old kid who is apparently about to be ordained. Others join in, completely shocked at how a kid could get ordained so early, their curiosity fully piqued. This year's graduation is going to be incredibly fun. But Sebastian Nizer just sneers, his face full of pure contempt. What kind of ordination does a kid who can barely walk even get? Another student turns to ask Sebastian about it. Sebastian smirks and explains that for the past 15 years that kid hasn't grown a single bit. He's cursed by the skeleton demon king, so there's absolutely no way he could ever develop normally. He turns to the boy sitting right next to him, mockingly asking Suri if that isn't the absolute truth. Ordaining a useless brat like that must be some kind of pity joke, prompting loud laughter from the others nearby. Suri Joshua lets out a heavy sigh, deeply annoyed that these guys are starting up their toxic gossip again. Sebastian keeps pushing, sneering that being part of the prestigious Saintess clan must make life incredibly easy even for trash. Seeing a useless boy get ordained is pathetic. Suri's face darkens as he slams his hands down and stands straight up. Suri grinds his teeth in sheer frustration, screaming internally at how this absolute bastard dares to insult his family. Right at that moment, the door swings open and Kina Berry walks in, having heard every single word they said. Do you think the Holy Church is some kind of joke, Sebastian? He asks calmly with his hands in his pockets. Besides, the person who actually approved Isaac's recommendation letter is your own father, Leon Sebed. Kina's cold gaze locks onto Sebastian, mockingly saying he didn't think the boy was stupid enough to insult his own father. Sebastian's face turns bright red with rage as he barks back, demanding to know what a non-student is doing there. In contrast to Sebastian's absolute fury, Kina simply smiles and says he only came because he was formally invited. Kina's next words leave the entire room stunned, casually mentioning that he was asked to guide them. He is here as their official mentor and holy magic instructor, his tone growing incredibly heavy. He looks at Suri, claiming he is deeply worried about him, leaving the young boy completely frozen. He scoffs that the cursed Isaac stands zero chance of becoming a priest and doubts their family will even survive. He mockingly doubts Suri will ever inherit the head position, telling him to come beg for help when they fall. He offers to find Suri a low-level chore job under the Pope, sending Suri's anger completely over the edge. Suri forces himself to swallow his pride, knowing he has to stay calm because now is not the time. He steps right up to Kina, coldly stating he doesn't need any help before intentionally ramming his shoulder forward. He brushes past him and heads straight for the door, telling Kina to worry about his own miserable self instead. The Academy dormitory is a modern high-rise complex, but the moment Suri steps inside his private room, He angrily threw the book in his hand onto the floor, and Suri Joshua slumped down onto his bed. Holding his head in his hands with a miserable look, he cursed those bastards, wondering why this absolute nonsense was happening to him. Joshua's eyes are red and brimming with tears. He's bitter because his own family didn't even bother to attend his ordination ceremony, all because that other brat ran away. With a tearful sob, Suri Joshua buries his face in his hands, crying out why that useless jerk had to show up right now. He screams, cursing Isaac to lose all his hair like a bald skeleton demon king, and right at that moment, Isaac suddenly steps out of a spatial rift. Having heard every word, his eyes instantly flash as he demands to know what Suri just said. Isaac asks coldly if Suri wants to die for wishing baldness upon him, leaving Suri Joshua stammering in fear. Joshua asks how Isaac even got here, completely baffled as to why he is stepping out of a dimensional portal of all places. Isaac coldly explains he came for the ordination. Since the family head and his uncle tried to stop him, he simply ran away. Then he reaches into his pocket. Isaac addresses Suri, making the poor guy immediately tense up in panic, on guard and wondering what is coming next. Isaac clicks his tongue at the cowardly boy. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he asks how Suri dared to beg for a menial job from that family. Did he really beg the Pope's lineage? Joshua desperately tries to defend himself, but before he can finish his sentence, he takes a direct hit from Isaac. Telling him to shut up, Isaac repeatedly thrashes Suri Joshua, venting his sheer anger with every single strike. Isaac roars in a fury, demanding how those bastards dare defile the Joshua name. He yells that Joshua belongs to him and he alone has the right to insult it. He claims only he can ruin it. Suri Joshua weeps miserably, utterly confused and asking what on earth Isaac is even talking about. After beating him to a pulp, Isaac points directly at his face, warning Suri to keep one thing in mind. Isaac grandly declares that he will be the one to burn the Joshua family to ash, leaving Suri screaming inside in absolute despair. He silently begs the heavens and earth to please just take this lunatic away from him. Right after, Isaac leaps off the bed, telling Suri to stop being weak, get up and lead the way. Joshua is left dazed. Joshua asks where they are going. Isaac cracks his knuckles, his eyes gleaming with cold, murderous intent. Isaac answers that they are going to beat up the bastards who dared touch him. Meanwhile, the school hall is packed with students chatting and reviewing. The lively room is filled with chatter until a small figure suddenly steps through the door, causing everyone to instantly turn and stare. One student snidely asks who brought this little kid here, while another next to him gasps, pointing out how gorgeous his hair is. Isaac suddenly slams his staff hard against a desk. A twisted, unsettling smile spreads across his face as he demands to know who did it. Who dares mess with a member of the Joshua family? Just then, Isaac's gaze suddenly locks onto a very familiar patch of red hair. He mutters to himself, realizing he met that red-headed girl in the Sacred Relic Archive about 15 years ago. That must be her. Suri Joshua frantically runs over to stop him, his heart hammering in absolute panic. He tells himself he has to hold Isaac back because if a fight breaks out, they're both in deep trouble. His anxious thoughts race. That girl is actually the younger sister of Nizer Sepet. Right at that exact second, the red-haired girl in question suddenly looks back. Her name is Naki Sepet, and then completely out of nowhere, Joshua trips and crashes onto the cold floor, tumbling right into Isaac's legs and sending the boy flying high up into the air. Recovering in an instant, Isaac lands gracefully right in front of Naki Sepet. He points his wooden staff directly at her, calling her a redhead. He demands if she picked a fight with Suri. Naki frowns, stating she never touched him and that it was actually Nizer's doing. Isaac immediately takes that as a full confession. Annoyed by his dense attitude, she snaps back in frustration. She yells that she just said it was Nizer Sepet, asking if he even has ears. Right then, the Phantom Observer manifests and whispers into Isaac's ear, saying he senses a very familiar kind of energy coming from the girl. Isaac nods in agreement. He is absolutely certain that this force is indeed incredibly familiar. It belongs to one of the 5 great gods. Suddenly, Naki points her finger right at his face and calls him out. She sneers, guessing he must be that rumored Isaac. Her lips curl in mockery as she notes how one of them is cursed, and the other is from the Pope's lineage, proving this year's Holy Light ceremony will be a complete and total disappointment. She goes on to insult the Joshua family, claiming they will soon be stripped of their title as one of the 5 faiths. Isaac's face darkens instantly. He clearly detests those servants of the great gods. Knowing how explosive Isaac's temper is, Joshua quickly tries to calm him. He quietly warns him not to provoke a rival family and begs him to just go home. Isaac raises his hand, cutting him off and snapping at him to shut up. He demands why he should leave when he came here to be ordained. At that, Naki suddenly stands up with a mocking scoff. She tells him his ordination is never happening since Nizer already sent a petition to the Pope to have it completely cancelled. She asserts that an unproven child could never be ordained. Hearing this, Isaac flies into a rage, cursing that bastard Nizer. Meanwhile, Naki's lips twist into a mocking sneer, enjoying his pure fury. But honestly, with Isaac's attitude so far, they won't even need Nizer to file an appeal before this whole thing falls apart anyway. Suddenly, a subordinate steps up from behind, bows deeply to the young lady and whispers something in her ear. He asks Lady Naki Sepet if they should call the Chase-It inspector, making Suri Joshua panic and instantly shout no. 70% of the Chase-It are working for their rival family. Joshua hurriedly grabs Isaac by the wrist, urging him to get moving. But right at that exact second, talk about perfect timing, a blood-curdling shriek echoes from outside as a massive beast bursts onto the scene. It radiates pure danger, throwing its head back to let out a bone-chilling roar that shakes the entire hall to its core. Everyone panics, screaming and running for their lives. But seeing the giant creature, Isaac actually looks thrilled. He mutters that his insurance has finally arrived, while a shocked Naki Sepet wonders how a monster escaped the training rooms. Her guard quickly leaps in front of her, telling her to stand back, but the next second changes everything. A massive claw swipes forward, sending the guard flying across the floor. Naki Sepet watches in terror as those razor-sharp talons rush right toward her. With the claws just inches away, her eyes go wide with panic. But right at this critical life-or-death moment, Isaac suddenly raises his wooden staff, shouting out to get its attention. The staff tears through the air, slamming hard into the beast. "It's not going to be that easy," Isaac mutters, scowling at the creature. He complains about how long it took the beast to finally show up. The monster slowly pushes itself up, drool dripping from its jaws. Its eyes gleam with hunger as it lets out a low, threatening growl. Naki Sepet watches completely frozen. She quickly channels her spiritual power to fight the hideous thing, but Isaac steps in, giving the beast a freezing glare and telling it to get lost. Surprisingly, the monster freezes. Its entire body starts shaking violently, and its fur stands on end as if it just saw its worst nightmare. It stares at him with wide, terrified eyes, whimpering in sheer panic before turning around and running for its life. The phantom observer whispers with pride, calling him a true master for waking up a sleeping beast. He beat it up just to chase it away and show off. Isaac calmly shrugs it off. He says he only did what had to be done. Right on cue, the Chase-It inspector arrives with his guards. The man scans the area, demanding to know where the beast went. This is Tiho acting with total professionalism. He orders everyone to stay away, pointing in the direction the monster seems to have fled. Teo calls for the beast control squad before rushing over to Naki Sepet, anxiously asking if she's alright. Seeing how everyone defers to him, Isaac immediately figures out this man is a high-ranking inspector. Suri Joshua quickly scoops Isaac up awkwardly, trying to slip away while saying they will take their leave. But they do not get very far before Teo grabs Joshua's shoulder, ordering them to freeze. He tells them no one leaves until the investigation is finished. Joshua turns pale, thinking they are completely doomed. He tries to explain they know nothing, but Naki Sepet suddenly snaps, telling Tiho to stop making a useless scene. She reveals that the young boy actually saved her life. Both Joshua and Teho freeze completely bewildered. Naki Sepet walks over to them, asking if his name is Isaac. She looks away embarrassed, offering a quiet apology for her earlier attitude. Even so, she stubbornly adds that he shouldn't think she's incredibly grateful to him or anything. Isaac is just left wondering what on earth is wrong with her. Meanwhile, the crowd starts whispering. People wonder if the boy really received his recommendation letter by saving someone. From afar, a beautiful child with shimmering golden hair stood quietly watching, her heart filled with total confusion. She gasped in surprise, wondering if he was the one her brother had mentioned. This girl was Charlotte Alex Frickhella of the Holy Kingdom. Her full name is Charlotte Alex Frickhella. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Eli's office at the Joshua mansion. An annoyed voice rings from a communication orb, demanding to know why the cardinal keeps refusing. The voice insists that his nephew getting ordained is a great honor, trying hard to persuade him. They beg him to let the boy attend the ceremony, but Eli Joshua simply tells them to get lost. The caller warns him that the Pope will be furious, but Eli casually says that is not his problem. He declares his nephew will be raised right here in the Joshua mansion, but the other side refuses to quit. They argue that shielding the boy like this will ruin his personality. Hearing this, Eli Joshua grits his teeth. He snaps back that the kid's personality is already terrible. The voice continues, asking if he has heard the latest news. The caller lowers his voice, whispering about a mysterious golden-haired child who just appeared. Hearing that Isaac is walking around the academy, Eli Joshua leaps to his feet in sheer fury, with only one name echoing in his head: Isaac. Eli Joshua roars for Riley, startling the young man waiting outside, who quickly answers his father. Within minutes, Riley stands at the office door, only to find his father hastily putting on a coat, preparing to leave for the capital immediately. His father's next command leaves Riley completely stunned. They have to reach the capital before tomorrow. Riley argues that the fastest route takes at least a week, but Eli looks at his watch, stating they only have 23 hours and 48 minutes. Cold sweat drips down as they realize they must run. The next morning, warm golden sunlight blankets the quiet academy dormitories. Suri Joshua knocks impatiently on the door, asking Isaac what is taking so long and urging him to hurry up. He teases Isaac about trying to squeeze his small body into a priest's robe, demanding that he get out immediately. Suri Joshua grumbles that everyone has already arrived, adding that people are only going to laugh in his face anyway. Just as Suri begs him to give up and go home, Isaac calls out that he is finally finished dressing. Suri pleads with him to just quit and go home, but the sight waiting on the other side leaves him utterly speechless. His desperate plea gets choked back instantly as he stands completely frozen, unable to tear his eyes away from Isaac. Stuttering in absolute disbelief, Suri watches as Isaac smirks confidently and tells him it is time to go. It is the final night of the Grand Founding Festival, and guests have gathered in the banquet hall for the sacred appointment ceremony. As lively chatter echoes through the vast hall, a powerful voice suddenly rings out, commanding everyone to stand. The heavy grand doors slowly swing open to thunderous applause as the powerful leaders of the great noble families enter. They march inside one by one, standing below Gold Joshua. Gold Joshua watches the scene with immense pride, his heart racing at the grand sight of the heads of the 5 great families. He is absolutely certain that the future leadership of the Joshua family and the prestigious cardinal title will belong to him alone. Suddenly, a disheveled figure with messy hair and torn clothes bursts into the hall, with Riley Joshua panting heavily as he speaks. Gasping for breath, Riley asks if he is late, then ignores Gold Joshua's shock to urgently ask if anyone has seen Isaac. Gold Joshua frowns in confusion, wondering why Riley is looking for that useless boy here instead of assuming he is at home. Looking at his younger brother's completely disheveled state, Gold Joshua suspiciously asks if he actually did the unthinkable. Riley quickly wipes the sweat from his forehead and admits that he did indeed run the entire way to the hall. Riley desperately asks if Gold Joshua knows where Suri is hoping Isaac is with the boy, but Gold Joshua just shakes his head in dismissal. Before Gold Joshua can finish, a booming announcement echoes across the hall that His Holiness the Pope has officially arrived. The announcer commands everyone to show their utmost respect as the supreme leader of the church makes his grand entrance. Julio Berry enters as the crowd bows, chanting their prayers for the divine blessings of the gods to protect their land. The solemn chanting of prayers only begins to fade once Julio Berry finally takes his seat at the high altar. Sitting calmly with a majestic yet gentle gaze, the Pope slowly scans the massive crowd gathered in the hall below him. The Pope graciously gestures for his esteemed guests to be seated as a quiet murmur settles over the room. Eli Joshua scans the crowd anxiously but sees absolutely no sign of Isaac anywhere right as the head priest steps forward. The priest announces the start of the ceremony, calling for nominees to step forward, while Ella grabs a glass of wine, sighing in relief. But the very next name called out shocks the entire hall as the priest clearly announces Isaac Joshua, leaving Eli frozen. With no one stepping forward, the priest is forced to call the name again, asking if Isaac Joshua is present. Eli takes a slow sip of his wine, silently wishing the priest would just stop calling a boy who clearly isn't coming. He grumbles that they should have disqualified the useless kid, already urging them to just move on to the next name. Suddenly, a confident voice echoes from the back of the hall, announcing that he is indeed present. Gold Joshua grits his teeth in pure rage, wondering how that shameless brat had the audacity to actually show his face. Amid a sea of completely stunned faces, Isaac walks forward with effortless grace and absolute confidence. Seeing Isaac Hera, Barry leaps to his feet in complete shock, unable to believe his eyes. The priest commands Isaac Joshua to step forward, while Riley Joshua stands frozen in place, too stunned to utter a word. Riley's eyes quickly well up with emotional tears, as he silently wonders if this majestic young man is truly Isaac. He marvels at how much the boy has grown, especially seeing him proudly wearing the special ceremonial uniform he prepared. The entire hall immediately erupts into wild whispers, with people questioning how a cursed child could suddenly stand before them looking so grown up. It has been so long since the family finally produced such a strong child. Wow, he is seriously handsome. Nizer Sepet stands there with his jaw dropped. What on earth is happening? Why did he suddenly grow so tall? He continues walking calmly, completely ignoring the surrounding whispers, while Eli Joshua is so furious he crushes his armrest. You damn skeleton demon king, you absolute monster from hell. What have you done to him? Isaac Ellie's face is filled with killing intent. His grandson never smiled like that. Did that monster take over the boy? Keena Berry listens closely to the rumors as someone in the back wonders if the Joshua family curse has finally ended. If this guy is not a saint, then who possibly is? The person next to him asserts with confidence. He looks more blessed than cursed. Pope Julio Berry gently calls Isaac Joshua, but Isaac's eyes remain locked on him. Isaac silently evaluates the man. So this is the Pope. He clearly looks to be over 70 years old. Yet the aura he radiates is nothing short of a monster's. Furthermore, his face carries a faint resemblance to someone else. He strongly reminds Isaac of the previous popes he fought in his past. Should he just take the old man out right now? Meanwhile, Eli Joshua and his son suddenly remember a chilling detail. They recall the exam answer Isaac wrote. The question asked what a new priest would say to the Pope, and Isaac wrote a single line: "Kneel down so I can chop your head off easier." Just remembering that makes them panic. Their faces turn completely pale. Eli Joshua clenches his fist, realizing they must stop the boy immediately. Suddenly, Eli Joshua slams the table quickly, shouting out a random excuse. He complains about his hands being slippery. Right after Riley, Joshua also flips his table to help. He screams about a cockroach, leaving Gold Joshua staring at them in complete confusion. "Are you guys crazy?" Riley firmly insists that he swears a massive cockroach was right there. He claims it was as big as their head, leaving the priest sweating bullets in pure confusion. The priest calls for quiet, inviting Suri Joshua to step up next. Isaac instantly notices their clumsy plan. He realizes these bastards are trying to hold him back. Meanwhile, a nervous Suri Joshua steps up. Julio Berry stares deeply at the two of them, seemingly lost in thought as the priest raises his voice again. Next, the ordained priests will offer their sacrifices to the gods, making the hall buzz with excitement. It is finally time for the divine selection. Nearby, Eli Joshua and his son quietly watch the grand ceremony unfold. Eli Joshua stands with crossed arms, his voice dropping low as he predicts it will likely be the sacred sword guardian. Riley Joshua clasps his hands in prayer, hoping that at the very least some evil god does not choose him. Eli grimly says he will handle it if that happens. Riley looks at his father in pure horror, utterly shocked. Eli clarifies that he meant the holy chalice, not Isaac. On stage, Suri Joshua is the first to step forward. Without any hesitation, he pricks his finger and lets a single drop of blood fall into the holy chalice, mixing with the water. Immediately, a brilliant surge of blue spiritual energy erupts, bathing the entire ceremonial hall in dazzling light. Gold Joshua leaps up in pure excitement, celebrating that his son has been chosen by the sacred sword guardian. Watching this unfold, Isaac finally understands which deity the Joshua family has been worshipping all this time. It is the god of light, a righteous yet impoverished deity. He calmly prepares to perform the exact same ritual. Isaac lets out a quiet sigh, wondering what might happen to him. He finds all gods annoying anyway. Suddenly, Pope Julio Berry's eyes widen in sheer disbelief at what is happening. The moment Isaac's drop of blood finally mixes with the holy water inside the chalice, a terrifying surge of pure dark energy suddenly explodes outward, swirling furiously like an absolute pitch-black hurricane. In the blink of an eye, the dark mist blankets the entire hall, making Eli Joshua freeze in shock. His usual calm composure completely vanishes as a familiar silhouette begins to take shape amidst the dark mist. He screams out in pure terror, calling it the Skeleton Demon King, as the entire hall descends into complete chaos. Terrified screams echo everywhere at the mention of the Skeleton Demon King. At that exact moment, Eli Joshua kicks off the ground and launches himself straight forward, catching Isaac completely off guard. Tensing his entire body on high alert, Eli raises his fist to condense a wave of violent spiritual power. Lethal intent swirls around Eli Joshua as he roars in absolute fury, demanding the massive skeleton to die. Iron chains shoot forward and wrap tightly around Isaac, lifting him high into the air as a chilling voice speaks. "I have waited so long for this saint to appear. What are you so shocked about?" The giant skeleton declares with bloodlust. "I will destroy the Holy Empire piece by piece, starting with this brat," leaving Isaac utterly confused and full of questions. What is going on here, he wonders while observing the monster, realizing it looks exactly like his own past life self. It is honestly pretty creepy, but right then, the observer specter suddenly roars in absolute fury. Calling the skeleton a fake, the specter knocks on its bones, demanding why it does not look much stupider and more pathetic. Veins popping, Isaac glares at the specter while Julio prepares to strike. Barry and Leon Sebed instantly unleash their magic, sending two highly destructive beams of light straight toward the summoned monster. Showing absolutely no mercy, an earth-shattering explosion erupts, filling the entire hall with a blinding pure white light. Riley Joshua rushes to evacuate the crowd, while Eli Joshua wastes no time stepping forward. Mana explodes around him as his blood-red eyes burn with absolute terrifying bloodlust in an instant. That violent energy quickly shapes itself into a massive green serpent coiling in midair with its bloody red mouth wide open. It looks ready to swallow everything whole in the very next instant. The beast swallows the enemy whole, yet, as the dust settles, the giant skeleton still stands there completely unharmed. Without a single scratch, the monster mockingly calls out to the Azure Patriarch about his old curse. It sneers that he cannot use his full power, so staying still would be wiser, but Eli Joshua calmly replies. He says he avoided fighting to protect this hall, but in the very next second, everything changes. A magic circle glows beneath his feet, and Eli Joshua's eyes turn a terrifyingly cold, dark red. Up in the air, a massive sphere of magic quickly forms right above the giant skeleton's head. He roars in anger that the skeleton has been acting way too arrogant, facing a crushing power that could obliterate it instantly. The massive skeleton remains strangely calm, running all of its calculations to find a way out. Suddenly, it drags Isaac forward as a meat shield, asking if they want to watch this saint die, freezing him with fear. Cold sweat pours down his face as he screams internally that he completely agrees with that scary thought. Isaac is deeply annoyed, wondering how his grandfather could unleash such dangerous magic when his own grandson is a hostage. Seeing the magical sphere suddenly transform, he freezes, wondering why the orb is opening its giant mouth. Pointing at the giant skeleton, Eli smirks and claims that a true saint will not die from a mere attack like this. Isaac nearly coughs up blood, struggling desperately against the heavy iron chains while screaming that he will literally die. Right after, another deafening explosion rips through the air, sending a massive shockwave across the entire chamber. The blast sweeps across the hall, cracking the ceiling and causing massive stone slabs to rain down on everyone. A blinding radiance quickly envelops the giant skeleton, with brilliant rays of light penetrating deep into its bones instantly. The skeleton's massive form starts to blur and completely vanishes from sight as the chaotic battlefield finally settles down. The blinding light slowly fades away, revealing a completely ruined hall, and seeing that the danger has finally passed. Gold Joshua finally looks up and asks if they got him, while another survivor crawls out from hiding. With a pale face, someone gasps that the skeletal Demon King is back, shocking the terrified bystander next to him. Trembling, the other asks if that monster had not already vanished after cursing their family 75 years ago. Amidst the panicked whispers, they worry if he has gathered enough power to make a terrifying comeback. Scrambling out of the rubble, Isaac grits his teeth in anger, muttering that the bastard was definitely a fake before collapsing. With his strength completely drained, Riley Joshua rushes over in deep concern, asking Isaac if he is all right. Whispers spread through the crowd, wondering how a Joshua family member could survive such a destructive blast, completely unscathed. As the crowd grows more chaotic, someone points out that the skeletal Demon King literally called Isaac a saint. They discuss if the monster is truly dead, assuming the Azure Patriarch finished it off with his sacred whale beast. Struggling through his deep exhaustion, Isaac mutters that there is no way that creature is actually dead. Explaining it was just an illusion, Isaac's shocking words leave everyone in the hall completely stunned. The Observer Spectre nods in agreement, explaining that the enemy merely created a clone to send here as a decoy. Feeling annoyed, Isaac mutters to the Spectre that the fake skeleton somehow used his own mana. Isaac cannot help but wonder if his lost mana core dropped somewhere. After all, if a piece of his bone is in the Saintess's archive, then it is not entirely impossible. He casually cracks his knuckles, a dark grin spreading across his face. His face twists into a pretty sinister look, but if that fake is actually holding on to it, that makes things way easier. He will just kill him and take it back. Behind him, Isaac is completely safe. Eli Joshua clutches his chest and lets out a soft sigh of relief, suddenly remembering that intense moment just now. Just now, Eli Joshua thinks to himself as his gaze deepens, if he had not stepped in, then that guy would have easily disposed of Isaac as well. He glances back, his face tight with caution. Countless questions rush through Eli Joshua's mind. But why? Meanwhile, on the other side, Julio Berry is so shocked his pupils shrink. It is completely unbelievable, but that terror is quickly replaced by a dark feeling of intense jealousy and burning resentment. The supreme deity his royal family has begged to serve for thousands of years. A flood of thoughts crashes through Julio Berry's mind, a deity standing even above the 5 chief gods. He grits his teeth so hard. It makes an unpleasant grinding sound. His boiling jealousy nearly consumes his sanity as his gaze sharpens with pure malice. Yet that absolute deity chose a brat like Joshua. Right then, Eli Joshua slowly approaches his young grandson. He calls out softly to Isaac. The exhausted boy mutters a quick reply, and Eli Joshua places a hand on his shoulder, surprisingly gentle. He smiles warmly and tells him it is time to go home. His grandson actually broke the Demon King's curse, the skeleton curse, and even grew up handsome too. But Isaac only breaks out in a cold sweat. Why is his smile so incredibly creepy? Eli Joshua keeps coaxing him, promising to buy his grandson some sweet candy. His mouth twitches. No way in hell is he going with him. That creepy face looks like it belongs in a slaughterhouse. Luckily, a voice cuts through the tension. Keena Berry steps forward and calmly addresses the Duke, stating it is not quite time for Isaac to return just yet. Suddenly, the earth shakes violently as debris flies everywhere. In the next second, countless pitch-black hands burst through the dirt, reaching upward. As hideous demons crawl out one after another, Keena remains perfectly calm, mentioning they still have some unfinished business to resolve. Isaac sighs and stands back up, telling the old man there is no other choice. Instantly, holy power erupts from his hands, shining with a blinding light. He tells them he does not think they should leave yet, confidently striding right toward the danger. He acts as if those terrifying demons are absolutely nothing. Behind him, Keena Berry tightly bites his lip in annoyance. This arrogant jerk grew up way too fast, and now he is supposedly a saint. Keena thinks to himself in disbelief. He does not care what Isaac is plotting, he will simply exploit him. Keena slowly takes a few steps forward as well. He cracks his knuckles, muttering that he will show everyone who the real saint is. Meanwhile, Isaac releases his magic. Vibrant green energy swirls in Isaac's palm like a rushing waterfall. He shouts out the purification spell. The light bursts so intensely that the demons are forced to cover their eyes, letting out absolutely deafening shriek after shriek. The crowd immediately erupts into wild excitement. One onlooker marvels at just how breathtakingly beautiful that holy purification magic is. Another person quickly agrees, noting it has been 100 years since they last witnessed such incredibly pure light. Someone else pushes up their glasses with a highly confused look, wondering why the boy is not using wholly offensive magic. Instead of attacking, he deduces that because purification cleanses mana, the boy must be trying to prevent the demons from being summoned any further. Meanwhile, Salak points at himself in complete shock. Did he learn that holy magic from me? The spirit of purification. Isaac lowers his head, knowing that besides Salak, there is absolutely nowhere else he could have learned it. Isaac mutters that if his spell reaches level 6, his smirk grows wide with confidence. At that point, it can actually deal massive area damage over time. He continues to calculate his next move. After all, the main reason to use purification right now is. But right then, Kinaberry shoves him aside. He tells Isaac to move since his weak spell cannot handle them. He scoffs, thinking a level 5 caster has no right to show off even if he is a once-in-a-century genius. Kina quickly channels his own magic, confidently declaring that a minor talent like Isaac is absolutely no match for him. He tells him to watch closely, claiming that only a powerful spell hitting from multiple angles can destroy these demons. But just a few seconds later, the unbelievable scene leaves Kinaberry absolutely speechless. Behind him, Isaac covers his mouth, desperately trying to hold in his laughter at Kina's foolish advice. Flushing with pure embarrassment, Kina snaps at him, asking if he ever learned that these monsters can regenerate instantly. He insists they must be wiped out in one single blow, which only makes Isaac choke on his own laughter. Isaac laughs out loud, mocking Kinaberry for not knowing a damn thing. Kinaberry's eye twitches as he curses silently, wishing Lord Green had been the one to drag this guy back. Just looking at the bastard's face irritates him, but then Isaac speaks up, revealing those monsters are only bait. Without explaining further, Isaac turns on his heel, heading toward a dark corner of the hall. Sensing their true forms nearby, he pinpointed their location and quickly unleashed his mana to sweep the area. A sharp smirk plays on Isaac's lips. He's found them. Kinaberry frowns as the boy pulls out a sharp needle, questioning what he intends to do with that bug. Ignoring the question, Isaac drives the needle straight in, instantly releasing a massive wave of raw power. Violent magic floods the room, sending everyone into a panic as Isaac casually spins the needle in his fingers. He calmly explains that the insect will silently poison anyone close by leaving no trace of the threat. It is incredibly deadly, a slow-acting toxin that kills you before you even realize you are infected. Across the hall, a priest clutches his head in agony, screaming out in absolute panic. He reminds them that the skeleton demon king already made his threat to wipe out everyone present. With a dark smile, Isaac adds that if the target is the Holy Kingdom, they must be eliminated first. He targets the apprentice priests first, and with those chilling words, the entire hall devolves into complete madness. Cries echo to find the hidden bugs and heal the poisoned victims, throwing the crowd into a frantic frenzy. Suddenly, Isaac freezes. His gaze locks onto a bizarre phenomenon occurring in a far corner of the wall. Rays of golden light clash violently against the stone wall as similar glows erupt in different corners. But if they try to cleanse everything all at once, the sheer scale of the magic could backfire. Suddenly, dark energy sweeps through the hall. The observer's spirit emerges eagerly, prompting its master to take action. The spirit whispers that purifying the poisoned victims now would instantly secure the recognition he deserves. Praising the spirit as a genius, Isaac grins, but before he can make his move, someone intercepts. Julio Berry steps forward, raising his staff high to invoke a massive swirling 9th-tier holy spell that illuminates the room. The golden vortex completely drains the spreading darkness using his next advanced skill, mana absorption. Unbelievable. Isaac watches in sheer shock as the old pope smiles warmly, neutralizing the threat effortlessly. Fuming, Isaac curses the absolute nuisance of a pope. Just then, the skeletal beast emerges once again. The monster glares with pure malice at Isaac, howling in fury at the bastard who dared defy their great king. Vowing deadly vengeance, the beast coils its powerful legs, building up immense force before leaping forward. It streaks through the air like an arrow, screaming that it will drag him to hell, but Isaac instantly senses the threat. Isaac instantly releases his dark pressure, freezing the charging beast completely in midair. The creature shivers as if crushed by an invisible hand, its eyes wide with absolute helpless terror. Amazed by this overwhelming aura, the monster watches as Isaac spits on the ground, mocking the weakling's foolish attack. With the chaos finally contained, a guard reports that they have successfully cleared out the remaining pests. They rush the wounded to the infirmary, but Kinaberry stands frozen, completely stunned by what he just witnessed. Talk about terrifying. Did Isaac really just drive away a monstrous beast with a single glare? His body trembles as he stares at the boy's back, unable to comprehend how anyone could possess such power. That level of magic belongs to the Pope alone. Yet the very next morning, the incident is already front-page news. Massive headlines trigger widespread panic across the Holy Kingdom over the skeleton Demon King's sudden attack at the coronation. Rumors run wild that the Demon King was defeated and fled, leaving everyone wondering about the mysterious saint he mentioned. Inside the emergency war room, Hiraberry calmly notes that the Holy Chalice seems to have been compromised. A custom illusion spell was secretly carved into the relic, prompting a thorough investigation into its true origins. While urging patience for the results, Leon Sebed asks if this means the outsider's presence is their main concern. Shaking his head, Hiraberry points to the newspaper, questioning why their protector, the sacred dragon, remained entirely silent. He warns that their world is collapsing as the very barrier protected by the sacred dragon is beginning to fail. Meanwhile, at the Joshua family estate, soft sunlight streams through the windows, casting a peaceful glow over the room. In the softly lit room, Isaac was engrossed in a newspaper reading about how a weakening barrier allowed the demon clan to invade. Since the Holy Dragon is allied with the royal family, the Pope gets off scot-tangent-free. Isaac's mouth twitched at the sheer absurdity. What a bunch of slippery bastards. Right then, an incredibly familiar voice suddenly rang out, mocking how his little nephew was actually reading a newspaper. Gold Joshua sat in the next chair, clapping with a fake smile to offer some incredibly empty congratulations. Since Isaac had just been officially ordained, hearing that condescending tone only made a deep irritation begin to simmer inside him. He wondered how on earth to handle this annoying bastard, guessing the family patriarch probably forced Gold Joshua to do this. But before he could even reply, Riley Joshua excitedly chimed in, suggesting that since the boy could finally speak fluently, he should read the skeleton demon curse poem out loud right now. Isaac frowned, wishing they would just back off, when the door was suddenly flung open and a massive figure stepped inside. Eli Joshua quickly walked toward them, saying it was great that both of his sons were right there. He told Isaac to step outside for some private family business, and the obedient boy quickly hopped off his chair and left. Within seconds, the door was firmly shut, and in that exact moment, Eli Joshua released a sudden surge of powerful spiritual energy. A faint halo of light expanded to cover the entire room, establishing a level 3 holy barrier for absolute flawless soundproofing. Gold Joshua was shocked, asking what could possibly warrant soundproofing magic as the old man took a seat with a heavy sigh. With an incredibly serious expression, Eli Joshua explained it was just to be safe before revealing that the matter was about Isaac. Resting his chin, his dark eyes narrowed in deep thought. Eli Joshua lowered his head and explained that the deity who had chosen Isaac during the ordination ceremony was definitely not normal, hinting at an evil god. He noted that this particular mark had never once appeared in ordination history. Only the Pope and the Yellow Cardinal saw the mark, prompting the Pope to immediately try and eliminate young Isaac right then and there. Hearing this, Riley Joshua gasped in utter disbelief, demanding to know if the Pope actually did that, as the Patriarch sighed in confirmation. He confirmed that the Pope would never act so drastically unless an evil deity was involved, while Gold Joshua remained silent, lost in thought. After a long pause, he finally glanced up at Eli Joshua to suggest that perhaps it was not an evil god after all. What if it was the very god their own family worshipped? The thought made everyone freeze, their faces instantly tightening with silent dread. Deep down, they all shared the exact same horrifying realization, and trust me, it was bad. Gold Joshua suddenly chimed in to clarify, reminding everyone that those zealots absolutely despise anything they deemed impure. He pointed out that they were highly protective, so if a Joshua member was selected by a deity from the Yellow faction, trouble was guaranteed. They would absolutely never let it slide, and if the Pope reacted that violently, the deity Isaac received must be tied to them. He concluded that the boy must have connected with a god tied directly to the Yellow family, leaving the Patriarch in silent contemplation. Since Eli Joshua remained silent, Gold Joshua confidently pushed further, guessing it might even be a legendary deity they had never managed to summon. Riley Joshua suddenly remembered something crucial and chimed in, claiming that if they were talking about Isaac, the kid could easily do it. This fueled the Patriarch's anxiety, making him hesitantly ask if they really believed the boy could pull that off. Could a kid like Isaac actually summon a proper deity? Gold Joshua sighed with a wry laugh, admitting it was highly unlikely. Riley stood there speechless, merely nodding along as Eli Joshua, determined to uncover the truth, ordered Gold Joshua to launch an immediate investigation. He told Gold Joshua to contact the Pope's associates to identify the god, but Gold Joshua loudly protested, wanting absolutely nothing to do with it. When Gold Joshua whined about why it had to be him, the Patriarch used a tempting reward to force his hand. Eli promised to award Gold Joshua's child Suri, a grand achievement which immediately shut Gold Joshua up, while Riley watched on in pure envy. Riley stared at Gold Joshua in absolute jealousy as Eli Joshua added another condition, emphasizing that from now until Isaac's internship began, the boy would remain under strict special surveillance, warning that if Isaac's future faith tests turned out like the last one, there was a very real danger that the young boy would eventually end up becoming a dreaded dark priest. The moment those words were uttered, all three men instantly pictured the terrifying, grim future of Isaac as a dark priest. The chilling thought made their faces turn pale with anxiety, as Gold Joshua frowned and gritted his teeth in sheer panic. He started sweating, screaming in his mind that if the boy really became a dark priest, the entire Joshua family would be branded as traitors. A charge of high treason would get everyone arrested, and even Suri would end up in serious trouble. Riley Joshua was literally trembling with fear for his nephew as the patriarch seriously ordered them to prevent that disaster at all costs. Later on, Riley Joshua followed the plan and quickly met up with the kids, reminding them that their internship would be starting very soon. He mentioned how those brutal seniors used to beat him up, though that was ancient history, leaving Isaac feeling pretty annoyed by the comment. He scowls in anger, mentally begging them to stop talking. It feels exactly like being forced to re-enlist, though Suri Joshua only looks slightly annoyed. Still, they have to nod along as Riley explains that during their internship they will be working side by side with their seniors. This is their chance to discover their true potential and learn the real duties of a priest, things the academy never teaches. Based on those performance evaluations, their status and treatment could completely change, so they really need to give it their all. Once completed, they will sign a holy contract with a god. Right then, Isaac speaks up, asking about a certain event. He asks when they can finally attend the grand festival. Riley Joshua is absolutely thrilled by this and asks if he is really that interested. Isaac clenches his fist and slams the table, confidently declaring that he is deeply interested in it, especially when it comes to executing the subordinates of the Skeleton King. Riley slides off his glasses, smiling warmly as he responds. He is absolutely thrilled to see such growing faith and happily offers to explain the sacred ritual. Hearing this, both Isaac and Suri Joshua immediately focus their attention on Riley, who begins explaining in detail how the festival is a sacred time to present offerings to the gods. Countless people gather to celebrate it like a massive festival, and in reality, just about everyone comes out to join the crowd. But the most crucial part is their genuine heart and devotion to the divine, making it a deeply personal, spiritual ritual at its core. Isaac tries to cut in and tell him to hold on, but Riley keeps going, saying this brings up a very fundamental question. Do they really need such a massive crowd just to perform a sacred rite? But Riley urges them to think about it a bit deeper. The festival itself is a grand ceremony meant as a holy offering to show respect to the divine beings above. Since ancient times, these grand ceremonies have always functioned as a collective, community-driven event. At its core, the ritual is about everyone serving the gods together, and the absolute clearest proof of that devotion is the personal faith that each individual holds. Isaac listens to this endless lecturing and quickly grows annoyed, grumbling to himself that his uncle is being way too serious. Plus, where did those glasses even come from? Riley admits he might have gone a bit too far, but he assumes Isaac gets the point since this ceremony is basically just a giant festival. And what is the first thing that comes to mind when thinking of a festival? Exactly, having fun and enjoying everything together. After all, is joy not a massive part of faith? Because of that, the gods will surely bless this grand celebration with immense happiness. That is their divine right during the sacred event. Hearing this, Isaac actually starts finding the whole thing a little interesting. A dark thought crosses his mind. Does this mean low-ranking gods or angels will actually show up to attend? If he catches them, he will tear them to shreds. Right at that moment, Riley suddenly points right at him. Pointing straight at him, Riley declares that their dear Isaac must be eager to personally execute the Skeleton King's minions, praising his righteous spirit as exactly what they need. Gold Joshua quickly chimes in, adding that whichever group scores the highest will win the honor of executing those dark minions. So he warns Suri to do well, and the boy obediently promises his father that he will. Isaac is completely horrified by this. Group projects are his absolute worst nightmare, prompting him to cover his face and scream in pure despair. Why does it have to be group work again? Riley notices Isaac's distress, so he walks over, kneels down beside him, and speaks. He hopes the kids get top results so they can achieve their goals. Feeling his uncle's genuine concern, Isaac hesitates. He softly stammers out a polite yes, though deep down his inner monologue is a complete mess of complaints. He decides he'll just eliminate a few rival groups and pretend to rescue the rest, then beams brightly as he confidently makes his promise. He promises to do his absolute best. Riley looks at him with pure pride, silently reassuring himself. Such a sweet kid could never become a dark priest, which is an absolute relief for everyone involved. While Riley remains incredibly optimistic, Gogul is visibly tense, biting his nails as he asks Isaac about his recent holy ordination. He wants to know which deity chose Isaac last time, causing the boy's face to twist as he lets out a deeply confused mutter. With no other choice, Isaac sighs and lies, claiming he doesn't really remember, except that the mark felt incredibly bizarre and unpleasant. He plays dumb, but internally he feels incredibly smug, knowing his mark is actually a literal omen of complete and total doom. Hearing this, their faces turn pale as cold sweat breaks out, both of them instantly dreading that he was chosen by an evil god. After a tense moment, Riley stands up and fabricates an excuse to reassure Isaac. He claims some gods just have creepy-looking insignia, and Goebel quickly jumps in to agree with his explanation. Ultimately, faith is all that matters. Isaac turns his face away so they won't spot his smug grin, softly agreeing with them. He acts completely relaxed before suddenly remembering something and spinning back with a question. Indeed, the Yellow Cardinal was coming to see him. That bastard. He could not believe it. Why him of all people? Just as those words left his mouth, a sudden shout called out both of their names. An angry voice boomed, calling out Isaac and Joshua. Seeing the face of the newcomer, a wave of anxiety hit them. Confused and panicked, they stared at each other. Seconds later, everyone shouted out the name of the visitor in pure shock. It was Kina Berry. He marched forward, declaring he had business with them, instantly plunging the entire room into dead silence. After a tense moment, Riley Joshua fearfully whispered, wondering why Kina came for Isaac. Gold Joshua clutched his head in frustration. Tearing at his hair, he muttered back that he had no clue what that guy was thinking. Wild thoughts began racing through his mind. Did he want to harm Isaac, or did the Pope send him? He feared the absolute worst. If it involved the evil god, that was highly likely. Next, Kina Berry stepped up, grabbing the hand of Isaac with intense urgency. He bluntly told Isaac he used to think he was completely worthless. But Isaac was not exactly thrilled by this backhanded compliment. Inside, Isaac screamed. Was this lunatic just trying to pick a fight? Even the spectator ghost could not hold back a loud shout. Meanwhile, Kina seemed incredibly confident in his own bizarre theory. He declared he now realized Isaac had hidden from the world for 15 years solely for intense secret training. According to Kina, Isaac did not want his pure skills tainted by academy fools after being ordained. To Kina, Isaac was peerless, far above those idiots. Training with them was just a massive waste of time. He found it ridiculous that someone of Isaac's caliber was stuck doing basic student internships. The more Isaac listened, the more a chilling fear crept over him. Standing nearby, the spectator ghost openly mocked Kina, calling him completely out of his mind. Totally oblivious to the disgust Isaac felt, Kina Berry kept rambling on before extending his hand once again. He urged Isaac to train with him under the guidance of his master, begging him to take his hand. They would execute the skeleton demon king together and lead the holy state. Suri Joshua immediately suspected some hidden malice, wondering if this was some twisted new way for the family of the Pope to bully them. Yet the guy seemed dead serious. The offer was scary good. Anyone in their right mind would accept it instantly. Just as that thought crossed the mind of Suri Joshua, Isaac suddenly stood up with a furious look, shocking everyone. He slapped away the hand of Kina Berry and snapped, "Get lost." Kina screamed in disbelief, totally hurt. What? Gritting his teeth, Isaac repeated, "Beat it." Insisting on completing his internship like everyone else, Isaac stood his ground while Suri Joshua watched in absolute terror, convinced he was insane. Losing his temper entirely, Kina Berry yelled that Isaac should not worry about his priest credentials. This was not just about simple training. He promised to grant Isaac the status of a priest with 15 years of experience, but Isaac just sat back down, waving him off with a bored sigh. Completely uninterested, Isaac pointed right at Suri Joshua and made a counter-offer. "Take him instead." Suri pointed at himself, his face contorted in sheer terror. Kina, however, openly sneered at Suri Joshua, saying they were not even in the same league. Surprisingly, Isaac silently agreed with that brutal assessment. That harsh insult made the face of Suri flush with hot anger. Gritting his teeth, he cursed those bastards in his mind. Then Kina Berry casually praised Isaac, claiming he had the raw talent to banish monsters with a single glare. The spectator ghost teased that Kina must have seen the terrifying threats of Isaac before. This suddenly made Isaac highly suspicious. Was this jerk trying to steal his secret techniques? The more Kina pushed, the more Isaac wanted absolutely nothing to do with him. Firmly, Isaac repeated his warning, "Get lost." Just the mere thought of learning anything from the Pope made him sick. He felt like throwing up. Hearing his grandfather insulted, Kina's expression instantly darkened. An enraged Kina demanded to know if his grandfather made Isaac sick. Without hesitation, Isaac doubled down, saying he would gladly slit his throat. Right mid-sentence, someone suddenly clamped a hand over Isaac's mouth. Before anyone in the room could process what was happening, Isaac was swiftly swept away. Only after reaching a safe distance did his savior speak up, "Our grandson is busy." The rescuer was Eli Joshua. Clutched tightly, Isaac desperately tried to speak, but could not make a sound. Eli Joshua strictly warned Kina to stay far away from Isaac. Feeling deeply insulted, Kina Berry scowled and tried to protest. He argued that even if Eli was the Blue Patriarch, he was simply ignored. Meanwhile, the elder turned to Isaac with a stern warning that playing with Kina would only turn Isaac into absolute trash. Eli left the entire room sighing in heavy silence. Right after Kina Berry could only gasp out a disbelieving "What?" Meanwhile, Isaac was desperately trying to break free. He accidentally left a bite mark on Eli Joshua's hand, but even that failed to help him escape after that final warning. Deep down, he swore a silent oath to absolutely crush those Joshua bastards, all while his thoughts drifted back to the critical exam ahead. It was the 5-color test that every apprentice priest had to pass, consisting of white, yellow, blue, black, and red. That was the exact order of the trials overseen by the cardinals of each faith, making it the ultimate barrier to becoming an official priest. Passing was absolutely mandatory. Eager to begin, Isaac headed toward the designated room, looking for his group flag on the door. He wondered with a smirk if his teammates were already inside, silently counting how many members he would have to manage. Packing 30 kids from the same background into one team felt like a trap. Were they trying to spark a faction war? He kept reminding himself of Suri Joshua's words that the team was full of his friends, so there was absolutely nothing to worry about. Sighing, Isaac made a split-second decision, realizing that sending Suri to school early had actually paid off in the end. With a burst of pure excitement, he closed his eyes and pushed the heavy door open, preparing his next move. He planned to use these people to conquer the 5-color test and rescue his men, meaning a killer first impression was crucial. Suddenly, a shout rang out, "He is here! Tie the bastard up!" Isaac immediately snapped, his eyes open in surprise. He stared at a room full of hostile, angry faces. What on earth was happening? His mind raced while his face remained totally blank. Henry stepped forward, loudly accusing him of being the one who bullied Suri for all those years. Albert chimed in with a smug smirk, mocking him and promising to teach the newbie some manners with a little tough love. He threatened that if Isaac dared to tell Suri about any of this, he would make sure the boy paid dearly for it. Realizing what was going on, Isaac let out a weary sigh. These guys were hopeless, so he quietly readied his handbell. Albert clutched his stomach, laughing until tears came, mockingly suggesting that they should just treat this as a friendly, welcoming party. He jeered at the handbell, laughing that the rumors of the kid practically being a newborn baby must be completely true. He suggested hanging him up somewhere, but before he could even finish his sentence, the bell in Isaac's hand slammed directly into Henry's face, instantly silencing Albert's arrogant laughter. As Henry collapsed with blood spraying, the rest of the gang watched in horror, unable to comprehend what just happened. They erupted in fury, screaming if the bastard had lost his mind, while Isaac merely offered a cold, provocative smirk. He pointed out that teamwork yields high scores, so a little team building was perfect for them to get to know each other. He immediately launched into a brutal beatdown. Trust me, nobody in that room was prepared for this level of pure savagery. When Suri Joshua finally arrived, he stared at the scene, admitting he was deeply confused by the situation. He asked if this was what qualified as team building purely because of the bizarre sight before him. The battered bullies were piled into a groaning human pyramid, with Isaac sitting casually at the very peak. They immediately begged Suri for help, with Henry crying out in agony, asking if this absolute madman was actually his relative. Suri suddenly beamed politely, thanking them for playing with his cousin, which only made the bruised bullies beg even harder for their lives. With no real desire to help but worried about the exam, Suri Joshua leaned in to whisper to Isaac. He noted that the first test focused heavily on team harmony, asking how Isaac planned to deal with that requirement. Isaac scoffed, asking if he was blind, pointing out that this beautiful human pyramid proved they were in perfect peak harmony. Suri's face twisted in disbelief, cursing him as a lunatic who used pure violence, but Isaac quickly moved on to another topic. Handing over a paper, Isaac told him to look, while Suri Joshua stared in confusion at the list of names presented to him. Isaac explained they were parasites who had been using ridiculous excuses to leech off him for 7 long years. While the Joshua clan did not expect payback, there had to be limits, though Albert tried to argue back in defiance. He sputtered that the Great House needed nothing from them and anything they offered would probably be completely useless anyway. Isaac's eyes flashed with pure malice as he replied that their limbs and bodies still seemed perfectly healthy to him. Their organs were fresh and he did not ask for much, just a healthy, balanced relationship based on mutual respect and cooperation. An equal exchange of value, so he expected them to work diligently and cooperate fully during their group test. He urged them to participate with pure hearts, while Suri, backing him up, demanded to know why they were staying silent. The terrified bullies quickly whimpered their agreement, utterly exhausted by the time the team-building session finally wrapped. They collapsed onto the floor, groaning in pain, but Isaac offered no comfort, simply turning away to announce that their bonding session was officially over. Suri, still worried about the exam, asking what would happen if they failed, but Isaac calmly told him to just follow along. Isaac announced that he had something very special to show him, but Suri Joshua just kept grumbling that even a single mistake would get their entire team disqualified right away. Reminding him that harmony was the first criterion, Isaac confidently told his partner to stop worrying now. He urged Joshua to take a very close look at this first before quickly swinging open the cabinet door to reveal that the poor person trapped inside was actually Paris Julius. Currently gagged and bound, the poor guy was weeping in absolute frustration while staring blankly at them. While the captive whimpered in deep distress, Suri Joshua turned pale with shock, but Isaac, on the other hand, cheered in pure excitement. Fearing major trouble, Joshua grabbed Isaac by his collar and interrogated this absolute crazy madman. He demanded to know what Isaac was doing, since Paris was a teammate who had close ties to his family. Asking if he forgot about Paris back at the Relic Archive, Isaac innocently shrugged and agreed. He explained that Paris being on their team was exactly the issue as they uncovered a secret letter showing he promised to stop acting as a spy. Joshua froze completely in shock before turning around to glare intensely at the silent person trapped inside the cabinet. Making Paris Julius sweat in absolute terror, Suri Joshua stepped forward and immediately pulled the gag down. This abrupt action made him so incredibly tense that he audibly gritted his teeth. Just a second later, Joshua hesitantly asked if Nizer had ordered him to do this, and the poor captive quickly broke down, taking the entire blame upon himself. Paris apologized frantically, claiming he had no other choice, but Isaac quickly stepped in and ordered him to spill the details. When demanded what Nizer ordered, a panicked Paris confessed the goal was to completely destroy that group of theirs. He explained that Nizer knew Suri would easily compromise for the sake of the exam, so he ordered Paris to make highly unreasonable demands to break up their team. Crying heavy tears, Paris even confessed his hostile behavior during the welcome party was entirely staged. Sebastian wanted to personally execute the loyal subordinate of the Skeleton King, and remembering his incredibly smug face, Isaac felt a very sudden surge of pure determination rise within his own chest. With quiet resolve, Isaac swore to himself that Sebastian had crossed the line by targeting his subordinates. It was time to teach him a lesson. Days later, Sebastian listened as Steven reported everything. Sebastian angrily demanded how the elite agents of Nizer could fail such an easy spying task, wondering how many of them had completely given up on him after all of their intense training sessions. Steven sheepishly scratched his head and apologized, explaining that they had some mandatory team-building events they absolutely had to attend, which left Sebastian completely unsatisfied and screaming with absolute furious rage inside his own very dark mind. Snarling about team building, Sebastian finally dismissed him, ordering him straight out of his sight. Once the spy left, Robert tried to console him, saying that Joshua still had 3 loyal comrades. Jameson quickly agreed, stating that as long as those spies remained inside, they would fail. Sebastian felt a burning hatred rising up, thinking to himself that the annoying bastard was an absolute eyesore. He resolved to eliminate him very soon, especially since his own father was paying close attention to Isaac and even wanted to officially invite him to join their own prestigious family. He quickly brushed it off, knowing everything would end today since those losers were bound to be disqualified. Once everyone gathered, the elder stepped up and spoke in a booming voice. He welcomed them to the 5 colors of harmony, declaring that while the white faith acts through sacred speech, the most vital bond among comrades is absolute team unity. True harmony and faith are key, which is why this first stage of the test will be decided by vote. Glancing over, Sebastian saw Isaac yawning heavily in boredom, and a wicked thought instantly formed in his mind, since a single objection would disqualify the entire group and ruin their plan completely. An objection meant disqualification for the entire squad, while the traitor would simply get transferred to another group. Since he already had a spy inside, Sebastian knew Isaac was absolutely bound to fail. He smirked triumphantly just as Sackley stepped forward to announce the highly anticipated results of this critical vote. Sackley stepped forward to announce that the Azure team had voted completely unanimously to stay together, meaning they had successfully passed this first trial of the 5 colors of harmony. This unexpected outcome left Sebastian frozen in shock, especially when Isaac glanced over with a highly provocative smirk. Joshua quickly chased Isaac, shouting for him to wait and asking how he did it. He demanded to know how Isaac got everyone to agree, but Isaac calmly countered by asking if he remembered the yellow cardinal who kept seeking him out earlier. Joshua casually nodded, saying that he definitely remembered that very annoying priest. He added that Isaac refused the summon of the cardinal, annoying Isaac enough to jokingly ask if he wanted to die. Joshua quickly offered a brief apology, and a second later, Isaac finally decided to tell him the truth. Isaac explained that he demanded their highly prestigious yellow elixir in exchange for a meeting, which left Joshua utterly bewildered as he silently thought about his own absurd request. Was that legendary potion a secret belonging only to the high lineage of Yellow Faith? It was too valuable to just hand over, but after a brief pause, Isaac continued his intriguing story. Isaac eventually got his hands on the pill and used it to strike a deal with those guys. Hearing this, Suri Joshua grows completely bewildered and yells out, "Wait, did he actually hand it over? Meaning you are giving them the Imperial medicine?" Isaac casually drops the truth. "Nope, I actually made them take all the medicine before they voted." Suri Joshua screams in absolute despair. What on earth? What if they betray us? But before opening the door, Isaac just turns. He reassures Suri Joshua, saying he completely trusts his teammates, then turns around and bursts into a loud, villainous laugh, leaving Suri Joshua completely lost in thought, wondering if this crazy guy has finally changed his ways, because if so, that is actually good news. He swings the door open. Instantly, all of Suri Joshua's questions are answered. Inside, the spies are locked up, beaten black and blue, and crying for mercy, and Henry raises his head, begging them to stop. Henry begs for the antidote since they did exactly as told, while Suri Joshua looks on his face completely twisted in pure shock. The spy keeps begging, crying that his stomach hurts like crazy as Isaac watches the pathetic scene unfold. Seeing how miserable they are, Isaac confidently flashed a thumbs up, declaring they would never dare betray him now. Honestly, you cannot even blame him who wouldn't lose their mind, seeing what this absolute lunatic has done. He points right at Isaac's face, demanding to know if he gave them poison instead of the actual imperial medicine. Isaac plays completely innocent, claiming he gave them real medicine, 93% flour and 5% skeleton demon king mana. Add 1% laxative, 0.5% hair extract, and a tiny fraction of a percent of actual imperial medicine. Sorry, Joshua panics, shouting that even rinsing a real imperial pill in a bucket of water would yield more than that. It is payback time. Isaac smiles at the prisoners as his friend holds his head in despair. They have been leeching off him for years after all. Dominic quickly clasps his hands together. He begs and cries, saying he cannot take it anymore, while Henry joins in pleading about how they survived the 5 Harmonies trial together. Begging for the antidote, they watch as Isaac casually struts over to a cabinet, pulls it open, and speaks. Fine, Isaac says. He is a man of his word after all. Now where did he put that antidote? Found it. Isaac pulls out a dirty diaper and cheers like he found a gold mine. Sorry, Joshua watches in absolute horror, cursing him silently because that is a diaper Isaac literally used to wear. Who on earth puts medicine inside a diaper? Isaac shamelessly holds it high to tease the poor guys. He asks who wants it first, but before anyone can answer, the door bursts open and someone yells at him to stop. It is Saintess Nizer, and he is absolutely fuming, gritting his teeth while demanding that Isaac return his men. He calls Isaac a bastard, claiming he does not care what bribes were used to steal his loyal followers. Isaac clicks his tongue in annoyance while Albert begs in fear and Henry watches in sheer confused shock. Desperate for the cure, the men instantly betray Saintess Nizer and turn on their former master instead. He threatens them. But a second later, a wave of intense pain hits him instead. He screams in agony as the others shout at him, warning him to never lay a finger on Isaac. Saintess Nizer has absolutely no idea what is going on, demanding to know why they are suddenly shielding this guy. He demands to know what Isaac did to them, while Isaac slowly steps up to the fallen boss to settle all their overdue debts. Isaac reminds him of his own words, mocking his theory that people only seek overwhelming power in times of crisis. But he was wrong. The only thing these desperate guys care about right now is saving their own lives. Nobody wants to face death, and hearing this makes Saintess Nizer completely freeze up in sheer terror. He trembles, whispering to himself that this is impossible, while staring directly into Isaac's freezing cold glare. Those cold eyes remind him of a cunning predator, making him wonder if this monster is even human. Meanwhile, inside the Holy See office, Hera Berry hears a knock on the door and loudly commands them to enter. Seeing Theodore hesitating at the entrance, he feels annoyed that it took 7 whole days just to meet an apprentice. Thinking of how disrespectful it is, Theodore finally steps inside and apologizes for the bad news. He reveals that Isaac flat out refused to show up, leaving Hera Berry completely stunned and unable to believe it. He demands to know why Isaac refuses to come even after receiving the medicine, while Theodore nervously scratches his head to confirm it. Theodore adds that Isaac wanted to pass on a message, making Hera Berry's face instantly darken with anger. Theodore repeats that if they want him to visit next time, they should send a giant block of gold instead. Berry gets so furious he snaps the pen in his hand, his face instantly twisting into pure horror at the sight before him. He hesitates before ordering them to bring that kid to him at all costs. The scene then shifts back to Sebastian. He storms off in absolute fury, cursing that bastard under his breath. A second later, a past memory flashes and he whispers to himself. Still, it is not a total loss. His informants reported that the target is hiding something that must never cross paths with the authorities. If he investigates further, he will surely find clues to unmask the guy himself. But right then, he looks up completely caught off guard. A crowd has gathered ahead. Sebastian barks out a demand to know who they are, leaving both Thedo and John looking extremely confused. Turning their gaze toward him, they watch as an arrogant Sebastian aggressively stomps over to demand answers. Why is this dorm so loud? Not wanting to cause any trouble, he quickly explains they just have business with the young master here. Inside, Thedo is swearing. Why do they have to run right into a member of the Red Clan, the Yellow Clan's sworn enemy? He wishes the red-haired freak would just get lost. If rumors spread about the Yellow Cardinal summoning someone, it will be a disaster, especially summoning someone from the Blue Clan. But after hearing their excuse, he is not about to let things slide so easily. He continues to glare at everyone with cold, predatory eyes. But just as the tension peaks, a new voice suddenly cuts in. Asking why they are so late, the voice draws everyone's attention, forcing them to turn around. To their absolute shock, Isaac and Suri Joshua have arrived. Isaac leans against the doorframe, looking down at everyone with arrogant pride. He casually claims he told them to arrive early to prepare for a tea party. Hearing this, the group quickly rushes over to Isaac. They realize this kid is trying to bail them out. Honestly, after everything he received, it is the absolute least he could do. Joshua is always so incredibly easy to read. Smiling, they immediately decide to play along with his obvious rescue plan. They tell him they arrived to deliver something special for the young master, which is being prepared. he quickly jumps in. He agrees that a proper gathering requires good refreshments, ordering them to bring it over before the day is out. They all happily acknowledge the order, leaving Sebastian completely ignored and turning pale green with absolute rage. He fumes silently, wondering if this casual meeting is how Isaac managed to bewitch his loyal subordinates in the first place. Without warning, he begins channeling his magic just as Theto steps up to bid them a polite farewell. Before he can even finish his sentence, Sebastian blindsides him with a cheap shot, causing him to scream in pain. After knocking the others down, he sets his sights on Isaac, preparing to unleash his level 5 holy magic penitent hell. Mocking him, he says he only helped the subordinates rest before inviting Isaac to a rather painful, twisted test of faith. As Isaac glares at his opponent, Suri Joshua watches in absolute terror, knowing this test will end with him burned at the stake. At worst, the entire clan could face complete annihilation if things go south, but Sebastian has no intention of stopping there. Pulling out a mysterious red pouch, Sebastian slyly suggests he has a very convenient little tool for their test. He claims it only takes a simple touch to react. But before they can proceed, Cardinal Barry suddenly arrives on the scene. He barks at Isaac Joshua, expressing disbelief that he ignored an official summon just to play around with these weaklings. Hearing that familiar commanding voice, a wave of anxiety and deep confusion washes over him. He glares directly at him, demanding to know if they think his orders are some kind of joke. Sebastian is frozen in sheer terror, unable to utter a single word as he stares at Cardinal Barry. Glancing over at him, the Cardinal coldly asks if he is still cozying up with the infamous Red Clan. How dare a mere brat from that clan lay his hands on my personal subordinates? Sebastian is left utterly baffled, his mind racing with highly twisted thoughts as he desperately wonders if this guy is secretly allied with the Barry family. Isaac quickly speaks up to offer a polite apology to the Cardinal, putting on a perfect act. Feigning a helpless, pitiful expression, he shifts all the blame, claiming Sebastian warned him to stay away from others. Because of those warnings, he claims he was unable to answer the Cardinal's urgent summons in time. Those words instantly trigger a wave of panic in Sebastian, who nervously steals a glance at him. Barry looks back with an unreadable expression. Terrified of the Cardinal's wrath, Sebastian desperately scrambles to defend himself. He loudly protests, demanding to know when he ever said such a thing, and questions what this summon is about. He points out that high-ranking clergy are strictly forbidden from contacting trainees during their official apprenticeship. Before he can even finish accusing the Cardinal, Barry suddenly cuts in with a highly patronizing tone. Realizing his opponent walked right into his trap, Isaac suppresses a smirk, knowing things are about to get wild. Then Cardinal Hira Barrett quickly blames Sebastian Nezer, the third son of the Red Clan, saying he gave them ample time to bond as teammates. But since he wasted that precious chance, the Cardinal is only letting it slide because of his personal connection with Sebastian's father. Sebastian Nezer frantically tries to explain that things are not as they seem, but his excuses are instantly rejected as the Cardinal answers. He informs them that he will assign extra temple duties to their group, a harsh decree that leaves Sebastian completely devastated. Sebastian silently grits his teeth in fury, begging Cardinal Barrett to let him off. Still, absolutely fuming, Sebastian turns and orders Isaac to follow him back to their room. But the boy flatly refuses, leaving Sebastian completely stunned as he stares back at them in absolute disbelief. Isaac apologizes to the Yellow Cardinal, explaining that the Red Cardinal has already summoned him first for a prior meeting. Isaac politely suggests catching up later, prompting the skeptical Cardinal to ask if the Red Cardinal truly just called him. Isaac grins and cheerfully confirms that the Red Cardinal did summon him, which leaves Seraphine staring at him in complete and utter shock. She panics internally, wondering how on earth the boy knew when she never said a word, fearing Cardinal Barrett will end up hating her. Believing her evaluation score is as good as ruined, she decides she must slip away immediately. She quickly runs over, places a hand on his shoulder, and laughs along, claiming she came solely to call for Isaac. She asks to take him with her, to which Cardinal Barrett can only respond with a confused grunt of disbelief. Seeing the Cardinal's skeptical look, Sebastian feels a wave of doubt, wondering if the trick actually failed to work. As Sebastian starts to stammer an excuse to the Cardinal, Barrett suddenly cuts him off, saying they have no choice then. He turns to leave, telling Isaac that since he has a prior meeting, he can go on ahead and attend it. Sebastian sighs in deep relief, thinking that even a powerful cardinal like Barrett would not want to offend his influential family. However, after taking only a few steps, Cardinal Barrett suddenly halts and adds a condition. He notes that Sebastian still caused trouble for the Yellow Clan, so he will be assigned extra duties starting tomorrow. Sebastian curses furiously in his mind, but quickly forces himself to calm down, planning to shift all the blame onto Isaac. He reassures himself that if he hands Isaac to his father, his punishment will vanish, but as he prepares to speak, Isaac is suddenly nowhere to be found, causing Sebastian to yell out in shock as pure rage boils within him. Sebastian turns to demand where the kid went, and Suri Joshua simply points backward to give him an answer. He explains that Isaac went to sleep early, claiming he needs rest to grow taller, leaving Sebastian completely helpless. Sebastian can only grit his teeth and complain that it is barely 2 p.m., calling him an absolute bastard. Unable to take it, he storms over to Isaac's room and screams at him to please wake up immediately. But the only response Sebastian gets is heavy snoring and sleep talk about burning everything to the ground. To make matters worse, Albert's group turns on him and screams at the others to drag that annoying Sebastian out. 3 days later, under Cardinal Barrett's strict orders, Sebastian is forced to spend his days mopping the floors. He curses Isaac with every swipe of the mop, swearing that he will murder the boy before suddenly, throwing his mop aside in despair, he cries and laments that working 18 hours a day is torture, suddenly remembering his father's harsh scolding. He was called a useless failure who could not even bring one kid back yet dared to ask for help. So he angrily mutters to himself, complaining that his teammates do nothing but whine about their low test scores. Even his own father refuses to help him. Snapping back to reality, Sebastian. He desperately brainstorms a way out, knowing he must bring Isaac back to win his father's favor. To do that, he first needs to meet the boy, figuring he can simply ambush him in the chapel since everyone must pray. 6 hours later, Sebastian grows completely demoralized after waiting with absolutely no sign of Isaac. Sometime later, Robert slams the door open and shouts, demanding to know what on earth Sebastian is doing there. Dragging Sebastian away by force, Robert furiously warns him that if their team scores drop any lower, he will personally murder him right now. Sebastian tries to break free, insisting he absolutely must find Isaac first until he suddenly spots him nearby. Seeing Isaac standing just a few feet away, Sebastian can only stare back at the boy in complete paralyzed disbelief. Meanwhile, Isaac simply grins and waves back a playful gesture that drives Sebastian so mad he immediately tries to lunge forward and attack him. Robert and Raymond quickly hold him back as Sebastian desperately screams at them to let him go. Isaac watches the struggle with immense amusement, prompting Suri Joshua to sigh and call him a literal devil. Did you really come here just to piss him off? Isaac doesn't get angry at all, he says he's thrilled. Then he turns to ask his companion, but wouldn't meeting the Scarlet Cardinal be much more beneficial for us? Isaac asks, not quite understanding what Suri Joshua is trying to say. Why is that? Suri quickly explains that Cardinal Barry will never help them reach the rank of king. Turning his head, he asks what this king rank even means. Seeing how careless Isaac is, Suri Joshua sighs and begs him to pay attention. At least know the grading criteria. Instead of admitting he's clueless, Isaac snaps back, blaming Suri for not telling him all of this sooner. Suri Joshua pulls out the evaluation chart. A king represents an irreplaceable genius, while a queen is a powerhouse capable of protecting the nation. A bishop is a model student, a knight is capable, and a pawn is just average. Skeletons are completely useless. Suri continues to complain about the irreplaceable king and queen ranks, all while hiding a growing anxiety in his heart. He confesses to Isaac that if the cardinal loses his temper and ranks them as skeletons, they will be demoted instantly. Worse, Cardinal Barry might actually want to kill them. But Isaac completely disagrees with this dramatic claim, telling Suri to talk some sense. Who would hold enough of a grudge to murder a 10-year-old child? The man even gave him holy medicine. At this point, Suri drops a massive truth bomb. Don't you know that your mother was once engaged to Cardinal Barry? Leaving Isaac in complete shock and disbelief, Suri casually adds that his father actually stole her away from the cardinal. The engagement was cancelled because his father turned the entire affair into a massive conflict between their two families. Hearing this, dark thoughts immediately filled his head. The cardinal definitely wants him dead 100%. Suddenly, the spectral watcher appears right behind him, making Isaac jump back and scream in terror. You scared the life out of me. A few seconds later, Suri makes a suggestion: if Isaac can win over the Scarlet Cardinal, they can use him to keep the Gold Cardinal in check. Not to mention the Gold family's descendants must pass the Scarlet family's exam. So just promising they won't get ranked as skeletons in the Gold family's exam is enough. While Suri Joshua is explaining this, someone is secretly casting a spell in the shadows and a magic hand suddenly manifests out of thin air. Right next to Isaac, though he remains completely oblivious and keeps replying to his companion, "That makes sense, I should go meet him and see." Just as he says this, the magic hand clamps over Isaac's mouth. Leaving him terrified and confused, Suri Joshua wonders why Isaac suddenly stopped talking mid-sentence. He turns to ask what Isaac just said, only to find he has vanished entirely. Stunned into silence, Suri can only call out his name in sheer disbelief. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Hyla. Barry, who is reading a book when he hears a knock. He sternly commands the guest to enter, and a wave of mana floods in. The sudden wave of magical energy drags Isaac straight into the room before quickly dissipating. Recovering his composure, Isaac calmly asks Hyla, "Barry, my dear kidnapper, what on earth are you doing? You always act so high and mighty, yet you send your lackeys to kidnap me." Seeing how disrespectful Isaac is, the cardinal shuts his book, glares at him, and calls him a brat. Hyla Barry then approaches him to negotiate. He has something to discuss. Left with no choice, Isaac reluctantly agrees, mocking that there is always something to discuss. He asks if he was brought here simply because he had been ignoring the cardinal. Suddenly, Barry lowers his voice and gently calls out his name. "Isaac Joshua, I want to adopt you." The words strike like a bolt of lightning. He freezes in absolute shock for a few seconds. Deep down, Isaac's mind begins to race with intense anxiety. What did he just say? Adoption means joining the Gold family. Does he really want him to join them? What on earth is this? Is he mocking him, or is there another motive? Thinking of this, Isaac grits his teeth and glares at Hyla Berry with intense resentment. Seeing his reaction, Berry quickly explains that there is no scheme. He is simply offering him a chance to leave the Joshua family and become his adopted son. Isaac remains highly skeptical, thinking this offer only makes things more suspicious. Why would they do this? Could it be because that fake skeleton demon king called him a saint? But whatever their goal is, it doesn't matter. Isaac wants to find out what Hyla Berry is really plotting, so he hesitantly asks what exactly he stands to gain if he agrees to become his adopted son. The question catches Berry completely off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned and unsure of how to answer. Seeing the silence, Isaac's tone grows even firmer. If the cardinal wants to make a deal, he should at least state his terms clearly. Hyla Berry observes him with a calculating gaze, lost in thought. Hira Barrett wonders if a kid that age is seriously trying to bargain with him. He quickly promises Isaac that they can give him everything his own family lacks. The Pope's prestigious household is more than capable of making up for all his shortcomings. Before the man can even finish, Isaac bursts out laughing. He confidently fires back that the Joshua family does not lack a single thing. Hira Barrett looks thoughtful for a moment. He mentions hearing rumors that the Joshua family is actively trying to lock Isaac up inside their estate. He points out that the Blue Faith demands intense patience and constant self-restraint. It means the young boy will have to face endless restrictions. But his own Yellow Sect will never interfere with anything Isaac wants to do. In fact, they will fully support his every move. Yet Isaac is still not satisfied and instantly sets his own bold conditions. That still sounds way too small. Unless, of course, they plan to back him as the next family successor. Otherwise, it simply is not enough. Hira Barrett falls silent, pondering this deeply before noting he heard Isaac was aiming to become a saint. But now he wants the seat of the Pope too. If he truly intends to climb that high, switching over makes absolute sense. Joining the Yellow Sect would be highly beneficial. But Isaac quickly argues back that he is still a Joshua. If the man thinks he will switch sides for minor things like that, but before Isaac can finish, Hira Barrett cuts him off with a massive offer. A private territory, a massive vault of gold, his own personal army, and complete tax exemption. He even promises an estate larger than the Joshua family mansion, along with all the rights of a direct descendant. Hearing this, Isaac finally gives in and promises to consider the offer, which is exactly what Hira wants. Delighted with the response, Hira Barrett heads back to his desk and announces he will start the joining process immediately. Suddenly, he remembers a crucial detail and warns Isaac not to say a single word to the Joshua family. Isaac calmly agrees. To put the man's mind at ease, the boy readily offers a solid guarantee. He promises to keep it a secret. But the moment their conversation ends, he senses someone is secretly eavesdropping on them. The sneaky spy is Suri Joshua. Seeing Hira Barrett makes him freeze in pure terror. Caught completely off guard, the poor guy screams in panic. He is absolutely paralyzed with fear. Suri Joshua loses his balance entirely, collapsing onto the cold floor and groaning in despair. Summoning every ounce of strength, he scrambles to his feet and runs, yelling that he heard absolutely nothing. Watching the terrified boy flee while screaming, the man can only sigh before quickly returning to talk with Isaac. He says it does not matter. What truly counts is Isaac's decision. Even if that brat leaks everything to Joshua, it will not change a thing. But then Isaac casually drops an absolute bombshell, reminding him he only promised to consider it. He never promised to join. In fact, even if he dies, he will never join the Pope's household. Shocked that a mere child could possess such resolve, Hira Barrett turns around and asks if he really meant that. Isaac firmly confirms his stance. Furious at the blatant rejection, Hira's face darkens with rage as he tightly crumples the papers on his desk. He snaps that Isaac is just like his mother, from his looks to his attitude. With just one word from him, the boy will be excommunicated and stripped of his priesthood. He can forget about ever becoming the Pope. Even his title of saint will be denied. With the ultimate power of the Pope, he can banish Isaac from the Holy Kingdom forever. He knows that, yet he still dares to speak so boldly. Despite Hira slamming a heavy hand on his shoulder and lecturing him, Isaac remains completely unfazed as he replies. He states he will simply build his own country where neither priests nor popes are needed, leaving the man utterly speechless. To make things sweeter, Isaac confidently asks why on earth a single nation would ever need two leaders anyway, since it is going to be his kingdom anyway. The man is stunned that such wild words came from a child. He stands frozen. Glaring intensely, Hira stammers to ask what he is playing at, but gets cut off. Isaac just scratches his head with a bright smile, saying he needs that kind of courage to beat the skeleton demon king. The man is completely lost for words. Isaac casually turns away, suggesting they both pretend the adoption offer was never even made. He adds that it is much safer for Hira that way. Walking casually to the desk, Isaac touches the crumpled paper. He admits the conversation sparked his curiosity. Now he cannot help but wonder what really happened during the holy ordination ceremony. What could possibly drive the Yellow sect to adopt the direct descendant of their own bitter rival household? Surely the entire kingdom would love to know too. Meanwhile, back at the Joshua estate, the shocking news has finally arrived. Eli Joshua trembles with worry, demanding to know how on earth Isaac managed to pass the 5 colors harmony test. He should have failed. Damn it, my faith must not be strong enough. Fearing the worst might happen, he quickly grabbed the holy chalice and rushed off. Approaching the altar, Eli Joshua knelt down with deep reverence, lifting the holy chalice high above his head. Then he began to pray, "O divine God of heaven and earth, please let that damn grandson of mine fail this test completely." Eli Joshua was definitely not your average grandfather. Usually elders pray for their grandkids to actually pass. But witnessing his bizarre behavior, the second son of the Joshua family couldn't help but look on. Benjamin Joshua turned to Riley Joshua, asking what on earth had happened to their family while he was away. He grabbed Riley Joshua's arm and demanded to know since when their sacred faith was used to curse people. Riley Joshua laughed it off. Did Benjamin really think that badly of Isaac? Was the kid truly such a troublemaker? Panic flashed across Riley Joshua's face as he quickly defended him. The boy is pure and completely innocent. He is polite and incredibly smart. Unconvinced, Benjamin looked back at their praying father and asked why he was acting like this. Riley Joshua offered a quick excuse. He's probably just worried about his grandson. After all, the upcoming test is brutal. The trial of the yellow and red factions is extremely dangerous. Yet Benjamin Joshua still could not shake his deep anxiety. As the second son, he could never inherit the family. So having a talented child rise up should be great news. Isaac becoming the heir was supposed to be a good thing, so why did he feel this creeping dread? Just then, Eli Joshua walked over, scratching his head, muttering how strange it was for his blessing to fail. Anyone hit by that blessing should have passed out cold for 3 days. Why did it have zero effect on the kid? Hearing this, Benjamin thought to himself, wait, that sounds way more like a deadly curse than a blessing. I think it is for the best that it failed. Suddenly, a cheerful voice chimed in from behind them. That child still means a lot to you, doesn't he? They all turned around, eyes widening in pure shock. The newcomer respectfully bowed greetings, patriarch and uncles. Standing before them was none other than Saint candidate Leah Joshua. Delighted to see her, Riley Joshua welcomed her back. Right after Leah, Joshua politely asked how everyone was doing. But Eli Joshua completely ignored her. Still deeply lost in his own thoughts about Isaac, he mumbled to himself. How did that brat even pass the harmony test? He should have failed completely and been totally cast aside. Left standing there awkwardly, Leah Joshua did not know what to say. But Eli ignored her completely, realizing the Pope's faction was showing far too much interest in Isaac. If they are actually targeting Isaac's life, it would be best for him to just quit and come back early. Waiting a year or 2 would be fine, but the boy is just too brilliant to delay his coronation. While Eli Joshua was deep in thought, Benjamin's eyes caught something sitting on the grand desk. Spotting a mysterious letter, he asked father who sent this. That envelope looks incredibly fancy and expensive. It looks nothing like our usual correspondence. The patriarch stayed silent, letting out a heavy, worried sigh. Finally, Eli Joshua confessed to them all, it is from your 4th brother. Both Benjamin and Riley Joshua gasped in shock. Riley Joshua blurted out, Noel, did he actually send a letter? Eli Joshua read the contents aloud. When are you going to step down as leader? You are basically dying anyway. Why do you not just hand over the position already? He scoffed angrily, repeating his son's disrespectful words. Crumpling and tearing the letter to shreds, Eli declared that this was exactly why they had to train Isaac properly. They could never let their 4th brother take over the family. Benjamin quickly nodded in agreement. The patriarch asserted that if Isaac failed to qualify, Riley Joshua would be next in line. Hearing this, Riley Joshua choked on his own spit in absolute shock. Coughing violently, he listened as Eli Joshua continued, but since the kid passed the harmony test, there is still hope. Salak, who had been lurking nearby, suddenly stormed in after overhearing everything and yelled out, Hope, my foot. Eli folded his arms and calmly asked what was wrong. Salak instantly complained that the bastard was beating up others with his pendulum. Fuming with rage, she snapped, what kind of psycho uses healing magic just to beat people up even harder? Hearing this, Eli Joshua let out a hearty laugh. Yep, that is classic Isaac for you. Seeing his father's twisted amusement, Benjamin could only sigh in defeat as Salak continued her angry complaints. He even poisoned and blackmailed his own teammates to pass Riley Joshua grit his teeth in absolute disbelief. The patriarch waved his hand dismissively. It does not matter as long as the Pope's faction stays in the dark. Right at that moment, Suri Joshua burst into the room in a panic, shouting, Patriarch, we have a huge problem. He gasped for breath before finally managing to speak of Cardinal Barry. Suri's next words sent a wave of absolute terror through everyone in the room. He actually offered to adopt Isaac. Eli clenches his fists in a tight grip, demanding to know what Isaac said to that. Seeing his terrifying expression, Riley quickly chimes in saying Isaac is a member of the Joshua family after all. There is no way the boy would betray them, but Ella's next words make his jaw drop. Isaac said, "It sounded great." Riley rushes forward, grabbing Suri by both shoulders and shaking him wildly, demanding to know what he means by that. What on earth did he use to bribe Isaac? Suri gulps, admitting it was an amount of money absolutely no one could refuse. Riley grinds his teeth in fury. Right then, the servants in the room begin to whisper among themselves. Money really can buy anything, they whisper as the man next to him agrees, leaving Eli trembling with pure rage. "Those absolute bastards," Eli growls, cracking his knuckles as his gaze turns deadly cold, reminding them he is still very much alive. "How dare they try to steal my family right from under me?" Meanwhile, back at the academy, everyone stares at a mountain of gold. The apprentice priests gasp in absolute amazement. Whispers spread fast as they wonder if all this gold really came from the Berry family. Word is, they gave it all to Isaac. Another apprentice cannot hide his sheer surprise at the news. Are the rumors about Isaac being close with the Pope's family actually true? Standing in the crowd, Isaac just smirks with delight. This is more like hush money, Isaac thinks, raising an eyebrow. Still, gold is gold. Just then, Suri squeezes through the crowd to reach him. Suri is holding a massive banner that proudly reads, "Isaac Joshua belongs to the Order of the Pure Faith." Isaac stares blankly at the banner. What on earth is this? Taking a letter from Suri, he asks if the patriarch sent him. Isaac mutters about that stingy old man before quickly opening the paper to read a single line neatly written across it. It says, "You are family to me." Isaac's face darkens, wondering what kind of ridiculous game they are playing now. Without hesitation, Isaac crumples the paper up and tears it to shreds. Suddenly, Suri spots a very familiar figure in the distance. Suri narrows his eyes to get a clearer look and suddenly cries out for Sister Leah. Nearby, someone in the crowd murmurs in complete disbelief. The female patriarch is here. Hearing that title, Isaac spins around in absolute shock. Excited chatter immediately fills the room. They say she is the Saintess of the Joshua family. Look, it is Melissa herself. The moment Isaac sees her walking in, his face turns pale. Why is Melissa here of all places? Does she have any idea how hard he has tried to avoid her? Terrified, he quickly ducks behind Suri to hide. He must find a hiding spot immediately before anyone spots him. "It looks so real," someone says, realizing it is just a projection from a communication orb. Hearing this, Isaac peeks out. Annoyed, Isaac kicks Suri with zero mercy, snapping at him for giving him a near heart attack. Isaac grumbles about him overreacting while Suri clutches his back in pain, completely miserable from the sudden kick. He winces, asking what he did to deserve that. Right then, a gentle voice unexpectedly calls out from behind them. "You must be Isaac," Melissa says with a warm smile, noting that the rumors of him growing quickly are indeed true. Her eyes gleam with interest, asking if he really managed to break the curse of the skeleton demon king. She admits she is quite impressed. Inside, Isaac lets out a sigh of relief that they are only speaking through a communication orb. Since they are not face to face, there is no way she will realize he is actually the skeleton demon king. Melissa gently asks if it is true he was kidnapped by the demon king's subordinates recently, saying he must have suffered greatly. Her voice suddenly drops as she calls Isaac's name. A terrible sense of dread washes over him, thinking it cannot be. Can she actually sense it through a projection? Melissa's eyes grow incredibly sharp as she asks why she senses the skeleton demon king's power. Why does she feel the skeleton demon king's energy lingering on him? Isaac completely freezes, knowing he is dead if she uncovers his secret. Her gaze remains locked onto Isaac. Panicking, his mind races as he tries to come up with a believable excuse. He blurts out that it must be because he swallowed the skeleton demon king's finger 15 years ago. The entire hall falls dead silent. Isaac stands completely still, his back drenched in cold sweat from the intense pressure. After a long, agonizing pause, Melissa suddenly claps her hands, saying she recalls hearing about that from Riley. There is no way the Demon King would be here. Hearing this, Isaac finally relaxes, his body deeply relieved that he swallowed that finger. Melissa continues with absolute certainty. She promises to skin him and hang him upside down if he ever appeared. Isaac's lips curl into a faint smile. He wonders how she plans on skinning a literal skeleton. On the other side of the hall, someone asks if they really came all this way just to meet some apprentice priests. Even Bessie cannot hide her curiosity, noting the Saintess usually avoids family affairs. Why did they even come here? Leah Joshua gently smiles, saying she finds him to be quite interesting. Pointing to the third child of the Crimson family, the dazed boy questions if she means him, though her smile remains gentle. Yet her next words cut sharp as a knife, noting she heard he was chosen to inherit the family leadership but lost everyone during the harmony test, and was even foolish enough to get the whole team punished. This cold reality makes Sebastian Nizer faint on the spot as onlookers rush over to wake him. Wondering if this guy is mentally broken, Melissa Joshua just ignores it and continues speaking. She announces a special reward for his hard work, making Isaac's eyes instantly light up as he wonders if this gift is cold hard cash. She speaks in a highly mysterious tone, her clear voice echoing all around them. It is her ultimate technique, the absolute strongest offensive holy magic that once brought down the legendary skeleton demon king. He grimaces flatly, refusing the offer, which makes Suri Joshua quickly cover his mouth as onlookers start whispering in absolute disbelief. They wonder if she truly means the legendary divine power skill, something that money cannot buy at any price. It is basically an upgraded version of standard holy power. Meanwhile, someone grabs Sebastian Nizer by the shoulders, shaking him violently. Fearing the Azure family will completely leave them in the dust, he grinds his teeth together in pure frustration. He worries this reward will only fuel the kid's arrogance, but suddenly a loud shout of protest cuts through the murmuring crowd. Declaring it cannot be allowed, the young man steps out from the crowd and drops to one knee before the Saintess. Looking at Melissa Joshua, he secretly wonders if she would ever forgive someone who poisoned their own allies. A smirk plays on his lips as he vows to expose the truth and strip away his opponent's right to remain. He takes a deep breath and yells out. Addressing the Saintess, the young man who is actually the eldest son of the fallen Count Mulet prepares to report Isaac's actions. Acting as Nizer's top informant, he confidently declares that Isaac forced them to swallow poison just to pass the exam. Hearing that this was how they passed the harmony test, Melissa Joshua's eyes widen as she struggles to believe her ears. Sebastian's top spy squeezes out a few fake tears, trying his best to look like a completely helpless victim. He chokes back tears, asking the Saintess how she could possibly trust a candidate who resorted to using foul poison. Melissa is still completely stunned by the mention of poison, while over on the far side, Sebastian Nizer clenches his fists in pure excitement, celebrating that his pawn is finally useful enough to take down their rival. He promises to welcome him to his squad, but right then, Melissa Joshua raises her voice and angrily calls out for Isaac. She scolds him, demanding to know if he truly thought poison alone was enough, calling it a highly ineffective way to train. He needs to train his willpower. This completely leaves Albert in absolute shock. Panicking so hard that he entirely forgets to cry, he desperately objects that Isaac literally beat them black and blue. Melissa is totally startled, pointing straight at Isaac to give him a piece of her mind. She lectures that superficial bruises do absolutely nothing for real training, ordering him to break their bones instead next time. She claims that is the only way to help them grow stronger, rolling up her sleeves to personally deliver the punishment. She vows to break their bones herself, forcing a panicked Leah Joshua to quickly step in and warn that the boy might actually die. Stepping forward with a calm expression, Leah Joshua coldly suggests that she should be the one to handle the job instead. She promises to keep it quick and painless, but right then, Isaac steps forward, declaring he will handle them himself. Isaac whisper teases, noting how they should have listened to him. Noting they could have avoided this suffering, he tightly squeezes Albert's shoulder, declaring the boy is now his personal meat shield. Left completely speechless, he wonders if this entire family is insane as the scene shifts to the Joshua mansion. By noon, harsh sunlight filters through the buildings as Leah Joshua sits in the library questioning young Isaac. She asks if he wants to become the family head, to which a relaxed Isaac casually confirms while picking his ear. When asked what he would do first as the leader, he instantly replies that he will wipe out all the Saintesses. Suri Joshua's face darkens as he curses the boy's absolute madness, but Leah calmly asks why, prompting Isaac to explain. He declares that Saintesses are completely useless, forcing his companion to desperately grab his shoulders and beg him to stop. Still, Isaac remains resolute, eyes glowing a deep crimson as he vows to personally take down the skeleton demon king. He casually suggests she should just quit being a Saintess, plunging the entire room into silence as Leah stares at Melissa. Staring right back, she calmly replies that she simply cannot do it. Revealing she once committed an unforgivable sin, deep and ancient memories suddenly begin to flash through her mind. Under the bright blue sky, Melissa Joshua stood in front of Leah Joshua and spoke softly. Melissa Joshua slowly reached her hand forward, telling Leah that once in her life she had a chance to destroy the skeleton demon king. It was a flawless opportunity to wipe him out forever, she murmured gently, patting Leah's head with deep regret in her voice. But she failed to do it. Leah looked up in shock, asking why, but Melissa could only confess that she was not even sure why. Perhaps the gods would never forgive such an act. Then the scene shifts right back to the present. Melissa continued, explaining she was absolutely certain that she herself was the sole reason the Joshua family fell under a curse. To break this curse, they must defeat that skeleton demon king. It was a heavy burden she had to carry alone. Isaac hesitantly repeated those words, wondering about the unforgivable sin she mentioned while keeping his eyes glued tightly to the ground. Leah silently guessed there must have been a very specific reason why Melissa could not kill that demon king. Melissa called out to Isaac, stating that was why she wanted to meet today, just as Leah opened up a small box. Suri Joshua gasped instantly, asking if that was actually the sacred symbol of the Saintess. Inside the box rested an exquisite necklace featuring a finely detailed pendant set with a brilliant blue gem. Resting his chin on his hand, Isaac realized there was only one such Saintess symbol in the entire world. Its value was completely immeasurable, and as a cold sweat rolled down his cheek, Isaac grew more and more confused. He just could not understand why Melissa would hand over such a treasure. Meanwhile, she gave him a careful warning. Hearing his offensive holy arts were quite weak, she had sealed her power inside, allowing him to use divine energy at any given moment. Melissa gave a quick wink, reminding him that the remaining 5 tests lay ahead. He could not pass them using only purification magic, so she urged him to take it. With those final words, her image faded. Her projection began to blur and completely vanished, but not before promising to visit the Holy Kingdom of Helen very soon. She promised to teach him how to handle the skeleton demon king next time. Isaac merely gritted his teeth angrily, muttering for her to get lost. He hoped she would never return. Seeing that everything was settled, Leah quickly stood up from her chair. Saying she had to leave, Leah walked over to him but suddenly stopped right in front of him. She slowly raised her hand, telling him to listen up before suddenly pointing straight at his face with a dead serious expression. She asked if he possessed a mana core. At that question, Isaac turned utterly pale, wondering how she had discovered his secret core. Even Melissa had not noticed, so how on earth did she find out? A dark, dangerous thought suddenly flashed through Isaac's mind. He wondered if he should just kill her right here. Meanwhile, she rested her chin in thought, wondering if she was mistaken. Still unsure, Leah asked if that thing was really a mana core from the branch family. He nervously stammered, confirming it was indeed a mana core. Clutching his chest, Isaac breathed a silent sigh of relief, thanking his lucky stars he had not absorbed it yet. He had assumed he could unseal it using holy arts but had not succeeded yet. Panic filled his racing thoughts. He had no idea what it was, and nothing he tried seemed to work. But without hesitation, she moved. Reaching up, she unclasped the necklace from her neck, telling him he could break the seal using it. Isaac's eyes nearly popped right out of his head. Gasping in pure shock, his face quickly lit up with joy. She knew about the core and was actually helping him break it. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Leah calmly spoke up, warning him that she was still not entirely sure if he could actually use it. But she noted that he seemed to be trying hard to restore their family's secret art. Isaac stared intensely at the necklace in his hand. She then curiously asked what he planned to do after getting rid of the Saintesses. Without a single second of hesitation, he declared his dream was to be a rich slacker, making Leah burst out laughing. Laughing heartily, she said goodbye, insisting they must meet again once his training period was finally over. Watching her walk away, Isaac quietly realized she was not normal either. Outside the mansion, her trusted subordinate was already waiting. Leah quickly walked toward the carriage, telling him it was time to go, while he respectfully bowed and welcomed her back. Noticing her bare neck, the subordinate gently reminded her that the necklace could easily expose their family's secret arts. Leah shut the carriage door and calmly replied that she knew. He persisted, reminding her it was a precious family heirloom. Since it came directly from the family head, other direct descendants had their eyes on it. Yet she remained completely unfazed. Staring out the window, she remarked that if it got stolen, it only proved he was worth nothing more. Her subordinate sighed helplessly but pointed out that if Isaac actually managed to protect the necklace, things would change. He would technically become the rightful successor. Leah laughed softly, replying that it was still much better than him joining the Holy Temple. Recalling his words from earlier, she cannot help but laugh. He is definitely planning to wipe out those Saintesses. I will handle the skeleton demon king myself, Isaac Joshua mutters under his breath. You'd better make sure you succeed, Isaac. Meanwhile, inside the estate, Isaac cradles the necklace in his hands, his eyes shining as if he is staring at a mountain of pure gold. Meanwhile, at the Barry mansion, night has fallen as a heavy downpour blankets the area. The howling wind and pouring rain beat relentlessly against the ground. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoes through the storm. A servant opens the door and gasps in shock at the sight of Lord Gogol. It has been a long time, Lord Gogol. Gogol asks if she is doing well, and she quickly nods while leading him inside. She glances back to ask about the Joshua family. Gogol brushes the raindrops off his shoulders, his expression tightening. With a contemptuous voice, he sneers, "What do you think? They are just trash, same as always." She nods in agreement. Those Joshuas really are a bunch of hypocrites. A faint smirk plays on Gogol's lips. He admits he was worried about going soft on them. But even with that casual front on the outside, deep down he is more convinced of his theory than ever. Something major definitely happened during the ordination ceremony. Gogol recalls the disturbing news he recently received. His eyes grow icy as he thinks of the priest in charge of Isaac's ceremony. The priest was found dead in the monster forest. Gogol still finds the whole situation highly suspicious. Was the secret so dangerous that they had to silence him? And now the imperial family even wants to adopt Isaac. There is no way they would do that unless they have all lost their minds. He frowns. There are too many anomalies here. Digging too deep could easily get him killed. Gogol soon reaches his room, announcing that he needs to rest for a bit. He orders her not to disturb him. The servant bows, but the moment the door shuts, things take a different turn. He quietly cracks the door open and slips right back out. Soft-hearted. The man who handed the family to Cardinal Barry. Gogol sneaks through the silent corridors. Sometimes he wonders if he has grown a bit too attached to the Joshua family. His hand tightens into a fist. He knows he actually feels absolutely nothing for that miserable family. A few moments later, Gogol stops right outside Cardinal Barry's office. Checking to make sure the coast is clear, he slips inside. Right before him lies the archive of highly classified secrets. He quickly tears through the stacks of documents, his eyes scanning for any records on Isaac Joshua's ordination. Gogol finally uncovers the document he needs. This is the official seal of the god who chose young Isaac. He cannot believe his eyes, and his face turns completely pale. Could everything actually belong to the greatest god of all? He slams the book shut with a loud thud. Seething with anger, Gogol turns and dashes straight out of the office. It all makes sense now. That is why the Pope's faction orchestrated all of this. It was never about the Holy See. This is a desperate bid for the survival of the Barry family. No, this threatens the safety of the entire empire. Meanwhile, back in Isaac's academy dorm room, his clothes are thrown and scattered all over the place. Staring at the pile of stolen treasures, the Spectre Observer can barely contain his excitement. With this much money, buying a weapon to break the binding sphere should be easy. Isaac wipes his brow, lost in deep thought. But the real problem is the anti-demon stone. The spirit sighs, noting that it neutralizes mana, magic aura, and even holy power. It is a total headache. Isaac fumes, furious that they dared to craft his subordinate's binding sphere out of anti-demon stone. Those absolute bastards. The spirit muses that it was likely the only way they could ever suppress a level 9 demon king. Isaac sighs and decides to move on, choosing to focus on breaking the seal of his mana core first. The spirit's eyes light up, thrilled that Isaac is finally absorbing it. Isaac takes a seat on his bed. He pulls out the necklace. According to Leah, this should break the seal, though he has never seen such a strange artifact. He holds the pendant close to the mana core. Instantly, the complex layers of the seal begin to dissolve. Watching the barrier melt away, Isaac grins in absolute delight. Look, it is finally opening up. In the blink of an eye, the long-imprisoned mana erupts outward in a violent, swirling torrent. Isaac tells the spirit to eat up. The Spectre Observer eagerly agrees, opening its mouth wide to consume the energy. It greedily swallows the cascading waves of pure mana. Isaac watches the sheer volume of power with pure delight. He admits there is far more mana here than he expected. This is more than enough for a massive breakthrough. With this kind of power, casting high-level spells will be a breeze. The energy in the room grows even more intense. The power floods the room, making Isaac burst into laughter while the spirit keeps gorging on the endless mana. Puffing his cheeks out like they are about to burst, Isaac feels absolute victory at last. Everything is going exactly according to plan, but right after that, his victorious smile suddenly freezes. An unusual sensation quietly spreads through his body. Isaac looks down in his hand, and in that instant, he completely freezes like stone. Isaac screams in horror, "What on earth is this?" Moments later, the room falls silent again as he slumps onto his bed. Holding his head in sheer frustration, Isaac stares at his pale hand, now reduced to pure bone, and curses silently. Not these cursed bones again, he grinds his teeth in rage. Damn it, this is definitely the curse. Isaac's eyes grow heavy, thinking about the curse that turned the Skeleton King into the strongest demon lord. The absolute inversion of life and death. The Watcher Ghost angrily smacks his head, warning the curse will take over his body. Isaac tries to play it cool, saying his highly blessed body won't be devoured so easily. He explains that the curse only spiked in power because his mana levels shot up way too quickly. The Watcher Ghost is stunned, wondering if the balance is broken. Isaac starts to lay out his plan. He could easily boost his holy power to suppress the curse, but that means living like a devout believer again. What a total drag. The ghost asks in surprise if his body can automatically convert mana into holy energy, suggesting he wait a bit, but Isaac snaps back in a highly annoyed tone. Who knows how long that will take? The Watcher Ghost suggests absorbing a little mana from the Saintess's symbol, but Isaac shuts it down as wasteful. The ghost floats around deep in thought, or else he will get caught and burned alive. Having no choice, Isaac decides to exploit the 5-color test. The Watcher Ghost gasps in utter shock. Isaac firmly explains that if he takes advantage of this heresy test, run by the Red Clan, he can easily skyrocket his holy power to a whole new level. Wrapping his skeletal hand tightly with a roll of bandages, Isaac decides to temporarily seal away his cursed right hand for the time being. Right then, a highly familiar voice suddenly calls out from right outside his door. "Hey, Isaac." Suri of the Joshua family asks curiously what he is doing in there. Hearing his voice, Isaac's heart completely skips a beat. Isaac forces a crooked smile, asking if he is here too, while Suri wonders why he is smiling all alone. It is seriously creeping him out, and seeing Isaac hiding his hand behind his back only makes Suri more worried. Asking why Isaac is hiding his hand, Suri wonders if he is injured, but Isaac nervously shakes his head in denial. Suri forcefully grabs Isaac's bandaged hand to see for himself, but the moment his eyes land on the bare bones, Suri stumbles back several feet in sheer terror, his pupils shrinking as his voice trembles with absolute horror. What on earth is that? Is that actual bone? The Watcher ghost quickly floats close and whispers a warning, telling him to quickly erase Suri's memories. The ghost is shut down because using magic on others will get him caught. Meanwhile, Suri is shaking like a leaf, rambling about how Isaac's body is just as depraved as his morals. He even wonders if Isaac's soul is corrupted because his flesh is literally rotting away, leaving Isaac completely speechless. Suri keeps rambling on, saying Isaac should have spoken up sooner instead of letting everyone think he was just naturally evil. Isaac pauses, remembering the unique curse of the Joshua bloodline. You are either born completely useless or gifted with a massive defect. Suri holds his head, stressing that an ancestor once suffered from this exact condition. He mutters, wondering how Isaac managed to end up both physically disabled and morally depraved. Isaac's mouth twitches as he genuinely debates whether he should just end this guy. Meanwhile, Suri makes a serious proposal. They must tell grandfather to find a cure, insisting that even if his lifespan is short, they can prolong it. Panicking that his true identity as the Skeleton King will be exposed, Isaac quickly places a hand on Suri's shoulder. Lowering his voice to sound incredibly calm, Isaac begs him not to tell grandfather or their uncles to avoid causing worry. Putting on a rare righteous face, Isaac reminds him that the upcoming 5-color test is far more important right now. Deepening his voice, he vows to personally wipe out the Skeleton King's minions before he dies. Hearing this, Suri is deeply moved to tears, and Isaac quickly reassures him to stay calm, telling him he won't die so easily because he already has a plan. Suri eagerly rushes closer to help out. Demanding to know the plan so he can help, Isaac can't help but smirk with pure smug satisfaction. Flashing a bright smile, Isaac asks him to deliver something to the Red Cardinal. 20 days later in the quiet hall, cries of resentment echo everywhere as someone covers their face, cursing that bastard Isaac. Who on earth rigs a bomb in a restroom? Another victim complains that Isaac even pumped toxic gas into their pillow. Shaking with rage, a third person adds that Isaac even laced their food with cyanide yesterday, quite the contrast to the furious crowd. Meanwhile, Isaac casually munches on bread, asking if they have a problem with his personal training regimen. You can't really blame them because that is not training, it is straight-up assassination. Pointing to a paper crammed with dense writing, David asks what on earth this means, starting with falling off a cliff to die. Then there is getting killed by demons, beaten to death, or basically any death, making him sigh in total exhaustion. When Isaac casually calls those their training goals, David gasps in utter horror, but Isaac simply points toward the corner. There sits a pile of bizarre equipment as Isaac tells them to gear up once they finish eating, leaving Chip highly confused. Spotting the sandbags, David immediately snaps, demanding to know why priests like them should be doing physical training meant for knights. Rummaging through the gear, Isaac points out that with the next 5 colors test approaching, physical conditioning is absolutely mandatory. Stunned by this, Chip argues that the upcoming exam is actually the yellow test, which is supposed to be next. He reminds him that the yellow test requires intellect and strategic thinking, but Isaac only gives a very calm response. He casually reveals that he actually changed the schedule, strapping on his sandbags and announcing the physical red test is up next. A bewildered Chip asks if he really rescheduled it, and Isaac smugly confirms he altered the exam content as well. As Chip furiously demands to know what Isaac has done behind their backs, Isaac suddenly claps his hands to cut them off. Declaring the chit-chat over, Isaac orders them to strap on the sandbags and run 50 laps around the yard. Clenching his fists, David angrily protests, arguing that there is no way anyone can just rewrite the sacred schedule on a whim. Chip points directly at him, calling him completely insane for demanding 50 laps, but Isaac simply raises his wooden staff, claiming he misspoke. Wearing a sinister smile, Isaac coldly corrects himself, saying they actually have to run 100 laps instead. He growls a threat that if they do not take first place, they can all prepare for the afterlife. Ordering those useless bastards to move, Isaac sends them off, and that night a miserable David flings his sandbags onto the floor. Panting heavily, he declares his retirement from this madness, questioning why they must suffer when they only need 2 king ranks to pass. Since they already secured one, they could just wait for the blue test to get their second, but a shadow looms over him. Appearing out of thin air, Isaac drops a heavy hand onto David's shoulder, asking if he is trying to be funny. Isaac stubbornly demands all 5 victories, but Chip argues back, pointing out the absolute impossibility of that dream. He explains that the red and yellow factions would never let them win, a sentiment that Ambek quickly agrees with. Furthermore, they should be preparing for the mental yellow test, not getting dragged out to do this grueling physical conditioning. The standard test sequence is a sacred imperial tradition, and they wonder who Isaac thinks he is to change it. Right then, the door flies open as a panicked classmate bursts in to announce a major crisis has occurred. Gasping for breath, he reveals the next exam is indeed the red test, following a private meeting between the red and yellow cardinals. And just like that, their worst fears are confirmed, leaving Chip to clutch his head and weep. David turns pale, realizing the red test is a duel where losing means instant failure, but Isaac only smiles smugly. With a cold glint in his eyes, Isaac asks if they finally understand now, ordering them to throw themselves back into training. A few days later, the Imperial training grounds buzz with electric energy, the stands packed to the brim with eager spectators. Murmurs echo through the arena as all the participants assemble on the field waiting for the event to begin. Among them stands CP's Nizer, arms crossed and looking thoroughly displeased with the sudden turn of events. He still cannot believe his father actually agreed to Isaac's request, recalling the conversation they had beforehand. His father had ordered him to launch a direct attack and force Isaac's team to unleash their full power, which only annoys him even more. To make matters worse, the upcoming exam is no longer a simple duel, having morphed into a chaotic team battle instead. Smirking with rising excitement, he figures the blue team led by Suri Joshua poses absolutely no threat to them. He concludes that aside from Isaac, the rest are complete pushovers, and there is no way the combat-focused Red family will lose, would ever suffer a shameful defeat, already vividly imagining his 30-man squad completely crushing the blue team to dust. With Suri Joshua's entire squad wiped out in his imagination, he steps forward with burning confidence, ready to lead. As his comrades roar behind him, he eagerly advances, fully prepared to end this fight in a heartbeat. But in the next second, the smile on the boy's face completely freezes and Nizer Sepet is left frozen. His pupils shrink. Even the Red Cardinal Leon Sepet is completely stunned, gasping out in disbelief. Seeing Kinaberry walk out next to Isaac Nazer, Sepet screams in horror while she just waves awkwardly. My food taster had a terrible stomach ache since breakfast, Isaac explains with a casual shrug, pointing his finger toward the back. Luckily, I found a replacement, and since she is technically still an apprentice, it should be fine, right? The news hits Nazer like lightning. The crowd immediately erupts into wild chatter. What Kinaberry is on the blue team, she's basically a high-ranking priest. Leon Sepet growls that the Gold Cardinal is letting things go too far, but his words die when he sees Hirei's terrified face. He instantly swallows his complaints. Why on earth did the Gold Cardinal let Kinaberry join the blue team anyway? Wait, did he really not know? Down on the arena floor, Kinaberry whispers to Isaac, asking if she gets to crush those pests. If she does, then he has to study with her and teach her some overpowered moves. Isaac whispers back that it is a done deal. You can practically feel the panic as Nazer Sepet stands frozen, watching his worst nightmare step closer. With absolutely no idea what to do, Nazer Sepet finally screams in utter despair, calling them out for straight-up cheating. He angrily protests that Kinaberry is not even an apprentice anymore, demanding to know why a monster like her is here. But Kinaberry quickly cuts him off, proudly declaring that he is dead wrong because she actually rejected her promotion to High Priest. She casually looks away, adding that she even gave up all the special privileges that came with the title. This way, she can stay an apprentice, just like Isaac. Her ridiculous excuse leaves the entire arena completely speechless. Everyone is staring in utter disbelief while down on the stage. Even the referee stands frozen with an incredibly awkward look. Kinaberry confidently asks the referee if he has made a decision yet, leaving him sweating with anxiety. The referee stammers that Kinaberry is indeed still officially registered as a lower-tier priest. Since she has not taken the 5-color promotion exam yet, the referee declares there is absolutely no rule preventing her from joining. Nazer Sepet protests furiously, calling it complete nonsense, but honestly, you can already smell the fear on him. Damn it, even if they all gang up on her, they still might not be able to defeat Kinaberry. And with Isaac on her side, they are completely doomed. But then his eyes land on Suri Joshua. If they can force a duel of captains, then they might still stand a chance. On the other side, Isaac frowns slightly as he watches Suri Joshua nervously rubbing his neck. He walks over playfully, teasing him about whether he needs a bathroom break, reminding Suri Joshua that he should have gone earlier. Suri Joshua ignores the joke seriously, asking if Isaac's hand will fully recover once this battle is finally over. Isaac looks down at his injured hand, confirming that it should be fine once he gathers enough holy power. With a sigh, Suri Joshua tells Isaac in a very serious tone that he really should have been the captain instead. Honestly speaking, Suri Joshua admits they only made it this far because of him starting from when he became class president. He looks down, listing how Isaac helped him ace the exam and even pass the harmony test. Hearing Suri Joshua credit him for everything, Isaac is caught off guard, though he quickly nods and agrees that he is just a genius teacher. But most people could never keep up, Isaac adds, leaving Suri Joshua frozen as he praises him for actually pulling it off. Even so, Suri Joshua reminds him that Nazer Sepet is still a dangerous opponent they cannot afford to take lightly. Isaac points and scolds him, saying that if Suri Joshua just follows his instructions, even fighting that annoying red-haired guy won't be a problem. A faint blush creeps onto Suri Joshua's cheeks, but Isaac's tone immediately turns ice cold as he delivers a final warning. Raising his fists, Isaac threatens that if Suri Joshua dares to lose, he will personally end him, asking if that is clear. Left completely speechless, Suri Joshua waits as the referee finally steps forward to make the official announcement. The match will begin in 5 minutes, so both teams must prepare. Up in the stands, Asili watches silently with worry. She cannot hide her worry for Isaac. Beside her, Riley Joshua folds his arms and keeps his eyes glued to the arena. Even though Kina joined their side, Riley Joshua frowns, knowing this chaotic situation is still dangerous for both Isaac and Suri Joshua. Riley Joshua's gaze turns ice cold as he looks down at the field, cursing the absolute scum of the Red family. How dare they use such a corrupt divine art on young kids? Down below, several fighters are acting highly unusual. Their eyes are bloodshot and their expressions are twisted like rabid beasts, completely locked under some dark external control. Holding a thick metal chain, Isaac smiles playfully and tells them to calm down since the real fun has not even started. Silly blinks in confusion, softly pointing out that the weird spell actually looks a lot like their own blue family magic. She awkwardly looks away, explaining that Lord Isaac had actually asked her to teach him that spirit activation sacred art. He immediately leans forward, asking if that is really spirit activation, and Ashley hesitantly replies she thinks so. She tilts her head, completely puzzled, but isn't that spell only supposed to boost morale so they don't fear enemies? Riley Joshua yells, asking why they look like wild beasts, pointing down at the arena. He grips the chains in his hands, a smug smirk forming on his face. This is a secret he has never revealed before. Combining spirit activation with powdered herbs triggers a wild phenomenon inside Isaac's mind, a full beastification. His smirk grows even more sinister. He has already specially conditioned their bodies to undergo this beast transformation. It is time to fully exploit this and get this magic circle suddenly appear in the sky. Appearing high in the air, Isaac's eyes light up. Has it finally begun? Just seconds later, those circles flash simultaneously, casting columns of brilliant red light down as everything becomes blindingly bright. Within the blinding radiance, a towering, oppressive figure gradually materializes and solidifies into a powerful form. Up in the stands, people cheer with excitement, shouting that it is the guardian deity of the Red Clan. The god of justice has arrived, and Suri Joshua quickly kneels, urging everyone to pray with strong faith. He folds his hands, praying sincerely that the Red Clan's god will bless them and grant them an advantage. They absolutely must win, but right at that very moment, an earth-shattering explosion erupts. A massive hole suddenly tears right through the deity's chest. Talk about instant destruction. While everyone watches in utter shock, he merely mutters under his breath that he did not mean to. Seconds later, the deity's head crashes to the ground, prompting Suri Joshua to grab Isaac's collar in fury. Isaac only lets out an embarrassed laugh, begging him not to make such a big deal out of it. On the other side, CB's Niger's team remains completely stunned, stammering about Isaac Joshua destroying the holy statue. The person next to him also stares wide-eyed, shocked that Isaac actually decapitated their guardian deity. Meanwhile, Kinaberry's face darkens as she frantically demands to know if Isaac Joshua really destroyed a god's statue. She aggressively grabs Isaac's collar, demanding to know how he did it and if it was some sacred art. She begs him to teach her, leaving Suri Joshua to stand by and ask why she even wants to learn that. He warns her that destroying a god's head is serious, but she simply turns back with a cold stare. She snaps back, asking what of it since no god matters to her besides the deity of the Yellow Clan. Suri Joshua says nothing more, silently clasping his hands to pray for the gods to save this crazy person too. Suddenly, he rushes over to hug Isaac, laughing as he asks if he was just testing the arena's durability. Calling him insane, Suri Joshua urges Isaac to apologize, to which Isaac mutters a half-hearted apology. He reluctantly asks if that is enough, while up on the highest stands the family heads remain dead silent. In stark contrast to the chaotic crowd below, a heavy silence fills the air as Leon Seabees looks completely displeased. This troublesome kid is highly unpredictable. Making him completely fall apart might turn out to be quite amusing. A sudden chill runs down his spine, leaving him wondering if they plan to interrogate Isaac as Kinaberry sneers. She mockingly points out that the Red Clan is responsible for letting their own deity's statue get destroyed. She adds that their family had allowed an apprentice priest to shatter it, so maybe they should check their faith. He silently vows he won't let them touch Isaac, his resolve hardening as the tension between the two leaders builds. They quietly stare at each other, maintaining calm expressions on the outside while a massive storm brews beneath the surface. Gritting his teeth, Leon Seabees swallows his anger and forces a calm facade, cursing the slithering snake in front of him. He suggests continuing the five-colored exam, noting that holding a heresy trial over apprentice priests would be going too far. Hearing those words, Suri Joshua lets out a massive sigh of relief, his entire body finally relaxing a bit. But in that exact split second, a commanding voice suddenly echoes directly inside Seabees, Niger's head. The boy gasps and looks up, his eyes locking onto the stands where the master orders him to cripple Isaac Joshua. Before long, the match officially begins as the referee steps between the two teams to loudly announce the simple rules. He explains that they must find the one real necklace hidden among the fakes, and the quickest team wins. The referee concludes by stating that each team's captain will get to choose the player who holds the real necklace, and once chosen, the keeper of the necklace cannot be changed. This thought weighs heavily on Suri Joshua's mind, making the decision of who to trust with it incredibly important. The referee continues, explaining the rules, stating there are 3 ways to find the real necklace. First, capture the opposing captain and force them to confess. Second, use deduction to figure out who is holding the real necklace, the referee explains. And finally, defeat the entire opposing team and collect all their necklaces, he urges. Both captains must distribute the necklaces now. Nigel Seffet suddenly barks out in a hurry. Gather around everyone, Nigel tells his team, reassuring them that the blue house is incredibly weak. At that moment, Suri Joshua stands before the referee pleading to resign from his captain post. The referee is completely shocked. What right now? Seeing this, Isaac angrily grabs Suri Joshua and yanks him back. What on earth is he doing? Isaac snaps, demanding the necklaces be distributed as Suri Joshua frantically begs him to wait. Nigel Seffet sneers in mock amusement, thinking Suri Joshua is pathetic and Isaac is a total fool. Isaac should have volunteered to be captain instead. Nigel thinks confident there is absolutely nothing to fear from the weak blue house. Just watching out for Kina, Barry should be enough. Nigel silently scoffs in sheer contempt. Kina might know how to hunt monsters, but dealing with humans is a completely different story. Finally, the time for battle arrives and the referee loudly announces the match for the Red House. The contestants are bursting with fighting spirit, all thinking there is absolutely no reason to fear the weak blue house. The referee's voice echoes across the entire arena as the match officially begins. But the sight before them makes everyone freeze in absolute shock, staring at his terrifyingly fierce expression. Everyone panics, wondering what on earth is happening as Isaac charges forward like lightning. This is the perfect legal excuse to beat those annoying priests to a bloody pulp. He plans to exploit this rules-based fight fully, while his opponent wonders if that is even a human face. Nigel's teammates realize what is going on, wondering if the Blue House wants to intimidate them with scary faces. Nigel quickly calms down, telling them not to worry because their opponent's strict honor code prevents them from attacking. They can only play defense. Nigel notes quickly reaching into his pocket as he targets the apprentice priests. Right now, the weapon in Isaac's hand is an upgraded gold chain mace with sharp thorns, and he raises it high without a moment of hesitation. His bloodshot eyes gleam with pure savagery as he demands their captain, slamming his weapon onto the cold stone floor. A massive explosion rings out, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and debris as someone screams in terror. Is that really the Blue House? What is going on? I thought they had honor. Isaac slowly steps forward. If you want to live, he mutters, licking his gold weapon like a bloodthirsty demon. Then hand over your captain right now. Nigel Seffet darkens his face and orders someone to help. Nigel screams at them to hold the line, while Leah Eshua seizes the opportunity to charge straight at him. The others gasp in confusion and a girl yells to stop them, causing Nigel to freeze up. He realizes she was shouting a warning to him. Was it a feint? Nigel, watch out. Nigel stands frozen, totally clueless, thinking that Kina Berry is truly impressive, hiding a sharp mind behind that clumsy look. He is secretly smiling under Nigel's analysis, but he knows this trick is not enough. In a flash, Nigel vanishes right before Leah Eshua's eyes, leaving her frozen midair as he boasts about seeing through her moves. She narrows her eyes, wondering if it was a decoy spell, while Nigel escapes and orders them to catch her. The others immediately obey, casting offensive spells and surrounding Leah Eshua completely. Trapped in the center, they cast a 5th-tier penitence binding spell. She grits her teeth in frustration, trying to escape, but Nigel Seffet suddenly vanishes. The boy crashes down to the ground, causing a massive shockwave that distracts everyone around him. Nigel Seffet orders the capture with a smug grin, and a mob of fighters rushes in shouting, "Get them!" He analyzes their moves while fighting back. This is no different from standard beast transformations, Nigel thinks, and it will only make them slightly stronger. He scans the area quickly, looking for his target. He spots Suri Joshua standing in a daze from afar, smirks, and quickly casts a spell on him. A sphere of crackling lightning appears as he silently plots to take the boy's 2 arms as a souvenir. Suddenly, Asali screams out with a deeply worried face. "Lord Girl, that is not holy magic," she screams in warning. But Sebastian is already moving fast, closing the distance right in front of the boy. Caught completely off guard by the oncoming strike, Suri Joshua can only curse silently as fear grips his chest. Damn it, the boy thinks, suddenly remembering Isaac's reassuring words. "It will be fine, Suri, just do exactly as I say. And then we will seize our victory." He had carefully warned Suri Joshua about the opponent's next move. "Sebastian will definitely try to force a one-on-one duel with you." Keeping Isaac's words in mind, Suri Joshua slowly raises his hand. "After all, he always underestimates you." The boy's face turns serious as he drops into a solid stance, fully ready to fight. Sebastian screams in pure excitement, swinging a heavy fist straight at the boy. "It is over for you, you absolute idiot." Instantly, Suri Joshua's eyes flash with a dangerous blue light as the raw impact from their clash shakes the entire area. The massive shockwave rattles everything nearby. Watching from the sidelines, Riley Joshua can only look on in intense suspense. She anxiously calls out Suri's name. But watching silently from the sidelines, Isaac wears a proud, knowing smile. "It is all going exactly as planned," he whispers to himself. He can only hope that everything keeps falling into place. He wants Suri Joshua to show everyone his true strength and prove he is not weak. With a loud shout, the boy blocks. He uses all his strength to stop Sebastian's fist, shouting back that Sebastian is the real idiot, leaving the opponent completely dazed. Before the other can react, Suri Joshua grabs him by the collar and executes a brutal shoulder throw, leaving the dazed Sebastian completely shocked. The sheer impact of the slam echoes loudly throughout the entire arena. Anyone watching can feel the absolute pain of that landing. Sebastian lies motionless on the ground, completely knocked out cold. Suri Joshua's bloodlust is still rising as he stares down at his fallen foe, a dark thought crossing his mind. Do you know why we are forbidden from using our family's secret techniques on normal humans? Suri silently wonders. Is it because it only affects nobility? Panting heavily, the boy stands there completely drained of energy. He gasps for air, desperately trying to catch his breath before answering his own question, a quiet, cold no. Looking down at Sebastian lying unconscious on the arena floor, Suri knows it is simply because a normal human body cannot survive it. He watches in silence, waiting to see if Sebastian will show any signs of life. Suri Joshua grits his teeth, glaring down at his defeated, unconscious opponent. Suri listens as Riley Joshua's face lights up with a massive, triumphant grin. "Don't you dare," Suri yells out, clenching his fist and pouring every ounce of his strength into a shout. "Never look down on us," his voice echoing as the entire stadium erupts into wild, roaring cheers. The crowd goes completely wild for the victorious young fighter standing tall in the center of the ring. Leah Joshua frowns, highly suspicious of the sudden turn of events. Suri does not possess that kind of strength on his own. Someone must have secretly used holy magic to boost his power. She locks her sharp gaze onto Suri Joshua. As he struggles to catch his breath after the brutal match, her eyes slowly drift over to Isaac. The man is standing nearby with a strange, dark grin. Did Isaac really pull the strings behind this? Suddenly, Isaac shouts out at Suri Joshua, startling the boy. "Go on, finish him off right now." Suri stammers, cold sweat dripping down his face as he mutters that he will just take the target's necklace. But Isaac cuts him off, flashing a sharp hand sign while glaring at him with pure annoyance. "Do it right," Isaac warns, "finish him." Suri Joshua can only nod back in defeat, muttering that he understands. Groaning in immense pain, Sebastian slowly opens his eyes. Suri immediately barks out his name, startling him. "Sebastian!" Suri Joshua growls in a threatening tone, "Tell me right now where the real necklace is hidden." Completely confused and battered, Sebastian simply spits out a weak response, scoffing at the ridiculous interrogation. "Do you honestly think a future heir like me will break under this?" Suri rubs his temples in frustration. "Just confess already, you bastard, I am begging you, because that is the only way you survive this." Staring at the boy's bizarre behavior, Sebastian wonders if his opponent has completely lost his mind. "Shut up, you psycho," he barks. "I have trained to endure every type of torture imaginable to lead my clan." But before he can finish his proud speech, Suri Joshua raises his heavy boot directly over Sebastian's knee. His face turns completely pale as he desperately pleads for him to stop. Wait, hold on." Sebastian screams in pure agony as the sound of his knee shattering under Suri's boot echoes out. Down in the stands, a panicked man points his finger in absolute disbelief. Another bishop covers his mouth in terror, asking what that horrific noise is as whispers spread through the crowd. Watching the chaotic scene unfold, Suri Joshua grits his teeth and closes his eyes, enduring the shame of how someone from the prestigious Azure clan could do this. It is an absolute disgrace, a truly horrific sight, but right now, Isaac is only focused on his next move. Isaac wears a wicked, arrogant smile like a devil, while Seba's Nizer watches him with intense frustration. Nizer looks completely dumbfounded, her mind racing with questions as Suri Joshua begins to mutter under her breath. Suri mutters that he told them to confess quickly, but suddenly two of his allies rush over and begin berating him relentlessly, leaving the poor boy standing there completely helpless as they call him a bastard. Nizer glares over at Joshua with a threatening scowl. Telling him to stay right there, she quickly stomps her foot to unleash her powerful magic onto the field. The other contestants immediately freeze, screaming out in agony as her massive holy barrier paralyzes everyone in range, unleashing a crushing force that shakes the entire arena. The shocking shockwave is so massive that it ripples through the entire stadium, affecting everyone in the stands. Seba's Nizer curses silently, wondering if they actually got caught on purpose as she pieces the clues together in her mind. Did they already know exactly where the necklace was hidden, she wonders, but there's no time to waste, she has to seize it now. As the pieces fall into place, Nizer glares at Isaac standing there completely relaxed, realizing he planned every single detail. He smirks with absolute confidence while his paralyzed victims struggle on the ground, glaring up at him with sheer rage. They yell at him, asking if he did all this just to make Nizer talk because she will never tell him a thing. Isaac simply rolls his eyes, completely unfazed, and casually asks them what on earth they're even talking about. He slowly approaches them with a heavy mace in hand, asking if they all already know where the necklace is. Tightening his grip on the weapon, he begins to quietly channel his magic through the heavy metal. Activating his unique skill to absorb their holy power, he watches as they raise their hands in sheer terror, desperately begging him to stop and promising to tell him everything. Their desperate pleas only fuel Isaac's madness, prompting him to swing his heavy mace straight down at them with full force. He shouts that it is time to begin lifting the glowing necklace into the air. He enthusiastically declares his victory as the announcer declares that the Azure team has officially won the match. Thunderous cheers erupt from the stands as the crowd excitedly discusses the legendary return of the Azure Faith. Spectators whisper in shock, realizing the rumors of their return are true, especially since they have the Pope's grandson on their side. Riley Joshua smiles with immense pride, quietly praising Isaac and Suri for pulling off such a spectacular win. Suddenly, Crown Prince Alex speaks up, startling him right out of his quiet celebration. Alex praises him as the Empire's youngest priest before ordering his servant to prepare a proper reward for the victorious team. They deserve to be highly honored after blessing the arena with such a phenomenal performance. Prince Alex steps forward with a dignified grace, looking every bit like a kind and noble future ruler. Recognizing the crown prince of the Charlotte Alex Frick Hella Kingdom, Riley Joshua quickly bows his head in respectful greeting. He formally greets the second son of the Holy Kingdom, prompting Alex to softly praise him for having such incredibly talented grandchildren. The prince then makes an unexpected proposal, asking how he would feel about gifting the boys their official priestly uniforms. Deeply honored by the royal gesture, Riley quickly accepts, stating that it is an absolute privilege for the boys. Riley happily adds that the royal garments will certainly help the young priests shine during their upcoming trial. He treats the gift as a priceless family heirloom, which brings a highly satisfied smile to Prince Alex's face. The prince asks if he can personally drop by when the tailor arrives, catching Riley completely off guard for a moment. Riley hesitantly asks if the prince is too busy for such a visit, causing the royal to look slightly flustered. Alex claims he simply wants to meet them in person, leaving Riley to wonder why he is so eager to see two rookies. Riley wonders what the rush is, but Prince Alex suddenly speaks up again, offering one final piece of advice as a gift. Leaning in to whisper closely, he warns Riley that it would be wise to tell his youngest nephew to back out. He tells him to pull Isaac out of the Golden Rank exam immediately, delivering a chilling revelation that the Pope is actively plotting to kill the boy. Riley quickly whips his head back toward the arena, staring down at the field with deep concern in his eyes. He silently watches Isaac talking to Suri Joshua, whispering his name in absolute dread. Riley offers a quiet, respectful bow of gratitude to Prince Alex, who silently continues to observe the arena below. Seeing him teasing Suri Joshua, Riley spoke up hesitantly, but Isaac only smirked. Seeing Isaac laughing happily down below, Joshua gently replied that everything would be completely fine. Suddenly, whispers began echoing through the waiting room, asking if anyone had heard the latest gossip. The Crown Prince is awarding us robes, is that true? The other candidates chatted with immense excitement. We even reached the king rank this time. It looks like we really made a massive name for ourselves. Scowling with irritation, he called out to Isaac, who was annoyed by Kina Berry calmly drinking her tea. He snapped, asking if she was ever going home, trying to drive her away while she just sighed in silence. The exam is over and I do not need you anymore. Kina Berry's servant suddenly spoke up with worry. He is absolutely right. You must return, my lady. The family head is searching for you. Slamming her teacup down, Kina Berry flatly refused, raising an eyebrow to point out that he told her to join the Azure clan. Hearing those words felt like a sudden bolt of lightning for everyone, and Isaac grimaced, scoffing in disbelief. When did I ever say that? Last night, she calmly replied, making him grit his teeth and snap back to stop lying. That was only for the Crimson exam. Who gave you permission to officially become a priest of the Azure clan? At this, Kina Berry was flustered, unsure of what to say, while her servant sighed. Then Kina argued back, completely shocking her servant. I do not care. I already agreed to become an Azure priest, so I am staying. Her servant inwardly cried out, my lady. Kina Berry stubbornly declared, tell my father that I am not coming home yet, leaving her servant crying soundlessly. But my lady. Meanwhile, the other guy scowled and yelled at her to get out while Kina quietly analyzed the situation. Kina Berry stares at Kim, wondering about his bizarre power. He definitely used holy magic on Suri yesterday. As Isaac sits sulking across from her, she quietly assesses the situation. The Crown Prince gifting them clothes is basically claiming ownership. Realization slowly dawns on Kina Berry as she shockingly thinks about Alex, Frick, and Hella. With all 5 beliefs under the Pope as the Crown Prince actually rebelling, she slams the table and stands up to declare. Anyway, she still wants her reward for helping him pass that stupid dice test. But since you seem busy, I will just move in with you. Her 2 servants are already crying in despair. If the Cardinal finds out, their entire family is doomed, but Kina Berry ignores them and makes everything worse. The terrified servants turn pale as she boldly offers to help Isaac win all the remaining tests. She even promises to handle the yellow priests for him and help out the blue priests. Together, they can crush the Skeleton King's minions, but Isaac casually waves his hand in flat refusal. He tells her to just get lost, but that outright rejection drives her crazy as she insists she is not going anywhere. She refuses to leave until he teaches her, and honestly, watching her throw a childish tantrum on the floor is hilarious. Furious, Isaac snaps that he was only using her and tells her to beat it, but she stays stubborn. Say what he wants, she did her part and is going to collect what he promised. He insists they will talk later, warning her to leave before he changes his mind. Furious, Kinabari stammers, asking if he is seriously trying to back out now. Clearing her throat, she reluctantly backs down, agreeing to wait until their apprenticeship ends. But Isaac casually drops a bomb. He is out of patience, so the deal is off. After all, he already has a much more obedient disciple lined up. Feeling threatened, Kinabari demands to know who this obedient disciple is, but Isaac remains calm. He casually points towards Suri Joshua, who is currently beating someone up in the distance. Kinabari glares death at the young boy, utterly disgusted by his choice, while Isaac smugly confirms it. She speaks up, making Suri Joshua step back in surprise, asking if he actually means that guy is better than her. Kinabari follows up, asking if he will teach her if she proves she is better than him right now. Meanwhile, the boy feels extremely awkward, wondering why he got dragged into this as he raises his eyebrow and smugly responds. That depends on her performance, which makes her glare intensely at Suri Joshua, radiating a terrifying aura. The dark pressure scares the young boy half to death, shifting to a lavishly decorated, highly luxurious room. In the Holy Palace banquet hall, a girl gasps in shock, asking what that could possibly be. The red-haired kid wide-eyes the setup, muttering about how insanely fancy the Azure team's seats are. Behind Riley Joshua, the other contestants start whispering and buzzing with excitement. Look, even their food is totally different, and apparently their rooms got a major upgrade. So that is the kind of special treatment you get for taking first place on the exam. Riley stays silent. He slowly swirls the wine in his glass, not saying a word. He honestly did not expect them to rank Isaac's team in first place. What kind of crazy standard did the Holy See even use to grade them? Just then, Cardinal Leon Seabed calls out, walking right up to him. "You must be thrilled the Azure team took the win," he says. Riley Joshua politely greets the Cardinal, who offers a warm but fake smile. "Long time no see," Riley Leon Seabed chuckles, adding that he heard the young man is already closing in on rank 9. Riley simply nods, keeping his eyes locked on him. The Cardinal calls it impressive for his age, but suddenly grips Riley's shoulder, leaning in to whisper. He sighs. Surely the head of the Joshua family has a massive headache right now, his voice dropping low. Riley frowns. On high alert. After all, the only person fit to succeed him does not have much time left. It is a deliberate, venomous needle masked as a casual remark. Riley glances at him, visibly annoyed as Leon fake apologizes. Even if lifespan was not an issue, leading the clan might still be way out of your league. The Cardinal muses with a smug shrug. Since you can never have children anyway. But credit where it is due, your nephew is quite the rising star. Your family head must be so proud. Riley narrows his eyes, his voice turning cold as he addresses the blatant insult. The Cardinal just laughs it off, asking for forgiveness for his harmless teasing, even though his own third son was just utterly humiliated, utterly crushed. His own heir was humiliated right in front of the royal family and the other nobles. Riley can only nod in silence, realizing that this clan really does see through everything. It is pretty clear they already know about the Joshua family curse. He takes another calm sip of his wine, choosing to let it slide. Honestly, the old man is not even wrong. Plus, he never had any real desire to lead the clan anyway. But just as Riley dismisses the thought, Leon heads straight toward Isaac. As long as he does not mess with Isaac. The Cardinal approaches mockingly, calling out to the kid who is currently stuffing his face. The guy next to Isaac nervously nudges him, warning him that the Cardinal is calling. But Isaac just groans in annoyance. Seriously, why does someone always have to ruin my meal? Mumbling through a full mouth, Isaac turns around to give a half-hearted response. Leon Seabed can only offer a dry laugh to break the awkward silence, quickly shifting the topic. He asks what that interesting spectacle was that Isaac promised, because so far he has not seen a single thing. Isaac blinks, suddenly, remembering. "Oh, you did not see it yet," he asks with a cheeky, bright grin. "I was talking about the part where I absolutely crushed your son." Isaac holds up his food, looking incredibly smug. "So did you find it entertaining?" Watching this unfold, Suri Joshua goes completely pale, frantically asking why he would provoke the powerful red clan like that. The poor kid grabs him, desperately covering his mouth. They are always hunting down spies of the Skeleton King, so do not cause trouble. Seriously, stop provoking them. But Isaac just shrugs. Surprisingly, the Cardinal stays perfectly calm, brushing the insult aside. "I actually hold quite high expectations for the Azure clan. Besides, it seems you have picked up a rather interesting new skill." Leon Seabed narrows his eyes, his voice dropping low as he stares intensely at the boy. "I can feel dark mana coming from you," he says, a fake smile. Isaac instantly realizes the Cardinal is using holy detection magic with those eyes of his. "Did you already forget?" Isaac asks cheerfully. "I literally ate a piece of the Skeleton King when I was just a kid." He casually adds that if watching him stomp his son was not entertaining enough, then maybe he can keep the entertainment going during the upcoming yellow exam. The bold declaration makes the cardinal raise an eyebrow in genuine surprise while the surrounding crowd holds their breath. Kinaberry watches him wondering if this crazy guy is seriously planning to pick a fight with the yellow cardinal's son too. You have to love the absolute audacity here. Leon Sebed chuckles, asking what kind of reward Isaac wants to demand this time. Isaac just smiles back warmly. Suri clutches his head. Total headache. Isaac just shrugs and says it is actually nothing too difficult. He calmly demands to meet the demons who serve the Skeleton King, causing the cardinal to glare back in tense silence. Just hand over the key to their prison cells. Turning away to hide his rising killing intent, Leon Sebed replies. He promises to hand over the key if Isaac actually makes it back alive, though he openly doubts that will happen. He casts a dark look over his shoulder, warning them that they might not even survive the upcoming yellow exam. The ominous warning leaves the other contestants shivering in absolute terror, while Isaac just quietly curses under his breath. "What is that bastard talking about now?" another candidate shouts, throwing the entire crowd into a sudden state of panic. They just received the yellow test mission as another person asks in absolute disbelief what it is all about. Hearing their chatter, Joshua tenses up while from a distance, Leon Sebed calmly explains it is an expedition. During this exam, they must retrieve lost items belonging to the Holy Kingdom of Hela. These items were scattered across various regions, and he asks if they are curious where their team will be sent. His quiet words leave almost everyone frozen in absolute dread except for Isaac, who simply frowns in deep thought. Their destination is none other than the mysterious Gracidia Empire, making Suri Joshua tremble as he realizes Gracidia is the sworn enemy of Hela. They are sending them to a country that wants to kill priests. The people at the dining table suddenly shout. It is right next to the demon territory, so are they insane for actually sending them to such a place? Meanwhile, Isaac suddenly covers his eyes, trembling slightly as he listens to the hectic discussion. Lately, several holy knights and their guards have vanished near that border, and rumors blame a high-ranking demon who once hunted priests. This monster devoured priests during the yellow test 14 years ago, and that entire zone is supposed to be sealed off for investigation. Leon Sebed steps closer with a fake look of pity, telling them it is tragic, but they do not need to be that terrified. He offers to use his authority to change the location, prompting a pale Suri Joshua to beg Isaac to accept the offer. The person next to him grabs his hand, pleading with him to ask for this favor just this once. Looking pitiful with wide, innocent eyes, he looks at the man and asks if he will really change the testing location for them. Somewhere else, inside a grand mansion, someone shouts that a massive crisis has just hit the capital estate. This is absolute madness. They are sending the kids straight to the territory of the mages. Relay, Joshua says in panic. On top of that, they have to rescue the kidnapped holy knights, which is clearly an S-tier mission. That is basically sending the children to their graves, he yells, clenching his fists in rage and threatening to destroy everything. He vows to tear down the tower if they do not cancel it, while Gold Joshua urges him to calm down. Their father is already on his way to cause a scene, gritting his teeth as he curses those bastards in his mind. They clearly want Isaac dead, but Gold Joshua calmly explains that since their father went, they will likely adjust the test. Under the current circumstances, there is no way they can assign a diplomatic mission to a group of mere apprentice priests. He adds that this is probably just a warning to tell them not to get too arrogant. This makes Relay Joshua frown and let out a heavy sigh at Goel Joshua's words. Closing his eyes, he looks a bit embarrassed thinking about Suri Joshua, stating he does not want Suri to die there. He gently reassures him not to worry, saying that even if it is Isaac, as long as he stays alert. Suddenly, a servant gasps as a panicked knight rushes inside, panting heavily to report a major issue regarding young Master Isaac. Back at the feast, a smug Leon Sebed tells Isaac that all he has to do is ask to live. But Isaac quietly says no, showing that his fear from earlier was all a massive act. It was only meant to hide his wild, excited grin as Isaac looks back with a twisted expression, calling the place interesting. He asks why you would ever want to change it just as the knight reports that Isaac has officially accepted the mission. This leaves both Relay and Gold Joshua completely pale, gasping in shock as the scene shifts to the dark demon realm. Crimson skies loom over howling winds that whip up clouds of thick dust around a ruined, desolate palace. White bones and rusted weapons of the fallen litter the floor where Demon Ash sits upon his throne. He stares down at his kneeling servant, asking if she became absolutely furious upon hearing the news. He questions how they failed to kill the saint as the demon's subordinate trembles in fear, stammering his apologies. The servant begs for forgiveness, but Demon Ash surprisingly lets him off calmly, telling him it is fine. After all, her primary goal was simply to cause chaos, but she definitely had her own calculations in play. She happily flaunted her snake-like tongue, thrilled to witness the raw power of our respected king with her own eyes. That itself is a massive achievement, and we even successfully sneaked the magical device right across the border. This holy kingdom was once considered completely impenetrable. Yet here we are. The subordinate crawled on the ground, sweating profusely. Yet deep down he was filled with pure awe. His Majesty is truly all-powerful. Meanwhile, Demon Ash did not hold back, letting out a fraction of his long-suppressed excitement and wild energy. His power was already absolutely terrifying. Just then, her subordinate spoke up, cutting off her dark monologue. "My lord," he said, "I felt his immense power during the coronation ceremony." Demon Ash looked doubtful about this power, but the minion quickly confirmed it was indeed the great skeleton Demon King. She gasped in shock. What Demon Ash immediately pictured Isaac's cunning face. "Isaac, did you really feel the great skeleton Demon King's power from that kid who ate a piece of his body?" The minion quickly nodded, confirming that the kid was already appointed and currently undergoing training. She cheered in pure delight. "Heaven is smiling on us," she whispered, her head bowing low as her body trembled with excitement. They could not touch him while he stayed inside his family territory, but she knew about the upcoming regular competition. Sooner or later, he would have to take the yellow and blue trials. Demon Ash slowly stretched her legs. What a perfect bloody opportunity. Young priests and demons hunting each other. She gently touched the leather eye patch on her face. Her voice grew feverish. Just a tiny fraction of his legendary power had already made them this incredibly strong. Just imagine how insanely powerful they would become if they could devour his actual body directly. Pure madness flared in her eyes. She wanted to taste that kid's flesh so badly she could not contain her excitement anymore. Back at the academy, rumors were spreading fast. Everyone was whispering about the insane mission handed to the Blue Squad. A group of male students gossiped endlessly about a dangerous trek to the mysterious empire. But that was not all. Word was they also had to rescue a captured holy knight. Every single wild rumor quickly reached Suri Joshua's ears. The Yellow faction clearly wanted them dead. Those enemy mages would absolutely wipe them out in a heartbeat. A dark, suffocating aura erupted from him. "Damn it," Suri Joshua growled, his face so grim that nobody dared get close. "Does everyone really think they are going to die? Does nobody believe they can actually succeed?" His eyes suddenly shifted to the side. But the absolute worst part was that even the usually confident students were biting their lips, visibly sweating bullets. Standing a few feet away, the Holy Knights completely ignored them. This meant total inevitable disaster once they left safety. He could easily picture his squad getting utterly beaten and destroyed the moment they crossed the border. Demons and bandits would absolutely swarm them the second they took a single step outside the Empire. While Suri Joshua spiraled into deep despair, Isaac was busy loudly cursing out those spineless cowards. "This is completely ridiculous," Isaac grumbled angrily. "Why is nobody willing to join our squad?" Suri Joshua whipped around, pointing a trembling finger right at Isaac. "It is because of you," he snapped. Tears of pure frustration welled up in his eyes. "This mission is not just hard," he yelled. "They want us dead. Do you not see everyone literally writing their wills right now?" Nearby teammates collapsed onto the floor. As they sobbed, Suri Joshua brought up a tragic piece of academy history to prove his point. "Do you even know what happened 14 years ago? During the Yellow trial, Uncle Riley's entire Blue squad was completely wiped out." Meanwhile, Isaac just casually picked his ear, his mind drifting to Hira Berry. He cursed that despicable cardinal in his mind. How dare he play dirty tricks like this? Rejecting the mission meant getting completely blacklisted. Accepting meant certain death. But check this out, Isaac just let out a devious smile, thinking that if they succeed, nobody would ever dare look down on them again. Besides, this mission involved the mysterious empire. And high demons, too. That was basically a gold mine for harvesting mana cores. Suri Joshua suddenly shook off his despair. He grabbed Isaac by the shoulders. "Hold on, we can still recruit holy knights. We might still stand a chance. We absolutely must secure a first squad holy knight from the royal order." As Suri Joshua desperately tried to convince himself of their chances, a smug voice interrupted their talk. "Too bad," Count Mole sneered, strolling over. "The first squad holy knights have already been snatched up by the Yellow faction." He gloated at their shocked faces, adding that his own son and his friend had also jumped ship to the Yellow side. With a look of utter disgust, he grumbled that he never should have trusted the Blue squad with his kids anyway, all because of their dead past glory. Hearing this, Isaac raised an eyebrow and shot back that the Count was incredibly short-sighted. "You will be a complete laughingstock once we succeed." Horrified, Suri Joshua quickly grabbed his shoulder to quiet him down. "Isaac, if we cannot get the first squad, second or third is fine. Just promise me you won't choose the fourth squad." Isaac just tuned him out, completely lost in thought. A holy knight, huh? A brilliant, reckless idea immediately popped into his head. Isaac skips forward with wide, excited eyes, wondering aloud where all these beautiful little creatures suddenly came from. Behind him, Suri Joshua yells out to sign the contract with the second Holy Knight squad before walking over to whisper to a man. The man looks surprised but has no choice but to agree, and once it is done, Isaac finally turns back. He grins and flashes a thumbs up, prompting Suri Joshua to happily return the gesture, believing everything went exactly as planned. Did he actually pull it off? Two members of the Azure squad sigh in relief, completely unprepared for what he says next. His next words hit them like a lightning strike, leaving everyone frozen as Isaac happily announces he chose the 4th Holy Knight squad. He beams as if he won the lottery, declaring he signed with the strongest squad while the others scream in absolute panic. Everyone knows the 5 members of the 4th Holy Knight squad are nothing more than a bunch of glorified errand runners. They are rejected by the Holy Kingdom, reduced to humiliating tasks like delivering mail, yet no one in that squad is easy to cross. Though their skills surpass the royal knights, they utterly despise the church. Naturally, when the news reaches Lich Joshua, he is furious. He angrily demands an explanation, asking what the hell Isaac was thinking, and Isaac immediately senses his terrible mood. The observer ghost whispers that the man looks truly pissed off, noting he was not even this mad when the house was destroyed. But Isaac has his own plans, telling himself he should offer the exact answer his uncle wants regarding changing the mission. Doing so would stain the proud honor of the Joshua family, and he obviously does not want that. This only makes Lich Joshua angrier, scoffing at the idea that Isaac of all people even knows the word honor. Isaac clenches his fist in response, knowing his uncle is already all too familiar with his shady methods. How can someone using dark mana talk about honor? Isaac flinches quietly, reading his uncle's expression. Lich Joshua frowns deeper, demanding to know what that face is about and asking if Isaac thought he was blind. His tone carries a hint of disappointment, admitting he tolerated things before, but now he can no longer trust his nephew. Clenching his fists, Isaac stammers slightly before passionately declaring that he deeply hates his target. He claims he wants to kill the skeleton demon king, leaving the observer ghost bewildered by this shameless lie. He continues his dramatic speech, claiming he lost his parents and was cursed all because of that wretched skeleton demon king. He adds that their entire family is being mocked for failing to defeat him, leaving Lich Joshua utterly baffled. Isaac plays his part flawlessly, claiming he loses sleep over this humiliation, which actually softens the old man's heart. Believing the boy's eyes burn with real vengeance, Eli thinks he is telling the truth about destroying the skeleton demon king. Isaac explains he only used the real skeleton demon king's power to investigate the fake one who stole his name. Isaac vows to slay him personally by any means necessary, leaving the ghost to quietly think that its master has lost his mind. Lich Joshua listens in silence as the boy promises to protect their family name for the sake of the future. Though secretly, Isaac just wants to claim the family for himself, he places a hand on his chest and vows not to live in shame. Otherwise, the family will be dragged through the mud and eventually fade away into forgotten history. The old man lets out a helpless sigh, reiterating that he never wanted Isaac to sacrifice himself for this family. Lich Joshua finally accepts him, noting that Isaac truly is one of them, which caught Isaac slightly off guard. Turning back to his desk, he tells Isaac it is fine to fail the mission as long as everyone returns alive. The observer ghost is shocked that the man actually bought the story, while Isaac simply bows his head in feigned obedience. If he returns safely, Eli makes his final decision, promising to officially declare Isaac as his sole heir. Having secured exactly what he wanted, Isaac flashes a sly grin and says he understands. Thanking him, the scene shifts a few days later to a rocky dirt path on the outskirts of the capital. With leaves stuck in his hair, Isaac proudly points ahead, announcing they will meet the other Knight squad in the very next village. Panting heavily, his muddy companions follow behind as Suri Joshua cries tears of exhaustion, swearing to survive no matter what. The other 2 teammates can only weep in despair, completely miserable as they struggle to keep up. Floating closely behind the observer, Ghost reports that it finished investigating the demon that appeared 14 years ago. Isaac silently asks if it found the demon's identity, and the specter immediately recalls the sinister image of Demon Az. Rumor has it the target is a direct subordinate of the Western Legion commander, though not one of the 14 generals. The spectator ghost adds that it is a brutal beast and quite possibly a demon that the master himself once knew. It brutally slaughtered young priests, prompting him to grit his teeth in absolute rage at the fools who dared break his rules. Isaac silently vows to tear his enemies apart one by one, but his companion quickly warns him to be careful. Since he still has not fully recovered his strength, the team continues their long journey completely unaware of what lies ahead. Demon Ash hides behind a tree, licking her lips in anticipation. The moment they disappear, she slowly steps out with a wicked grin. She laughs devilishly at the thought of that brat from Eswa. Meanwhile, at the royal palace under a bright blue sky, the prince is busy. An astonished voice echoes in the room, asking Prince Chaplist if it is actually true. Prince Chaplist seriously picks up a letter, wondering why young Master Isaac chose a holy knight from the messenger order as his subordinate reports. Rumor has it that from the very beginning, Isaac had zero interest in the elite knights sent by the prince. The subordinate even voices a bold guess, wondering if young Master Isaac actually has such terrible judgment. Prince Chaplist simply smiles and explains that the knight commander he sent is actually a half-blood spirit. This makes them highly vulnerable to demons. The subordinate gasps in realization, shocked to learn that Sir Silong is a half-blood spirit. He asks if sending him was a test for Isaac. The prince slowly stands up, explaining that even as a half-blood spirit, things are different. Sir Silong's skills are still incredibly useful, which is why he was sent, his eyes flashing with keen anticipation. But choosing a holy knight from the messenger order is fascinating as the entire order is quite unique. It is a group where every single knight is a half-demon. The prince places his hand on the files of Squad 4. In the sunlit room, the subordinate nervously points out that the members of the messenger order are notoriously wild and uncontrollable. They are the ones who once threw priests right into a demon den. This leaves the prince deep in thought, worried about Isaac's safety. Meanwhile, over at the Lamb clan meeting point, a hot-tempered warrior slams his fist onto the table in sheer frustration. Demanding to know why they are late, Derek radiates a dark, irritable aura as he complains about the delay. It has been over 5 hours now, and he wonders if Isaac is deliberately testing the patience of the messenger order. One of the squad members asks Commander Derek if the boy is keeping them waiting on purpose just to mess with them. They wonder if he is using their reputation. Another angry knight chimes in, noting that someone from the Lamb clan should know better. For someone who is usually strictly punctual to be this late, it is highly likely he is doing it deliberately. Derek grinds his teeth in fury, cursing the dirty priests under his breath before quickly making a final decision. They cannot let themselves be insulted. Suddenly, Isaac appears right beside Derek with a cheeky grin, offering a polite greeting. Isaac cheerfully introduces himself to Commander Derek, who is so startled by the sudden presence that he jumps back a few steps. Keeping his bright smile, Isaac casually admits they are late, prompting Derek to demand if the Lamb clan is not supposed to be punctual. Demanding to know what time it is, Derek is cut off as Isaac sighs, showing his bandaged arm from a sudden bandit ambush. Isaac claims that is the only reason they are late, but he already sees right through Derek's obvious scheme and raises his voice. He suggests someone hired those bandits to stop them, yet he rushed over anyway because arriving any later would be extremely rude. Guilt flashes in Derek's eyes as he quickly looks away, muttering that regardless of who hired them, punctuality is still absolute. Seizing the upper hand, Isaac presses on boldly, asking if Derek is simply unhappy about having to work with their group. Utterly flustered, Derek stammers. Watching them closely from a short distance away, Suri Joshua remains quiet. He seriously observes the tense interaction. Isaac casually suggests that since they are so capable, they probably do not need any protection. Derek stands tall and retorts that they have nothing to lose, so turning back right now is perfectly fine with them. Isaac does not hold back and immediately exposes the lie, questioning why someone with nothing to gain would wait for 5 hours. Hit right where it hurts, Derek flinches in shock. Instantly, the members of Squad 4 tense up, ready to draw. They prepare to draw as Isaac calmly points out that if they truly did not need help, they would have left ages ago. He demands to know why they are still here, noting that for a simple escort mission, their heavy gear is completely overkill. Smirking mockingly, Isaac exposes their true motive, pointing out that they want to use his group as bait to rescue their missing comrades. He casually adds that if they are so bitter about being called out, they can just part ways right now. Provoked to his absolute limit, Derek grinds his teeth in rage, completely losing his mind as he draws his sword and charges at Isaac. Screaming in pure madness, Derek demands to know if that knight Hanrak was the one who spilled the secrets to him. He rages, accusing that bastard of dragging Isaac into this mess specifically to ruin their entire operation. Suri Joshua stumbles back in confusion as the name Hanrak rings out suddenly, realizing that is actually his fourth uncle's secret alias. He prays his uncle is not secretly involved in this mess, while Derek grips his sword tightly, ready to strike. Triggering the power inside, without you guys, they wouldn't even be able to set foot in Graciendia. So Derek decisively swings his sword to threaten them, declaring he will drag him along by force, even if he has to slice his legs off. But inside the fierce whirlwind, Isaac remains completely unfazed. Then he glares with a crushing aura and sharply commands him to put the sword away, and surprisingly, Derek is completely frozen by this intense pressure, sensing a terrifying energy like the legendary Demon Bone King lurking inside that small body. Terrified, Derek realizes his body is trembling and unable to move, proving he absolutely cannot resist the young priest. Me facing a kid like you, the observer Spectre looks on smugly, acting incredibly arrogant about the situation. He knows demon blood all too well, and submitting to the absolute strong is just basic instinct for their kind. That is exactly why they were chosen, and knowing he cannot defeat Isaac, he frustratingly sheathes his sword. Seeing this, Isaac cheerfully tells Joshua and Suri to head out, leaving them utterly shocked after everything that happened. How can we possibly trust each other? But Isaac just casually picks his ear, mentioning their interests align. So they must tag along, though Derek furiously screams to hell with those matching interests. Isaac calmly outlines their shared goal, deeply surprising Squad 4, stating they are going to hunt down the demon, the beast that appeared 14 years ago, and rescue everyone who was kidnapped. That is the true target. He then grins, telling Squad 4 that whether their lost comrades are among the victims or not does not matter. Derek's expression turns deadly serious, asking if he recruited them solely because he knew their comrades were taken. Isaac remains as breezy as ever, playing dumb and casually acting like he has absolutely no clue. But Derek immediately yields, promising they will follow Lord Isaac while the priest smiles smugly, knowing his plan worked. A curious squad member asks about their strategy, wondering if the young priest actually has a solid plan. Isaac bluntly asks what plan as he looks over at Derek, whose body is already leaking dark energy. That demon blood cannot be hidden, making him worry even more that these guys might betray them at any second. Do you know why they only take simple messenger tasks? Suddenly, thick demonic energy wraps around them as a squad. Four members' hand starts transforming. Completely losing his sanity, the man mutates into a demon and lunges wildly, grabbing the very comrade who was just voicing doubts. The others scramble backward, cursing their terrible luck. They scream in utter panic, shouting that they knew this would happen and demanding someone restrain the rampaging demon immediately before someone gets hurt. Isaac casually delivers a heavy skull-cracking blow to the head, telling him to calm down right this instant. The man instantly snaps out of it, clutching a massive bump on his head while his ally scolds him for losing control. He apologizes in absolute embarrassment, claiming he usually never transforms this fast and felt some bizarre pressure weighing on his mind. Before his vision turned red, prompting the blonde squad member to wonder if they are getting too close to the Magic Empire territory and getting affected by their mana, as another member admits to feeling strange too. He says his body felt weird too, but the victim actually looks at Isaac with sheer admiration and excitement, gushing that he has never been able to revert to his human form this quickly before. To snap back after a single punch is amazing, and his constant praise has Isaac grinning with smug pride. Bathed in the cheers of Squad 4, both Isaac and his Spectre partner feel absolutely on top of the world. Convinced of his own greatness, Isaac tosses his travel bag over his shoulder, ready to move. But he feels an odd weight inside, urging everyone to move out. He opens the bag and spots a tiny guest. A little sparrow playing dead inside, but Isaac immediately sees right through its pathetic little act. Playing dead are we? The bird sweats profusely from sheer terror, but stubbornly tries to remain totally motionless. The Spectre amusedly points out its theatrical skills, while the young priest flashes a deeply devious grin. He casually grabs a heavy object to threaten it, asking if they should grant its wish, making the tiny bird panic. The bird has no idea its silent complaints are fully heard, cursing its master for being so incredibly cruel. Why send a fragile bird to spy on this terrifying priest, prompting Isaac to repeat the name Bloodlord? He directly confronts the creature, asking if one of those high-ranking demons sent it, shattering its fake dead act completely. As twilight blankets the dense, ominous forest, the Observer Spectre successfully finishes casting their protective barrier. With the barrier complete, the spirit slowly floats back to the priest's side. Isaac recalls the Blood Lord mentioned by the Sparrow. As one of his former subordinates, the Lord is supposedly locked up deep beneath the cathedral. It seems the Blood Lord heard of his return and sent this messenger to establish contact. Isaac grips the Sparrow tightly and begins his interrogation. Looks like the Lord kept his identity as the Skeleton Demon King, a secret from this little bird. He demands to know what information it brought him. The stubborn bird refuses to cooperate at first, claiming it has nothing to tell a priest, but a tight squeeze quickly changes its mind, making it talk. Screaming that it will talk, the terrified Sparrow blabs everything about the demoness they are soon going to face. When Isaac disgustedly recalls the ruined coronation, he asks if this demoness was the one who sent the clone of the Skeleton Demon King. The terrified bird quickly spills the details, confirming she was indeed the one who sneaked the magic device in. She ordered her minions to slaughter the priests, pointing the finger directly at Ash as the bird continues to babble. After absorbing the Skeleton Demon King's power, Ash became strong enough to bypass the barrier of the Charlotte Alex Frick Hella Holy Kingdom. The Blood Lord would rather face execution than deal with a demon like Ash. This cowardly stance only makes Isaac feel even more annoyed at that bastard Blood Lord. The clueless Sparrow silently curses inside, wondering why on earth its master would give such incredibly valuable information to a wretched priest like him. As Isaac raises his hand to crush the bird, it starts trembling violently and shrieks that the Blood Lord believes the Skeleton Demon King is currently a total fake. Out of absolute despair, the bird confesses that his master was captured, right after telling everyone that the current Skeleton Demon King is an imposter. Honestly, how stupid could that guy get? The Sparrow then offers some advice, mentioning that since Isaac has absorbed a portion of the great Skeleton Demon King's power, Ash is likely waiting to trap him in her territory. If he actually values his life, he should turn back. Isaac lowers his hand and lets the messenger go, telling the bird to let his master know that the message was received. The Sparrow hastily flies away, warning him not to die. Suddenly, Joshua and Suri storm over loudly, demanding to know where he has been. They have been searching everywhere for him, but Isaac just flashes them a cheerful thumbs up. He tells Isaac that he is incredibly proud of him for ordering food from the local inn for everyone. But Isaac notices a dark figure trailing behind them. Demon Ash approaches with a bright smile, claiming they prepared it to serve everyone. She casually invites them to eat. Isaac is caught off guard for a second, but then a sly smirk spreads across his face. He thought she would keep her distance, but seeing Ash disguised as a young maid is hilarious. Seriously, who would have thought she would deliver herself right to him? A while later, deep in the forest, one of them turns to Suri, completely baffled by what Isaac is doing. Joshua tells Suri to just ignore him because over on the other side, Isaac is already busy barking orders at their new maid. Sitting on a large rock, Isaac complains about dust in his water and demands she fetch a clean glass immediately. He complains about the square plate and the cold food, leaving a pale-faced demon Ash running around in circles to satisfy him. She complies, but Isaac still points at her face, snapping that the food is too salty and that her breathing is annoying. Ash resentfully agrees, while Derek has fully joined Isaac's side to help him torment her. He irritably demands she fetch another plate right now, asking how she dares to make their master repeat his orders. She is totally miserable, unable to comprehend how things went so wrong. She wonders if these lackeys have completely lost their minds. Why on earth are they taking his side? Swallowing her pride, Ash apologizes and brings over a tray of hot soup. She decides to poison these annoying guys, first politely offering them the soup and mentioning they must be exhausted. Derek immediately stops her, stating that since they are hired help, they cannot possibly share food with their employer. Ash is taken aback but tries her best to sound persuasive. She insists that the town is only safe if they stay strong, begging them to eat the food she prepared. Her inner voice is screaming at them to just eat the damn food. But then Isaac cuts in and interrupts their back and forth. He playfully suggests that she should take the first bite, grinning as he asks how they can be sure it is not poisoned. Ash is internally seething at his suspicion. But the rest of Isaac's group has had enough of his bullying and steps up to defend her. They tell him to cut it out and stop picking on her, passing the bowls of soup around to everyone. Insisting he has no right to treat her this way, they take giant spoonfuls to prove her innocence. In less than 5 seconds, the entire group faceplants onto the dirt, leaving Joshua and Suri staring in absolute horror. Isaac slowly stands up calmly, noting that this actually makes things much easier since he wanted to knock them out anyway. The ghostly observer silently watches the unconscious pile, wondering if they should call for the saint. Should we purify them? The specter asks. Isaac shrugs, stretching his limbs. Let them be, he says. They need a lesson. Suddenly, the specter senses something is off. It gasps quickly, warning its master about the nature of this deadly poison. It is a parasite that converts holy mana directly into dark mana. Hearing this, Isaac cannot help but feel pretty surprised. He grins with pure excitement. Are you absolutely sure it will transform this kind of mana? Transforming disgusting holy energy into dark mana. The specter happily squeals that it is absolutely guaranteed. Talk about a broken exploit. This parasitic toxin is extremely dangerous. Isaac looks greedily at Suri Joshua's group like sheep waiting to be sheared, which means he can build a whole dark mana farm inside the Holy Kingdom. Meanwhile, Demon Ash thinks she has won. She laughs like a maniac, absorbing all the dark mana around them and smugly declaring that he has lost. Isaac simply wipes some drool from his chin. Me lose, he scoffs. Anyone with actual power is nothing more than a tasty meal waiting to be devoured by him. Demon Ash shifts back to her true form, her voice dripping with venom as she orders him to follow her if he wants them to live. She promises the antidote. Derek remains highly on guard, not daring to make a move, but he still angrily curses that vile woman. While she gloats, a brilliant beam of sunlight suddenly bursts forward, warning her not to resist as she screams in pain. Once the blinding light finally fades away, Demon Ash regains her composure, only to realize something utterly terrifying. Isaac is rushing straight at her with weapon in hand. He swings, but Demon Ash agilely leaps back to dodge the lethal strike. She dashes away with incredible speed, goading him to keep up. Derek and his men grip their swords, desperate to follow them. We will go with you, they cry, but Isaac firmly shuts them down, saying he must go alone. He looks at them with the eyes of a tragic hero, explaining that they cannot leave these people unprotected since they need constant mana transfers to survive. Tears stream down Derek's face from pure emotion. Lord Isaac, please do not worry, we will take care of these priests ourselves. He gives a sharp military salute as he watches him depart. Isaac silently thanks him and immediately takes off at full speed. Thanks to them, he will be able to harvest 10 times more mana later. Night quickly falls over the quiet forest. Under the cold silver moonlight, wind howls through the trees. Demon Ash spots Isaac arriving and immediately sneers in mockery. What a brave little fool, she mocks, asking how he dares to face her completely alone. She acts as if victory is already hers. She looks down on him completely. Annoyed by her arrogance, Isaac grits his teeth and agrees that someone here is indeed very foolish. Showing her zero respect, Isaac demands to know how she can threaten to eat humans without even realizing who he actually is. Stunned and horrified, she gasps. His expression turns icy cold, his tone carrying an absolute authority that allows zero resistance. Kneel, he commands. Paralyzed by his overwhelming pressure, Demon Ash completely loses control of her own trembling body. Her knees slam hard against the dirt. Looking up, she sees the horrifying silhouette of the Demon Bone King looming over Isaac. The creature's entire body trembles violently under his crushing pressure as she desperately tries to understand the nature of this energy. He stands there looking like a genuine demon king, his dark energy overflowing. How could a mere brat possess such terrifying power? She grits her teeth desperately, clinging to a crazy theory to explain what she is witnessing. That miserable little brat must have consumed a piece of her master's physical body. Her claws dig deep grooves into the dirt to prop herself up, refusing to believe he stole her master's body. Forcing herself to stand, she reaches out toward him with insane fury, muttering to her master to wait. Screaming that she will tear this boy's stomach wide open, she lunges directly at his youthful face, freeing him at last. But as their opposing powers collide, she instantly realizes she has lost. The devastating power of the Demon King erupts, completely engulfing Demon Ash after a brief one-sided struggle of pure force. As the entire area shakes from the impact, Isaac calls her a fool, summoning massive fireballs to assert his dominance. "Let me show you who your actual king is," he growls. Soon, silence falls over the clearing once more. The Observer Spectre flies out excitedly, praising him because a simple level 5 spell just produced an unbelievable impact. Its destructive power rivaled a level 7 spell. Squealing with joy, it circles him, praising the brilliant mixture of energies. Mixing dark and holy mana was indeed a stroke of pure genius, leaving Isaac feeling incredibly smug. He has reached an entirely new realm of power, realizing why those annoying gods never wanted him to become human. A weak groan suddenly catches their attention. Demon Ash is crawling on the dirt, her body shivering violently from the pain. Groaning a desperate plea to her sovereign, the spectre awkwardly asks how they should handle her, noting he went too hard. He does not agree at all. Smiling, Isaac simply claps his hands together to see how she will react. Demon Ash screams in pure terror, slamming her head repeatedly against the floor while begging her lord to forgive her unforgivable crimes. As the panicked demon scrambles to hand over the antidote, Isaac casually waves it off, telling her they can worry about that later. Squatting down right in front of her, he orders her to immediately bring back every single holy knight she previously kidnapped. He gives her exactly 1 minute, leaving her completely dazed before he cheerfully adds one more crucial requirement to his demand. Classic main character energy. He wants a perfect score, so simply rescuing the captured knights is not going to be enough. He needs actual proof, which makes the demon turn pale as she stammers, wondering what kind of proof he could possibly mean. Proof that he eliminated a high-ranking demon. 2 days later, 2 anxious companions sit around a table in a quiet tavern. Holding his head in frustration, Suri Joshua groans, wondering what on earth has happened to that damn Isaac by now. Derek forces a stiff smile and reassures him, pointing out they already sent scouts to keep an eye on his whereabouts. So there is no need to worry, since Isaac is not an easy target, though Joshua still cannot shake his deep anxiety. Gritting his teeth, he insists something went wrong, which explains why those annoying mages keep searching for him so aggressively. Every single search is dead serious, and Joshua points out that Derek must know how unusual this behavior is for them. Derek rubs his chin thoughtfully, admitting they did find some fresh bloodstains in the area where they suspect he went. But that does not necessarily mean he is dead, and right on cue, a sudden voice echoes from the tavern entrance. Isaac strolls inside carrying a massive bloodied sack on his shoulder, prompting a distracted and automatic welcome from Joshua. It takes a second to register before Joshua leaps up in absolute shock, while Derek immediately asks if he is unhurt. Slapping the bloody sack onto the table, Isaac reveals he brought the antidote, prompting the other to curiously peek inside. Wondering what else is stuffed inside, he listens as Isaac calmly warns him that the contents are extremely important to keep. Joshua remains skeptical. That is until he sees the severed head of Demon Ash. He screams in terror, stumbling backward as he demands to know what kind of monstrosity is stuffed inside that bag. Stretching his arms casually, Isaac meets their horrified stares and nonchalantly explains that it is simply the head of the kidnapper. This serves as the solid proof they need to secure a perfect score, but Derek quickly interrupts to ask about his team. He desperately wants to know what happened to their captured allies, but Isaac just shrugs and asks if he means the knights. Raising his voice toward the entrance, Isaac explains they were too heavy, so he just left them in the bushes outside. He tells them to go bring them in, just as a panicked guard bursts inside to announce their missing comrades have returned. Another soldier from Squad 4 shouts that Ken and Jen are safe, leaving Joshua staring at Isaac in a state of utter disbelief. They ask if he actually pulled it off, staring at the severed head while Isaac crosses his legs with absolute pride. He proudly confirms he went straight into enemy territory and cut off the boss's head, prompting Joshua to slam the table and yell in rage. Derek stammers in disbelief, asking how such a crazy feat was even possible. Watch him spin this, grinning to himself. Isaac quickly brainstorms a highly plausible lie to ease their growing suspicions. He tells them the enemies likely heard about their mission and drafted a plan to capture them all beforehand. Their goal was to kidnap everyone, fake a heroic rescue from the demons, and use that to bargain with the Holy Kingdom. And that rogue mage who drugged everyone, she was in on it. She wanted to sell them off to the magical empire for a massive profit, which makes sense since they are highly valuable. He scoffs at how anyone could treat others so terribly, acting completely appalled by the fake situation. He claims he threatened to report her to the Holy See, which instantly terrified her into backing down completely. She was easily frightened by a kid, showing how terrifying the Pope's influence is, though he still managed to learn where the knights were kept. It turned out to be common knowledge, and he even uncovered a highly convenient secret pathway leading straight to their prison. Fortunately, the knights were only being kept as emergency rations, so he easily sneaked them out before they could be eaten. A sleeping demon was guarding them, so he simply took care of it, leaving his two listeners completely speechless in shock. Brandishing his weapon as proof, Isaac offers to reenact the battle, which prompts a sweating Joshua to quickly tell him to forget it. He decides the exact details do not matter anymore, while Derek is entirely brainwashed and instantly agrees that he believes him. Yet Joshua remains deeply worried, pointing out how incredibly reckless it was and asking what would have happened if things went wrong. Suddenly, a majestic glowing aura surrounds Isaac as he heroically explains he had no choice but to take the risk. His selfless words bring tears to the injured knights nearby, who realize a direct confrontation would have caused endless casualties. Declaring that, as a guardian of the faith, he cannot let that happen, Derek is so deeply moved that tears stream down his face. Joshua can hardly believe his eyes, praising him as a true saint, but the annoyed old man quickly cuts in to silence his nonsense. Warning the boy to watch his mouth, the elder leaves Joshua with no choice but to comply as he tiredly rubs his forehead. He notes that at least Joshua made it back safely, adding that the arriving mages seemed genuinely worried about his sudden disappearance. Reminded that he was actually kidnapped, Isaac grumbles in irritation, scoffing at the ridiculous idea of those bastards actually caring about a priest. However, someone nearby takes offense to his harsh words, prompting Isaac to squint in suspicion as he turns toward the unfamiliar voice. Two stern mages step inside, explaining they only came out of fear that the demon race might kill him, lamenting being misunderstood like this. Knowing exactly what they are truly after, Isaac ignores their fake worry and tells those absolute bastards to cut the crap. He calls them out for only wanting the mana core, but the older mage simply beams, asking him to cooperate with their investigation. When they mention a reported sighting, Isaac flatly declares he did not see a single thing, though Derek keeps trying to pry for details. The mage insists they clearly felt a presence nearby, but Isaac just lets out a helpless sigh, telling them they are dead wrong. He explains logically that the legendary demon race is not like some random stray dogs or cats wandering around the city streets. He asks if they honestly believe a mere apprentice priest like himself could ever hope to take down a demon. The old mage whispers softly to the junior behind him, admitting that any apprentice surviving a demon encounter would be quite unusual. Joshua listens to their discussion in complete confusion, finding it completely absurd, since Halak had explicitly stated there was a demon here. Hearing that name sparks a deep sense of unease within Isaac, realizing Halak must refer to his fourth uncle, while Joshua secretly glances back. He quickly wonders if he is just mistaken, since it is a common name, slowly standing up and muttering that it does not matter. Leaving Joshua completely clueless about his intentions, Isaac casually waves his hand and walks off, telling them to handle things themselves. Seeing him head straight for the exit, Joshua yells out in pure frustration, reminding him that their conversation is far from finished. He demands Isaac stay as time passes and gentle sunlight begins to drape over the quiet forest. Leaving the tavern behind, he makes his way to a secluded cabin deep in the woods, resting his hand on the weathered door. He pushes the door open with a relaxed smile, locking eyes with the figure inside as a wicked grin spreads across his face while looking at Demon Ash. Seeing the creature too terrified to even resist, he decides it is time to wrap things up, flashing back to 2 nights ago. Isaac demands proof that he successfully eliminated a demon, leaving a highly confused Ash to stammer out, questioning what he means. Sitting directly across from the fiend who devoured the holy trainees 14 years ago, Isaac exposes her, declaring it was never her. He mocks her, asking how a pathetic weakling like her could have ever pulled off such a feat. Even 14 years ago, there was absolutely no way she could have ever defeated Jailai. His freezing tone makes Ash shudder in absolute terror as he notes that taking her head would only make them suspect the real culprit. He orders her to go and fetch the actual evidence, his lips curling into a deeply wicked grin. He demands a proper head to present to the Holy See, returning to the present where Isaac sits casually atop a wooden crate. He admits with fake surprise that he never expected her to actually deliver, looking thoroughly satisfied with her work. Finding her not completely useless, he decides to let her off the hook as Ash continues to kneel on the ground. With a pale, trembling face, she asks if he knew the killer's identity all along, and Isaac does not hesitate to confirm. He reveals it was a woman and her pet beast, asking with a mocking sneer if she honestly thought he would remain clueless about basic facts. Ash quickly shakes her head in panic, while Isaac suddenly wonders why his own intelligence reports had pointed so directly to her. He asks why she was accused, prompting a trembling Ash to prostrate herself and recount the truth. She confesses that the real culprit 14 years ago was her older sister, who ordered her beast to hunt down the holy priests. She reveals they were treated as snacks, causing Isaac to frown, realizing their shared bloodline likely caused the confusion. Their identical energy signatures led to the mix-up, but she still managed to successfully deliver the monster's head to him. He now has the killer who devoured Jiale's friend 14 years ago, lowering his voice as he demands more crucial information. He inquires about the current demon hierarchy, and Ash immediately reveals that the fake skeleton Demon King is currently leading them. He commands the Tier 9 demons, ordering them to hunt the Saints to gather Isaac's power since his battle with the god. He wants to eliminate the Saints and claim his power, leaving Isaac to fold his arms and ask what the gods are doing. Looking incredibly flustered, she admits she is unsure, but suspects the heavenly realm took a devastating blow and remains completely silent. Hearing about their long silence, Isaac frowns deeply, wondering if the massive fallout from his self-destruct move was far greater than anticipated. Knowing their impatient nature, there is no way they would have stayed quiet for 155 years, he thinks, recalling past events. They must be tearing through every world looking for his soul, and there is no way they missed the truth, that the seal containing his soul is empty. The more Isaac thinks, the more unbelievable it seems. Yet their highest tier holy magic couldn't have failed so miserably even if they did miss sealing his soul back then. And failing to notice an empty seal makes even less sense. Suddenly, his hand stops, stroking his chin. His lips curl with amusement. Isaac grins mischievously. Is it possible that inside that vessel stands another soul instead of his own? He sits there pondering this strange mystery for a while. Is it a high-tier entity filled with dark mana, some disaster, like the Skeleton King, or maybe even a god down on the ground? Ash is still kneeling, not daring to look up. Meanwhile, an extremely fun idea suddenly flashes in Isaac's head. He absolutely has to check. He abruptly asks if she is Ash, making her startle and quickly bow to the floor. Confirming his words, Isaac orders her to return to the demons and spy for him. Later, a deeply grateful voice calls out. Crying tears of joy, the man sobs that they owe young Master Isaac a lifetime debt they can never repay. He never expected Isaac to defeat that monster alone and save everyone. Isaac smugly rubs his nose, telling them not to worry. He claims it was just their duty, leaving the surrounding knights deeply moved and tearing up. They praise the glorious demeanor of the Blue family, whispering among themselves about how they can ever repay such immense kindness. He even saved their fallen comrades. Standing nearby, Derek quietly ponders the situation before suddenly shouting in realization. Realizing the obvious answer, Derek quickly steps closer to Isaac, who turns with a curious hum. He and the other knights kneel in unison. As a 7th-tier knight, Derek speaks for his entire squad. He solemnly declares it will follow Isaac and go wherever he commands them. Isaac is quietly surprised. He never expected this, but a subtle smirk creeps onto his face. So he just gained highly skilled free soldiers. Better yet, they have connections spanning across the 6 continents. Saving 11 people for this much profit is a massive win. It is truly a bargain. Suddenly, he notices a small, quiet figure standing behind the crowd. It is a tan, blonde-haired young boy who is staring right back at Isaac with wide eyes. Wondering why a child is staring at him, Derek steps up to eagerly introduce the boy, guessing Isaac does not recognize him. He claims Isaac will be shocked. Right then, the boy runs up and introduces himself as Hyberius. He is the youngest prince of the Grycidia Empire. Gratefully thanking Isaac for saving him, he leaves the young master utterly dumbfounded. He recalls the 2 people who approached him earlier because their prince was kidnapped. Those mages were surprisingly cooperative. This is a total jackpot. Looking at Isaac with pure admiration, the prince admits he used to think holy citizens were trash. Vowing to repay this debt, the prince stares at Isaac, who strokes his chin and carefully evaluates him. The prince continues babbling, praising him as incredibly impressive compared to the useless bastards at the Holy Temple. They only sent apprentice priests instead of real backup to save the knights. Hearing this, Isaac quietly evaluates the boy. This kid has major potential. With sparkling eyes, the prince pleads, calling Isaac a true man of God. Begging to repay him, Isaac smirks. He smiles with a devious plan, asking if the prince would do a small favor. Meanwhile, back at the Holy Temple, a priest reports that the Blue Squad has officially entered Graciandia territory. He explains that due to interference from the mages, they could not follow them any further, but they have definitely entered the target area. Writing at his desk, Hira frowns, surprised they actually made it in. They selected those completely useless holy knights, so how did they succeed? The priest quickly answers him. It seems only Isaac Joshua entered the area completely alone. Surprised, Hira drops his pen and raises his voice. Hira sneers mockingly, realizing that the brat was unable to tame those stubborn holy knights after all. If they could not control them, there is no way a kid like him could ever manage it. He confidently predicts that Isaac will fail his mission and perish, while the priest arrogantly promises his demise. The priest guarantees Isaac will never return. Hira pinches his nose, thinking of the family's 4th son, who promised to personally handle any relatives entering his territory and would surely enlist powerful mages to eliminate them. Suddenly, the priest speaks up, wondering if the royal family might step in to assist Isaac instead. They seem pretty interested in that kid. Heron leans back in his chair and laughs, saying they do not have time for that. Cressidia is a disputed region between the Holy Empire and the Magic Empire, so any incident there could easily be exploited by the mages. It would lead to an absolute disaster. He does not forget to warn them that even if by some miracle it succeeds, they must ensure he never returns. The priest bows respectfully in agreement as a smug smirk plays on Heron's face. He can already picture those blue faction fools being laughed at. Meanwhile, Isaac lets out a strange smile, running his tongue over his lips. A dangerous glint flashes in his eyes. If that is what they are planning, he is going to make them pay dearly. He enthusiastically gestures toward Hiberius, proudly introducing him as the secret weapon to completely mess with the Holy See. He is the youngest prince of the Magic Empire. Hearing this, the apprentice priests gape in absolute horror, leaving Isaac utterly confused. "Why are you all staring at me like that?" he asks. Suri screams that he is crazy, questioning why anyone would introduce an enemy prince like that. Hiberius laughs sheepishly and scratches his head, apologizing for the shock and explaining that is exactly why he hid his identity. Suri stares at the two of them, completely questioning reality as she asks if he actually kidnapped the boy. Hiberius denies it instantly, laughing it off, but Isaac is speechless, thinking the kid is definitely the one being kidnapped. Isaac smirks mischievously, claiming this will ruin the Holy See since they are doing way more than just saving a few paladins. This is going to force them to honor us. But Suri immediately tries to protest. She argues that they will be the ones ruined instead, but Isaac drops a line that stuns the entire room. The basic rule of politics is making others owe you. Just save the prince, and the Magic Empire will owe them big time. Suri panics, yelling why he would say that right in front of the prince. Hiberius, completely naive, marvels at his genius, calling him a truly brilliant master strategist. Isaac silently wonders if this kid is also insane, while Suri sighs in pure exhaustion. She asks if he plans to announce this rescue and return like a hero. Isaac gestures for silence, telling her to keep quiet. That is exactly why he gathered everyone here. He smirks confidently, predicting the Yellow faction is definitely setting up a trap. They want to completely ruin the mission. Honestly, what he says next is going to blow everyone away. What happens if the Prince of the Magic Empire walks right into that trap? Hiberius's eyes light up instantly. He praises his brilliance, saying he would gladly jump into fire for him. Isaac rubs his hands excitedly, licking his lips. A playful glint shines in his eyes as he declares it is time to slap the Yellow faction right in the face. Isaac confidently asks them what they think will happen if the Prince of the Magic Empire walks straight into that trap. He explains decisively that there will definitely be a thorough investigation to find out who is pulling the strings. Both the Holy Empire and the Magic Empire will surely investigate. At this point, Isaac cannot help but shrug. The Yellow faction who set the trap will panic like crazy. Suri frowns. She admits she gets his point, but points out Cardinal Barrett is not someone who leaves evidence behind. He would never let himself get caught. Isaac waves it off, smiling as he says that the man has accomplices. Suri raises her eyebrows in confusion, then suddenly gasps, begging him not to tell her he plans to use the mages. Isaac slowly stands up, saying they are too annoying, so he wants to mess with their plans a bit. However, a direct fight could cause a massive diplomatic issue, prompting Suri to ask what he actually intends to do. He grins and bursts into a laugh. Raising his hand high, Isaac enthusiastically declares they are going to trick them instead. Hiberius cheers in total agreement, while the other apprentice priests look absolutely pale. They wonder what kind of madness this is. But suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the room. Everyone is caught off guard. Someone rushes over to the window to see what on earth is going on outside. A thick pillar of black smoke rises beyond the forest right where the mages are stationed. Isaac bursts out laughing. He boasts that striking first always wins, then suddenly grabs Hiberius and hoists him up. How dare those mages target his mana core? Before anyone can react, Isaac rushes straight out the door. Suri turns completely pale, screaming at that absolute lunatic. Outside, the site of the explosion is in total chaos. Flames spread everywhere amidst panic screams that they are under attack and their mana cores are destroyed. All their stored cores are gone along with their magic circle tools. A mage grits his teeth in anger. Could it actually be those apprentice priests? Did they somehow find out about the plan and strike first? The mage leader quickly orders an immediate attack on the priests, and the rest of his men draw their weapons and charge forward. Right at that moment, a figure steps forward and shouts for them to wait. Isaac wears a mischievous grin, whispering as he pushes young Hiberius forward. "I leave this in your hands, Your Highness," Isaac says, and the kid immediately puts his hands on his hips, angrily shouting at them. Hiberius demands to know if they actually dare attack them, throwing the mages into a complete panic as they recognize the young prince. The utterly confused leader asks why His Highness is hanging around with those priests, begging him to step over to their side so they can escort him back home safely. Isaac suddenly cuts them off, warning the bastards that if they value this brat's life, as he grabs Hiberius by the head. He presses his sword against the boy's neck, demanding they hand over everything they have while Hiberius crosses his arms and urges them to hurry. Hiberius tells them to hurry, and seeing them hesitate, an annoyed Isaac grits his teeth, demanding the bastards hand over all their gear. Watching this unfold from behind a tree, Suri silently prays to the gods. She begs them to take this crazy guy away, as the bizarre scene leaves everyone confused, especially since Joshua represents the famously righteous Azure Creed. Out of the 5 great creeds, they are known to be the most upright, detesting any form of injustice. Bound by a strict chivalrous code, even with a blade pressed against their neck, the heirs of this creed would never draw their weapons, at least according to the system. But right now, and honestly, you won't believe the wild hostage scam this guy is about to pull with the Empire's own prince. Isaac presses the blade closer fiercely, asking if they are fine with him chopping the kid's head off, and the little prince just nods along. The mage leader sweats, wondering why on earth the prince is over there and how he got captured so easily in the first place. He remembers clearly that his highness is strong enough to take down several grown men all by himself. Signaling his subordinate behind him, the leader figures that the prince must have been caught completely off guard. Realizing they must save him, he tries to distract Isaac, calling out for the descendant of Joshua to calm down first. The mage suggests a negotiation, but Isaac just points his sword at him, shouting that they can negotiate his ass instead. He demands to know why they are not handing everything over, while the rescue mage quietly sneaks up right behind them. The mage reaches out to Hiberius, whispering for the prince to take his hand so he can rescue him. But the prince's face darkens as he angrily snaps, asking why the idiot has not saved him, yet leaving the mage completely stunned. He asks how they dare call themselves Imperial Mages, while the rescue mage desperately keeps reaching out for him. Seeing this, the little prince quickly climbs up and clings to Isaac, hiding behind his back instead. Calling them useless trash, the kid leaves the mage sighing in utter defeat as he tries to explain. Insisting they only came to save him, he is cut off as Hiberius proudly crosses his arms as the youngest prince. Sitting on Isaac's shoulders, he loudly commands them to hand over all their gear and retreat immediately. Isaac laughs smugly, telling the bastards to beat it just like they heard. The negotiating mage gets a massive headache, realizing that even though he has no idea what is happening, this kid is their future. With no other choice but to obey, they finally compromise and begin placing their valuable mana cores on the ground one by one. Begging Isaac to release the prince, they hand over everything, as Isaac practically drools at the sight of the mana cores. Seeing him lose it, his helper pops up to warn him. Warning him to watch his face, Isaac quickly collects himself and acts generous once he has the loot. Declaring that he will let it slide out of respect for their sincerity, the mage leader can only grit his teeth in rage. Isaac even warns them that he will report back to the Empire about how they tried to murder them. Startled, the mage tries to claim it was a misunderstanding and they were only hunting demons, but Isaac immediately calls him out. If they are hunting demons, he asks why they brought specific gear to capture priests, issuing a final warning. Mocking them that they can just collect the prince's corpse on the way back. If they refuse, the leader cannot take it anymore. Letting out a bitter curse, he watches as Isaac smirks and tells them to scram, with Hiberius echoing the order from above. Night falls as Isaac returns to the trainee priest's quarters, instantly dumping all his mana cores out. He rolls around on the bed in pure joy, laughing hysterically over his beautiful new hoard. Hiberius looks on in absolute awe, praising his big brother's incredible vision. These Imperial mana cores are a different breed compared to the Holy State's trash with superior color and scent. The kid keeps praising him, admitting he thought the Holy State was just full of useless, broke maggots. Who would have thought someone like him in the Azure Creed? Truly a righteous, noble faith. Well, no one compares to him. On the next bed, Suri sighs deeply. Great. They just recruited another absolute madman. Hiberius is incredibly ecstatic. Just say the word, boss. Back in the capital, I will personally guarantee a massive reward. Isaac nods. Sounds good. Suddenly, the young boy leans in closer, asking if Isaac has ever considered joining the Magic Empire. They will treat him well. Suri cannot take this madness anymore. He stands up abruptly, glaring. Enough? You guys are insane. He marches straight to Isaac's bedside, declaring they need to talk. Isaac looks up. Total disgust. He tells Suri to wipe off his drool before they speak. Worried, Suri asks, "Are you seriously telling the Patriarch that your fourth uncle hired dark mages?" Isaac does not hesitate. Of course. It is the perfect chance to eliminate a rival for succession. Suri warns him. One mistake and you are dead. His face is pale and tense. You have never met him, so you do not understand. He is ruthless. Framing an innocent person without absolute proof is suicide. Without evidence, you are finished. Hearing that, Isaac simply sits up and lets out a mocking laugh. An innocent man, Isaac sneers, recalling the mage's warning. Direct descendants of Joshua. He calmly tells Suri to quiet down first. They called us to direct descendants of Joshua. That means those mages knew exactly who we were from the start. Suri frowns. Well, the Joshua family is famous for their distinct looks. Maybe they just recognized us. Recognized us, Isaac unleashes a barrage of insults, demanding to know what kind of nonsense he is babbling. You are ugly. Dirt-colored hair. Who would ever look at you and think of the legendary Joshua family? Isaac gets off the bed, insisting they definitely knew beforehand. Suri bites his lip, holding back tears of sheer frustration. Shut up, you bastard. Isaac is absolutely certain that his fourth uncle is pulling the strings from behind. Suri still refuses to believe it. No way. How could they know direct descendants were among the apprentice priests? Isaac runs over, gripping his shoulders. Wake up, Suri. The man you call your uncle just tried to murder you. Isaac tries to explain. Do you think your father will just sit quietly? He has definitely started a massive riot. Suri is stubborn. He probably does not know yet. But wait, that commotion earlier. Could it be? He suddenly freezes. Suri looks up at Isaac, trembling. Please tell me this bastard did not do what I think. Isaac flashes a sinister, wicked smile. Everything is completely ruined now, is it not? The temple, the royal family, even the Holy See itself. Total chaos everywhere. Meanwhile, deep within the headquarters of the Holy See, a startled voice rings out. A priest demands to hear the report again, unable to believe his own ears. Did the apprentice priests of the Azure Creed actually return safely? The messenger before him quickly confirms the report. Yes, they are already heading toward the capital. Our scouts have thoroughly verified the news. Surprisingly, they returned with a much larger group, having apparently rescued all the hostages from the mages. The long-haired priest Ira fumes with rage. What on earth were those mages doing? He scowls in deep frustration. He mutters about the fourth son of the Joshua family and those mages, wondering how they could fail so badly. How is that brat still alive? The short-haired priest hesitates, admitting they simply could not launch an attack. Hira freezes. What? The messenger's next words cause Hira's tapping fingers to stop dead in their tracks. Apparently, the young prince of the Magic Empire was among the hostages they successfully saved. The priest gasps in utter disbelief. Who? The messenger speaks the name of the youngest prince of Britannia, Hiberius Britannia. The messenger bows his head, delivering another massive bombshell of news. Isaac Joshua has officially demanded a thorough, deep investigation into the rogue mages. The priest adds that the boy is determined to hunt down whoever plotted to assassinate the imperial prince. Hira's face darkens instantly as he grinds his teeth. So that brat wants to play dirty with me, does he? The prince's presence changes everything. A thorough investigation is coming, which will leave him completely cornered and exposed. He could be accused of plotting to kill the prince. Hira's hands shake with rage, cursing both father and son. Complete disasters, both of them. Suddenly, the door is thrown open as another priest bursts inside, gasping. Bad news, Cardinal. The messenger pants, reporting that the formidable head of the Joshua family has just arrived. The Joshua patriarch is already causing a massive uproar outside, demanding to see his fourth son immediately. Gritting his teeth in pure frustration, Hira cursed under his breath. Now even the grandfather had shown up. Damn it, all three of them. Meanwhile, in the holy capital of Charlotte, Alex Frick Hella Roman, a burst of hearty laughter echoed out. Let us rewind a few minutes. Isaac had run crying to his own grandfather, complaining and sobbing that he almost died because his fourth uncle tried to kill him. With the help of those wicked mages, sniff sniff, the old man exploded in pure rage. How dare he? Now check this out. Recalling the hilarious scene, Isaac covered his face and laughed. Classic grandfather style. He knew the old man was tough, but who could have guessed he'd start a fight right in front of the Pope? Yes, right before the Pope himself. The maid standing nearby hesitated before finally speaking up. Excuse me, my lord. She suddenly dropped to one knee, leaving Isaac completely stunned as she began to speak. I deeply thank you for avenging my brother who was brutally murdered 14 years ago. Isaac bashfully looked away, pretending he knew absolutely nothing. Still, Isaac waved it off, saying it was no big deal. He then casually asked how the others had reacted. With a smile, she replied that everyone reacted similarly, but she added that Goal seemed furious about something completely different. Back then, an enraged Goal pointed his finger, shouting that the lunatic did not just target Isaac, but his own nephew too. Riley was totally baffled since Isaac was also his nephew, but Goal immediately fired back. Their hair colors are completely different. As Riley tried to explain, Goal lost his temper and barked at him to shut up. Just then a sudden noise made them turn. The maid explained that Benjamin, the financial director, had stepped in. He had burned the entire inheritance of that fourth son. It turned out the noise Riley and Goal heard was Benjamin casting fire magic. He will not get a single penny. Everything goes back to society. Hearing this, Isaac felt a pang of regret, wishing they'd given it to him. The maid hesitantly mentioned that all descendants of the Joshua family would be gathering for the new year. Honestly, that makes me deeply uneasy. With a highly worried look on her face, she warned him that someone is actively trying to murder him. She quietly whispered her guess, saying he is likely determined to claim the family head position, wanting to eliminate Isaac early on. Isaac remained completely calm, telling her not to worry as he had no plans of dying. Suddenly, he frowned, sensing something odd. But it is quite strange. There should have been massive chaos breaking out somewhere else right now. Why are they staying so silent? Just as Isaac was wondering, a small slip of paper drifted in out of absolutely nowhere. It should have arrived in a flash. He swiftly caught the paper, tore it in half, and smiled, "They are here." As Isaac tossed the torn scraps aside, a magic summoning circle suddenly materialized, glowing intensely on the ground. "Wait, is that summoning magic?" The maid gaped in shock while Isaac smirked, knowing someone was in a rush. To think they would even deploy summoning magic. Soon a figure emerged from the glowing light and stepped directly toward him. Leon grabbed Isaac by the collar, growling that he promised to show him something interesting. Yet Isaac remained perfectly unfazed. "It seems my cute little magic empire prince is doing quite well," he casually said, thinking the older man would have liked him. Hearing this, Leon grit his teeth in pure frustration, but ultimately let out a heavy sigh and released his grip. Leon scoffed, questioning what Isaac was thinking by bringing the magic empire's prince here. Isaac simply smoothed down his collar. Isaac claimed he did it to help. Leon sneered, thinking back to the moment he first received the letter from him. At first, Leon had actually loved the idea, seeing it as a rare chance to squeeze serious money out of them. The mages likely plotted to harm the prince. As the legendary Crimson Clan specializing in brutal interrogation, he wanted them to find the mastermind. Back then, Leon had squeezed the paper in excitement. It was highly obvious who did it, likely the Pope himself. And that fourth son of Joshua was planning to cripple Isaac. Leon grinned, thoroughly pleased with this development. Thanks to that foolish kid Isaac Joshua, he could finally force both the yellow and blue clans to their knees. Leon's grin grew wider and wider, his eyes completely filled with dark amusement. That alone was enough to trade for the right to face the 14 retinues, maybe even more. However, reality slapped him hard. Is this really how the holy nation of Charlotte, Alex, Frick, Hella Roman interrogates? This question left Leon completely speechless. What the hell? Boreas, crossing his arms in utter disdain, scoffed at their claim. A holy nation, yet so barbaric. The kid lay on the bed, throwing a massive tantrum. "What you were asking for my name? Where are my rights? Are all priests this obnoxious? How dare you ask about Big Brother Isaac? Have you no shame, you low-class scum? How dare you even mention the Blue Clan? You bastards need 15 more years to match us." They probably do not even grasp their leader's actual vision. As the two barrios go on a loud, endless rant, their dramatic shouting finally makes one of the members in Squad 5 unable to hold back. He desperately wants to charge forward, yelling to let him go so he can kill that bastard even if he ends up in hell. The person behind him quickly restrains him, urging calm, while Leon helplessly closes his eyes at the thought of that brat. He only demanded this interrogation to threaten the yellow faction. Watching the kid in front of him constantly resisting only makes him more certain of it. That kid clearly does not want the Joshua family to suffer because of their fourth son, which is why he brought the uncooperative prince here. This move will throw the entire yellow faction into absolute chaos. Back in reality, looking at Isaac makes Leon even angrier. "How dare you use us, you absolute brat?" he growls, asking Isaac if he really thinks he can get away with this. Leon demands answers, saying he is quite annoyed to see his people facing so much trouble. Isaac flashes a completely harmless smile, pointing out that Leon does not actually look annoyed at all. "Do you not actually enjoy watching your own subordinates suffer?" he asks, causing Leon to slightly furrow his brow in surprise. He flashes a pretty creepy smile, releasing a terrifying aura of pressure. No one has ever managed to notice that hidden trait before. The maid feels that intense pressure and shivers in fear, her knees buckling as Leon's crushing aura forces her to collapse to the ground. He continues his interrogation, threateningly asking if the Blue family head was the one who told him. "Making an apprentice priest quietly disappear is not that hard," he remarks, wondering aloud who really gave away the secret. Isaac suddenly speaks up, frowning slightly with annoyance as he tells Leon to pay up if he has had his fun. Leon lets out a cold laugh and stretches his massive, wide-open hand directly toward Isaac's head. "It seems you have learned absolutely nothing besides finding faster ways to die." Seeing this, the maid hurriedly begs him to run away. But Isaac feels no fear at all, casually slapping Leon's hand aside. She watches in utter shock. Leon does not even seem angry, completely pulling back the terrifying pressure he just released. Isaac offers his thanks, raising a badge toward him with a smug smirk, saying this is more than enough for payment. Leon Seppard stands there looking slightly flustered, admitting that he is actually quite curious about something. With a chuckle, Leon Seppard casually asks if Isaac was really the one who took down that monster all by himself. How could a mere apprentice priest ever pull off such a feat? Hearing this, Isaac calmly replies that it is a family secret. His words leave Leon nodding in deep thought. Unlike the Blue family, he continues, "Your family seems pretty terrible at hunting monsters, so I am not at all surprised that you are so curious." Finally, Isaac flashes a highly mocking smile, declaring that this must be the exact reason Leon's son got beaten to a pulp. Leon Seppard reveals absolutely no emotion, simply staring at him with a strange smile. He turns on his heel and walks away while Leon silently evaluates the smug, grinning Isaac. He is truly an insolent brat. Isaac cheerfully tells him to have a safe trip while Ashley anxiously checks up on him. She asks if he is fine crossly, wondering why Red Clan members are always so rude. Watching Lee and Shepard walk away, Isaac calmly replies that their family heads are just always complete lunatics. Suddenly, Ashley notices the strange object in Isaac's hand and asks in surprise what on earth it is. Isaac raises his brow, examining the item before giving her his answer. It is a pass to the Holy Church's prison. Gently stroking it, Isaac realizes he can finally meet his subordinate. An immense majestic fortress comes into view from above, hosting the evaluation council for the Yellow Faction's exam. Inside, several officials sit and gossip, wondering which of the teams will secure the king rank in this year's test. Of course, it will be the Yellow Faction. They have never once failed to take the king rank in their exam. Listening to all this, Leon Shepard feels incredibly furious but can only force a tight smile. He suppresses his rage as they mention how the Red Faction even lost to the Blue Clan. Suddenly, someone shouts. This gets everyone highly excited as they shout that the apprentice priests are arriving, eagerly asking which team it is. They watch Isaac enter, the representative of the Blue Faith, Isaac Joshua. His companions are silently cursing him, wondering why he has not just died. They curse Isaac Joshua, recalling how many times they almost died because of that bastard. Isaac grinds his teeth. He glares back at them, pretending to look away, warning those bastards that he can see them, so they better start smiling. Suddenly, another shout distracts him, making him turn around as the crowd excitedly cheers to look over there. Sebastian and his pompous followers strut in as the yellow team, their faces twisted into sneers of pure contempt. Mocking the foolish blue team in their minds, they feel thrilled, recalling how they succeeded thanks to Kina. They successfully brought back a lost treasure of the Holy Kingdom of Charlotte Alex Frick Hella, reclaiming it from the hands of the enemy. This is what truly benefits the Holy Kingdom, while Suri Joshua watches them whisper among themselves in silence. Achievements in the Magic Empire are absolute nonsense. Do they honestly think saving a few survivors changes anything? They need to use their brains instead of being such a completely foolish, brainless blue team. Just then, a priest holding a document announces with a clear voice, welcoming the apprentice, priests, and guests, thanking everyone for attending this ceremony. He respectfully reads aloud the evaluation results for the test, asking the yellow team members to stand up. He welcomes the Emperor and his son as they enter, stating that the final results will be announced by His Majesty. Hearing this, the other priests and royals murmur in total shock, wondering if the Emperor actually came in person. This is incredibly rare, suggesting this assessment is so important that the sovereign had to deliver the results himself. While the Emperor steps up, the smug yellow team thinks to themselves that this is only natural. They recovered the lost treasure of the Holy Nation, so of course the Emperor had to show up. Just then, the priest speaks up once more. And with that, the evaluation officially begins, making Suri Joshua frown as the priest announces the white team has successfully retrieved ancient lost scriptures. While the priest continues speaking, the Emperor looks closely at the sacred book presented by the yellow team. Meanwhile, the red team has brought back a legendary holy sword crafted 300 years ago by the genius artisan Ark, earning high royal praise. It is highly worth researching since Ark's works still hold immense value, making the Emperor praise them warmly. This praise makes the yellow team extremely proud, especially since last year's apprentices brought back absolutely nothing of value. The priest continues his announcements, causing Hella to turn around in annoyance to stare directly at the yellow team. He proudly exclaims that the yellow team has recovered a national treasure of Charlotte Alex Frick Hella, stolen hundreds of years ago. The crowd bursts into excited chatter, asking if it is the royal necklace stolen by the barbarians long ago. Only Suri Joshua is silently shocked, realizing why the Emperor came. Meanwhile, the Emperor frowns and carefully examines it. It is truly extraordinary, as this royal ceremonial relic was stolen all the way back in my grandfather's era. He declares his absolute satisfaction, prompting the yellow team to start celebrating loudly and shamelessly in public. He admits he never expected to see it again, praising the yellow team for their truly outstanding abilities. They silently mock Suri Joshua's group, laughing about the massive gap in their status and abilities. Those useless blue team members should just step forward if they actually achieve anything greater than this. Annoyed, the young boy quickly turns his head away, silently muttering about how incredibly irritating they are. The priest then moves on to Isaac's group, naturally announcing the arrival of the blue team. Wait for it, the crowd falls silent as he announces the heroic blue team. They rescued all the holy knights kidnapped by demons in Graciandia, sparking instant gossip. The spectators whisper, wondering how mere apprentices rescued knights from the magic territory, as surviving alone is a miracle. Sir Peter scoffs, thinking that simply bringing people back proves nothing, but he is instantly proven wrong. The priest declares that they also defeated the legendary monster that slaughtered numerous priests 14 years ago. With tears of proud joy, he states they personally executed the beast that even the mages were hunting down. In doing so, they successfully rescued every single one of the remaining survivors. After 14 years, Charlotte Alex Frick Hella's deep pain has finally been healed, leaving the yellow team sweating in unease. They try to reassure themselves that their recovered national treasure must still hold far greater value than that. But the blue team did not stop there, shocking those two as they reveal they also saved Hybridus, John Britannia. They rescued the Prince of the Magic Empire, leaving everyone crying out in shock while the priest tosses his paper aside. The Holy Kingdom of Charlotte Alex Frick Hella demanded compensation from the Magic Empire for saving the life of Prince Hybridus. This meant returning a stolen artifact and completely abolishing the unfair taxes in the disputed territory of Graciandia. With the Magic Empire accepting every single demand, Isaac stands there looking incredibly proud and smug. The Emperor slowly stands up to address the legendary grand achievement. It is so magnificent that words cannot describe how deeply proud he is of these brave apprentice priests today. It does not just elevate Ellen's honor, it also brings us real practical benefits, he replies with a subtle smile. Of course, national treasures and holy relics are what elevate our holy kingdom's honor, Heathcliff proudly declares. But to me, the lives of my people are far more precious than any artifact. His words leave the yellow faction completely pale. The blue faction did not just rescue the holy knights, they saved countless civilians and even an enemy prince. A single life is worth more than the entire universe, and saving them is why Ellen exists. Down below, Isaac's squad is absolutely thrilled. Resolving trade issues that impact daily survival is just like saving thousands of lives. Right after that, Heathcliff addresses this unprecedented achievement. His expression darkens as he gives the priests a stern warning. I believe. The evaluation committee agrees with me, right? Hearing this, the head priest can only cough weakly, trying to look calm. Up in the stands, the crowd begins to whisper. The national treasure retrieved by the yellow faction is indeed impressive. But what the blue faction accomplished is simply incomparable. That is definitely not something mere apprentices should be capable of. The yellow faction starts to panic as the public chatter completely shifts. Above all, the blue faction reaffirmed the true purpose of the clergy. Yes, protecting the weak and serving the people is the absolute essence of being a priest. Meanwhile, the other teams only brought back relics to restore old pride. Up in the stands, Kinaberry sits, shaking with quiet rage as she listens to their chatter. Whether intentional or not, the blue faction has achieved something massive for Ellen. She gnashes her teeth in fury. There is no way this was just an accident. Isaac must have planned every single detail of this. Watching him stand below with absolute confidence, Kina can only assume that because they saved the citizens, the yellow faction has no choice but to award the top rank to the blue faction. Everything is playing out exactly as Isaac calculated. Right then, Heathcliff announces, and now I shall declare the final results. He praises all of the participants, highlighting how the apprentices have shown exceptional talent and promise this year, especially the blue faction who refused to back down from a deadly mission and risked their lives to save their allies. Hearing Heathcliff's praise, Suri Joshua beams with pride. This heroic feat will serve as a shining example, not only for their peers but also for their seniors. In a booming voice, Heathcliff proudly declares that the victory of this yellow class examination belongs to none other than the children of Isaac's squad. Overjoyed, the blue faction begins celebrating their big win. Meanwhile, in the quiet hallway of the blue faction's dorms, Eli Joshua walks down the corridor, feeling a bit awkward. I only told him to survive and come back, he thinks, but he did exceptionally well. Eli Joshua starts to wonder, could this kid actually become a saint? He might finally bring glory back to the family. His personality is a total disaster, sure, but with some proper discipline. He knocks on the door and steps into Isaac's room. Yes, we can definitely fix him. But then Eli Joshua completely freezes. Before he can say a word, he hears Isaac loudly bragging, becoming the heir. That is nothing. All you have to do is ramble about comrades and spout some religious verses. Isaac bursts into a smug laugh. Just say whatever the family head wants to hear, and it is a piece of cake. He keeps rambling, adding fuel to the fire. Suri Joshua's eyes go wide and he immediately stops laughing. Don't worry about getting the king rank in the exam. We do not have to do a thing. Grandfather will just hand it to me. Man, so this is what it feels like to be undefeated. Pretty sweet. Sensing the sudden hush, Isaac turns around confused. What is wrong? Why did everyone go quiet all of a sudden? Then he sees Eli Joshua looking ready to murder him. Isaac, the old man growls. Isaac turns pale with terror as his grandfather glares at him. It seems the position of heir is still far too early for you. No amount of discipline can fix a rotten attitude. Isaac's face twists in pure despair. I am so screwed, he panics. These bastards should have warned me. Grandfather was standing right there. Frustrated, he suddenly slams a pillow onto the floor. This is ridiculous, Isaac screams in a fit of rage. He begins to complain, venting his frustration. Making me go through all that brutal, grueling training, and then dangling treasures to watch me fail, forcing me to copy hundreds of pages of ancient texts I cannot even comprehend. And you call that fair? Isaac snaps, thoroughly annoyed. What did I even do wrong? Behind him, the observer Spectre frowns. You literally spewed the worst trash talk right in front of the family head, the specter chides him. You brought this on yourself. He threatened to give you the lowest score if you did not comply. Do you seriously want to fail? This is completely on you. Damn it, Isaac curses. But then a sudden realization hits him. Wait, he thinks there might actually be a way. He quickly rushes out to find Eli Joshua calling out to him. Since his uncle is close with the family head, Isaac dramatically clings to him, whining for help. Squeezing out some tears, Isaac puts on his most pitiful puppy dog face and calls for his uncle. Riley Joshua gets literal goosebumps, swearing that he will rip off the head of whoever made his precious nephew cry. Playing the victim, Isaac whimpers that his grandfather probably hates him and that he should just pack up and leave. Riley drops to his knees in a panic, wondering what his father did, while Isaac hesitantly begins his sob story. Completely twisting Eli Joshua's words, he complains to Riley that his grandfather ordered him to pack up his dorm and go home. He adds that when he asked for a drink, his grandfather scolded him for being too young, leaving Riley totally baffled. Riley's face darkens. Perhaps his father is actually trying to teach his nephew a lesson. His oldest brother and sister-in-law were basically his parents, and when they passed 15 years ago, Riley's world fell apart. So finding out his nephew was still alive brought him to tears, making him vow to protect this kid no matter what. He would gladly lay down his life, while the observing spirit watches completely bewildered by the drama. Shivering, Isaac whimpers that he only wants to pass the holiness test and become an official priest. He claims he wants to fight the Skeleton King alongside his uncle, leaving Riley touching his forehead as Isaac's sniffling continues. Isaac cries about not being able to crush the Skeleton King's skull, prompting the ghost to scream in disbelief. The ghost asks if he is insane for talking in the third person, but Riley, totally swayed, finally stands up. Riley promises to handle everything, prompting Isaac to fake gasp and ask if he really means it. Riley proudly declares that he will easily help his favorite nephew breeze through the upcoming exam. He laughs it off as a piece of cake before rushing out to make arrangements, offering one last reassuring wave. The spirit skeptically points out that the test is literally tomorrow, questioning if Riley can actually pull this off. Isaac simply dusts off his clothes confidently, stating that his uncle will easily handle it, a devious grin spreading. Bigger problems await. He is focused entirely on his upcoming trip to the dungeons. He needs to see his subordinates before their execution, and the next day the stunned prison guards confirm his arrival. Seeing his official pass from the Red Cardinal, they tell him he can see the prisoners in 14 days, making Isaac smirk. He loves the perks of high status, arrogantly reminding them that the execution is scheduled in less than a month. He demands to see them sooner, asking if they expect him to just stare at rolling heads, pushing for a 1-week wait. The guard stammers that it is impossible, while his partner nervously adds that standard security requires at least 10 days. While one guard calmly notes he is lucky to get in at all, Isaac counter-offers with a flat 5 days. The guards are left completely speechless, but Isaac only doubles down on his pressure, giving them a cold look. He slashes the wait to 3 days, leaning against the bars and suggesting they might as well let him in now. Completely defeated, the guards compromise on tomorrow morning, and Isaac casually agrees that the arrangement works for him. The guards can only wonder why on earth the patriarch would hand over his personal pass to such a complete psychopath. The watching spirit is just as confused, asking why they are leaving, but Isaac simply chuckles and shakes his head. He explains that he needs to secure a high rank in today's exam first, making tomorrow the perfect time for his visit. After all, Riley promised to pull some strings to make sure his precious nephew breezes through the holiness test. The spirit mimics his uncle's words, mocking his beloved nephew's status. Telling the spirit to shut it, Isaac eagerly wonders just how easy his uncle has made this test for him. The spirit agrees, joking that with Riley in charge, the exam is probably going to look like absolute child's play. The arena quietens down as the head priest steps up to the podium, officially welcoming all the applicants. He welcomes the trainees and the crowd to the holy trials, but his next announcement turns Isaac pale. The final trial requires the trainees to defeat a few summoned monsters, prompting excited murmurs from the crowd. While the other trainees celebrate what seems like a total cakewalk, Isaac's team is already cheering. They ask how the exam got so ridiculously easy, assuming Isaac pulled some serious family strings to help them all out. One teammate laughs that anyone who fails this simple trial should probably just quit being a priest entirely. He points toward the arena floor, where a group of weak summoned skeleton targets is shuffling around. The monsters look completely harmless, and the trainees scoff at what looks like basic skeleton fodder. But down on the field, the skeletons are secretly rejoicing, whispering that their great king has finally arrived. The skeletons crowd around, cheering and dancing. They beg him to come over, asking where he has been all this time and celebrating that their savior has finally arrived. The phantom observer quietly mutters that it looks like brothers will have to fight each other, while Isaac stands there with a dark, deeply conflicted expression. He curses that bastard Joshua in pure rage, while Joshua himself is secretly thrilled, wishing his beloved grandson Isaac the best of luck in his mind. To most people, skeletons are a complete joke. They are incredibly weak and notoriously stupid. Easily ignored and constantly exploited, these creatures are basically the untouchables of the demon world, usually summoned in priest exams just to be slaughtered. From lessons for young nobles to children's festivals, they are summoned as nothing more than cheap targets for priests to practice exorcism on. This was exactly Isaac's reality, because if his skeleton gets destroyed by an exorcism spell, they are sent straight to hell. Upon dying, they restart from absolute zero, respawning at level 1. Isaac had to hear that mockery of dying yet again at level 1. This was his 43,721,376 time, fueling his burning rage against those damn priests. How dare they summon these poor innocent souls right in front of him, the great Skeleton King? Meanwhile, the skeletons chatter excitedly among themselves, completely clueless about where they have been summoned this time. All they care about is that their great king is right here with them, leaving Isaac's companions absolutely stunned. The priests eagerly urge him on telling Isaac to just use the exorcism spell to banish them straight to hell. They insist it is as easy as pie. It is just basic holy magic, so they keep urging him to cast it. But Isaac is silently fuming, cursing the fact that he has died millions of times to that exact same spell. He wonders if they are completely insane for asking him to unleash such cruelty on these poor, innocent creatures. Suddenly, the joyful skeletons rush right toward him, cheering that their beloved king has finally returned to save them. While Joshua calls out in alarm, the overexcited skeletons pile right on top of Isaac like a pack of over-affectionate puppies. They cling to him, asking why he disappeared for so long, leaving a completely overwhelmed Isaac to suffer in silence. He appreciates their loyalty, but they are honestly way too heavy for his human body. Onlookers frown in utter confusion. They watch the pile, wondering if they are actually attacking Isaac. Some joke that they might crush him to death, while Joshua stammers in shock at the bizarre sight. It really looks like they are celebrating a reunion, forcing Isaac to quickly think of a way out of this mess. If his secret identity gets exposed, he is finished, so he decides to quietly disable them by extracting their mana cores. As the examiner announces the start of the test, Isaac figures he can just return their cores once it is over. But the proctor suddenly reminds everyone that they are absolutely forbidden from touching the monster's mana cores during the exam. They must use exorcism to turn them to ash, driving a helpless Isaac absolutely mad with frustration. Cursing those priests, he looks over to see the Blue Knight commander cheering him on with absolute confidence. The commander smiles, reminding Isaac that they made everything incredibly easy for him to win. He expects first place, making Isaac silently vow to completely wipe out his annoying noble family one day. Nearby spectators gossip about how this has to be the absolute easiest test in history. Basic exorcism is all it takes. Standard holy magic is already overkill for low-tier undead, so they really should have forced the trainees to extract the cores instead. At this rate, even a toddler could pass, which only makes Isaac's blood boil even more as he watches. Refusing to act like these arrogant fools, he snaps and leaps to his feet in pure defiance. There is absolutely no way he is using that cursed exorcism spell, opting to handle things with standard offensive magic instead. He silently apologizes to the skeletons, knowing even basic magic will hurt them, but it is his only choice. This is still far better than sending them straight to hell, while the clueless skeletons continue to look at him with adoring excitement. They celebrate that their king is looking at them, begging for his orders, because just being near him brings them endless joy. But right in the middle of their celebration, Isaac suddenly drops to his knees in utter defeat and whispers under his breath. He confesses that he cannot do it, shocking his entire group, as Joshua angrily points out that even a child could manage this. When asked why, Isaac can only shake his head helplessly and repeat that he simply cannot. The skeletons crowd around their downcast king, worriedly asking if he has completely run out of mana. They quickly suggest tossing him into dragon fire, believing the intense heat will help him recharge his energy. Isaac quickly protests, reminding them that he is currently human and would literally burn to death. The nearby priests are left completely dumbfounded, wondering if they just hallucinated that bizarre exchange. Did he just say they are humans and not skeletons? Out of nowhere, someone in the crowd floats a wild theory. Could he actually see those monsters as human? The thought makes him frown. Down below, a long-haired man murmurs in deep thought. Skeletons were once living people after all. Is he really refusing to strike down creatures that used to be human? This drives the blonde guy to guess that maybe the kid is desperately trying to save humans turned into monsters. Everyone starts marveling at the pure mercy of Isaac, leaving the boy quite embarrassed by all the sudden praise. His holy order truly is the ultimate shield, protecting all life from demons. Suddenly, a voice erupts from the stands. Dozens of voices join in agreement. He really is the Saintess's son with such an incredibly noble heart. Hearing this makes Suri Joshua clutch his head in absolute disbelief. There is no way that guy is thinking of anything noble. He quickly steps up and orders Isaac to get out of the way. If you will not do it, I will, but before Suri Joshua can even finish, Isaac quickly punches him square in the face. Stop, he warns, glancing around to analyze the incredibly tense situation. If anyone else purges these skeletons, they will be dragged straight to hell. He simply cannot let that happen. Suddenly, Isaac chants a spell, summoning a brilliant blue sphere just as the other contestants rush forward. Left with no choice, he ducks down and unleashes his turn, undead magic, blinding white light flooding the entire arena. He has to aim carefully to avoid hitting the kids. Up in the stands, spectators watch in absolute shock. No one has ever seen a purification spell this massive. Even the skeletons look on in innocent wonder, pointing at the light. They think it looks pretty, but suddenly, Isaac summons a dark lich and quickly barks out an urgent command. Hide them all in the shadows, he orders. The lich obeys immediately, wrapping its dark magic around the clueless skeletons. Down in the stands, the crowd gasps in utter confusion. What on earth just happened? They whisper. This makes Isaac break a nervous sweat as everyone stares at the completely empty arena floor. The crowd erupts into frantic whispers. Did they all just vanish? Did Isaac really wipe them out in a single blow? The soldiers of the Indigo Knights cheer in absolute awe. At this rate, they yell, Isaac is easily as powerful as a high bishop. They claim he has the makings of a true saint, but internally Isaac is just bitterly cursing those corrupt priests. He vows to destroy every last one of them. Meanwhile, Eli Joshua suspects the Crimson Cardinal wants to kidnap Isaac. He is absolutely convinced that Isaac will summon an evil god during the upcoming ritual. He murmurs thoughtfully, if the boy can just summon a mid-tier deity, I will be more than satisfied with the results. Gold Joshua chimes in, warning that if Father knew which god actually chose Isaac, simply passing out would be the least of his worries. Hearing this, Eli Joshua mutters in rising panic, asking if it could really be something worse than an evil god. Rayleigh Joshua stands nearby, completely stunned. There is no comparison, he realizes, clutching his head in utter frustration. What kind of terrifying god is going to show up? He hesitantly asks if they are dealing with a disaster-level entity. Looking deeply troubled, Eli Joshua says that bringing Isaac back for proper re-education is now their absolute top priority. He has already sent an envoy expecting a report very soon. Just then, a servant rushes in with urgent news. He reports that he has just returned from visiting Isaac, but his next words hit the room like a thunderbolt. Young Master Isaac is currently on his way to the Holy See prison. Eli Joshua growls in pure rage, sending a cold shiver down Rayleigh Joshua's spine. Why would he go there? That is the Crimson faction's territory, and the boy has no right to enter. The servant nervously tries to explain. It turns out the Crimson Cardinal personally handed the young master a special pass, sending Eli Joshua into a fury. He cannot control his rage as raw magic begins surging out of his body. Eli Joshua curses that absolute bastard. Both Gogol and Rayleigh turn pale with fear. Is that bastard trying to lure my grandson with cheap tricks? The old man roars. Nothing can stop the deadly glare in Eli Joshua's eyes. He looks ready to tear Leon Nizer Sepet apart. Does he think I cannot play dirty too? Eli snarls. We are heading to the prison right now. Meanwhile, Isaac is feeling pretty miserable. Walking slowly through the gloomy prison courtyard, Isaac takes one dragging step after another, sighing heavily. He laments that he has been completely defiled by this. He never thought he would have to use such filthy purification magic. The ghostly observer quickly tries to comfort him. But didn't everything turn out perfectly fine in the end? The spirit asks before inquiring about his test reward. No, he pouted, muttering that he went through all this trouble just for that, so of course he brought it. He held it out in front of the observer specter. Is this just a rope? To Isaac, it was so much more. This special thread could purge demonic energy, serving as a highly precious item to free people from its corruptive addiction. He calmed himself, thinking that for someone like him, it was also the ultimate tool to conceal his dark mana. Hearing this, the specter playfully agreed, noting his plan to hide his mana before entering the prison, while Isaac warily scanned the area. Whispering to the specter, he asked if the coast was clear before they went inside, and it quickly answered back. Detecting absolutely no one in range, Isaac snapped his fingers and ordered his summons to finally come out. Instantly, a horde of skeletons materialized, joyfully chattering and crying out to their beloved master. They wailed about fearing they would never see him again, declaring their love before Isaac coldly cut them off with an order. Leaving them stunned, he commanded the Dark Lich to take everyone home, prompting the confused skeletons to beg to stay with him. Asking what they did wrong, they promised to do absolutely anything if he would just promise not to abandon them. Wondering why they could not stay by his side, they forced him to snap back that staying here would get them completely erased. He yelled, asking if they honestly thought he wanted to do this before telling the departing Lich to make sure they all return home safely. The Lich bowed in agreement. With the summons safely sent away, Isaac prepared to make his move inside. But just as he was about to enter, a tiny skeleton suddenly popped up and clung tightly to his clothes. Completely shocked by this mini skeleton, he screamed, demanding to know when it crawled in there, while the little creature joyfully cheered. The tiny summon refused to leave, leaving the specter to sigh honestly. Can you blame the little guy? The specter grumbled that the tiny thing's mana was too weak to detect just as the guards called out for Kim Isaac. Cursing their incredibly fast timing, Isaac scrambled to hide the tiny skeleton as quickly as he could. He silently panicked, knowing how hard he worked to keep these undead alive and that they would be completely erased if caught. Whispering to the tiny summon to hold tight and hide, he composed himself as the guard respectfully opened the door for him. Stepping inside, he recalled that 55 years ago the Holy Empire had managed to capture a highly powerful Tier 9 demon. That very demon was the Lich who once invaded the Holy Empire completely alone to retrieve a sacred corpse. It sought the remains of the skeleton demon king, but the priests used it as bait, forcing the demon to surrender. He knelt willingly to protect his master's body, prompting the specter to marvel at how a pure-blooded true demon could yield. The capture of an ancient primordial being had completely shaken all 6 regions according to historical records. Isaac realized this legendary figure was indeed the very demon before him, though the specter watched him with sudden hesitation. But Isaac snapped out of his thoughts, furious at the ridiculous setup, yelling to ask if they honestly called this a visit. He could not see a single thing, and the specter mockingly added that even a telescope would not help here. Completely useless. Still, the smug guard boasted that the boy should be deeply grateful to even get this far. Isaac simply told him to get lost, leaving the irritated guard to swallow his pride and silently curse the boy. The guard insisted on performing a full-body search, claiming something was highly suspicious and demanding his cooperation. As the guard reached to grab his cloak, Isaac glared back with an incredibly sharp, menacing warning. He warned that touching him meant death, a terrifying threat that instantly forced the 2 startled guards to take a step back. They shivered under the overwhelming pressure, realizing they could barely move, while Isaac scoffed at their sheer audacity. He demanded to know if they dared suspect a descendant of the Joshua family, warning that any touch meant war. Pressuring them further, he asked what they were doing to a mere child, threatening to bite his tongue right then and there. The guard frantically waved his hands in panic, begging the young master to stop making such terrifyingly extreme statements. Remembering the terrifying, bloodthirsty nature of Rayli Joshua, they stepped back, knowing the man would never let this slide. He feigned annoyance, muttering that Rayli would absolutely start a war. Talk about a terrifyingly overprotective uncle. He jokingly reminded them how insanely overprotective his uncle was, forcing the panicked guards to quickly defend their orders. They muttered that the family head ordered them to investigate his motives, but Isaac merely smirked back in response. Left with no choice, they decided to let him pass since he held an official permit, coughing lightly to clear the tense air. Inviting him inside, the guard led the way, while Isaac silently scoffed that he should have cooperated sooner. Deep inside the dark, torchlit corridors of the gloomy prison, the guard quickly guided Isaac toward his destination. They arrive at the door. The guard explains this is where they keep that beast. The highly professional guards offer a stern warning beforehand, stating that the beast's raw demonic energy alone is powerful enough to trigger a fatal heart attack. Isaac arrogantly crosses his arms. Silence, he orders, then commands them to open the gate just as a roaring echo erupts. A heavy, choking demonic energy floods from the crumbling Blood Lord, as the monstrous beast glares directly at them, screaming and roaring like an absolute wild animal. This completely baffles the prison guards, who wonder why it is acting up when it has always been so exceptionally calm before. But sensing something nearby, the crumbling Blood Lord screams even louder, prompting the anxious guards to quickly warn Isaac. They quickly point out that this is the terrifying power of the demon and urge him to leave, but he is actually secretly thrilled to see it. The beast is still strong, but seeing Isaac smile, the guards grow highly suspicious. They wonder if this kid has lost his mind, smiling in the face of such monstrous energy, while Isaac calmly analyzes the room. Isaac figures the creature thinks he was captured by the priests, as the observer's specter quietly sighs that the beast is totally and completely insane. Using telepathy, Isaac explains they were not captured but forced to come here, which only leaves the crumbling Blood Lord utterly confused. Watching the demon react, the terrified guards whisper that it is spiraling into madness. Frowning, he sends a telepathic message. Calm down, you have got this completely wrong. The observer's specter casually chips in, provoking the Blood Lord to violently thrash against its chains as it recalls his master's threat of suicide. Thankfully, the beast stopped at just bowing, but the raging demon screams to the specter, demanding to know how they dared force his precious master to bow. The Blood Lord rages on, furious that they forced his master to utter such words, while the guards watch, totally lost in confusion. The guards keep wondering why the beast is throwing such a massive tantrum, while the specter sighs, clarifying that those fools are the ones who will ultimately bow. One guard yells to call for backup, stressing the beast cannot die before its execution, while Isaac quickly scans the room, analyzing his chances. The chance is here, but with guards still watching, he needs a better opening. As the Blood Lord struggles violently, Isaac realizes with horror that the Pope's restraining magic has already been triggered. Damn it. The beast will die before he can even launch a rescue, leaving him debating whether to cast a spell as a distraction despite the obvious risk. That would expose him, but his mini-skeleton chimes in, offering to help instead. This absolutely thrills Isaac, who quietly praises his little summon before ordering the adorable creature to get to work. Its tiny size makes slipping through the bars and delivering the stone incredibly easy. With that, the demon can shatter his cuffs, while the observer's specter calmly watches the plan unfold. Possessing almost zero mana, it won't be detected, leaving a nervous Isaac silently praying. He places all his trust in his tiny skeleton, then immediately shifts gears loudly, praising the Red Clan to keep up appearances. His respectful praise leaves both guards completely stunned as they try to process his attitude. They wonder why someone from the Blue clan is complimenting them so sincerely while the Spectre asks if Isaac has lost his mind. He calmly says no. Then putting on his best fake smile, he claims the Red Clan is absolutely the greatest to buy some more precious time. Talk about a masterclass in acting. Isaac puts on an incredibly innocent face to buy time as his skeleton runs. He claims he nearly wet himself, seeing that terrifying beast praising their incredible composure and leaving the guards completely bewildered by his sudden, intense flattery. When they point out that he was laughing earlier, a guilty Isaac quickly stammers that it was just a nervous, accidental chuckle. His next words give them total goosebumps as he remarks how shocking it is that the Red Clan has such highly skilled men working as simple guards. With talent like theirs, they would easily be high-ranking commanders back in his own clan. The two guards watch him put on this theatrical show, silently cursing his nonsense before Isaac whispers that he has a massive secret. He says he came under direct orders from his patriarch, leaving both guards completely confused. The guard repeats his words in disbelief, questioning if the patriarch really sent him, prompting Isaac to let out a heavy sigh. He falsely explains that it is a highly classified family matter, claiming he is currently undergoing a trial to determine the next heir. He claims his task is to injure a high demon and return alive, causing one guard to gasp at how incredibly and dangerously suicidal that is. Isaac eagerly plays along while the two guards begin whispering to each other, realizing that this is no ordinary trial. They whisper that it is basically a selection test for the next cardinal, wondering what total lunatic would assign such a task, while the skeleton slips inside the cell to deliver the stone as they figure it actually makes sense. Since their clan possesses holy maidens, but they still wonder who would entrust a child with this as the skeleton quickly retreats. The guards remain completely oblivious as they casually note his family is famous for being utterly insane before Isaac suddenly speaks up again. Why not join the Azure clan? Isaac casually offers, leaving the two prison guards utterly bewildered at the invitation. One of them excitedly asks if it is a real recruitment offer, completely thrown off by Isaac's sudden proposal. Maybe this mission is too much for me, Isaac mutters, making the worried guard ask if he is all right. The two guards quickly help him walk away, complaining about why he insisted on meeting this monster in the first place. They offer to escort him back while the battered Blood Lord silently thanks Isaac, watching his dramatic performance in awe. Once outside, the guards urge him to hold on just a bit longer, while the trembling Isaac weakly thanks them. Septernizer blocks their path and barks a command to wait arrogantly, declaring that Isaac must pass a test before leaving. He demands the pass, but Isaac calmly stands up and asks if he means the one from the Red Cardinal. With a mocking laugh, Septernizer explains that the card measures faith, scoffing at the idea of it being handed out freely. While Septernizer rants on, Isaac just smiles silently, knowing that the lower one's faith, the darker the card turns. We all know this won't end well. Septernizer demands to check the color, while the Observer Spectre gasps in sheer terror. Oh my god, the Observer Spectre blurts out, delivering a shocking revelation that the card has turned completely pitch black. Septernizer steps forward to demand the card, mocking a hesitant Isaac by asking if he's afraid of it, glowing crimson. The spirit grumbles that the card is as dark as his master's conscience, while Isaac hides it away and tells him to get lost. Isaac refuses to yield. Septernizer immediately asks what he is trying to hide. Isaac accuses him of trying to steal the card and blame him, striking a nerve and making the man panic. He stammers in defense, but Isaac presses on, pointing a finger and accusing him of trying to extort his family. The priests accompanying Septernizer are absolutely shocked, silently wondering if this guy thinks they are a bunch of thugs. Isaac boldly speaks up, making Septernizer shake with pure rage as he points out they are on his home turf. You could easily manipulate the testimonies and frame me, Isaac argues, so how could I ever trust you? Losing his temper, Septernizer snarls at the insult to his family, clenching his fists and declaring that he is done talking. He snaps that he does not need the card, lunging forward to deliver a devastating punch straight to the ground. The ground shatters into pieces, forcing Isaac to halt while Septernizer lets out a loud, mocking laugh. Because Septernizer has something much better up his sleeve, and suddenly a massive statue is summoned right behind him. A massive statue of judgment rises behind him, prompting Isaac to quickly analyze this legendary monument of destiny. This legendary statue is known to expose demons disguised as humans, as well as those who possess absolutely no faith. Isaac realizes this guy is completely insane to use such a tool on a noble, while Septernizer looks absolutely thrilled. If you have faith, the goddess will weep, but if you are a heretic, her eyes will burn with holy wrath. Isaac silently muses that if things do not go as planned, Septernizer will find himself in massive trouble. From afar, the two guards cheer him on, assuring him that his incredible courage and deep faith will get him through safely. They urge him to prove his innocence once and for all and make this arrogant jerk pay for disrespecting him. But Isaac knows the truth. If he steps up, that divine statue is guaranteed to open its angry eyes. Septernizer points an arrogant finger, challenging Isaac to step forward if he truly is a candidate for sainthood. Isaac calmly questions why he should listen to his demands only to receive a heavy threat in return. If you do not want to be kicked out of the family, then move, leaving Isaac to quickly calculate his options. Isaac raises a hand to argue, warning that his family will not let this slide, but Scepternizer grabs him and tells him to shut up. Isaac looks down in shock as his feet are forcibly dragged right to the base of the massive monument. Before he can even protest, Isaac is pushed right in front of the statue, with Scepternizer whispering a cold warning. "It will all be over soon," he whispers as the statue's immense power suddenly activates, paralyzing Isaac completely. Isaac panics as his body freezes while Scepternizer gloats, mentally commanding the goddess to finally open her eyes. He celebrates his impending victory, but at that exact moment, the statue suddenly begins to bleed, drop by drop. He believes he can finally destroy the Azure family, but the goddess only continues to weep deep crimson tears. A witnessing priest gasps in sheer terror at the bleeding statue, leaving Scepternizer staring in absolute shock. Is that not a miracle reserved only for cardinals? Scepternizer frantically thinks, unable to accept that a faithless heretic achieved this. Even Isaac himself is left completely baffled, silently wondering what on earth made the statue cry tears of blood. The Watcher Spectre frowns, advising its master to hold back his emotions, but as it watches closely, it suddenly realizes something shocking. The Watcher Spectre speaks up quickly, concluding that the device seems to be measuring the little skeleton's faith. Right, even a demon king deserves worship. It seems the little skeleton's absolute faith in its master has just been measured, showing complete devotion. This makes Isaac quietly praise his loyal subordinate. Meanwhile, the priests following Sebastian begin whispering among themselves. He asks how they dared bring out the judgment statue without being sure, mocking that not even Sebastian could make it weep blood. If the Thansak family finds out, there will be massive trouble. He smirks, asking the boy where he gets the confidence to be this reckless. Wondering what to do, Isaac calmly states that the Joshua family will find out about this soon enough. He points at the statue, telling them to understand, while the Watcher Spectre notices the statue's eyes turning strange. The Spectre quickly warns him to fall back, leaving Isaac feeling like he just narrowly escaped death. He silently shudders at the danger, wondering why the statue suddenly glared as it spoke up. He should have stepped back so the little skeleton could exit last, but that is when Sebastian suddenly speaks up. He knew it all along. Pointing right at Isaac, he asked everyone if they saw that clearly. The boy, wide eyes, claiming the goddess statue, opened her eyes, but the confused priests ask what he is talking about. The statue is clearly closed-eyed, making them ask if their young master is okay, but Sebastian angrily insists it definitely opened them. He saw it with his own eyes, while Isaac secretly breathes a sigh of relief. The Watcher Spectre cheerfully comments on this. It seems only he can see it. The priests whisper amongst themselves, making the boy's frantic claims sound like a sad excuse. But didn't the statue shed bloody tears? Oh Lord, what now? Sebastian still desperately stands by his claim. He is certain the statue opened its eyes, insisting he saw it clearly, but the indifferent priests ask if he thinks their family has fallen that low. Do they really think their statue would arbitrarily change its judgment? Sensing trouble in the air, he eagerly watches the drama unfold. The priests keep questioning him, asking if he truly believes the judgment statue decided to change its verdict on its own. The more they argue, the madder Sebastian gets. If verdicts can just change midway, then how can they hold any future trials? They warn him that no heresy trials could ever be trusted again, advising the young master to watch his words carefully. Shaking with rage, the boy can only curse under his breath. "Damn it," Sebastian yells out, glaring at Isaac. He insists he saw it and demands a re-examination, but Isaac calmly turns the question back on the boy. Why would he do that? Just to let them rig the results? Isaac notes. They are probably just jealous of his talent. Since they will never reach his level in this lifetime, he calmly pats the skeleton's head in victory. He praises the little guy for a job well done before throwing one last mocking insult at Sebastian, calling him an absolute pathetic loser. He warns Isaac to step forward while he is still being nice, but right as Sebastian prepares to act, a massive hand stops him mid-motion. Eli Joshua grabs the boy's wrists, saying he figured something like this would happen. That is why he showed up, and he was right. Eli glares fiercely, turning Sebastian pale by demanding if the kid has lost his mind. Eli Joshua nervously intervenes, warning his father that hitting the boy will cause a massive scene, gently urging him to calm down. He suggests they go back and file a formal complaint first, but Isaac suddenly calls out to Rayleigh, acting completely pitiful. He whimpers that Sebastian beat him immediately, making Rayleigh far angrier than Ellie. Rayleigh roars with rage, terrifying the boy out of his wits. Ellie crosses his arms, declaring that the bastard must pay. It seems he needs to have a talk with the Red Cardinal, while Rayleigh offers to handle drafting the official complaint. Suri anxiously grabs his hand, pleading with him to stop before Sebastian dies, but Rayleigh merely looks down in cold contempt. He scoffs that the kid is just faking it after a few light taps, muttering about how weak children are nowadays. Suri can only glare silently at Isaac, who is happily watching the chaos unfold, wondering what the hell he even came here for. He obviously knew they would pull a stunt like this. Suri sighs, suggesting they finally pack up and head back home. Staying any longer will only bring massive trouble, but Isaac calmly asks if they are worried about heresy trials again. Suri frowns and nods, confirming that is exactly what he means, though he has already been through that nightmare. Isaac casually replies that Sebastian brought out that creepy statue and forced him to step up to it. This only infuriates the others further, with Eli demanding to know what that brat did while the young boy asks fearfully if Isaac is about to be burned alive. Rayleigh tries to hold back his burning rage, itching to flick Sebastian into oblivion. He vows not to let Sebastian off easy, prompting the nearby priests to quickly step in and hold him back. Listen up, Eli Joshua, the trial is over, and the results are looking incredibly good. For real, Isaac absolutely crushed it. People on the scene are already rushing to explain exactly what happened. They have never seen such stunning tears of blood in their entire lives. Hearing that, Eli Joshua frowns, muttering about those bloody tears. Across the room, Leon Cephas calmly says he heard there was a troublemaker at the prison. He scoffs, looking at him with pure sarcasm. Eli Joshua points an angry finger, demanding to know what the head of the Cephas family is even doing there. You bastard, you showed up at the perfect time. Eli Joshua snaps that Leon should have just let his grandson meet that demon. Why did you have to test his faith? Leon calmly fires back, wanting to meet a follower of the Skeleton King is already highly suspicious. To make matters worse, the request actually came directly from a member of the Cephas family. Leon Cephas smiles darkly, saying the test was completely fair, but Eli Joshua isn't having any of it. Your third son literally used the judgment statue on Isaac. That piece of news catches Leon completely off guard. Meanwhile, Nizer Cephas stands frozen in terror. Eli Joshua glares, asking if he's trying to start a war. Leon Cephas simply shrugs it off, claiming he had no idea his boy would bring out the statue. He offers a casual apology, assuring them that they will be properly compensated for all the trouble. Leon Cephas then asks for his pass back. Eli Joshua grabs his shoulder, telling him he doesn't need to be reminded, he doesn't want to keep that damn thing anyway. He walks over toward Isaac, throwing a final sneer back at Leon Cephas as he leaves. It is absolutely ridiculous that you would give something so dangerous to Isaac. Hearing this, Leon defends himself. It was your grandson who requested it, Leon replies. Eli Joshua curses them silently, even if Isaac made a scene. Those bastards still shouldn't have brought out the judgment statue. But slowly, his angry face begins to soften. He breaks into a wide smile, marveling that the boy actually made the goddess statue shed tears of blood. That's a miracle only a cardinal is supposed to achieve. He silently apologizes for ever doubting his grandson's faith. He steps right up to the boy, gently asking him to hand over the pass. Eli Joshua expects the pass to react to the holy miracle, but his jaw drops as the card turns pitch black. Alarms blare and Eli Joshua's head is blacker than sewage. He immediately envisions Isaac being burned alive at the stake. Leon Cephas suddenly asks him a question, breaking Eli Joshua completely out of his panic. Before Leon can finish, Eli Joshua hurls the card away with all his might. Before the pass can even land in Leon's hands, it shatters into pieces. Leon panics, screaming, "What the hell did you just do? That card was a divine gift from the very first pope." Eli Joshua glares back with absolute fury, spitting out his words. "I have absolutely nothing to give you, you bastard." Meanwhile, over at the Cephas family estate, the news of Isaac passing the statue's test spreads like wildfire. Not only was his faith unshaken, but the statue of the goddess actually wept blood. The entire Cephas manor is in chaos. At the headquarters of the Red Belief, Leon Cephas rubs his temples in frustration, saying this practically confirms the worst. The boy is now the frontrunner to become the next saint. Facing his father's wrath, Nizer Cephas can only listen in silence. To make matters worse, Leon rants, "How could Nizer demand a retrial after everyone saw the results? Are you trying to get our entire family publicly humiliated?" He continues to scold his son, mercilessly holding nothing back. "You were supposed to be the future head of this family because your brothers are absolute fools, yet you couldn't even handle a simple task." As the vice leader of the Red Belief family, Nizer Cephas can only sit there, swallowing his immense frustration. Leon Cephas continues to yell, demanding to know if his son understands that only by becoming the Pope can he keep his own life. He gets more fired up, shouting that if their family is going to rule this entire world, Nizer has to become the saint first and then the Pope. "Do you understand?" Leon finally sighs. Enough. He rubs the bridge of his nose, muttering that it is a massive pain now that the faith testing card is destroyed. But it's not like they are completely out of options. Leon Cephas notes that the upcoming ritual will be their perfect opportunity. When the messengers of the gods descend, anyone with a secret will be exposed instantly. He orders the frozen Nizer to do absolutely nothing until then. The boy bows his head, but his mind is racing. Something doesn't add up. Nizer Cephas stands up, asking if the participant list for the divine ritual has been finalized yet. This left Leon Cephas utterly shocked. Most of those selected were actually from the Azure faction. Isaac Joshua was also on the list. Since he had topped the black test earlier, he was eligible to join. At this point, Nizer Cephas spoke up and insisted they write him down as Isaac's servant. He wanted to accompany Isaac as a servant since the rules allowed participants to bring their own attendants. Leon Sipes questioned if he was crazy, asking why the heir of the Red faction would behave like this. Why would he commit to such a humiliating task when it was a job meant only for low commoners? Nizer still tried to explain. But Nizer insisted he had to do it, his face twisting with rage, as he growled that without evidence they had no other choice. They had to find the proof themselves. Leon Sepes tried to stop him, but Nizer raised his voice in protest. He argued that despite the humiliation, he could handle it, but his father calmly revealed the position was already filled. Leon Sepes announced that Kinaberry would serve Isaac instead, leaving Nizer to curse in frustration at the shocking news. Then it suddenly clicked, and Nizer gasped in absolute disbelief, screaming out in shock at who was chosen. Kinaberry was actually going to serve Isaac. Meanwhile, inside the Joshua family mansion, Eli Joshua was pacing and muttering anxiously. The pitch-black color made Gold Joshua extremely anxious, prompting him to ask if that was why his father destroyed it. Riley Joshua spoke up next, pointing out that he heard the sacred statue had cried tears of blood. The patriarch explained he made Isaac take another test because of a room error, but Eli Joshua had a different theory. He guessed Isaac met Melissa right before the test, causing the statue to react. However, the father calmly dismissed this. He reassured them that the testing device was stolen directly from the Red faction, meaning its results were absolutely precise. Hearing that Eli reluctantly agreed it must be true, while Benjamin Joshua sat beside them trembling in absolute terror. Benjamin wondered if their family head was actually a thief. Gogol let out a tired sigh, noting they at least avoided the evil god. There was no way the deity would choose him since Isaac himself was already an evil god. Benjamin shuddered at this. He gasped that this was a disaster, especially since the top scorer of the 5 colors test would summon a deity during the ceremony. Riley Joshua added that the Red Cardinal was likely anticipating that exact moment. Then Eli Joshua spoke up with a look of hesitation. He recalled a letter from Ian Ballard, who lazily stated that the scoring for the upcoming exam would be handled differently. Trainees would be graded solely on the divinity they managed to summon. Eli growled, cursing that annoying Black Cardinal for this mess. It felt like that bastard was actively plotting their downfall. Without wasting any time, Eli issued a strict urgent order. He ordered Gold Joshua to assign Suri as Isaac's servant, determined to prevent Isaac from summoning any kind of deity. When the sacred ceremony finally commenced at the Colosseum, a harsh voice suddenly echoed across the arena, shouting loudly. He demanded to know if the other was deaf. Suri Joshua could only stand there silently, enduring the verbal abuse. Suri questioned the absolute nonsense he was hearing, but Kinaberry calmly stated that he was Isaac's servant. Nizer lost his temper, snapping that he was the rightful servant since he registered first. Meanwhile, Suri stood in a corner, praying silently. Suri begged the gods to save these fools. On the other side, Isaac quietly wondered if just beating them would solve everything. The whole situation was already a massive headache, especially with all those religious fanatics about to arrive at the venue. The Shadow Observer chimed in, advising that those devout fanatics would actually be arriving a bit later. He remembered that the sacrificial offerings were usually delivered by divine servants, but this time, the offering was a powerful archdevil. A high-ranking follower was likely handling the delivery. Meanwhile, the constant bickering nearby was starting to make Isaac seriously annoyed. They kept fighting over the servant role until Isaac snapped, threatening to use violence. Suri quickly tried to diffuse the tension. Suri urged him to stay calm on such a great day. Isaac simply shrugged, agreeing that it was indeed a great day. In his mind, he smiled, knowing today was the exact moment his loyal subordinate would finally be set free. Hearing Isaac's strange response, Suri recalled the warning from his family elders, realizing they might have been completely right about him. Their entire clan would be completely destroyed if anyone discovered Isaac's true nature, since he really was a terrifying evil god. Isaac shot a highly suspicious glare at Suri, demanding to know why everyone was suddenly so desperate to become his personal servant. Suri quickly stammered out an excuse, claiming that priests were always expected to serve others from the lowest possible positions. Isaac scoffed at the nonsense. Nizer then spoke up reluctantly, stating he had a personal duty to stand by Isaac's side. He insisted he was meant to be the servant, but Kinaberry immediately shot back with his own claim. Kina argued that Isaac promised to train him if he stayed close. Their endless bickering finally forced Isaac to call out, "Hey, stop arguing, I do not need either of you," Isaac snaps. He points right at Joshua and Suri, completely getting on their nerves with his blunt declaration. "You be the horse and you be the servant," Isaac commands, sitting comfortably. This is a parody of a Korean variety show featuring the daily lives of different people. Right now, the young boy's jaw drops as he thinks in complete shock. "And you will be the clothes rack," he tells 16-year-old Suri. "Damn it, why does it have to be me?" It is a beautiful, clear day at the Colosseum. Down in the stands, the excited crowd chats eagerly with people, saying they cannot wait for this year's grand ceremony. Rumor has it that the new saint is among these kids, and seeing them in person is highly anticipated. This is even more anticipated than the execution of the High Demon. As the crowd whispers, the children finally begin to step into the arena. The priest excitedly reports to Heckelfella that they are about to meet Kina. He admits it is his very first time seeing him in real life. Hearing those comments, the rival priests sneer in annoyance, sarcastically muttering that he will surely be the one chosen as the saint. Become a saint. The priests immediately jump in to argue against it, asking if they have not heard the sacred prophecy yet. The next saint is foretold to come from the Vermilion family, but some scoff, calling it a ridiculous prophecy that does not sound believable at all. Their constant bickering only bores Leon Cepes, the Emperor, and Eli Joshua as they sit and listen. Do you even know how rare Kina's holy mark actually is? Others retort that nowadays almost anyone can have a holy mark. Suddenly, a loud shout silences the bickering crowd. The priests have arrived, and stepping through the massive gates is none other than Isaac. Kinabarit stares in absolute disbelief behind her fan while Seppi's Nizer has been pitifully transformed into a horse. And there stands Isaac. Isaac's bald head shines so brightly that everyone freezes. Down in the arena, Joshua and Suri are sweating bullets, fearing what this bastard will do. He is bound to summon the most malevolent god. To them, Isaac himself is already a devil. High above, the three leaders watch in stunned silence. The audience gasps, their jaws dropping. As wild rumors explode across the stands, the three leaders can only watch in stunned, speechless silence. What on earth is going on here? Isn't that guy playing the horse actually a prominent member of the Vermilion family? And why is Kina acting as a servant? Seraphim bursts out, laughing hysterically at the sight, while Eli Joshua's expression darkens in pure frustration. Hey, stop laughing, Kina Berry protests, struggling to speak through her own giggles. How am I supposed to look at this with a straight face? Seraphim chuckles, asking if this was all planned, admitting he never expected things to go this way. Nizer and Kina to behave like this. Hiraberry sighs, asking if he truly believes that. She observes the chaotic scene and quietly notes that the yellow cardinal and white cardinal Seraphim do not seem concerned at all. Seraphim frowns, replying that he heard Hiraberry was usually quite strict with the boy. He recalls Kina Berry's previous warning. Serving as a humble follower is a crucial step to becoming the Pope, and they have no intention of letting that position fall to Isaac. He can only close his eyes and accept it, hoping her words are true. Meanwhile, Hiraberry quietly analyzes the unfolding situation. Isaac is strong enough to summon the most powerful deities, and having Kina by his side actually plays right into their master plan. Seraphim needles him, asking why he is so quiet and if he is plotting something behind their backs. He calmly replies that his only goal is to ensure Kina successfully ascends to the position of Pope. Hiraberry muses that Isaac is not scheduled to summon any gods today anyway, but Leon Sepet suddenly cuts in. Ah, that is right, Leon chuckles, mischievously pointing out that Isaac is not on the god summoning list for the second half. It seems you forgot about that, Leon Sepes adds, throwing fuel on the fire. Because of that, I went ahead and added his name back in, leaving the other two completely stunned. What Leon chuckles slyly, saying he is eagerly waiting to see which god Isaac will actually summon. The other two can only curse this absolute madman in their minds. Soon the head priest announces the official start of the execution. Suddenly, an explosive blast of fire erupts, shattering the arena floor as a dark, menacing figure slowly emerges. Cloaked figures enter, dragging the heavily bound Bloodlord Sabnak forward, prompting the thrilled crowd to erupt in loud cheers. Look, it is a high demon. Its terrifying aura instantly suppresses the entire Colosseum, sending a heavy shockwave straight through Isaac's group. The other contestants watch in sheer terror, wondering how a high demon can still exert such overwhelming power even while heavily bound. Joshua and Suri tremble, wondering just how terrifyingly powerful the skeleton demon king must be to command a beast like this as a mere subordinate. CP's Nizer analyzes the situation, realizing this raw power is absolutely insane, especially since the demon is sealed and heavily chained. Even more so than back in the dungeon. As Bloodlord Sabnak unleashes his power, Isaac tightly grips his chains, silently calling out his name. Gritting his teeth, Isaac silently vows to save him no matter what. Staring at Bloodlord Sabnak, Isaac curses those damn clergymen in his head, demanding to know what they did to his loyal subordinate. He grits his teeth, keeping silent as he watches in fury. How dare they drive torture devices into him? Have they completely lost their minds? At this moment, Isaac looked just like a grim reaper, waiting to execute his prey. While the crowd gossiped excitedly up in the stands, Isaac stared straight at the demon, his cold gaze instantly transforming into one of pure venomous hatred. To unleash such an overwhelming fighting spirit before a level 9 demon, he truly deserves his place in the Sapphire clan. Leon watched him closely, silently, realizing that he had no idea the kid was carrying so much deep-seated hatred inside. If he were truly corrupted, wouldn't he be happy to see a demon? Meanwhile, Isaac told himself to stay calm. Right, maybe this was for the best. As Isaac analyzed the situation, all he had to do was set the demon free. Isaac noticed 5 sealing spheres binding Sabnak. Luckily, he had already slipped the beast the tools to undo them, so there was no need to worry about those anymore. The remaining locks would not pose any problem at all. He had secretly placed a dispelling spell on them through the officiating priests, so the moment the ritual started, they would break. With that, the seals would shatter automatically once the ritual commenced, and he would completely escape any suspicion from the church. As he waited in anticipation, feeling like everything was ready to begin, Isaac turned to Sebastian and urged him forward. "Hurry up, what are you waiting for?" he prodded, leaving the young servant to curse him silently in his mind. Sebastian snapped back in frustration, asking why he had not gotten down yet now that they had arrived. Isaac only frowned. "Since when does a mere horse argue with its master? If you do not want to be my servant anymore, then get lost right now," Isaac said coldly. Sebastian had no choice but to swallow his anger and obey, muttering that this arrogant brat would pay the moment he finally gathered actual proof. But before he could finish his thought, Isaac grabbed his head in a painful grip, forcing out a quiet groan as Sebastian cursed. Just then, the head priest announced that the execution ritual was about to begin, and the other priests prepared their magic. With their magical devices finally activated, Isaac knew the spell was running. Now Sabnak just had to find a way to unlock his own shackles. He secretly ordered the Blood Lord to escape immediately, but Sabnak only replied with a heavy, solemn tone. The loyal Blood Lord spoke with absolute devotion, making Isaac's eyes widen as the demon declared he had no regrets left. Bowing deeply, Sabnak chanted, "Long live the king," leaving Isaac utterly furious as he demanded to know what nonsense the fool was speaking. But Sabnak remained calm, saying that witnessing his lord make the descendants of the five gods kneel and tremble was enough. Having seen his glory, Sabnak had no regrets. Panicking, Isaac ordered him to break those chains immediately before he ended up dead. This was his absolute last chance to escape, but Sabnak simply shed tears of joy, deeply grateful that his master had successfully reclaimed his old power. The demon was deeply moved that Isaac would even think of saving a humble servant like him, calling it an unpayable debt. "Shut up, what kind of absolute nonsense are you spouting, you fool?" Isaac screamed out in sheer frustration. In his rage, he squeezed Sebastian's head harder, causing the servant to yelp in pain and deny saying anything at all. Realizing his slip-up, Isaac quickly switched back to telepathy, asking the spectator phantom why Sabnak was acting like this. The phantom was equally puzzled by the situation, but as its eyes narrowed, it suddenly realized something was deeply wrong. There was a completely different seal hidden right on the demon's chest. Isaac gasped, another sealing sphere. It must have been placed there when they moved him from the dungeon. Finally, Isaac understood why Sabnak had given up on escaping. Sabnak pleaded with him, saying that since Isaac had been granted a new life, he should not take such risks for a servant. The Pope and the Cardinals were far too dangerous to deal with, so Sabnak begged his master to leave him behind and earn their trust instead. But Isaac refused to back down, snapping that there was no way he would ever leave his loyal servant behind. He estimated the strength of the magic, realizing it was not a high-level seal and could be shattered easily. However, he had to get close to the demon to undo it. He frowned, trying to think of a clever way to draw everyone's attention. Suddenly, a priest approached Isaac and handed him a heavy chain, announcing that Joshua would switch places with the assistant executioner. The priest happily explained that this was a direct order from Cardinal Bereth to give the top trainee of the trial an opportunity. Hearing this, the other candidates whispered in disbelief, wondering why the church would let a mere apprentice near one of the 14 executioners. Perhaps they failed to eliminate Isaac during the trial, so they were trying again now. Surrey Joshua watched with growing anxiety. Isaac had absorbed the skeletal demon lord power, and there was no way his subordinates would stay quiet. Yet Isaac only grinned. This was perfect. He silently praised the cardinal, thanking him for inadvertently creating the ideal opportunity. As Isaac stepped forward with excitement, the priest looked on in pity, thinking the poor kid had been driven mad by fear. Now that he could touch the seal directly, he was determined to crush that weak magic once and for all. He prepared to shatter the weak lock, but suddenly Isaac froze as he noticed something strange about the seal. He observed the holy spell from the heavens burning on the chest of the blood sovereign Sarnat. Isaac grimaced. "What bastard forced that holy seal onto him?" The observer specter muttered, sighing that it would take months to remove. "It seems we need holy blood to shatter it, perhaps from a high-tier divine beast or even the Pope himself." He clutched his head in frustration, wondering where on earth he could get those things. Damn it, what else could he do now? If they did not act fast, execution was certain. While Isaac wondered if that bastard Pope was actually absent today, the high priest suddenly called out, commanding everyone in the temple to stand up immediately. Up in the sky, a massive magic circle materialized. The divine messenger of God was descending. A blinding light erupted from above as a booming voice echoed out, complaining about a foul stench filling the air. He openly looked down on the filthy slave of the skeleton demon king, sending the crowd into excited cheers. An angel of divine retribution had arrived. The celestial being stepped forward, stopping right in front of Isaac. He announced he would personally execute the ritual. Beside Isaac, the observer specter realized why Sarnat had given up. With an angel acting as the executioner, survival was practically impossible. Sarnat silently called out to his master. Right then, Isaac realized that the ultimate key item had just delivered itself directly into his hands. The observer specter gasped at his crazy thoughts, while Suri Joshua stared in confusion, finding the scene oddly familiar. Suddenly, Isaac unleashed a magic spell directly at the angel, which instantly triggered the young boy's memory. Terrified, Suri Joshua realized he had seen this terrifying power before, frantically calling out to Isaac. But the spell was already fired. The kid could only curse in frustration, calling Isaac an absolute lunatic. Someone in the crowd muttered, asking what on earth was happening, while Suri Joshua clutched his hair in pure despair. He actually attacked an angel, Suri Joshua screamed, wondering if Isaac had completely lost his mind. Why does this madness keep happening? The boy yelled in defeat, asking that crazy bastard if he was finally satisfied. Suddenly, the divine messenger spoke up completely, catching Suri Joshua off guard by praising the young priest. Unharmed and wearing a calm smile, the angel admitted he did not expect the boy to sense the hidden demons. The crowd whispered in shock about the demons, wondering if the prodigy of the Azure family had truly exposed them. Suri Joshua looked over suspiciously, hoping Isaac did not plan this from the start. Meanwhile, Isaac cursed the angel. He glared in anger at the angel who had redirected his spell. A horde of demons appeared and got slaughtered. Isaac smiled inwardly. It seemed Ash had done a great job spreading the word. Today was perfect to absorb mana. Harvesting a high demon's corpse was ideal, especially since they probably came thinking they could devour the other priests. That is why they gathered here. He knew that the corpse of a tier 6 demon would easily drive lower beasts wild, let alone one of the 14 legendary tier 9 demon followers. Thousands of demons would go absolutely berserk over this, which worried Isaac, but distraction was a major advantage. It played right into his hands. After all, any fool dumb enough to rush here over a simple rumor was not worth keeping as his subordinate anyway. He glared up at the flying angel, annoyed by his quick reflexes. That bastard actually dodged it. Even though Isaac pretended to aim at the small fry, he targeted him directly. Yet he still managed to slip away. Isaac immediately prepared another attack, daring the angel to dodge this one. Suri Joshua cried out in warning. Isaac threw a devastating spell at the angel, only for it to be blocked. Reflected again, the strike smashed straight into the nearby demons, leaving Isaac completely frustrated. He did not stop there, relentlessly conjuring magical spheres and hurling them one after another at the flying messenger. But shockingly, every single projectile was redirected right back at the shrieking, agonizing monsters below. The angel smiled gently, mocking Isaac as a clumsy apprentice who could not aim, or maybe he was using him as bait to lure the demons in. Isaac urges his messenger to try again, promising to adjust the weapon so it keeps improving. Suri Joshua gets a pretty massive headache from this, wishing things were that simple, and then he furiously launches a non-stop barrage. Scolding Isaac, the boy screams, demanding to know how he could openly attack an angel like that. Suddenly, those reflected attacks fly right back at the monsters, leaving him to silently analyze the bizarre situation. Damn it, it has absolutely no effect. Why is he correcting his trajectory instead of dodging the attack? Isaac realizes this endless cycle will keep going unless he finds a way to raise his damage output. Seeing the messenger's smug look gives him a wild idea. Why not just summon the power of a god? Something far beyond these low-ranking angels. But with his mind in chaos, he can only sigh. No, that won't work. That requires a divine contract. Finally, Isaac makes his decision. What can he actually use right now? He quickly activates Melissa's achievement. Clutching his necklace, Isaac curses under his breath, telling that damn angel to get ready. Talk about terrible timing, monsters swarm in from the distance before he can strike, roaring to tear him apart. As the beasts surround Isaac, Suri screams out his name. Right then, the commander of the Blue Knights barks an order. Draw your swords and protect the other priests. He stands firm, determined to hold back the approaching demons. These monsters are interrupting the execution, so they have to wipe them out. Meanwhile, the confused demons scan around for Isaac, but the divine messenger is too quick, grabbing him out of nowhere and teasing that was a close one, young priest. With a gentle smile, he asks if the boy is hurt, showering Isaac with high praise. He calls him a highly promising believer, but suddenly the messenger takes a hard hit and goes crashing down from the sky. Suri rushes over, yelling for Isaac, but Isaac lands perfectly safely, making the messenger gasp that he gave him quite a scare. The messenger smiles, noting that the boy's aim is still pretty clumsy. He tries to point out the demons over there, but before he can finish, "That's not where I was aiming." The boy snaps in frustration, cursing under his breath about why his shots keep missing. The messenger calmly repeats that this is not where he should be aiming. He studies Isaac closely, lost in deep thought. Why would a believer of God attack him? The kid looks like a devoted follower, yet he refuses to stop his assault. Instead, he keeps screaming insults while hurling magic spheres right at the messenger, swearing to tear off those wings. And honestly, who can blame him? The messenger is left completely speechless, realizing this kid has zero discipline. He deduces this is what happens when a child lacks proper education. To this kid, a holy messenger probably looks like a demon. Isaac points an accusing finger straight at him, boldly claiming that he is a minion of the Skeleton King. He lies without blinking, shouting that the demons aren't even attacking the guy, meaning he is definitely a servant of the Skeleton King. and he's trying to steal the High Demon's corpse. The messenger is furious, wondering what kind of trash priest education this kingdom has. How dare they call an angel a minion of the Skeleton King? The messenger decides enough is enough. Even though his master ordered him to look after the saint candidates carefully, this brat clearly needs a harsh lesson as long as he doesn't get hurt. Meanwhile, Isaac points gleefully, shouting to the crowd. See, he told them so. The guy is totally unbothered by the rampaging demons. He urges everyone to take action. They need to take him down immediately. But the messenger remains calm, knowing the heavens can't directly interfere with the mortal realm. Do kids these days not learn basic theology? But as he ponders, a sudden realization hits him. Wait, this might work out. This misunderstanding could actually play right into his hands. After all, the god of the Red Clan ordered him to do something. To eliminate all saint candidates except for their own. But before he can finish that thought, Isaac lands a direct hit, right in his face. If he can frame the boy for heresy, his mission becomes incredibly easy. While Isaac celebrates his direct hit, Suri screams in sheer panic, calling him a complete lunatic. The messenger's face darkens in absolute silence. Isaac demands that if the messenger isn't the Skeleton King's puppet, he should prove it. The messenger wipes away his blood, glaring. Demanding proof from a divine messenger is completely ridiculous. Taking advantage of the silence, Isaac pushes further, asking if he has no proof. Now watch this. Chanting a spell, he unleashes the massive power of his necklace, catching the messenger completely off guard. Suri stands frozen in sheer terror. The magical aura Isaac conjures is absolutely massive. Laughing like a madman, he loudly declares that he's proven right. That means he was right all along. Watching this unfold, Suri feels cold sweat running down, shocked by the spell's absurd scale. If that thing drops, the entire arena is going to be blown to smithereens. Surely he wouldn't actually unleash it right, but before Suri can even yell, stop, Isaac completely loses himself to the madness. He launches the devastating attack, screaming for everyone to drop dead. The overwhelming magical force surges directly toward the messenger, while the surrounding priests struggle to withstand the terrifying pressure. They cry out that they can't see a thing and are about to be blown away. Meanwhile, Isaac smiles, whispering that it's time. Sensing the saint's power, the messenger grits his teeth, realizing the kid must be Joshua's descendant. Leaving such insane power in the hands of a spoiled brat, these fools can't even raise a kid, let alone stop the Skeleton King. With a grim expression, he can't help but wonder who on earth is this Skeleton King. The divine messenger grumbles that executing a mere subordinate shouldn't cause this much trouble, stepping forward to face Isaac directly. Determined to eliminate this troublesome kid, first he marches forward with a cold glare. The man just wants to wrap up this mission and go home to rest. But suddenly, a freezing voice commands him to halt. The messenger gapes in pure horror. Right in front of him, the terrifying Skeleton King manifests and delivers a cold command. Obey or die. The messenger is paralyzed by absolute fear, completely unable to move a single step. It feels like standing before a supreme god. Staring at the defenseless Isaac, the messenger lets his guard slip completely. That mistake costs him dearly. Isaac lands a devastating punch, sending him stumbling back as a telepathic voice rings out. You are just an angel, the telepathic voice mocks, and a brutal second strike hits him before he can blink. Isaac unleashes a relentless barrage of blows, forcing the desperate messenger to fight back seriously and yell in pure frustration. You are just a human, but the boy simply smiles, whispering that he got him. The holy strike hits Isaac directly. As the smoke clears, Joshua runs up in panic. He screams Isaac's name over and over in pure panic, while the cold messenger stands nearby, quietly healing his own wounds. He casually tells onlookers not to worry, since he only stripped the boy's saintly powers. The outraged spectators gasp, wondering how a holy messenger could do such a thing. Joshua's screams echo through the arena, silencing the confused messenger as the furious young priest glares at him with tears. Cradling the heavily injured Isaac, Joshua weeps and asks how a divine messenger could do this. Why unleash such devastating power against a loyal servant of God, he pleads while desperately trying to shake Isaac awake. Wake up, Isaac, he begs desperately, while the messenger secretly analyzes the situation with growing worry. Heaven's judgment is supposed to be a paralyzing spell. There shouldn't be blood. There should not be this much blood, but suddenly Isaac opens his eyes, gasping. He weakly calls out Shuji's name, making Joshua sob uncontrollably as the dying boy mutters that he was too foolish. He gasps that he was punished for mistaking God's messenger for a demon, claiming it is all his own fault. He tells Shuji not to worry, while Kina Barrett quickly steps in, channeling her holy power to heal him. She reassures the crying boy that Isaac will survive, muttering that only someone this stubborn is worthy of teaching her. Her face darkens as she grits her teeth, declaring that a messenger of God would never do this to priests. Joshua glares at the messenger, whose feet freeze right in their tracks. Why attack someone so much weaker? Isn't that too much? The messenger is stunned. The speechless messenger is inwardly screaming that the boy almost killed him. There was nothing weak about that kid. Kina Barrett points out that lethal holy magic is only for purging demons. The messenger claims he used no such spell, but Joshua instantly shuts him down. The young priest asks why Isaac is bleeding out if everyone saw the attack land, leaving the man stuttering. He claims to be just as confused about the injuries as Suri. Joshua points at him. "You are despicable." Kina Barrett points out how bizarre the whole situation is. She demands to know why a divine messenger arrived unannounced, choosing to strike right in the middle of an execution. Her sharp words make his face darken as Isaac joins in reminding him that the demon never attacked first. The helpless messenger has absolutely no answers while Isaac secretly covers his face to hide a wicked smirk. The clever boy gloats that his trap is set, having manipulated his mana to fake the missed attacks. Annoyed, the messenger points at Isaac, claiming the child must be insane and demanding an immediate investigation into him. He demands custody of the child to hand him over to his master, but Isaac suddenly lets out a laugh. His face twists into a smirk, daring him to try before a sudden wave of dark energy erupts. The massive shockwave paralyzes every single knight in the arena, leaving them completely unable to move. The messenger turns pale as he looks at the shattered seal. The binding curse is broken. The freed beast looms right behind him, radiating an overwhelming aura of pure terror that catches him off guard. He stammers in panic, wondering how the creature could break free from a divine heavenly seal. A giant hand suddenly grabs him as the sanguine lord laughs, thanking the messenger for accidentally helping him break the seal. Isaac smirks when he sees this silently, giving Sabnak a nod of approval. It seems that being locked up for so long actually made him smarter. Isaac's grin turns increasingly sinister as he evaluates the fool who used to understand absolutely nothing. Looks like the guy finally learned a thing or two, but while Isaac is busy planning his next move, Sabnak suddenly reaches out and grabs the messenger's wing. Before he can even finish explaining that they just need to inflict a little damage, he takes action. Sabnak rips the wing clean off, cutting his own sentence short. Amidst the messenger's agonizing, blood-curdling screams, Sabnak speaks in a low, heavy voice. He tells him that he needs to consume a mana core to recover, so he is borrowing his. Witnessing this brutally bloody scene, Suri turns completely pale, her jaw dropping, while Isaac's mouth twitches in amusement as he realizes the demon actually knows how to bluff now. Desperate, the messenger reaches up tightly, clawing at Sabnak's arm as it crushes his face. He struggles and curses at the wretched demon, swinging a counterattack only to miss completely. Sabnak simply tells him to stop babbling. The messenger does not stop there, gathering his power with bloodshot eyes and gritted teeth. He calculates that he must kill Sabnak before the demon recovers his strength. Sabnak, of course, has no intention of standing there like a target. Rearing his hand back, Sabnak strikes so fast his hand turns into a blur. Just as the messenger is lost in thought, something happens that stops him dead in his tracks. The messenger plans to offer this arrogant fool as a sacrifice, but Sabnak's hand suddenly elongates, skewering right through him in a flash. As Sabnak retracts his hand, the messenger is left clutching the massive hole in his abdomen. Trembling in agony, he stares at the demon in sheer panic, realizing things have gone terribly wrong. If this continues, he is going to die. Taking advantage of the messenger's hesitation, Sabnak strikes once again. The strike grazes the messenger's neck. He desperately wishes he could call for backup, but after that single blow, the messenger collapses with a choked scream, spitting up a pool of blood while clutching his throat in absolute agony. He struggles to stand, his mind racing as he realizes his voice is completely gone. Right then, Sabnak speaks up to draw his attention, thanking him for the mana core before taking off. Hearing this, the messenger is utterly baffled, knowing angels do not have mana cores. But Sabnak's next words catch everyone off guard. He tells his teammate that he is leaving the rest to him. Hearing those words, the surrounding crowd gasps in confusion. "Teammate," the messenger watches Sabnak shoot up into the sky and vanish, completely lost for words. He croaks in frustration, demanding to know what the demon was talking about. Those parting words, however, sow a deep seed of doubt in the hearts of the believers. Did a demon noble just call God's messenger his teammate? Hearing the whispers of the crowd, the messenger's expression darkens. He desperately tries to force a sound through his ruined throat. It does not help that he previously used forbidden death magic on a priest, making the situation look even worse. Filled with rage, he grits his teeth and glares with bloodshot eyes at the two behind him, cursing that disgusting brat for everything. From the messenger's view, Isaac is wearing a twisted smile, mocking him with his tongue out. There is no way a brat like this is a saint. The more he glares at Isaac, the more his fury boils, completely failing to notice the brilliant beams of light crackling right behind him. He vows to never forgive them as those lightning-like streaks shoot out from nowhere, aiming straight for him. In that single moment of distraction, those stealthy beams of light successfully strike him from behind. Right after the surprise attack, a pair of powerful legs lands behind the stumbling messenger. He clutches his wounds and spins around, scowling as he wonders what on earth is happening now. Suddenly, a furious voice rings out, demanding to know how he dared. Out of thin air, a sword materializes, followed by dozens of others. The one launching this fierce assault is none other than Gilai. He yells at the messenger for daring to lay a finger on his nephew. The flying swords rain down on the messenger like an absolute carpet bomb, filling the area with thick blue smoke. Dodging frantically, the messenger is utterly bewildered, unable to believe his eyes as he asks himself how this is happening. Why on earth anyone would attack an angel? Just then, a commanding voice echoes from high above, halting the onslaught. It is Eli demanding to know what his son is doing. With a grim expression, Eli barks out a cold order: do not decapitate him, make sure his death is slow and painful. Hearing this, the messenger nearly loses his mind, screaming about how insane they all are. Fortunately for him, two knights step forward to hold Eli back, questioning if they dare attack God's messenger and asking if the Azure Knights have gone mad. But their warnings do nothing to cool Eli's temper. Furious, he demands to know who was the one using forbidden death magic. He looked over at Isaac, trembling and pale in Suri's arms, though the kid actually did that to himself. Just look at my grandson lying there on the verge of death, covered in blood. If that isn't death magic, what is? Tom refused to back down, heatedly arguing against Rayleigh and shouting that the kid was clearly just faking it. Do you remember what he did during the Scarlet Sex test? He is a literal demon in human disguise. Hearing those harsh words, Rayleigh gritted his teeth in pure rage, shouting back how they dared to call his angelic, adorable grandson a demon. Tom and Nevi immediately drew their weapons, yelling for everyone to move because the boy had to go to the interrogation room. Seeing their weapons drawn, he quickly stepped into his stance, ready to draw his blade and yelling that he'd never let that happen. Get lost. Suddenly, a clenched fist slammed down with a resounding shout to stop. It was Hira leading the way with Eli and Zeppet right behind him, radiating a terrifying aura as they lectured the rowdy crowd that allies shouldn't be fighting. The moment he finished speaking, Zeppet immediately ordered all forces to hunt down the demon that had just escaped. His clan's knights instantly obeyed with a loud shout. Not only him, but Seraphim also quickly waved his hand for his apostles to join the hunt. Everyone had a job to do except Hira, who stood quietly on the lookout, deep in thought after letting a retainer escape. But this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. A satisfied smirk played on his face, pleased that the boy was so severely injured. With those wounds, that kid wouldn't be summoning any god again. Spotting Rayleigh rushing toward Isaac, Hira turned away and gave an order. He commanded all high-ranking priests to immediately hunt down the escaped demon, and the apostles gave a loud, clear shout of compliance. Down on the arena floor, Rayleigh knelt in a panic, desperately checking on his beloved grandson. Eli also jumped down from the stands, asking Isaac if he was all right and cursing himself for not staying by his side. Just as those words were spoken, Eli's chillingly cold voice rang out, causing Isaac to flinch in sudden surprise. He told Rayleigh to take care of Isaac, drawing his sword with deadly resolve as absolute fury took over. Declaring he would hunt down that demon himself, the temperature around him seemingly dropped to sub-zero levels. He firmly insisted that he would catch the creature with his own hands to prove his nephew's complete innocence. Hearing this, Isaac panicked, screaming in his head that Eli was way too strong to get involved. He pictured the upcoming chaos. With the demon battered and bound in heavy chains, if Eli got involved, the target would definitely get caught immediately. After all the effort he took to free him, Isaac had to act fast. He feigned a weak, trembling voice, calling out for his grandpa and uncle, putting on a pitiful display with sparkling eyes that made Suri gag. He whimpered for them not to go because he was hurting, and seeing this, both Rayleigh and Eli felt a sudden shock run through their bodies. They immediately folded to his adorable act and knelt right down beside him. They surrendered, promising they wouldn't go and that no one else needed to hunt either, choosing to take him away for immediate medical treatment first. Seeing them fall for it, Isaac smirked with sneaky satisfaction, thrilled that everything was going exactly according to plan. In a flash, the scene shifts. His wounds are fully bandaged, and he sits on the bed with a blank expression. Staring at the unfamiliar faces crowding around Isaac, mentally labeled them a bunch of complete idiots. He silently scoffed, wondering what they were doing in his room. Rayleigh seemed equally annoyed by their presence, angrily yelling for them to get out of another person's private ward. Tom refused to back down, gritting his teeth and snapping back at him. Since when did a holy temple ward become your personal room, and why on earth did you bring a demon in here anyway? Hearing this, Eli's expression darkened as he growled out each word, questioning Tom about calling him a demon. Still completely blind to his mistake, Tom kept pushing, demanding to know what the Cardinal was trying to play at. He asked why they were blocking the investigation, but Eli ignored the question and simply sat up straight. Instead, he ordered Rayleigh to have all members of the Blue Sect cut off all cooperation with the Red Sect. They were going on a full strike, halting every single mission for the Holy Temple. Hearing this sudden command, Nevi panicked, crying out for the Cardinal to wait, while Tom also realized he had crossed a major line and begged. He pleaded to settle this peacefully, which brings us to a quick, interesting side note from the original author. The Blue Sect is actually incredibly dedicated, always taking on the dirty and dangerous tasks that no one else wants. Since these jobs offer zero profit, this is officially the very first strike in their entire history, thanks to our main character. Back to the story, veins popped on Ellie's forehead as he slowly turned his head to glare at them. He scoffed at the idea of peace, demanding how they could expect harmony when a divine messenger literally appeared and attacked his beloved nephew. His entire body radiates a chilling aura that leaves everyone terrified as he points out that they cannot even trust a demon. He even called the god's messenger his teammate. Still, Tom stubbornly pushes back, asking what if that demon was actually lying. Spotting his incredibly shallow argument, Eli fires back, asking how a mere liar could have shattered the binding orb. Stumped by the question, Nevi hesitates and stutters, but Tom quickly steps in to find another excuse. He points toward Isaac, bandaged on the bed, asking how they can determine anything when the kid is wrapped so tightly, insisting they must examine the wound. Eli lets out a heavy sigh and angrily fires back, what if his injuries worsen? After a tense standoff with those two, Eli comfortably crosses his arms to reveal a major piece of information. The real question is who freed him, and since the Chief Inquisitors have already launched an investigation, we will know soon. Hearing this, Tom and Nevi exchange a quick glance, quietly nodding their heads in agreement. Indeed, they just need to find a single trace pointing to the culprit, and they will surely hunt him down. But just as they are plotting their next move, a sudden disruption from the outside cuts them off. An attendant bursts into the room, yelling that they have an absolute emergency, immediately putting everyone on high alert. Instantly, a heavy tension fills the room, making Isaac bite his lip with a sudden guilty look toward the door. The breathless bishop reports the bad news. Meanwhile, Isaac and the observer Spectre just watch the show in total comfort. Confused and sweating, he explains that the evidence has suddenly vanished into thin air. Describing the chaotic scene, he claims that the moment he started the investigation, those holy chains suddenly exploded. Upon hearing this, Isaac smirks with satisfaction, silently praising his helper for a job incredibly well done. Our main character appreciates how thorough they are, while the oblivious bishop continues to blabber on without a single clue. Right before the blast, the messenger actually sensed a strange power at the absolute worst moment. Tom quickly leaps forward to cover his mouth, shouting at him to shut up before he leaks anything else. Having gathered the facts, Eli drops all politeness and immediately orders them to leave since the investigation is done. Watching his grandfather throw them out, Isaac can only admire how beautifully the old man is wrapping this up, and just like that, the case is closed. Soon the crowd disperses, leaving Isaac alone to get some rest. Suddenly, a soft knock interrupts the quiet as a voice asks if they can come in, instantly annoying him. Casting a glaring look at the entrance, he spots a pretty annoying face, trying to force a clumsy smile. Isaac is slightly taken aback, silently repeating the name of his unexpected visitor, Nizer, who stands there looking sheepish. Calling out the boy's name, Nizer doesn't waste any time and immediately makes his way straight toward the hospital bed. The boy tries to act friendly by asking how he is feeling, which only makes Isaac groan in absolute annoyance. Isaac silently grumbles that he feels even worse just looking at him. But before he can say it, Nizer pulls out a strange medicine bottle and speaks up. Nizer explains that he brought his family's secret medicine to help him recover much faster. He cannot help but recall his earlier conversation with Leon in the study, remembering how severely injured Isaac actually was. They doubted whether the injured boy could even participate in the upcoming divine selection ceremony, standing obediently before Leon. Leon had pointed out that the Yellow faction must be thrilled about the situation, and naturally, Nizer listened quietly. The memory of Leon's sinister smiling face plotting a conspiracy makes him vow that he will never let that scheme succeed. At the time, Nizer could only clench his fists in silent fury while forced to obey his commands. Forced to obey, he was ordered to bring the secret medicine to help Isaac recover quickly. Back in the present, lying on his bed, Isaac eagerly snatches the bottle and chugs it down in one go, loudly praising its absolutely amazing taste. Nizer can only weep internally, shaking with a rage he desperately tries to hold back. It genuinely pains him to waste his family's priceless secret potion on this ungrateful bastard, crying over how incredibly expensive it is. Watching Isaac drink every single drop without any sign of stopping, Nizer feels like tearing his hair out in sheer frustration. Just a drop would do, but this maniac literally chugs the entire bottle and is suddenly enveloped in a radiant golden light. With a healthy rosy glow, Isaac happily realizes that it really is an elite miraculous potion, despite his initial poison worries. Isaac can feel his stamina surging immediately, even trying to lick the very last drop from the bottle. Indeed, he even notes that it tastes exactly like wine, while the observer Ghost senses a few powerful holy blessings attached to it. This stuff will definitely come in handy for the ceremony, but a totally panicked Nizer quickly steps in to stop him. Interrupted mid-sentence, Isaac grits his teeth in pure rage, barking that he never agreed to let him drink it all. "What did you just say?" Meanwhile, Nizer calmly drops a tempting piece of news. This piece of news makes him freeze. The family had promised more rewards if he visits the main mansion. Hearing this very tempting invitation, Isaac narrows his eyes with a healthy dose of suspicion. They offered plenty, but visiting the main estate meant getting even more freebies. It sounds incredibly sketchy, so he instantly flops onto the bed, clutches his leg, and whines that he wishes he could go. He complains about his leg, but Nizer refuses to accept any excuses and shoves a pair of special boots right into Isaac's face. Telling Isaac to wear his special gear, they can head over to the mansion together right away. Isaac feels completely helpless, quietly admitting that this sneaky guy must have planned everything out beforehand. The spectator's ghost chimed in, pointing out that Nizer's dark ambition left them with zero reason to turn this down. Giving in, Isaac sits up to rip off his cast, telling Nizer to wait outside. Thrilled with this, Nizer quickly turns to walk out, completely lost in his own schemes and failing to notice a crucial detail. He is totally oblivious to Isaac heading the other way, smugly thinking about how easily the brat fell for it. While Nizer is busy counting his chickens, Isaac quietly slips away to push open a window. Isaac's agreement was an absolute act to expose their schemes on the front page of the news. Now standing triumphantly on the window ledge, he laughs like a madman alongside his ghostly buddy. With a mock thank you, the scene cuts to a lavish palace where a furious hand slams onto a table. Hirei is absolutely losing his mind over the Red Faction's secret medicine in the clinic. Radiating a frosty aura, he curses loudly, venting that he only put Isaac in a VIP suite to keep him contained. Yet those fools dared to fully heal and bless him instead, driving Hirei into a complete frenzy. Terrified, the priests can only watch him shatter furniture while screaming at the top of his lungs. He vows to ruin the upcoming ritual, claiming both the Black and Red factions have officially lost their minds. Hirei issues a strict command to his priests to stop Isaac at any cost. They cannot allow the summoning. Meanwhile, Gold Joshua faces a terrifying sight. Isaac suddenly appears right before Gold Joshua with a mock affectionate greeting, tormenting him. Flashing a sinister grin, the boy mentions he has some questions for his uncle. Panic-stricken Gold Joshua quickly turns around to make an escape, claiming he is far too busy. Isaac instantly unleashes a powerful strike to cut off his uncle's escape route. The sudden blast scares Gold Joshua half to death, especially when Isaac cryptically hints at knowing the answers. Completely baffled, Gold Joshua asks what he means, while the boy wears a highly arrogant smirk on his calm face. He asks which god Gold Joshua thinks will appear, sparking instant resentment. Gold Joshua grits his teeth silently, cursing the brat for knowing he can get information from the Pope. Carefully calculating the heavy risks, he worries about what happens if the sensitive information leaks. The Blue faction cannot oppose the Pope, causing Gold Joshua to squeeze his eyes shut. Yet everything changes if the boy successfully summons the Supreme Deity. Both sides of Gold Joshua's brain are locked in a chaotic debate. Nobody would ever dare look down on the Joshua family again, but Isaac's next words completely shatter his thoughts. The boy calmly states he is giving up the summoning, leaving Gold Joshua staring in utter wide-eyed disbelief. Gold Joshua stares in utter disbelief as Isaac merely pouts, muttering he would probably just summon an evil god. Is that why you kept quiet? Besides, what if an evil god actually appears? Seeing his stubborn attitude, and how he was backing everyone into a corner, Gold Joshua lost his mind, tearing his hair out and shouting, "Are you insane? Why the hell are you talking about an evil god?" Hearing this, the Supreme Deity realized his goal was achieved. Instantly discarding his pitiful act, Isaac let out a sly grin, looking like a total fanatic. Spotting his reward right in front of him, he crept toward Gold Joshua, calling him the Supreme Deity. Seeing this, Gold Joshua tried to run, claiming Isaac had misheard, but Isaac instantly fell to his knees, grabbing his uncle's leg while drooling. Looking at the terrifying child standing right in front of him, Gold shudders as Isaac asks which god he is supposedly going to summon. Unable to handle the pressure, Gold panics and begs Isaac to let go, but the kid has zero intention of stopping. He puts on a desperately clingy show, sweet-talking his uncle, while throwing in a subtle warning not to mess with him. Asking if his uncle wants to die, Gold stares into those vacant eyes, quietly weeping inside over this absolute madman. No matter how hard Gold struggles to shake him off, Isaac clings to his leg like a baby koala, ignoring his desperate cries to let go. Claiming the Patriarch just summoned him, Gold accidentally lets slip a crucial piece of info in his rush to escape. It instantly snaps Isaac back to his senses. A demon is hiding out in the city, and he hangs on every word. The scene shifts to the rundown streets of the city, where tension is already starting to build. Eli is busy ordering his elite soldiers to fan out and hunt down one of the 14 demon apostles lurking nearby. He warns them not to let their guard down, and the soldiers shout back a unified response. Just then, Goal arrives in a fresh outfit to greet Eli, but the Patriarch barely pays attention to his son's report. Instead, Eli frowns deeply, completely focused on studying the detailed map of the city underground waterways. Actually, he is staring at Isaac, who is still clinging to Goal's leg, leaving the poor uncle struggling to explain. Goal says the kid wants to tag along, but no matter how much Eli dotes on him, the answer is no. Warning that it is far too dangerous, Eli dismisses him, but Isaac refuses to back down and quickly lets go of Goal. He stands tall, declaring his absolute need for revenge, leaving Eli in silent contemplation as he tries to process the kid's logic. The demon ruined the execution and put everyone in danger, which Isaac uses to justify his burning desire for payback. Taking full responsibility, the kid vows to personally strike back the very moment they track the demon down. Watching this dramatic performance from the sidelines, Whisper can't help but point out that his master is laying it on a bit thick. After hearing out his grandson's seemingly heartfelt plea, Eli can only sigh in defeat and slowly turn away. With a helpless shrug, he gives his blessing, telling Isaac to do as he pleases, which is exactly what the kid wanted. Thrilled by the approval, Isaac cheers internally, while soldiers from the various noble houses continue scouring the streets. But as the search parties scramble, Isaac's sudden appearance completely catches them off guard. The soldiers halt their duties, whispering among themselves, wondering if that young kid is indeed the famed Isaac. Many assume the main family was sitting this one out, never expecting a direct heir to be deployed on the front lines. But while some breathe a sigh of relief, the Crimson Knights remain silent, watching with cold skepticism. They assume the hunt is as good as over, knowing Isaac's family is elite at tracking demons, especially when Isaac suddenly stretches. The crowd gets hyped, assuming the young genius is finally about to show off his tracking magic, but they are in for a disappointment. Isaac quickly pours cold water on their high hopes, reminding everyone that the Skeleton King's minions are hard to find. Finding those sneaky bastards is going to be incredibly tough, and his grim look instantly plunges the soldiers into total despair. He casually warns them this mission is going to take a long time, immediately triggering a wave of furious complaints. They furiously demand to know if Isaac is even taking this seriously. A comfortable lounge chair and sun umbrella have already been set up for his use. Lazily lounging in the shade, he casually tells them to stay calm. He explains that high demons are naturally master stealth artists, though he can still sense the target is lingering nearby. The Crimson Knights refuse to buy his excuse, gritting their teeth and demanding to know if the kid is just playing games. He turns his complaints to Eli, who is enjoying the exact same relaxed vibe nearby, calling the behavior completely unacceptable. Addressing the Cardinal, another soldier quickly chimed in, complaining that the young heir has not done a single useful thing all day. However, their next accusation completely ruins Eli's peaceful mood, instantly prompting him to angrily crush his glass. Boldly admitting they suspect his precious grandson, they watch as Eli slowly stands tall, radiating intense anger. Brushing the glass shards aside, he coldly asks if they are questioning him, his sheer killing intent instantly silencing the crowd. Terrified, the Crimson Knights frantically backtrack, but the Patriarch has zero interest in hearing any more of their excuses. He turns and calls out to Isaac, who immediately responds with a cheerful, ready attitude, waiting for his grandfather's next command. Wearing a terrifyingly dark expression, Eli gestures to the soldiers and commands Isaac to make them pay for their disrespect. With full permission, Isaac points dramatically toward the distance and shouts that he can feel the demon lurking right over there. Still, the Scarlet soldiers have to run that way, cursing under their breath. Right then, from behind Eli, a figure emerges, mocking them. He thought they were on strike, so what is all this about? The newcomer is none other than Leon, casually strolling over with a smug, mocking grin. He asks if Eli is trying to cover up his grandson's crime. Leon's words clearly strike a nerve. Eli plays dumb, asking what he meant. Leon steps right up to his face, breaking it down. Hiding it only makes Isaac's guilt worse. But Eli stays perfectly calm, shooting back a question. He demands proof that his grandson freed that high demon. But Leon is not backing down. With a scheming grin, Leon replies that the truth will come out soon, while secretly laughing at them in his heart. If they find the Pope's power inside that sealing orb, Isaac is as good as dead. He cannot openly accuse the Pope, so pinning it on Isaac is his absolute best move. Thinking this, Leon licks his lips in anticipation like a predator eyeing a delicious meal. If this works, he gets to watch the arrogant Azure family fall from grace. Ending his thoughts, Leon turns to leave, suggesting they cooperate so they do not ruin the ceremony. He bids them cooperate for now. But before walking away, Leon cannot help but throw one last jab. He offers to help hide the handcuffs when Isaac gets arrested before finally walking off with a smirk. Gold Joshua quickly steps up to comfort Eli, telling him not to listen to that scared old man. Eli shrugs it off, claiming he is not holding a grudge. But his furious eyes tell a completely different story. He grumbles about making Isaac work those bastards 10 times harder. Hearing this, Gold Joshua can only yell in frustration that he is clearly holding a massive grudge. His father is hopeless. Turning to the actual troublemaker, he calls out to Isaac. But before Gold Joshua can even finish, the boy lounging on the chair is already long gone, disappeared without a trace. Isaac was supposed to investigate. But after falling into deep thought, he vanishes into a quiet, forgotten corner. Only Gold Joshua's frustrated scream echoes through the halls. Where did that kid go? Elsewhere. A hand gently brushes against ancient runes on a wall. Then a familiar voice echoes. It recognizes Sabnak's ancient cipher, noting how long it has been since seeing these mysterious runes. The duo is none other than Isaac and his phantom companion. The spectral observer keeps rambling on, amazed. The phantom cannot believe those demons took over. Isaac ignores the wall and focuses on his guide. He finds it expected high demons would naturally despise serving a pile of old bones. Walking forward, Isaac muses that breaking his high-tier magic must have been too difficult for them. Instead, they created a fake skeleton king just to keep the demon realm in check. They simply exploited a loophole instead of directly defying him. Seeing the young master so distracted, The phantom points out a glaring mystery. The sealing orb holds mana from the Pope and the Crown Prince. This catches Isaac's attention. Why does the orb contain traces from both of those powerful figures? The Pope makes sense, but what is the Crown Prince's connection to all this? Why would royalty care about a high demon anyway? As Isaac gets lost in his thoughts, his spectral guide gently reminds him to snap out of it. How long will he keep playing dumb? Isaac finally snaps back to reality, casting a very cool glance directly behind him. He asks if the ghost means the rats hiding above. Up in the rafters, masked figures watch. They have been lurking silently, but Isaac spots them, instantly amused to see assassins joining the fray. The professional killers freeze in absolute shock, wondering how a lowly priest detected them so easily. Suddenly, the lead assassin senses a chilling shift in the air. His pupils dilate. A massive, terrifying aura erupts from the young boy on the ground, completely threatening to crush them. They drop down, weapons drawn in panic. They did not even see him cast a spell. There was no holy chanting or warning. Yet facing their sheer panic, Isaac is just casually grinning. He mockingly asks if they are mages too, right before making his move. The mages instantly scramble, unleashing their magic and shouting to deal with him immediately. Those fragile priests stand absolutely no chance against our superior magic, they confidently boast to one another. Cracking up, the specter turns to mock Isaac, asking how weak these fools think he is, finding their stupidity hard to believe. They are only using tier 3 magic on you, it laughs, which only makes Isaac feel even more incredibly annoyed. He rolls up his sleeves to teach these punks a lesson, but before he can finish, a tiny projectile suddenly flies out of nowhere, embedding itself into the back of Isaac's neck, leaving him utterly dazed. The shooter smirks, telling him he is done for and to prepare to taste the deadly, holy slaying toxin. Contrary to the assassin's eager expectations, the specter just calmly examines the tiny needle, rating its quality. This holy slaying needle is actually pretty high tier, while Isaac pulls it out, wishing he could just absorb its sweet mana. Seeing him completely unfazed, the assassin gasps in pure horror, screaming how on earth he is still standing. His voice trembles as he shockingly asks if Isaac somehow already took an antidote for their lethal holy slaying poison beforehand. Hearing this, Isaac reacts instantly. Not a single second is wasted. He instantly clutches his head, acting in absolute agony to satisfy the assassin's groaning that it hurts, but is not enough to stop him. He boasts about being part of the noble Ishua family, while the specter shivers, utterly cringed out by his master's dramatic solo performance. The ghost wonders what kind of absolute nonsense it is watching. Meanwhile, the other assassin urges his partner on. He's still in Ishua after all, so shoot him again, and with that 2 more needles fly straight into Isaac's neck. Isaac plays along, staggering around weakly and making the ghost back away in utter disbelief, yelling that 2 tiny needles are nothing. Did they seriously think a member of the noble Ishua family would go down so easily? He taunts them. Fired up by his provocation, the assassins pull out their blowpipes and yell that he's still talking, ordering everyone to fire. They unleash everything they have, and a barrage of deadly needles lands all over the upper half of Isaac's body. The rest rain down on his lower body, completely covering him from his waist down to his feet in poisoned needles. Watching them pant with exhaustion, Isaac delivers another blow, declaring that an Ishua would never fall to such a weak attack. This time, he literally drools with greed, taunting them that it would take at least 50 more needles to even faze him. Staring at his creepy, eager expression, the terrified assassins shudder in fear, thinking this guy is a total monster. In the middle of this bizarre standoff, one of the assassins tremblingly admits that they have completely run out of poison needles. Hearing that, Isaac clicks his tongue in sheer disappointment, completely losing interest now that his free mana source has dried up. He is forced to switch tactics, dramatically collapsing to the ground to quietly absorb the remaining mana before making his move. Watching him suddenly pass out, the dumbfounded assassins can barely believe their eyes, wondering if they actually managed to defeat him. When he does not respond, they cheer in triumph, completely unaware that Isaac is subtly peeking at them with one eye open. Serves you right, Isaac Ishua, they gloat, but right then Isaac notices a new figure stepping through the entrance. Another shadow enters the room, and to Isaac's utter surprise, the newcomer looks incredibly familiar. The man pulls back his hood, revealing his true identity, and Isaac instantly recognizes him as Count Molech. Seeing him lying lifelessly on the floor, Molech laughs triumphantly, cursing Isaac to burn in hell for eternity. My noble family was completely ruined because of you, he snarls as the assassins quickly step aside to clear a path. Today, my vengeance is finally complete, Molech sneers, slowly walking over to look down at Isaac's motionless body. He coldly asks the assassins if the boy is actually dead, prompting them to quickly kneel down and check. They frantically check on Isaac, stammering that they shot an absolute ton of poisoned needles directly into him. How is this brat still holding on, they wonder, suggesting they should just finish him off right now to be safe. Molech scowls, clicking his tongue and ordering them to clean up the crime scene to make it look like a demon's work. Meanwhile, Isaac finds himself in a pretty tight spot, wondering how to react since standing up now would blow his cover. The specter, enjoying the drama, jokingly tells him that he's already done plenty of shady things, so what's one more? It brutally roasts Isaac, pointing out that he never really looked like a proper holy priest anyway, but before it can finish, Isaac snaps. He grabs the specter in a death grip, asking if it has a death wish as the thugs watch. The assassins gasp in absolute shock that he is still moving, and with zero time to waste, they instantly draw their weapons. They surround Isaac, shouting to pin him down and make it as bloody as possible to properly frame the demon. They swear to slit his throat. Watching them close in, Isaac flinches, grinding his teeth while screaming in sheer panic internally. Crap, he hasn't even absorbed his mana yet, but the assassins have drawn their weapons and are already closing in on Isaac. But among the standard thugs, one mysterious figure silently draws a sword that looks entirely different from the rest. As they crowd around Isaac, the swordsman suddenly unleashes a massive, devastating slash, instantly wiping out his own allies in a single strike. The shockwave blows the other killers away. Molech barely holds his ground, utterly stunned as he shrieks, "What is this?" As the dust settles, his eyes widen in absolute horror at whatever has just appeared right in front of him. Standing before him is a mysterious hooded figure, a sword glowing with immense raw power held tightly in hand. A sword master, Molech stammers in total disbelief. Terrified, he stumbles back several steps, frantically wondering why such a high-level warrior is here. The hooded master channels energy into his blade, aiming straight at Molech, before unleashing a terrifying blast of pure sword chi. Molech cowers and screams in absolute terror. Meanwhile, Isaac just stands by watching the show excitedly and wondering if that was magic. The shadow beside him quickly flatters him, saying that, compared to his master, this swordsman is green though still pretty decent. Once the blast finally dissipates, a battered Molech collapses to his knees, coughing violently and desperately trying to catch his breath. He struggles up, demanding to know if they know who he is, but his desperate threats fall on deaf ears. The swordsman looks familiar, merely smirking as Molech continues to bluster, screaming, "How dare anyone lay a hand on a noble?" Suddenly, Molech turns around, curses under his breath, and immediately bolts straight toward the exit. Running for his life, he complains that nobody warned him about this. What on earth is happening? But right at the exit, he runs into another familiar face. Kina is already standing there blocking his path. Looking thoroughly disgusted, she stops him. Molech gasps in surprise, "Lady Kina." He still has no idea how deep of a hole he is in. He frantically begs her to save him, but before he can even finish his sentence, things take a violent turn. A fiery blast of light shoots right at him while Kina coldly promises to explain everything later. The terrifying attack lands right alongside a sharp, chilling warning, "Count Molech. Take one more step and I will end you." With every word Kina speaks, sparks of lightning erupt. Electricity crackles wildly around her hands as she complains that Isaac is supposed to be training, asking why everyone keeps interrupting. Seeing her absolute fury, Molech cowers and backs away, frantically begging to know what she plans to do. He begs her to calm down, claiming he only came to help, before foolishly rambling about what happens if the kid summons a god. He warns that the Pope will get involved, but Kina stomps her foot hard immediately, cutting him off. "I do not care," she snaps as terrifying electricity begins surging violently across her entire body. Heavy pressure crushes the air around them. She demands to know who gave him his orders. Was it the Obsidian family? Completely caught off guard, Molech stammers, unable to form a coherent reply. In the middle of this tense standoff, Isaac creeps out from behind Kina with a creepy, mischievous grin to pry for answers. He remarks that it sounds like Molech already knows which god he is going to summon, leaning closer to mock the pale nobleman. If it threatens the Pope, it must be one of the gold gods. Isaac leans in close with a greedy, hungry look. Getting right into Molech's face, he asks if it is the god of wealth, driving the terrified noble completely insane. Molech screams that he does not know, begging him to back off, but Isaac refuses to let go and keeps clinging to him. He keeps pestering him, asking if it is the god of money or the god of gold, completely ignoring his pleas. Ignoring them, Kina turns to the hooded warrior, saying if he is disguised, she will skip the formalities. The swordsman pulls back his hood, revealing himself to be none other than Chapless, and Kina looks at him with an expression of pure, exhausted helplessness. She sighs, noting his poor attendants must have a nightmare of a time serving him, but Chapless completely ignores her. He quickly changes the subject, suggesting they prioritize bringing Isaac back to the palace, but Kina objects immediately. She insists he is going to the Holy Cathedral, but right as they start arguing, another voice sharply rings out, saying no. The speaker steps forward with an incredibly majestic presence, stomping on the floor to make a grand declaration. Isaac is going home. Following that heavy declaration, Eli steps forward, dripping with terrifying bloodlust. Marching straight up to Molech, he growls, demanding to know which bastard dared to lay a finger on his boy. A second later, agonizing screams that sound like squealing pigs echo loudly throughout the entire area. Watching the brutal beatdown, Kina quickly corrects herself, muttering that Isaac is definitely going home after all. Crown Prince Chapless agrees that there is really no place like home before the surrounding scenery suddenly shifts. Leaning against the wall, Chapless frowns as his companion gently tells him not to take it to heart. Annoyed by the comforting words, he snaps back, questioning the very person who just tried to soothe him. The mysterious figure slowly responds, wondering how that brat dared to go seek out a ghost while under surveillance. This is Cardinal Ian Ballot of the Dark Faction, radiating a dark aura as he calmly asserts he doubts the boy is that foolish. Hearing this, Chapless immediately shoots back, asking if ordering Count Molech to send assassins after Isaac was a wise move. Half-jokingly, Ian explains his reasoning, asking if the Crown Prince did not want to get closer to Isaac Joshua anyway. Thoroughly confused, Chapless questions what he just heard while Ian slowly turns around to face him. He explains that saving someone from terrifying assassins is always the easiest way to naturally win over their favor. Besides, with the way those Joshuas operate, they would rather die than leave a debt unpaid. So the kid would surely pledge his loyalty willingly, an explanation that Chapless finds to be completely ridiculous. Mocking the Dark Cardinal, Chapless scoffs internally at whether the Northern Crows always scheme in such absurd ways. Those cold-blooded birds never care about morals or dirty tactics, being ruthless enough to use one devil to destroy another. Having finished pacing, Chapless casually takes a seat and shifts the conversation back to Isaac. He asks if Ian has truly lost all interest in Isaac despite previously showing intense scholarly curiosity about his work. As he speaks, he pictures the ominous image of the skeleton demon king bound tightly in chains. He mentions Isaac's thesis on defeating the skeleton lord, but Ian remains entirely unfazed. Ian counters with his own question, pointing out that while the thesis is impressive if the kid wrote it, Chapless should really stop watching him. This warning, offered with a rare touch of goodwill, leaves Chapless lost in deep thought. With an interrogation scheduled to begin right after the dark trial, Ian reaches out, places his hand on a massive stack of papers, and speaks slowly. He calmly states that this is only avoided if Isaac can prove his innocence, lifting his hand as the document mysteriously crumples on its own. Otherwise, the Blue Clan faces absolute ruin, and trust me, things are about to get intense. Heavy rain pours over the capital as a furious, unwilling shout echoes from the Rudolph estate. Inside, Riley is absolutely livid, his face contorted in rage as he demands how any of this is fair. Even if Isaac summoned an evil god, those bastards have no right to just kidnap him like that. Riley knows the boy lacks faith, but this is crossing the line. He fumes while pacing the study. He is currently meeting with Eli and Suri, utterly outraged that the Dark Cardinal actually dared to go this far. Listening to his angry complaints, a pale Eli finally speaks up about tomorrow's summoning ceremony. Eli speaks up about tomorrow's summoning ceremony, dropping a massive bombshell that catches both of them off guard. He declares that Isaac will not attend, prompting Riley and Gold Joshua to immediately protest in confusion. They insist he must go, but Eli calmly states that all these recent troubles are precisely because of that ritual. Faced with his father's extremely accurate point, Riley can only nod in quiet agreement, realizing the truth of the situation. Their calm resignation infuriates Gold Joshua, who clutches his head and curses them both internally. Unable to hold back, he slams his hands on the table fiercely, shouting that Isaac must attend. Eli looks baffled by the sudden outburst, asking if he is insane since he wanted to protect Isaac. He asks if Gold Joshua wants the world to see him summon an evil god, but Gold Joshua furiously interrupts. Finally, revealing the massive secret he kept hidden, Gold Joshua screams that Isaac will summon the supreme god instead. Turning back to Eli and Riley, Gold Joshua firmly declares that regardless of what the boy believes, he must participate. After venting with every bit of strength he has left, Gold Joshua clutches his forehead and lets out a tired sigh. He silently curses himself for speaking, though getting it off his chest feels somewhat relieving. Riley is the first to react, unable to believe his ears as he questions the mention of the supreme god. Gold Joshua quickly confirms it, but Ellie immediately chimes in with another utterly clueless question. Asking who it is drives Gold Joshua crazy, making him shout back that it is obviously Isaac. He quickly begins detailing everything he witnessed during the consecration ceremony to the shocked duo. Because the boy was chosen by the supreme god, he is forced to participate, yet Eli remains entirely unbothered by it. Eli doesn't believe a word of his wild claims, telling him to go sleep off his drunkenness and stop talking nonsense. Seeing his father completely dismiss him, Gold Joshua groans, refusing to back down, and yells that he is telling the absolute truth. Then his very next words instantly freeze the man's hand right as he raises his teacup. He tells his father that he saw it all with his own eyes at the Barry estate. He continues rambling on, laying out everything he knows. Why else would his father think they want to adopt Isaac in the first place? When they got rejected, they actually tried to kill him. Now that every scheme has failed, they are desperately trying to block him from attending the ceremony. Does his father still not understand why the Barry family is acting like this? But this time it is Riley who doubts Gold Joshua, sighing and politely dismissing his brother. Riley tells him that even a novelist wouldn't write something that absurd, suggesting he go rest if he is unwell. Hearing those words, his chest tightens with pure frustration. Swearing under his breath, he realizes there is simply no way to convince either of them. Gold Joshua turns to leave in absolute defeat. Fine, don't believe me, but we finally have a chance to strike back and you want to throw it away. With a look of absolute determination, he declares that he is taking Isaac and leaving this house for good. Hearing this bold statement, Riley stares blankly at his brother's retreating back, wondering if he could possibly be serious. After a long tense silence, Eli finally speaks up, asking once again if everything he said is really the truth. Having been asked this over and over, Goal Joshua snaps back with a highly annoyed yes. Upon receiving this third confirmation, Eli's hand holding the teacup begins to tremble. He murmurs about the supreme god, but then Eli suddenly slams his cup down, splashing tea all over the place. With a deadpan expression, he declares that the god is a total pervert. Hearing this blasphemous remark, Goal Joshua loses his mind again. Tearing his hair out and covered in goosebumps, he wails in despair, demanding how his father reached that conclusion. But he has no idea that Eli's mind is racing with a very different thought. Isaac is now facing a completely new kind of danger. The supreme god is an entity mere humans should never mess with, but at least they might escape the looming interrogation. Eli reasons all this out while picturing Isaac's innocent and smiling face. Blind faith means nothing now. Isaac has already been chosen by an entity far above the high gods. No one can ever oppose the will of the supreme god. But right at that moment, a panicked soldier bursts through the doors and shouts that they have a massive crisis on their hands. With every word the soldier gasps out, Eli freezes in place, his expression turning completely blank. The Scarlet Sect has officially launched a heresy trial for young Master Isaac. Soon the fateful day arrives, and the scene shifts to the grand arena stands where a massive crowd has gathered to watch the trial play out below. An elder priest stands before the young novices, announcing that the second phase of the sacred ritual is about to begin. As he drones on about the strict rules of the divine selection ceremony that is taking place, urging everyone to stay focused and avoid any mistakes in front of the massive audience, Suri is sweating bullets. He bites his nails in absolute panic, quietly swearing that this whole situation is pure madness. Looking at the heavy lineup of inquisitors standing directly behind him, he breaks into a cold sweat. They are everywhere. As the heavy pressure mounts, Suri chews his fingernails even harder, desperately crying out Isaac's name in his mind. What on earth did you do to get the Scarlet Sect investigating you? The story flashes back to a few days ago. Inside a dark, dim dungeon cellar, a cold, sharp voice demands to know if he is secretly serving the fearsome skeleton demon king. Deep inside that gloomy room, the ruthless inquisitor is aggressively interrogating young Isaac. He presses for info, claiming Isaac's name was found inside a code left by the high demon. But the suspect casually picks his ear with a smirk, grumbling about what on earth they're even talking about. The Inquisitor refuses to back down, spitting out more facts. Even though the skeleton demon king kneeled and repented before the gods, his dark legacy still remains. But hearing those exact words, Isaac suddenly snaps and cuts him off with a loud shout. Kneeled and repented, fuming with uncontrollable rage. He flips the table over, screaming at the Inquisitors that the secret code said no such thing. But by then it is too late. Isaac freezes completely mid-sentence, suddenly realizing that something here is terribly off. The two Inquisitors had set a perfect trap to bait him. So you actually do know how to read their secret code, don't you? Gotcha. With a smug grin, the Inquisitor makes a throat-slitting gesture, warning Isaac that they will soon meet again. Thinking back to that disaster, Suri is completely speechless, wondering how Isaac could fall for such a blatantly obvious trap, yet there he is casually laughing and joking around right next to him. Feeling a bit helpless, he sighs and asks why on earth he thinks they actually waited until this exact moment to interrogate him. Think about it, they want everyone to witness him being chosen by an evil deity setting up a perfectly staged trap. This worst-case scenario immediately flashes through the mind of Suri, while Nizer expects to be chosen by the Crimson Deity. He will immediately execute you once the selection ends, then frame our entire family as nothing but dirty heretics. Suri is completely at a loss, but he cannot help but wonder what on earth Isaac is even plotting at a time like this. Meanwhile, our main guy is casually dreaming about money to the point his eyes literally turn into spinning coin symbols. He is chanting for the god of wealth and gold, totally lost in his own little fantasy of becoming filthy rich. Right behind him, Nizer silently watches the greed display with a smug, extremely confident smirk creeping onto his face. He tells himself to let Isaac laugh while he still can, wondering how the guy even managed to pass that brutal interrogation. But he is ready to humiliate him in front of the whole crowd, completely lost in the exact scenario Suri feared earlier. Once chosen by the Crimson Deity, he will summon his master. If Isaac gets picked by an evil god, divine punishment is guaranteed, and up in the spectator stands. The crowd starts gossiping like crazy about the rumors, whispering if the Azure clan has truly fallen from grace. They say the proof will be revealed right here, which makes Nizer absolutely thrilled because this is his perfect moment. This public trial is far better than any official heresy investigation, but the announcer suddenly cuts off their thoughts. The divine selection ceremony is officially starting, so everyone must channel their holy power into the distributed glass spheres once the signal is given. Suri grips his orb tightly, swallowing hard as he desperately prays to his ancestor, the Azure deity. He grits his teeth, trying to send his prayers straight to his ancestors, but suddenly, that bizarre, creepy laughter right next to him keeps echoing completely, ruining his focus as he worries about the evil god. If that happens, they are all dead, so Suri glances over at Isaac in absolute panic, only to see his partner drooling and muttering nonsense about the god of wealth and money. He screams internally, begging the heavens to protect them and ensure Isaac does not summon an evil deity. Right as his prayer ends, raw power surges into the orb, making it erupt in a brilliant golden light. That radiant glow is coming straight from Isaac's sphere, and he is absolutely thrilled to see its color. Golden light means the god of wealth is here, and he starts imagining a jolly fat deity, sitting on a mountain of treasure offering endless cash. He begs the gold god to come to him as the core of the orb grows brighter. His excitement peaks as he senses the deity arriving, his eyes sparkling with pure anticipation of massive wealth. But right when he expects piles of cash, reality strikes, and honestly, it is not looking good. The sigil that slowly materializes inside the sphere is not gold at all, but a bizarre, unfamiliar mark. His face instantly drops in total disappointment, his jaw hanging open in disbelief at the strange symbol. Meanwhile, the floating spirit next to him seems highly amused while Isaac completely refuses to accept this cruel reality. He drops to his knees, clutching the useless sphere and weeping that this cannot be happening. Witnessing his complete despair, Nizer gets incredibly excited, absolutely convinced that the boy has indeed been chosen by an evil god. Looking at the glowing orb in Isaac's hands, Nizer confidently declares he is going to expose the dark truth to everyone. But then talk about a plot twist, Isaac suddenly chucks the orb away with all his might. Both Nizer and Suri turn completely pale as they watch the sphere soar high into the sky like a blazing star. Suri screams in sheer panic, calling him an absolute lunatic, but Nizer is actually thrilled by the sudden development. He dashes after the flying orb, laughing that throwing it away will not save him from exposure. This is the perfect chance for him to claim a massive achievement, making things even better. There is absolutely no way he can deny it now, and he is going to expose his true nature to everyone. He immediately orders the nearby chasers to run after the falling orb and secure it. They bring it back, and shortly after, a figure approaches the weeping Isaac and calls out his full name. Isaac Joshua. The voice belongs to the chasers, who are just as eager to expose him as Nizer is. They command him to freeze, declaring that they must immediately confiscate the sphere to verify exactly which deity has chosen him. Nizer misses the absolute worst part. Isaac is forcing a massive veins-popping grin that looks incredibly strained. If it is an evil god, you will be locked up, but before they can even finish that threat, Isaac is already rolling around on the ground, throwing a massive fit, screaming that it does not count. Right as he is flailing about and demanding a do-over, an inquisitor rushes in to deliver a sudden report. They found the orb. Without wasting a single second, Nizer snatches the glass sphere right out of his hand. Hand it over, he barks. Pure excitement washes over him as he prepares to finally claim his ultimate victory. Your life is officially over, Isaac, Nizer declares dramatically without even bothering to look at the orb first. Look at the god who chose you. But when the inquisitors actually glance inside the orb, they immediately freeze, stuttering in absolute shock as they stare directly at the sigil in Nizer's hands. The examiner yells out in pure disbelief that it is the mark of the supreme god. Only then does Nizer actually look down at the crest, his face turning pale and twisting in pure horror. It is indeed the supreme god. Hearing this insane news, the surrounding crowd immediately erupts into wild gossip. This has never happened before. Was not the Sapphire family supposed to be corrupted? If this is actually true, then they cannot possibly be corrupted. Up in the stands, even Hira can barely stand after hearing this shocking news. He groans that it is actually true. Meanwhile, Suri regains her calm and approaches Isaac, who looks completely exhausted. Did you seriously throw it away knowing you were chosen by the supreme god? Isaac just looks ready to die. He bluntly complains that the god is totally useless to him anyway, leaving Suri to sigh and beg the gods for help. Please save this idiot. But right as Isaac sinks into total despair, an excited voice suddenly cuts through the air. What, the god of wealth, right behind the excited girl. The girl is still celebrating her lucky draw when a dark shadow looms over her, making her freeze in confusion. She looks back and turns completely pale. Standing right there is Isaac, wearing the terrifying face of an absolute murderer. He is straight up robbing her, screaming at her to hand over the orb immediately. Having completely lost his mind, he screams in her face to trade with him before he kills her, not caring one bit about gender. He grabs her hair to snatch her prize, while over on the side, Nizer watches in absolute furious disbelief. Shaking with rage, Nizer curses him under his breath. Soon after, the scene entirely changes. We cut to a massive grand chamber where all the high cardinals and the king have gathered. Seraphim speaks first, smiling gently to make the declaration because LA is busy trying to hold back his laughter. Since he is turning completely red from holding it in, she smiles warmly and calls out to the clearly delighted cardinal. Hela notices his joyful mood too, immediately chiming in to offer some warm words of praise to Eli. Duke Joshua must be incredibly proud of his grandson right now, and honestly, who could blame him? The boy was chosen by the supreme god himself. Soaking in the high praise, Eli proudly sits up with a very confident grin. He happily agrees. But while Eli basks in his glory, things look very different on the opposite side. Leon glances sideways at Hira, who is visibly struggling to keep his raging anger under control. Perhaps this is a sign of a new prosperous era for our empire, but the moment he finishes, Hira speaks up with a bitter challenge, saying it only matters if the kid can actually pull off the summon. Anyone can be chosen by a god, but it only counts once the summon and contract are successfully finalized. Eli has absolutely no reason to hold back now, coldly asking who he thinks he is to dismiss the selection. He points out that absolutely nobody in Hira's family has ever achieved it, sparking a highly intense, fiery staring contest. Hela quickly steps in to play the peacemaker, reminding everyone that simply being chosen is already a massive achievement. He adds that he is personally thrilled by the news and sincerely hopes they can all just get along for the Empire's sake. But Hira is completely lost in his own bitter thoughts, having planned to use Kaina's new god to expand his massive influence. He silently curses his luck, frustrated because he did absolutely everything to support her. He backed the girl because of her lucky blessing, but before the supreme god, all his plans are useless. Eventually, Hira cools down and reassures himself that it is fine, the kid was only chosen due to sheer luck. He definitely lacks the raw power to actually summon such a god, he thinks, a wicked smirk playing beneath his long bangs. Rayleigh calculates that he must stop the contract at all costs, even while Hira quietly plots a highly dangerous scheme. Over at the mansion, Isaac is busy praying to the god of wealth, even if he must personally lay to rest the supreme god himself. On his messy desk, books lie scattered everywhere while a little ghost snores away on an open page. A miserable groan rings out. Let me start over. Suri brings in some water, asking curiously if he really hates studying that much. Yet now you want to study. Isaac holds his head in pure agony. I have to study. Flipping pages like crazy, he grinds his teeth. Why is there not a single line here about canceling a god's choice? Suri is completely speechless, thinking this guy has lost his mind. He steps forward and places the water glass on the table. He asks why Isaac hates this so much. Is this not something he should actually be celebrating? Isaac crumples a page and glares, overlooking, ready to eat the guy alive. Do you want to know? Suri breaks into a cold sweat, backing up 2 steps, actually do not say a single word. Scratching his head, he points out that Isaac already received a gift from the supreme god. That means he has been officially chosen. Isaac coldly replies that he threw it away, leaving Suri to yell out in pure disbelief. Why would you throw it away? With that gift, summoning him would not even be a problem anymore. Isaac coldly dismisses him, saying he does not need it. Suri cannot comprehend this, but sighs that he respects his choice. Still, even if he hates it, having a high-tier god is always better. Isaac barely even registers the comment. When asked why, Suri explains that the Scarlet Clan is currently planning to summon their own deity and capture him. He warns that the moment their god tests Isaac's faith, danger lies ahead. He will face severe divine punishment and die unless the supreme god shields him. Hearing this, Isaac's eyes suddenly light up. He suggests, Suri, hand over the azure god he is going to summon. Would that not be enough protection? And what about the god of light? He must be amazing at finding shiny gold, right? Suri immediately retorts in sheer frustration. The god of light is not like that. Ignoring Suri's noisy protests, Isaac sinks into thought. Is there really no high-tier deity who will listen to him? Having finally woken up, the little ghost chimes in. Do you really think so? You better start preparing a backup plan. A week later, the summoning ritual begins at the royal altar. Excited whispers and rumors echo from every corner. Will we actually witness the supreme god? Do not be ridiculous. Being chosen and successfully summoning are 2 entirely different things. How could that kid ever summon him? Meanwhile, Nizer stands nearby with folded arms, listening to the crowd talk. Have they not heard about Isaac Joshua's faith? If the Scarlet God gets summoned, is Isaac not going to be executed? He raises his eyebrows with a mocking smirk. I do not know what tricks you used before, but it ends here. The Scarlet God will completely wipe you out. Smirking, Nizer points his finger straight at Isaac, declaring that his death is certain today. He blankly thinks that it is happening all over again. Suddenly, a voice sounds from behind him, agreeing that Nizer is right. He warns Isaac to back down because his body cannot withstand the summoning. Isaac only feels annoyed by all this noise. Why are so many people looking for trouble today? But then Hera startles everyone by offering to help summon the supreme god. He sets a strict condition: after the summoning, Isaac must hand the deity over to the Gold Clan. Rayleigh immediately steps in front of Isaac, declaring that any such offer is completely useless. But Hera does not get angry, simply remembering something. He proposes a much sweeter deal, changing the target to the god of wealth. Naturally, the money-loving Isaac immediately agrees to it. Before he can even finish his sentence, Rayleigh covers his mouth. As Isaac struggles, his uncle starts calculating the options. The offer is actually not bad at all. The god of wealth is a high-ranking deity who can easily block the Scarlet God's attack. Rayleigh grinds his teeth in a deep mental struggle. Without their aid, Isaac might actually die trying to summon the supreme god. Letting his beloved nephew face death alone is simply out of the question, so he finally reaches a firm decision. Just before Isaac can sink his teeth into his palm, Rayleigh releases his grip and gently speaks his nephew's name. He tells him to do whatever he wants. Grinning, Isaac confirms the deal with Hira, who nods at his wise choice. At that moment, someone frantically runs up to them with some terrible news. The entire sequence of the summoning ritual has been completely shifted. Nizer is now scheduled to go right before Isaac. Hira frowns in shock, and the bright smile quickly fades from Isaac's lips. Right at that moment, Eli approaches them, radiating pure murderous intent as he reveals that the Scarlet Bastard has bribed the Black Cardinal. Rayleigh gasps in absolute shock. Calling out to his father, Eli darkly promises to handle it himself. Meanwhile, the crowd gossips about Nizer taking the stage before Isaac. That is basically a public death sentence for Isaac. At this very moment, Eli strides right up to Ian by the altar. The crowd spots the Azure Cardinal. Is he really going to object to the Black Cardinal? Why is he pulling out a chest? Someone let out a tired sigh. The Crimson and Azure sects are always at each other's throats. A sudden click echoes as the chest lid flies open, keeping the stadium buzzing with endless gossip. Nobody knows how the righteous Azure family will react, but absolutely no one saw this next move coming. Eli makes an incredibly direct play. Here is the cash, now change the order. Riley and Suri can only gape, shouting for their lord to stop. Ian stares at Eli. The crowd is speechless. Is the Azure Cardinal actually offering a bribe? There's no way they will accept something so blatant. But staring down at the chest of gold, Ian's masked face remains unreadable. Emotionless, he says it is worth considering, given how massive the sum is. The crowd lets out a collective gasp. Just then, Isaac steps in to protest. Running to Ellie's side, he begs his grandfather to stop, pleading that the Joshua family cannot stoop this low. He calls out to his grandfather, begging the family head to stop. Down below, Joshua family supporters are deeply touched by his righteous, saintly nature. Another onlooker smiles, happily praising the boy as the perfect fit for future pope, but Isaac's very next sentence completely ruins the moment. Talk about a plot twist. He leaves them frozen solid as he begs his grandpa to give him the bribe money instead. Ren steps forward with a mock sigh, who knew the righteous Azure family would play so dirty. He raises a provocative eyebrow. Is the Azure leader really breaking his family's own sacred creed? Eli simply bows his head slightly. The Azure faith exists to protect the small and the weak. Grasping a gold bar tightly in his hand, he boldly makes a declaration. And we are simply protecting the youngest, weakest child in our own family, so are we not following our sacred creed to the letter? Next to him, Isaac is stunned. Can they really twist their creed like that? Then Ian speaks up. This side of you is truly admirable, but he flashes a devious smirk. We have already accepted bribes from the Crimson sect. Eli grits his teeth in rage. You bastard. Do you have any idea what happens if that Crimson brat actually summons a god? Ren eagerly jumps at the chance to mock him, so even you find Isaac Joshua suspicious, Lord Azure Cardinal. Stroking his chin like a wise advisor, he tells him to give up since decisions cannot be changed. Ian nods in agreement. Exactly what is decided cannot be changed, Ian declares, so the two of you will just summon at the exact same time. Ren speaks up in complete outrage. How can he possibly allow that after taking so much of their money? Question. Ian's voice turns freezing cold. Then you had better summon faster. The Black Cardinal's terrifying aura erupts, suffocating the entire area. His chilling voice asks if they are scared. Ren can only grit his teeth, swallowing his bitter regret. Damn it, arguing gets him nowhere now since the Cardinal holds all the cards. Trembling with rage, he clenches his fists and mutters a bitter fine. Warning them that he will remember this insult, Ren storms off, muttering that both the Azure and Black sects will deeply regret this day. With the order finally settled, Isaac calls out hesitantly. Eli gently places a comforting hand on his grandson's shoulder to reassure him. Do not worry, his grandfather says gently. Even if those bastards manage to summon their god, we will keep you safe. We will protect you. Glistening with deep emotion, Isaac points behind them and whispers that his grandfather is completely misunderstanding. Eli chuckles and follows his gaze. Isaac points directly at the wooden crates in the corner, those backup bribe boxes over there. Drooling with greed, Isaac begs him to hand them over. Eli looks at his greedy grandson with warm affection as Isaac rambles on. If there are any leftovers, you might as well give me all of them. Shortly after, Isaac ends up with two massive bumps on his head. Beside him, a voice asks suspiciously what he is up to. Suri follows closely, anxiously nagging him the entire way down the hall. She warns that Nizer is about to summon the god of law, their main deity. Isaac simply walks on tightly, clutching his bribed chest. That is even better, Isaac replies, explaining his plan to cut a deal with the Gold family. He intends to completely ruin this summoning ritual. Suri freezes in shock. Wait, what? Isaac explains that the bribe items they gave him. These items definitely have curses placed on them. He plans to wait until they activate, pretend to collapse, and pin all the blame on them. Suri is completely baffled, he knew, but still took it anyway. Isaac's eyes turn dead serious as he contemplates a high-tier god appearing. Any summoned deity would instantly recognize his soul, so his original plan was to play sick and get carried out of the arena early. He also had a backup plan, call down a high god to smash everything to pieces. But since he cannot predict a high god's actions, Isaac flashes a sly grin. If Nizer is the one summoning the god of law, then the entire battlefield shifts. Licking his lips with deep calculation, he knows that dealing with that specific god will be easy. Isaac will use this chance to stop the Crimson Sect from bothering him ever again. Meanwhile, Nizer also harbors his own secret thoughts. Once he summons that god, Isaac is finished. With that, both competitors finally step onto the summoning altar. Outside, the host announces the start. Nizer acts immediately, raising his hand high as he declares that he will go first. Red energy pours from his hand, bursting like a blinding flame across the altar as Niger smiles with deep satisfaction. The crowd gasps. It is the Crimson God of Judgment. Niger laughs triumphantly at his success, while Isaac releases a remarkably gentle aura. He places his hand over his chest, closing his eyes in a devout prayer before finally looking up. His energy surges, right on cue, unleashing a massive pillar of golden light that leaves everyone in complete shock. Wait, is this actually happening? Isaac just summoned a high god, and even Niger is staring in absolute disbelief. He tries to calm himself down, summoning is only half the battle. Isaac still needs to sign the contract to seal it. Pressured by the clock, Niger clasps his hands toward the spinning magic circle above and prays to his deity. He shouts his plea, begging the god to judge that bastard's soul and deliver the ultimate punishment. He claims Isaac is a rule breaker in this world. Divine energy wraps around the altar as a booming voice answers very well. The entity asks who dares to call themselves a saint. Feeling the god arrive, Isaac's inner ghost panics and screams in terror. The ghost wails that they are about to be wiped out, but Isaac remains completely calm and tells it not to worry. The ghost begs him to sign the contract immediately, while a Crimson Clan priest watches in utter disbelief. Did he actually summon a high god? Ren reassures him, confident that Niger is still faster to seal the deal. Once Niger seals the pact, it is over. Right on cue, the glowing summoning runes click into place. A majestic red-haired deity finally manifests. The god of judgment looks down upon the crowd and speaks. He asks if Isaac is the one who consumed the Skeleton King. Niger looks up in awe, confirming the boy is a heretic. He begs the god to judge him, but the deity dismisses the request, glancing coldly at the smiling Isaac instead. The god delivers his verdict that Brat does not possess a single shred of divine faith. This revelation sends shivers through the crowd. Worse, the god senses the disgusting rotten stench of the Skeleton King on Isaac. He confirms the boy is actively wielding that dark power. Hearing this, Niger goes pale. Wait, what? Raising his hand, the god expresses his disappointment that such a vile creature would dare step into sacred territory. He aims directly at Isaac, declaring his immediate execution. Watching from below, Riley drops to his knees in sheer panic. Isaac's lack of faith is out in the open. Desperate, Riley tries to find a way to knock Niger unconscious. That would instantly sever Niger's connection to the deity, but his plan is spotted immediately as Crimson Clan guards block his path. Ren steps forward, mocking him and asking if he forgot the Pope's strict decree. Nobody is allowed near the ritual site besides the summoner. Ren smiles gleefully. Everything happens for a reason. If Isaac is executed, then he surely deserves it. Riley sees with rage, completely powerless to stop it. Up on the altar, the massive divine hand draws closer. The ghost inside Isaac starts screaming in absolute panic. It laments choosing the wrong partner, but Isaac simply frowns calmly, reminding the spirit that he already told it. Everything is under control. But facing the immense pressure descending from above, the ghost is paralyzed with fear, refusing to accept that Isaac raises his hand as a strange blue energy begins to gather in his palm. He tells the spirit to trust him, just as a violent crimson lightning bolt strikes, completely blinding the audience. Riley screams Isaac's name in despair, but as the smoke clears, the majestic deity stands tall before them. Except the god's eyes are locked in pure disbelief because Isaac is still standing right there, completely unfazed, not a single scratch on him. Before the god of judgment can even register what just happened, Isaac smirks, lifting his hand as his eyes bleed into a deep crimson. This is where it ends. Pitch black energy erupts from his body, flooding the altar and making the crowd feel a sudden suffocating pressure. They gasp, covering their faces as Ren gets goosebumps. That is dark mana. The nearby allies panic instantly. Shouts ring out as everyone realizes the kid is actively channeling pure dark energy. The rumors are true. He devoured the Skeleton King. Is the Azure clan really using forbidden demonic power? He is a total heretic. Riley tries to charge forward to save Isaac, but Simon holds him back. Simon warns him he will be branded a heretic too, but a desperate Riley struggles to break free. He shouts, asking if they are just going to watch the kid die right before another deafening explosion shakes the arena. Crimson smoke blankets the entire field. Ren smiles, fully convinced that victory is already in his hands. There is no denying it now. With the Skeleton King's dark mana fully exposed, Isaac is absolutely done for. They plan on us attacking simultaneously. Ren is gloating, waiting for his perfect moment to strike. The ally nearby nods. Yes, just wait for his attack. He shouts to signal the god of punishment. Go now, strike, go attack. Meanwhile, Riley watches the madness unfold. Isaac's frantic squad keeps waving wildly. Attack, attack, attack now. Though absolutely terrified inside, he forces himself to calm down. Why hasn't that god attacked yet? Is the summoning messed up? On the altar, the god of punishment is sweating bullets. Cold sweat. He frowns heavily. No way. This cannot be happening. Yet Isaac just stands there flashing a broad smile. That creepy gaze. Placing a hand on his chest, he bows politely with a sly grin. I will take good care of you. Long time no see, old friend. The god of punishment stares back completely dumbfounded in shock. His mental state completely crumbles. His face darkens. This simply cannot be real. Suddenly, he notices a tiny clue. No way. How did this happen without him noticing? A blood-red barrier has fully formed around Isaac. An actual barrier down below. Ren also notices the situation, a magic barrier. If so, the brat will escape punishment. To verify this, a magic circle appears and Isaac looks up with absolute disdain. You have not changed at all, you bastard. Right after the hand of the god reaches through the magic circle. Finally, he steps entirely inside the barrier Isaac created. Seeing him, the boy is not surprised, so you still have to do everything yourself. The god of punishment remains silent, reaching out to search his soul, but the shocking result freezes him instantly. Isaac is slightly startled to see the giant soul of his skeleton demon king pulled out. What? But he quickly calms down and smiles. Long time no see. The god stares blankly at the massive skeleton soul. Panicked, the god of punishment frantically repeats the same action. Soul search, soul search, soul search. Annoyed, Isaac tells him to take it easy on the searches. The god grits his teeth, feeling cold dread creep in. He was supposed to be sealed inside a tiny bug. Why is he here? Did the seal fail? How, realizing something, his face turns pale. Impossible. The god of punishment turns away, trying to convince himself. This must be a clone. He probably just sent a fragment through a minion. Isaac lets out a heavy sigh. This guy is crazy. Finally, he turns back to Isaac in annoyance, warning him that he will die in that child's body. I will return this body to its true owner. With a metallic clink, Isaac pulls out several mysterious potions. You cannot kill me. Isaac boasts like a crazed collector, asking how a high-tier god like him could do it. You want to pick a fight with a supreme god? Don't you see these holy potions? The god flinches. The supreme god actually chose the skeleton demon king. What on earth is this? Backing away, he mutters that this is beyond his capability and he must report to his superiors. Isaac laughs out loud. Superiors. He begins asking calculated questions, baiting him directly into a trap. I am the skeleton demon king, correct? The god reluctantly agrees, so Isaac presses on, meaning the seal failed. As the god stammers, Isaac drops a devastating bombshell. Wasn't that seal created by your very own son? The god is startled but cannot deny it. At that, Isaac waves him off casually, telling him to go ahead and report. His face turns dark with rage, but Isaac keeps pouring oil on the fire, asking if he forgot something. Won't you also face collateral punishment? You'll be penalized too. Isaac places his hand against the barrier. With a menacing grin, he remarks how entertaining it would be if they found out. He knows too much. He somehow holds crucial intel on the god of punishment, our minor deity who is desperately seeking a promotion. Oh, trust me, this is bad. If this reaches their ears, you will never get promoted, and those above you might not be happy. They might even execute you on the spot. Fuming but totally helpless, the god weakly asks to put that aside. What do you actually want? Isaac smiles and answers, oh, nothing much. Since the barrier blocks all sound, Ren stands outside, growing anxious, wondering what on earth is happening. I can't hear a thing. Inside, Isaac delivers his ultimate condition: sign a contract with me. The god nods. Sure, a contract, wait. He freezes instantly, suddenly processing a highly unbelievable piece of information. He stares in shock at the smiling boy. What? He looks Isaac up and down. A demon king signing a pact with a god. No, he is currently a priest. What a nightmare of a priest. Is he a demon king or a holy priest? To test his own theory, he grabs Isaac by the shoulder and asks what his current name is. The boy replies, Isaac. When pressed for a full name, he honestly answers Isaac, Joshua. The punishment god sees with bitterness. He fell right into a trap. How could this guy belong to the 5 great families? Isaac smirks with absolute triumph. You are finished. You cannot kill me, nor can you report me to your superiors. There is absolutely nothing you can do. So sign a contract with me instead. Despite the crowd waiting outside, the two carry on their quiet, tense conversation. The punishment god demands to know what he is planning. Isaac simply shrugs. He just wants to live a normal life. Naturally, the god does not believe a word. Isaac sighs. He claims he was cursed his entire life. But now things are different. He finally secured a normal, healthy human body. With a low, threatening tone, he asks if anyone really expects him to give that up. Then his mood shifts instantly. He asks if the god is simply worried about a contract failing due to his lack of faith. He mockingly claims to be incredibly grateful. Laughing aloud, he points out that their blunders are the sole reason he has this physical vessel. Since their failures pave his way, is that not a form of tribute? By that logic, a contract is definitely still on the table. Staring at this infuriating smug kid, the punishment god seriously contemplates just ending his life right then and there. Isaac keeps pressing his advantage. They are tied together now, and human flesh is notoriously fragile compared to divine entities. He asks if the god really believes he would run around announcing to the world that he is the Skeleton King. Isaac maintains his stance. He only wishes to live a quiet, unremarkable life in this human form. A specter emerges to mock him, muttering that he never stops lying. But Isaac quietly sends a telepathic reply back. He claims it is not a lie. He lays out his true agenda, a dark secret shared only with the ghost. He intends to quietly assassinate the gods and reclaim everything that was stolen from him, rising to the peak before delivering his final chilling declaration. Once he attains supreme power, he will destroy everything. Looking back at the punishment god, he adds that he needs a helper. He specifically needs a mole inside the heavenly realm to feed him information on the inner workings of the gods. The specter inquires about the high god. Isaac smirks, planning to use that supreme entity to blackmail the rest of the pantheon. Meanwhile, the punishment god is deep in thought. Legends say the Skeleton King always sought a mortal vessel just to experience death. Perhaps that explains his desperate obsession with this particular vessel. Clenching his fists tight, the god outright rejects Isaac's terms. Even if he wanted to, the Red God can only form pacts with descendants of the Red Clan. Anyone else is completely out of the question. Hearing this, Isaac's smug smile instantly vanishes. This sudden shift in demeanor puts the god on high alert. Isaac coldly warns him to think twice. He reminds the god of what happens when he gets angry, turning the deity's face pale before slowly flipping his thumb downward. He asks if he should detonate his body again. The god grits his teeth, furious that this lunatic is using self-destruction as blackmail. The cleanup from Isaac's last explosion is still giving him massive headaches. He stares at the incredibly arrogant kid in front of him. He reluctantly decides it is best to appease him for now, but he still wonders why it had to be Joshua. Stepping forward, the deity demands to know if he will truly stay quiet. Isaac extends a hand with a smile, absolutely. With no other choice left, the god grits his teeth and officially seals the pact with him. A sharp cracking noise echoes through the chamber as the heavy crimson barrier suddenly shatters like fragile glass. Ren cheers, celebrating the god's presence, while others assume the deity has successfully purged the Skeleton King's dark energy. Believing the threat is finally neutralized, the Red Clan knights immediately charge forward to apprehend the helpless heretic. Shouting orders to halt, they close in only to find Isaac making no effort to flee while playfully dancing on the altar. He spins around with a dramatic bow, gesturing toward the oncoming crowd before the confused knights can even register his actions. Isaac proudly displays the glowing crimson contract mark on the back of his hand, giving them an incredibly smug, provocative wink. He taunts that he has officially stolen their god, daring them to do something about it. Shocked whispers instantly erupt through the crowd, questioning if the Red God truly just formed a pact with a blue priest. Wasn't Isaac supposed to summon the High God instead? Ren breaks out in a cold sweat, completely terrified by this sudden development. He wonders why Isaac would choose their god unless the crazy brat actually plans to claim both entities for himself. The rumors grow louder as onlookers speculate that he might drain the Red God's power before binding the High God. An angry man points directly at Isaac, yelling that the lunatic is definitely going to hold their deity hostage. Hearing the frantic insults, the corner of Isaac's mouth slowly curls into a grin of pure amusement. Actually, that might not be a bad idea. The hall plunges into chaos as the Red God chooses a child of the Azure clan instead of the Scarlet clan. If the god who punishes heretics chose Isaac, that only proves his faith never actually wavered. The constant whispering makes Nizer shake with pure rage. But wait, what does this actually mean? How could the Red God value a child of the Azure clan more than the current heir, the Scarlet clan? The crowd keeps whispering. Didn't they call Isaac a heretic? If there was actually some serious issue with him, their god would have killed him by now. Just look how far the Scarlet clan has fallen. Meanwhile, Isaac spreads his arms, as if enjoying every bit of the chatter rising from all sides. In that very moment, Leon can no longer hold back and snaps in pure rage, his face completely darkening. Are you planning to steal our god? Leon coldly glares at his side, the Red God and the Azure clan's faith. There must be some mistake here. He demands with a heavy voice, surely you will cancel this contract. But Eli Joshua bluntly fires back, why on earth should we? A smug smirk plays on his lips. After all, isn't the condition to become the Pope to harmonize all five faiths? Well, now my precious grandson has been chosen by your very god. Leon grinds his teeth so hard his jaw clenches, blue veins bulging across his forehead. That absolute bastard. Behind him, a priest cannot help but protest. This is completely absurd. How can someone just steal the god of another clan like this? Rain agrees completely. How can a member of the Gemin Joshua family take the god of the Nizer Sipet clan? But Riley Joshua just casually glances at them, completely unconcerned. Let us go, patriarch. We have no reason to listen to them. He demands they return it, but Isaac cuts him off mid-sentence. Everything happens for a reason. Riley Joshua mockingly reminds him, isn't that exactly what you told me before? Back at the Joshua mansion, Suri, Joshua's frustrated shouting echoes loudly throughout the entire room. What the hell did you just do? He snaps. Did you even see the way they were glaring at you? We're already short-handed, so stop making more enemies. But seeing Isaac completely ignore him, Suri Joshua chokes on his words. Meanwhile, Isaac rests his chin on his hand, deeply annoyed as he recalls that bastard. Isaac remembers that night inside a completely sealed room where brilliant, radiant streams of energy intertwine with each other. Shrouded by countless dense layers of magic, the god of punishment softly sighs, you better be careful. If the higher-ups find out, things will get incredibly messy. Isaac casually shoves his hands into his pockets. Yeah. That body was crafted with extreme precision, but in return, your lifespan is short. The god's tone grows dead serious. Because of that, we created multiple saint candidates. The deity pauses for a brief moment, then asks, if you want, I can transfer you to a brand new body. What do you think about a child from the Scarlet Clan? The god of punishment suggests it would actually be much better for making a contract with me. Hearing this, Isaac suddenly realizes something. Pointing a finger at himself, he smirks. Turns out this body is even better than I thought. He flashes a sly grin. If it wasn't excellent, you wouldn't have any reason to ask me to switch bodies. The god's eye twitches in annoyance. What a cunning bastard. Clearing his throat, the god of punishment regains his serious look. Even so, I'm not lying to you. But Isaac cuts him off. Yeah, no matter how strong it is, it'll wear out soon. Besides, the other saint candidates are just as strong as me, right? Suddenly, a bright magic circle bursts to life inside the god's palm. Since I once tried to trick you, let me give you a piece of advice. The god emphasizes every single word. Do not put too much trust in the Joshua family. Snapping back to reality, Isaac still cannot wrap his head around why the god would say that. But while he's lost in thought, Suri is getting incredibly annoyed. Hey, are you even listening? You only made a contract with the Red God because you lack mana, right? Is that it? Is that why you contracted with the Red God? Isaac just lazily rubs the back of his neck. Not quite. Right then, a loud, energetic voice suddenly echoes from the other side of the door. There you are. Hiraberry walks in with a rare beaming smile on his face. Let me extend my absolute warmest congratulations to the priests who tied for first place with my precious Kina in the Black Faction's exam. He laughs heartily. Even though I hate that you tied since you are from the Azure clan, I guess it is fine. Isaac winces. Oh boy. Just listening to him sends shivers down his spine. How on earth can that man still be laughing like that? Hiraberry leans in with a sweet, coaxing tone, reminding Isaac not to forget their agreement. He promises to pay far more than originally discussed if Isaac hands over the high deity, leaving Suri Joshua completely stunned. A thought flashes inside Joshua's mind. No way. Isaac agrees. But Isaac slowly stands up, asking if it is serious. His eyes light up as he readily agrees. Hearing this, Joshua yells in absolute rage, calling him insane, while Isaac calmly rubs his hands together. He agrees to hand her over, but demands the money first, beckoning Hiraberry for the promised god of wealth. At that moment, a realization flashes through the mind of that cursed follower of wealth. Without hesitation, he reaches into his breast pocket. After all, everyone has a strict limit on the number of contracts they can make with gods. Hiraberry places a small box on the table, noting that while the Pope can form multiple contracts, it is incredibly difficult for Isaac. He quickly opens the box, offering a special summoning stone so that a formal contract will no longer be necessary. Isaac cheers in delight. Meanwhile, Joshua's jaw drops, recognizing it as the sacred pillar stone of the Yellow Faction. Suri Joshua cannot believe his eyes. That single stone holds more divine mana than almost any holy temple in existence. To think he would give Isaac something that could bless an entire kingdom, Isaac quickly reaches out and snatches the stone. Isaac swiftly pockets it casually, stating that his only job now is to summon the high deity for them. Hiraberry hesitates, wondering if this guy really has zero attachment to a high deity, while the Watcher Ghost watches in curiosity. Asked if he will really give her up, Isaac shrugs, saying he only wants to know. He wants to know what the high deity desires, as he cannot fully trust the gods. Across from him, Hiraberry bows slightly. He says he has delivered the stone, but before he can finish his sentence, the sight before him makes Hiraberry freeze. Before anyone can react, the high deity appears out of nowhere, standing silently right behind Isaac. She slowly reaches out her hand, releasing a brilliant wave of golden divine energy that glows with majestic power. The surrounding space trembles slightly as the deity gently rests her divine hand on the back of Isaac's hand. Instantly, the golden light begins to converge, weaving into an intricate holy pattern. Suddenly, Suri Joshua calls out in sheer horror. Pointing at the glowing light, he shrieks that it is the divine contract seal of the high deity. The priests in the room are equally stunned. One confirms it is definitely the seal, while another stands dazed, muttering for everyone to wait. Doesn't this mean he already has 2 active contracts? Isaac's face turns completely pale as he wonders what on earth is happening. Terrified, Isaac panics, wondering why she suddenly forced a contract on him. But while he is losing his mind, others see it differently. Suri Joshua looks at him with deep admiration, realizing Isaac had planned this from the very start. He believes Isaac secretly set up the contract beforehand, calling him a cunning backstabber who always stays 10 steps ahead. Isaac clenches his fists, mentally screaming that it is not like that, while Haraberry's priests grind their teeth in fury. A single thought echoes in their minds: this shameless guy accepted their precious gift and then immediately bound himself to the deity. They curse the shameless blue faction, convinced these schemers planned to double-cross both the red faction and them from the very beginning. As their anger boils over, they vow not to let this slide, and then Isaac throws a curveball. He suddenly collapses onto the floor, throwing a tantrum and demanding they cancel the contract, leaving the furious priests utterly dumbfounded. They stand frozen while Isaac continues his dramatic breakdown, begging the cardinal to tell him how to reverse this madness. Trying to calm him down, the cardinal says he understands this was unintentional and tells Isaac to show him his hand. Hiraberry's gaze sharpens as he promises to break the tie gently, tapping the back of Isaac's hand. He explains that divine contracts cannot be forced open. The bond will only sever if Isaac truly rejects the deity. Isaac firmly declares he wants it gone at all costs. Hiraberry closes his eyes as golden spiritual energy flares up, activating his skill. Commencing the link burn, Hiraberry mutters that the contract is now officially nullified. He keeps chanting to erase the mark, but seeing Isaac getting distracted, Hiraberry snaps at him to stop messing around. He barks to stay focused and sever the bond properly, making Isaac yell back that he is trying, while Hiraberry continues burning the link. Isaac winces, enduring the burning heat in his palm while mentally screaming for the high deity to get lost. He pleads for the god of wealth instead, begging the damn high deity to leave him alone while desperately praying with closed eyes. He begs her to just leave and break the bond. Surely that should be enough, but moments later things take a turn. Hiraberry suddenly grabs Isaac's wrist with veins popping on his forehead, demanding to know if he is playing some kind of joke. Seeing the intact seal, Isaac's eyes widen. The Watcher Ghost tells him to just give up and accept the win. Isaac lets out a bitter laugh. Even with all this, he still prefers a god of wealth, and honestly something feels pretty off here. Feeling like he's being played, his face goes completely dark. If this really is just a massive mistake, things are about to get ugly. Then give the stone back because he has had enough. Behind him, Suri Joshua nods silently in agreement. It is a shame, but he has to do this. Trapped in a corner, an absolute wild idea flashes in his mind. Since things have gone this far, Isaac loudly calls out to the cardinal. Then he bolts for his life to make a quick getaway. Before vanishing completely, Isaac's voice echoes back from the distance. "I will never forget what you all did to me." The man stands frozen, his mouth twitching as he wonders what on earth that brat is talking about. What exactly did they do to him? The assistant is just as confused, wondering if the kid was not supposed to hand the stone back first. Wait, is he actually planning to? But right then, he leaps straight out of the window. They panic, yelling that the target is making a run for it. Meanwhile, the Academy banquet hall is buzzing with absolute excitement. Everyone is feasting and gossiping about the craziest rumors. Hey, did you hear that Isaac actually made 2 contracts? Is it even possible to form covenants with 2 different gods at once? The crowd glances over at Kina Berry to compare. Sure, Kina signed a pact with twin deities, but that is a completely different story. Twins only count as one single entity, but Isaac somehow bonded with 2 completely separate gods from entirely different pantheons. On top of that, one of them is literally a high god. Right at that moment, a powerful voice echoes throughout the entire hall. "Silence, everyone, we have an announcement." The priest unfurls the scroll and reads the final decision out loud. After careful deliberation, the first-place winner of the Black Trial is officially declared as Isaac Joshua. The entire hall erupts into chaotic murmurs. Quite a few students stand there with their jaws completely dropped in sheer shock. Isaac Joshua, report to the cardinal's office to claim your reward. David jumps up and aggressively shakes his friend's shoulders in excitement. He yells out to Suri Joshua that their group might actually go down in history for this 5-color trial. Joshua just sits there completely dazed, wondering if this is a dream. David smiles warmly and asks where Isaac has run off to. Suri Joshua quickly looks away, muttering that he has no clue. David just laughs, wondering where on earth that guy vanished to. He would probably be thrilled to know they won. Clearing his throat, the priest announces that the 5-color trial has officially come to an end. Scanning the room, the priest tells them that they are now ready to step into the real world with everything they have learned here. Graduation will be held during the New Year's festival 3 months from now. Just then, a group of elite seniors enters the grand hall. The priest quickly adds a friendly tip, advising the new graduates to build good relationships with their seniors before they officially leave. Just as he says that, the arrogant chief priest of the second-tier order walks in flanked by two of his close associates. Their condescending glares sweep across the room. David shivers, whispering that those guys look like they are ready to teach everyone a harsh lesson. Another student agrees, noting that the welcoming ritual is always brutally intense, sending a ripple of anxious murmurs through the crowd. Wait, is that not the senior priest of the second-tier order? Everyone wonders why he is here, guessing he must be looking for Isaac. Sorry, Joshua lets out a quiet sigh of relief, glad that Isaac is not here to make a terrible first impression on the senior priest. That would be an absolute nightmare. He resolves to warn Isaac not to pull any stupid stunts. But in typical fashion, completely ruining Joshua's quiet prayer, Isaac suddenly kicks the double doors wide open and charges straight inside. A mob of angry Templars, hot on his heels, scream out to catch him, furiously demanding that he return their sacred stone. Watching the absolute chaos unfold, the senior priest looks on with deep disgust, asking if that messy kid is the famous Isaac everyone keeps talking about. He scoffs that the boy has no class, looking exactly like the rabid dog described in the rumors. But before the senior can even finish his condescending insult, Isaac vaults forward and plants a brutal kick right onto his face. Without missing a beat, Isaac casts an acceleration spell to launch himself high into the air as onlookers scream out in absolute horror. They yell for their senior, who angrily roars at the lunatic. Panting heavily as he runs, Isaac just shouts back that he is too busy. He tells them to get out of his way while an assistant rushes over to check on the fallen senior priest. Asking if he is alright, a furious priest points at Isaac, screaming to know if that kid has lost his mind. Trying to stay calm, the senior priest mutters that they need to teach this rookie a lesson. But before he can even finish, a bucket of water and fresh flowers splash right onto his face as Isaac aggressively hurls whatever he grabs. He chucks random objects at the pursuing guards, yelling out to ask how much longer they plan on chasing him like this. One of the guards dodges in fury, yelling to ask what that lunatic is throwing as the entire hall descends into absolute madness. Screams to give the stone back echo as Suri Joshua stands frozen in sheer terror. Oh man, he is definitely going to get them killed. Joshua wonders what is wrong with his friend, while the seniors fume over how a mere rookie dared use their leader's face as a stepping stone. In a threatening tone, the man sneers and asks if he really thinks he can escape after this. He adds that everyone already considers him a saint candidate. Because of that, he has completely lost all his manners. The chief priest of the second rank clenches his fist tightly. Don't be like that, he is only 10 years old, so this is quite normal. The senior says, crushing the flower in his hand. All we need to do is teach him a proper lesson. Every single person present instantly shares the exact same thought: they are absolutely doomed. The chief priest of the second rank slowly stands up, facing the trainees who will accompany the royal family. They will receive their mission directly from the queen. He continues, saying they will soon receive a quest involving the skeleton demon king, and their final graduation grade will depend on those results. The current ranking is not the final result. A devious smile spreads across the chief priest's face. Do you really think that Brat can get a high score without our help? Once he gets a failing grade, he will wake up. He coldly mutters that the kid became a monster because the people around him spoiled him. Guiding him onto the right path is only natural. As soon as those words leave his mouth, he covers his pale face. Oh boy, they are definitely targeting him now. Before the chief priest can even finish his next sentence, another brutal kick lands right on his face. He needs to taste failure. Isaac glances back slightly. What on earth are you mumbling about? Ren frantically chases after him while the other person grumbles in annoyance. Why do you keep helping Isaac? Are you on his side? He clicks. His tongue suddenly jumps down and shrugs it off. Everything happens way too fast, leaving him completely frozen with wide eyes. Suri Joshua is also too panicked to speak. Clutching her messy hair with both hands, Kina Berry simply cannot believe her own eyes. Standing frozen in place, Isaac turns back with a bright smile and waves, "See you guys on graduation day." Inside the Joshua mansion, Shrapnel stands up straight, speaking in an incredibly serious tone. I will take care of my master's body and soul, doing everything in my power to satisfy him with unimaginable magic techniques. The kind of magic priests could never even conceive. Hearing that Riley, Joshua falls backward in utter shock. Terrified, Ashley rushes forward, bowing as she assures them there is absolutely nothing to worry about. A brand new bond. Meanwhile, Kina Berry speaks up eagerly. Marry me. She grabs Isaac's shoulders and shakes him violently. Build a family with me. He gasps in shock. Whoa, did he just get proposed to? Talk about a love triangle. Suri Joshua grits her teeth, desperately holding back her rising anger. How could anyone say that out loud in public? Now Isaac points his finger and yells out, I knew my uncle was a eunuch. How is that possible? He stands frozen as if struck by lightning. Riley's secret is officially out. In the next scene, a magic circle glows beneath his feet. His scalp goes numb as cold sweat pours down. Damn it, this is the summoning circle for the skeleton demon king. Is there really someone left who can pull this off? Hearing Chapless's voice, Isaac panics even more. Finally, his pupils shrink with shock. Turning his head slowly, his pale face is completely blank with surprise. Your Highness Chapless frowns in confusion. Why on earth were you summoned by the skeleton demon king's magic circle? A earth-shattering secret is slowly uncovered. Outside in the garden, the daytime weather is beautifully clear and fresh. The sky above is filled with warm golden sunshine, but the peaceful silence is suddenly shattered by a loud yell. "Hey, you little brat." Folding his arms, Isaac grits his teeth and demands in absolute anger. "That whole incident was definitely your doing, wasn't it?" Next to him, the spectator's ghost wears a smug grin. Shrapnel drops to his knees in silence, offering no reply. The spectator's ghost then points directly at him, confirming it indeed that happened while Master was sneakily stealing the Law God's power, and then raising a hand against the High God meant for the Yellow Clan, even swallowing their pillar stone, before slipping away, completely ignoring whether the priests lived or died. Suddenly, a scene from the past flashes back. Inside a dark room, sharp metallic clashes echo continuously as the face of the long-haired priest turns completely pale and bloodless. With no life left in him, another priest watches in pure terror as the holy knights surrounding him get blown away. He screams out in sheer panic, "Terrorists! There are terrorists! Someone is actively targeting the priests." The core elite of the Pope. Back in reality, Isaac looks down at the kneeling figure and exposes the truth. Even though they tried to disguise it as a divine miracle accident, one quick look reveals its true nature. Shrapnel bows his head, even lower, whispering in a soft voice, "I am truly sorry, my lord." Yet his gaze remains incredibly determined. "I absolutely cannot sit idly by and watch those trash priests dare to plot and attack you like this." Isaac closes his eyes, puts his hands on his hips, and sighs, saying he already figured as much. Suddenly, Sarnat mutters a line that startles him, making him open his eyes, saying, "It is fine." Sarnat places his hand over the hole in his chest, saying this is his final service anyway, making Isaac frown. Observing the injury, Isaac mentally assesses that the Cardinals dealt the blow, and it is absolutely a fatal wound. Sarnat bows his head again, searching his clothes for something to give his beloved master. "It is honestly quite shameful to let you witness this pathetic state of mind." A moment later, he pulls out a green magic stone, asking for a final audience to bare his soul. Isaac frowns, asking with uncertainty if it is a memory stone, while Sarnat raises it high with both hands. He explains that this stone holds every empire's secret he gathered during 15 long years of living as a slave. "It will surely aid your path," he sincerely adds, glad to repay his master's immense kindness in this very way. "I am truly endlessly grateful," he says, while Isaac opens his eyes wide, listening in absolute silence. "Since escape is impossible, I choose death," he says before starting to give his master instructions. "If you call the priests here now, the credit for defeating one of the 14 retainers will be yours." Isaac cuts him off, telling him to wait a moment as he raises his hand, showing a red magic symbol. He summons the god of punishment to get over here quick, and the powerful deity instantly appears. Annoyed, the god asks what he wants, but Isaac just smirks, threatening him before he blabs the truth. He threatens to reveal that the failed seal was the god's fault, then directly orders him to change Sarnat's attribute. Isaac claims that should be a total piece of cake, leaving the god looking at Sarnat in absolute confusion. The god stammers what, but Isaac's eyes flash red with a dangerous smirk as he repeats himself. "I told you to turn an undead into a human, you blockhead," he repeats, leaving the god to gasp in pure disbelief. The god asks if he has lost his mind, but Isaac ignores him and strictly demands that he get to work. Pointing his finger, Isaac slowly points out that the god of punishment can bend the laws of nature, all to serve the purpose of dispensing punishment, like turning an indestructible body of diamond into something weak and fragile, or paralyzing legs so they cannot escape. And the god hesitantly admits that is indeed how his power works. But Isaac's eyes light up with excitement as he asks what happens if they turn a painless undead human. Won't he finally have to experience the most agonizing punishment, forced to suffer as a fragile human under the torture of feeling real pain? The god quietly notes that while it is totally possible, this guy is still the Demon King's closest head butler. A skeletal entity and a silent assassin, the god silently recalls the countless divine servants who died by his hand. "They are too many to count, and he is a tough demon I could only handle because he is undead." Narrowing his eyes, the god reaches a conclusion, shocked that Isaac wants him to turn this monster into a human. He flatly refuses, declaring that he will absolutely never help one of the 14 legendary retainers escape from justice. The god insists he won't do it, but Isaac rests his chin on his hand, asking if he wants to be jailed. The god snaps back that Isaac will go down with him, calling him a loudmouth who is all talk. Asking if Isaac thinks he is easily led by the nose, the god is left staring as Isaac casually waves and walks away. Isaac mentions going to have a chat with the Pope, which immediately sends a shiver down the god's spine. Startled, the god shrieks out in panic, while Isaac tilts his head with an extremely thrilled expression. Isaac invites him to drag each other down together, but the god desperately warns him they will both die. Isaac spreads his arms, declaring that if he cannot save a loyal subordinate, life is not worth living. Sweating bullets, the god silently curses this lunatic who would actually do it, realizing nothing is scarier than a madman. Realizing his own life is completely on the line, the god has no choice but to helplessly call him back. He reluctantly tells the advancing Isaac that he gets it, agreeing to yield to his crazy demands. He just needs to turn him human, and Isaac turns back, saying he should have cooperated from the start. Returning to the magic tattoo on Isaac's hand, the god reluctantly instructs his master to touch the dying retainer. He prepares to cast the spell while the phantom observer nearby watches and groans at how gross this is. Sarnath wonders where this filthy holy power is even coming from. Isaac just smiles, placing a hand on Sarnath's shoulder as a sudden surge of magic erupts from his arm. The god of judgment calls out his divine humanizing punishment, and the surging magic begins to wrap around Sarnath. From this moment on, he will have to experience true pain under the guise of a human. Sarnath's body suddenly starts melting as the god of judgment chants the strict conditions needed to maintain this new human form. Sarnath's entire body blurs into a dark shadow while the enveloping magic grows more intense by the second. Isaac eagerly calculates his next move, completely thrilled that this transformation will finally shake off those annoying church cardinals. He smiles at the thought of finally having a powerful, highly reliable personal butler by his side. Suddenly, the ghostly observer behind them gasps in total shock. He calls out as the magic begins to fade, revealing long, flowing red hair in its place. Isaac eagerly calls out Sarnath's name, but he completely freezes the moment he sees the face standing before him. He yells in shock, asking Sarnath if she is actually a girl. Sarnath looks down at her hands and respectfully replies that it seems so, leaving Isaac to frown in confusion. He definitely never saw this twist coming, since her voice and build were clearly masculine. Crossing his arms, he walks much closer. He asks if she feels any discomfort, and Sarnath nods, noting how strange it feels to have real human senses. Isaac sternly warns her to keep her identity a total secret, especially from his grandfather and the rest of the family. Sarnath clenches her fist and promises she will, as Joshua remains utterly obsessed with crushing the Skeleton King's head. After all, the Blue Cardinal possesses power that rivals the Pope himself. Isaac tries to warn her to be extremely careful, but he gets cut off. Before he can finish Suri, Joshua leaps out from the bushes, loudly shouting Isaac's name. Stomping over in a rage, he demands to know where Isaac has been hiding all this time. Isaac keeps his cool, explaining that he had to run for his life just to protect the stone pillar. Suri, Joshua gets worked up, explaining that some terrorist attack has thrown the entire place into absolute chaos. Isaac raises an eyebrow at the mention of a terrorist, while Suri, Joshua quickly explains the situation. From the high-ranking priests to the very people Isaac just betrayed, everyone was attacked and the hunt is on. Little does he know the actual culprit is standing right next to him. Joshua anxiously runs a hand through his hair. He warns Isaac that he is blacklisted by the Second Years and their next joint quest comes from the Seventh Prince. While everyone else gets to pair up, they want Isaac to go completely solo and did not even bother notifying him. Isaac crosses his arms nonchalantly, suggesting that the two of them should just form a team instead. Joshua quickly looks away, admitting he already has a partner, before warning him that this quest is no joke. It is a dangerous mission to hunt down a spy serving the Skeleton King, causing Isaac to frown. He wonders about this supposed spy while his ghostly observer quietly complains about whatever crazy plot is unfolding next. Joshua adds that someone is supposedly trying to summon the Skeleton King right inside the Imperial Palace itself. Isaac glances back with a questioning look, wondering who would even bother wasting their time on something so completely pointless. Sarnath just closes her eyes and quietly shakes her head, while Joshua frantically explains they have already spotted a suspect. But the level 6 squad was wiped out, and even level 7 royal knights were utterly crushed, infuriating Isaac. He snaps at how brainless they are, expecting first-year cadets to go and capture a monster like that. Joshua acts a bit bashful, admitting that because of the extreme difficulty, they are strictly required to go in as a duo. He teases that if Isaac begs, he might reconsider, but Isaac just wiggles his finger in flat refusal. He tells Joshua not to bother since he already has a partner lined up. Joshua opens his eyes wide. Spotting Sarnath standing quietly right behind Isaac, Joshua practically jumps out of his skin in surprise. His face turns bright red as he stares at her, demanding to know who this absolute beauty is. Isaac gives him a deadly glare before casually explaining that he simply saved her from a demon attack. Sarnath silently listens as Joshua reacts in shock, prompting Isaac to quickly spin a completely fake story. He claims he saw her get caught in the crossfire while he was busy chasing down the 14 followers. He sighs with fake helplessness, claiming she insisted on following him everywhere just to repay her debt. Suri snidely mocks his attitude, since when did a guy like him actually care about saving people anyway? He starts letting his imagination run wild. Sure, she is a beauty, but something feels off about her. A woman with zero background trailing them around is suspicious. Maybe she knows he belongs to the Joshua family. What if she is trying to kidnap him for ransom? Sarnath steps up with a reassuring smile, telling them not to worry. She insists she is only there to serve her master, and watch how Suri completely loses his mind at this sudden confession. He demands to know where she came from and who she really is when suddenly Sharnatt gasps as if remembering something. Oh, she says how rude of her she is. No mere servant, she adds as her collar slips off her shoulder. With sparkling eyes, she proudly declares herself Isaac's personal slave, instantly turning Suri's face pale with utter disbelief. His jaw drops as he stammers out the word slave, but Sharnatt doesn't stop there, continuing to recite her absolute oath of loyalty. She vows to serve her master day and night, but a panicked Suri cuts her off. He quickly pulls her shirt up, screaming at Isaac for being a completely shameless and indecent bastard. Since when do holy priests indulge in such scandalous acts? Meanwhile, Isaac just stands there, locking eyes with Sharnatt in silence. Isaac wonders what he is even babbling about, while Suri frantically buttons her shirt, warning her that Isaac is direct family royalty. He's already promised to a fiancé, and any scandal will cause massive trouble, so she needs to get lost immediately. Sharnatt looks right at him, calmly stating she would never dare dream of becoming her master's actual fiancé. She only wishes to comfort and soothe his weary soul, leaving Suri completely frozen like a stone statue. Sharnatt gently pleads, explaining that her master's image is already permanently engraved into her mind. She can never leave his side, now desperately begging him for his permission to stay with him forever. Suri trembles, slowly looking back at Isaac with teary eyes, while Isaac just stares, wondering what is wrong with this guy. A single tear rolls down Suri's face as he breaks down his dramatic scream, echoing loudly throughout the quiet garden. He cries out to his grandfather about Isaac bringing home corrupt habits, while elsewhere at that very same moment, Riley Joshua suddenly shivers at his desk while working, wondering why he suddenly got goosebumps out of nowhere under the bright morning sun. Bright light shines on the grand Joshua estate, where inside a quiet room, Riley Joshua's face turns incredibly dark. Losing all composure, he screams and aggressively grabs Isaac by the collar right in front of him. He shakes Isaac wildly, shouting that he is way too young to even think about having a girlfriend. Isaac can only stare in confusion, silently wondering what on earth his uncle is ranting about this time. Riley Joshua shivers, rubbing his temples in disbelief as he mumbles about the girl being a slave. He shudders at the scandalous relationship, while Ashley stands in the back looking equally shocked at Isaac. She protests, asking how they could ever do such things, while Isaac silently curses Suri for spreading these wild rumors. Isaac vows to get even with Suri later, while Riley Joshua continues to rage about young love. He strongly objects to bringing a complete stranger into the household and protests this relationship, leaving Isaac exasperated. He sighs deeply, thinking his uncle has officially lost his mind, before gently pushing the older man's hands off his shoulders. Isaac calmly explains that it is not what it looks like, leaving Riley Joshua blinking in total confusion. Since his training is over, Isaac points out that he will be heading out to the battlefield soon. He will constantly face dangerous missions and intense training, so he gestures to the powerful woman standing directly behind his back. He explains she has the perfect skills to protect him as a bodyguard, as Sharnatt politely closes her eyes. Placing a hand over her chest, she offers a polite bow and introduces herself under a fake name. Neither Riley Joshua nor Ashley buy the bodyguard's story, remaining completely convinced that she is just his girlfriend. Sharnatt looks up with a serious expression, assuring both of them that they have absolutely nothing to worry about. She vows to wholeheartedly dedicate herself to her master, caring for both his physical body and his soul. Riley, Joshua, and Ashley freeze in shock at her intense oath, their minds lingering on her suggestive words. Sharnatt simply closes her eyes and begins listing all of her various skills and talents without hesitation. She boasts absolute confidence in her serving abilities, promising to comfort her master's soul day and night, completely ignoring the blazing eyes of the two. Riley, Joshua, and Ashley stare at her with dangerously glowing red eyes, but her passionate voice continues to echo. She proudly promises to serve him until he is fully satisfied, utilizing powerful secret arts that those stubborn, outdated priests could only dream of. Riley Joshua cannot take it anymore. Clutching his neck, he groans in frustration. Standing nearby, Ashley watches with concern, reaching out to support him. Young Master Isaac stands to the side, helplessly covering his face. He mutters to himself, wishing his uncle would stop being so dramatic. Finally, he throws down a desperate threat, insisting things are not what Riley thinks, warning that if they do not hire her as his guard, then he will run away from home. But Riley Joshua remains absolutely stubborn, firmly refusing to allow such nonsense. He cannot let someone like her become Isaac's personal guard, refusing to invite a complete stranger with a shady past into their house. And wait, out of nowhere, a stranger wearing sleek, black leather shoes has quietly slipped into the room unnoticed. Suddenly, a smooth voice rings out, cutting off the heated argument between Isaac and Riley. It is Benjamin Joshua. He approaches the group and casually points out that if Isaac can recruit the enemy's heir, then whoever the boy brought back as his personal bodyguard must possess some truly incredible skills. With a warm smile, he playfully ruffles Isaac's hair. He asks if this adorable kid is Isaac, finding him much cuter than expected. Isaac can only stare back in pure confusion. The young master wonders who this strange, overly friendly man is. Seeing his blank look, Ashley quickly steps in to introduce him. She explains that Isaac probably has not met him yet. This is Lord Benjamin, a very important figure. He is the one who controls the entire financial lifeline of the Joshua family. Instantly, Isaac's eyes light up with pure excitement. Realizing this man is literally the god of wealth, holding their family fortune, the boy immediately bows in a deep 90-degree angle. He enthusiastically greets his uncle, offering a very warm welcome. He apologizes for his shortcomings and for not visiting sooner, his face practically sparkling with a golden glow. He showers Benjamin with endless flattery, begging for his guidance and declaring how truly honored and overjoyed he is. Benjamin chuckles softly and shakes hands with him. Since the bodyguard is already here, he suggests they should test her skills first. He wants to see what she is truly made of. Meanwhile, Rayleigh stands nearby, his face growing darker by the second. Finally, Benjamin shares some major news. The family head is summoning everyone. Isaac gasps in shock, asking if his grandfather wants to see them. At that very moment, inside the vast Sebit mansion, Sebit Nizer stands with his head bowed, listening to the stern man before him. Sebit Leon sits in his chair, shaking his head in deep disappointment as he looks over the reports in his hands. He coldly remarks that Nizer seems to have forgotten the absolute majesty of the God of Judgment. Nizer quickly tries to deny it. Slamming the documents onto his desk, Leon demands to know how that brat Isaac could possibly steal their divine summon. The God of Judgment had already established a contract with Isaac. Thumping his chest in sheer frustration, Nizer insists he never wanted to give up. He explains that in the blink of an eye, the god vanished with Isaac and immediately forged a soul contract with him instead. Nizer bitterly grumbles that it was as if the deity refused to choose anyone else but that bastard. Hearing this, Leon narrows his eyes, resting his chin on his folded hands as he silently analyzes the bizarre situation. He realizes that if the God of Judgment reacted that way, it must be a soul connection. Could that boy actually be a saint? Leon begins calculating his options, wondering if they should forge an alliance with the Joshua family instead of picking a fight. Honestly, even though Isaac's smug face completely irritates him, they have far more pressing matters to deal with right now. Standing up, he delivers a grim conclusion. Losing the God of Judgment ruins their entire plan and they can forget about finding the treasure. This is a legendary treasure that even the Pope himself is desperately craving to obtain. They absolutely cannot let the Roth family snatch it first. Hearing this, Nizer's face turns pale, completely losing all color. Seeing his father's anger, the boy beats his chest and vows that he will hunt down Isaac. He promises to drag the deity back by force. Leon urges him to move fast, dropping another piece of critical news. The eldest son, the actual master of the God of Judgment, is returning soon. Sweat pours down Nizer's face. His entire body freezes in sheer terror as he clenches his trembling fists, silently cursing his awful luck. If that arrogant genius of an older brother returns, both he and Isaac will be utterly destroyed by his hands. Leon narrows his eyes and outlines a calculated plan. They must quickly establish a friendly relationship with Isaac before the eldest son returns. Placing both hands on Nizer's shoulders, he warns that the God of Judgment was highly attached to his eldest brother. He will never forgive them if he finds out the god is gone. Leon leans in close, his voice turning incredibly serious. They must retrieve that summon at all costs. He tells Nizer to pretend to befriend Isaac while secretly digging for info. Staring back at his father, Nizer stammers at the thought of befriending Isaac, but since it is a direct order, he grits his teeth, vowing to act even as Isaac's lowly servant if he absolutely must. Inside Salak's mind, memories of being silently tortured by Isaac flash back, causing her to shed quiet tears. Damn it, elsewhere in the hall, a thunderous shout echoes, demanding to know what that little brat is doing. At his age, where did he learn such terrible habits? Did Riley teach him that? Isaac rolls his eyes toward the ceiling and explains. He argues she's his personal guardian, then asks his grandfather about the rules of completing his training. He asks if he has the right to recruit a 3-star personal follower of his own choosing. Eli Joshua crosses his arms, completely speechless and unable to say another word after hearing that question. Gritting his teeth, he mutters that this wet-behind-the-ears brat is already thinking about marriage. Isaac can't quite hear him and asks what he said, prompting Eli to shift to another nitpick about bringing people home. He asks if any random person can just become their guard. Salak steps forward seriously, standing her ground. She tells him not to worry, showing full confidence in her strength and absolute refusal to lose. Present in the room, Ashley's eyes burn with murderous intent as she steps up to make a proposal. She offers to personally test the girl's skills, but Riley Joshua raises a hand to stop her as Ellie watches. Eli notes that since Isaac handpicked her, her strength is likely no joke, provided she passes his test. He will officially accept her into the family, leaving Benjamin, Riley, and Ashley completely frozen in pure shock. Hearing him declare that she will also receive first-class knight status, Benjamin Joshua shouts out in disbelief. A first-class knight? Someone must dedicate at least 15 years of service to even dream of that honor. Eli Joshua calmly replies that they should view this as a fitting reward for bringing immense glory to their house at the sacrifice ceremony, and for delivering a devastating blow to the Safet family. Benjamin Joshua still protests, questioning such a massive reward for a 10-year-old kid. He asks if it is too much, but Eli casually suggests striping Riley of his title to make room. He would just hand it over to her. Riley Joshua stands there completely petrified, weakly calling out to his father. Meanwhile, Isaac is secretly thrilled. His grandfather is incredibly understanding and everything is playing out better than he ever imagined. Getting a first-class knight status is absolutely amazing, putting his guardian on equal footing with Riley Joshua already. This is just too good. Eli Joshua speaks up about the test, but before he can even finish, Riley and Ashley instantly interrupt him, eagerly shouting together that their children should handle the test. Eli Joshua stomps his high boot heavily onto the floor, refusing them as he cracks his knuckles and grinds his teeth. He declares that he will personally deliver the test, making Isaac widen his eyes in silent, frantic protest. Whisper, the observing ghost, completely agrees with him, noting that the grandfather's power is on par with the Pope. Isaac frantically waves his hands to renegotiate, suggesting a simple third-class rank is plenty and begging for a different tester. He says letting his uncle handle it makes far more sense, but Eli Joshua's eyes glow crimson as he speaks. He asks how she can protect his grandson if she cannot even withstand the might of a cardinal. Both Isaac and Salak gasp in shock, but the demon guardian quickly tilts her head to look at her young master. Reassuring him not to worry, she barely finishes speaking before Eli Joshua lunges from behind at lightning speed. He launches a fierce assault, swinging his hand forward to unleash a devastatingly heavy blow directly at her. Watching the brutal clash unfold, Isaac clutches his head in absolute panic. Salak blocks it, leaving Eli Joshua frozen with his arm extended, staring in shock at the completely unharmed girl. She blocked it, he wonders as Salak raises her head. She faces him without a single trace of fear before the two collide in a blinding explosion of raw energy. Riley Joshua watches the exchange in utter disbelief, shocked that this mysterious girl can neutralize his father's savage attacks so effortlessly. Meanwhile, Eli continues his fierce onslaught against Salak, though his mind is racing with pure astonishment. He wonders what kind of monstrous guard Isaac brought back, unable to comprehend why someone of her caliber would serve him. He wonders why she would submit to serving a mere child, thinking it is an absolute waste to give him such a warrior. All the while, Salak remains on defense without striking back, prompting Eli to step back and assess her. He has not unleashed his full power yet, but clearly neither has she. Even with his held-back strikes aiming directly for her vital spots, she deflected them effortlessly, sparking a sudden chilling realization deep in his mind. A shiver runs down his spine as his face darkens suddenly, realizing she might actually be a demon. Eli clenches his fist as bright blue energy flashes around him, instantly lunging forward to strike Sapnap with lightning speed. Riley gasps in shock, asking if that is purification magic. Hearing this, Sapnap momentarily freezes in place. She cannot use dark mana. There is absolutely no way she can let any suspicion fall upon her master. Hiding behind Isaac, the little ghost anxiously warns that the girl will lose her life at this rate. Yet despite everyone's sheer panic, Sapnap merely braces herself to defend against Ellie's holy purification attack. The blinding light of the spell instantly erupts. It completely swallows her up. A pale-faced Riley demands to know why his father would suddenly do this. Why cast such a spell? Eli simply replies that he is expelling a demon, leaving Benjamin and Riley completely pale with shock. Eli waves his hands, calling them incredibly naive for not having even a shred of doubt about her. Right in the middle of his sentence about needing an investigation, a fist swings forward with an explosion of energy. Red smoke fills the room, blocking everyone's vision. Riley screams out for his father while the ghost panics. What on earth just happened? Only Isaac smirks, already knowing exactly how this turned out. The truth is already obvious. Once the thick dust finally settles, everyone sees the old man standing there. Eli has firmly blocked a trembling little fist. Sapnet stands there completely unharmed with absolutely no signs of being purified. Only Isaac knows she is fully human now. But the battle is far from over as the two clash once again. This time, Sapnet refuses to back down. She goes on the offensive while Eli dodges and looks to counter. Determined to destroy her opponent, the girl throws a serious punch, her small fist cloaked in a fierce red energy. Their fists collide with a deafening boom, sending a massive shockwave through the room. Ashley barely manages to stand her ground. Riley shouts out to stop the madness, calling for his father. The two separate, though Eli still looks thoroughly unsatisfied. Staring at a completely scratch-free Sapnat, he mutters how it is even possible for her to be entirely unharmed. Benjamin rushes over in a panic, arguing that she is clearly just human. Riley's face is also pale with worry. He calls out his father, demanding how he could use such dangerous magic on an ordinary, innocent person. In any other household, this would have sparked an all-out blood war. This is something you do not even do to a sworn enemy. Adjusting his glasses, Benjamin takes a stern tone, telling his father that Riley is absolutely right. A simple apology is not going to fix this. Meanwhile, Eli just stands there scratching his head in silence. Furious, Benjamin asks how his father plans to take responsibility after literally turning their entire living room into ruins. Does his father have any idea just how expensive these repair costs are going to be? Everyone looks around at the living room now, resembling a chaotic battlefield with broken furniture scattered everywhere. Glaring at Eli, he bluntly announces that he is cutting his father's allowance for the next 6 months, leaving the old man speechless. Later, inside a quiet study filled with documents, Benjamin mentions that his investigation into Sapnat turned up absolutely nothing. He found no suspicious signs at all, then asks his father if he really intends to proceed. Is he seriously going to issue her a first-class license? Eli looks over the forged papers, Isaac prepared, nodding in agreement. Eli confirms it, saying a promise is a promise. Benjamin adjusts his glasses, returning to the burning question in his mind. Why did his father use purification magic? He is sure there is a reason. Is she truly a member of the demon race? Eli sets the papers down with a sigh, admitting he does not know since he felt no dark mana from her. None at all. He guesses she is human, but at the same time something about her feels completely different. Meeting his son's surprised gaze, Eli says his instincts are never wrong. Even if a literal god peered into her soul, they would still only see a human. Hearing this, Benjamin cannot help but find the mysterious girl rather terrifying. As one of the greatest cardinals in history, Eli's intuition is legendary. But is this mysterious girl really a demon targeting young Isaac? He anxiously asks if they should just kick her out, but Eli slowly shakes his head in disapproval. It is better to keep her close where they can watch her. They will uncover her true motives soon enough. Besides, he notes the fact that Isaac brought this woman home is highly significant. Benjamin asks in confusion what Isaac has to do with this. Eli merely frowns, looking deep in thought. Though he looks tired, his words carry weight. Commanding a demon is actually a massive display of power. It is not a bad thing for purifiers like them. In fact, it serves as undeniable proof of Isaac's immense potential. He notes that while they are strong enough to keep Joshua secure, there are still external threats to consider. Hearing about things lost to the flow of time, Benjamin flinches. He wonders if his father is actually dropping hints about the forgotten secret arts. Before he can wrap his head around it, his father stands up and makes a declaration. It is time to choose a successor. The decision will be made at this year's direct Bloodline assembly. Deep down, Benjamin rejoices that the old man is finally moving forward. Keeping his composure, he notes aloud that this choice will surely send shockwaves through the entire empire. L.A. nods in quiet agreement. Gazing thoughtfully out the window, he admits he still has his own lingering doubts about the situation. He wonders if Joshua is actually ready to name a successor in his current state, but if it is that particular child, things might change. Perhaps that boy is the sole key to breaking the Joshua family curse. Meanwhile, inside a lavishly decorated room elsewhere in the palace, a tense meeting begins. The boy sitting in the chair speaks with such casual cheek that Suri standing behind him instantly panics at his demands. Showing no respect to the royal sitting across from him, Isaac lazily asks if he needs to repeat himself. He is curious about the size of the reward if he manages to capture the spy of the notorious Skeleton King. Hearing this absurd request, Suri gasps in sheer terror. Terrified of this absolute madman, he casts a tearful glance toward the royal guard. The guard behind them radiates pure hostility. Suri silently despairs that even under house arrest, Isaac still has the audacity to demand a reward. He is demanding compensation upfront for an imperial decree. This is not a negotiable quest, it is an absolute royal command. Desperate to protect their lives, Suri frantically whispers to Isaac and asks if he has completely lost his mind. He asks if Isaac even knows how to read a room, but Isaac just sighs in annoyance and asks why he should care. Isaac points out that no matter how dangerous the task is, the royals are clearly just trying to exploit his talents. The old knight standing behind the empress begins to tremble with sheer rage. He continues his fearless rant, arguing they want him to manage everything all by himself. Is he seriously asking if they expect him to risk his life for free? Stroking his chin with a smug grin, he demands proper compensation. He asks if he misjudged their generosity. Pushing his luck, he boldly claims that the spy of the Skeleton King is already here. The infiltrator is lurking inside the palace itself, though his exact identity remains a mystery. This shadow has already taken down elite defenders. They easily bypassed level 6 and 7 knights, making this a high-difficulty mission. Noticing the Empress's subtle smile, Isaac presses his advantage. He argues that receiving hazard pay when putting his life on the line is just common sense. Expecting him to work for free would be a complete violation of basic professional ethics. Once he finishes his pitch, the Empress smirks. She notes that he must indeed be the famously eccentric young priest of the Joshua family. Floating above his head, the spectral demon Shapnath looks at the Empress and observes that the Crown Prince shares absolutely no resemblance with her. Noticing the lack of family traits, Isaac mentally replies that she is actually just his stepmother. The spirit is surprised, realizing a concubine's son somehow became the Crown Prince. It muses that if it were in her shoes, it would also want to eliminate him immediately. With a mischievous grin, the spirit suggests they flatter the Empress and take care of the troublesome crown prince on her behalf. Shapmath notes she seems quite intrigued by him. Isaac just smiles at his summons, eager plotting. He explains she is with the Pope's faction. Annoyed, the spirit wonders why they haven't eliminated her yet. Breaking the silence, the Empress admits there was an administrative oversight when they sent the request to the Holy See. She agrees that given the level of danger, this is not right. The original compensation is insulting, so she promises to personally ensure he gets paid exactly what he deserves. She asks if that will satisfy the youngest priest of the Joshua family. Isaac rubs his hands together and laughs in pure delight. He happily accepts the quest. As he does, he recalls the advice his spectral companion shared with him earlier. Shapnath had pointed out that since he contracted with the supreme deity, the Empress has been keeping a very close eye on him. The Phantom chuckles, reminding him that its insider knowledge is proving to be incredibly valuable. Isaac snickers in agreement. After all, the entity has been locked away for a very long time. Can we talk about how obvious she is being? Isaac looks at her smiling face and instantly reads her true play. It is clear she wants to use him as a weapon to drag the crown prince down. Meanwhile, she calmly takes a sip of her tea. The spirit notes that this lady is definitely brewing a dangerous conspiracy to strip the heir of his power. Isaac nods in agreement. Since the Empress is allied with the Pope, her survival is on the line. The moment the crown prince takes the throne, he will undoubtedly launch a ruthless purge of her entire faction. Isaac glances over at Crown Prince Chopless, silently sizing him up. If the prince hadn't already reached the level of a sword master, the queen would have likely made her move long ago. Right then, the prince protests. Dragging a mere apprentice into this dangerous web is far too cruel. This shouldn't involve the clergy. The queen smiles, setting her teacup down, while silently noting that the prince is quite mature for his age. She assumes he just can't stand her, summoning Isaac in the first place, but out loud she plays it cool. Even so, the fact that the minions of the Lich King are targeting the royal family is simply undeniable. The queen looks at the prince, warning that these threats could directly put his own life in danger. Clearing his throat, the old knight declares that the Lich King's minions are definitely hiding right inside the palace walls. Right in the vicinity of the palace, they've already discovered cursed magical tools belonging to the Lich King, along with a pile of summoning items. Putting all these clues together, the queen shares her dark theory. It seems the Lich King wants to completely wipe out Chopless Palace, which is the absolute heart of this holy land. Isaac is completely stunned. Countless questions pop up. What? No way. He has absolutely zero interest in any of that. His only goal is to hoard some sweet loot and live a lazy, comfortable life. The queen smiles brightly, assuring them that even the Lich King himself could never break through the sacred dragon's powerful barrier. Isaac is extremely annoyed, silently screaming that she has it all wrong. He only let things slide because dealing with dragons is such a huge pain. The ghost nods. Getting rid of the royals would be highly effective. It would easily bring down the sacred dragon's barrier. With that, the meeting moves forward. The queen hands Isaac a stack of documents containing a list of palace servants who have been acting pretty suspicious lately. She makes her demand. She wants him to use this list to drag that hidden mole out into the light. After all, he's the genius who formed a contract with the supreme god, and he will be rewarded handsomely for his trouble, so he just needs to catch the culprit. Naturally, Isaac starts bargaining, asking why they can't discuss the details. He wants to know what this reward is, but a terrified Suri quickly covers Isaac's mouth and bows to the queen. They obey the order, but as they are dragged away, Isaac complains that they are going to get completely scammed. Suri quickly drags him out, muttering for him to shut up and move faster. Smiling, the queen waves goodbye, promising to wait for good news. Once they hit the hallway, an exasperated Suri immediately snaps at Isaac. He thought they were dead meat, unable to believe how Isaac dared to act so casually in front of actual royalty. Isaac just snaps back, asking who even cares about that. His mind is already focused entirely on the real prize. He's literally drooling at the thought. I mean, it's the queen, so you know she's absolutely loaded. Only a massive fool would miss out on a golden once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to squeeze her royal treasury dry. Isaac wipes away his drool, planning to get as close as possible and completely empty her heavy pockets. Suri is completely speechless, utterly bewildered as to why the supreme god would ever choose this guy. Suddenly, a tall figure steps out of the shadows, offering them a very serious warning. He warns them not to trust the queen too much. Suri spins around in surprise to see Prince Chopless. The prince explains that the queen simply wants to exploit Isaac's famous title for her own gain. Recognizing him, Suri gasps while Chopless gravely warns that Isaac could easily lose his life in this game. He advises Isaac to walk very carefully, walking past them while adding that he still hopes for one thing. Hoping the Lich King's spy gets caught, Suri nervously trembles and assures the prince they have nothing to worry about. They will absolutely capture the culprits. Suri seems pretty thrilled to be talking to royalty, muttering that they cannot let that cruel Lich King return. Standing in the back, Isaac just sneers in total disdain, silently mocking both of them. He thinks to himself that he is already back, you fools. Later that night, in a dark, secluded corner of the palace gardens, right in front of a locked warehouse, a quiet voice whispers out into the dark night. They suspect the Lich King's followers are lurking nearby, pointing to the cursed items and summoning tools left behind. The dusty warehouse itself is packed with items connected to the Lich King. Meanwhile, hiding in the nearby bushes, Suri complains, wondering why they are waiting. Isaac tells him to just wait and watch. The culprit will definitely show up at this warehouse, but Isaac instantly breaks his illusion, pointing out that the real summoning spot is elsewhere. One look at the inventory inside the warehouse makes it totally obvious, leaving Suri deeply confused. How do you know so much about the Skeleton King anyway? Isaac presses Suri's head down, keeping his eyes glued on the dark cloaked figure sneaking toward the warehouse entrance. Suri clutches his head and whispers in disbelief. But Isaac just smirks, rubbing his chin as he connects the dots, realizing exactly who the culprit is. Suri's brain simply cannot keep up with this. Who? Isaac smiles, watching the slender covered figure. It is obviously the Empress, Isaac whispers. Suri's eyes go wide. What? Wait, wasn't she the one who hired them? Wasn't she the exact person who hired us to track down the Skeleton King's followers in the first place? Isaac explains that she is simply trying to cover her tracks and cut all ties with her own spy. That woman actually thinks she is clever enough to outsmart the priests. Just thinking about the reward makes Isaac's eyes light up. Catching this lackey is their golden ticket to scoring major points with the Crown Prince, or even the Emperor himself. We are going to drain their pockets dry. Hearing this, Suri just sighs in absolute exhaustion. Why are you so incredibly obsessed with money? Right then, a ghost appears, asking a serious question. Are you okay? If that is a real summoning circle, your soul could get completely drained. Isaac just laughs it off, reassuring the spirit that he will be perfectly fine. Besides, there is no way a mere human could ever activate a spell like that. With those words, he stands up and sneaks forward. We just need to follow her for now. A terrified Suri begs him to wait, but right then a bizarre energy wraps around Isaac's body. At that exact second, Suri is busy checking their six to make sure they are not being followed, whispering about how pitch black it is. But when he finally turns back around, his eyes go wide. No one. The space is completely empty. Suri is left standing all alone, shivering in the dark. Talk about bad luck, Isaac just got forcefully teleported straight into that warehouse. He lands. His face goes completely pale as he curses. Damn it, this is a real summoning circle. An actual summoning ritual of the Skeleton King. How can a human even cast this? Suddenly, a cold voice cuts through the dark, calling out his name. The son of House Joshua, the voice says. Isaac whips his head around to face the speaker and his jaw instantly drops. Isaac is dumbfounded. Right there. The mysterious cloaked man is actually the Crown Prince himself. The two of them stare at each other, the tension instantly turning incredibly awkward as Isaac's mind completely goes into panic mode. How in the world did the Crown Prince manage to activate a legitimate high-tier summoning circle like this? Isaac had personally leaked tons of fake diagrams to prevent this, but looking closer, he realizes with absolute dread that this is his actual original summoning circle. His ghost companion chimes in, "Didn't you teach your skeleton minions to use this circle in case of a dire emergency?" Emergency, no. Isaac groans, knowing those boneheads are far too stupid. There is no way they should have memorized it. But looking at Chapless's completely confused face, Isaac begins to analyze the situation. More importantly, does this mean the Crown Prince of the Empire is actually a secret spy for the Skeleton King? Finally, Isaac stands up, brushes the dust off his clothes, and awkwardly breaks the heavy silence. Your Highness, what are you doing here? Are you out on a patrol? Noticing the giant bone clutched in the prince's hand, Isaac scratches his head and plays dumb. Oh, patrolling. Sure. His ghost companion is completely speechless at the terrible excuse. The prince literally just performed the summon, yet Isaac is already looking for a quick exit. Well, Your Highness, I should get going. I will just go finish up my chores, and by the way, I saw absolutely nothing, but Chapless quickly cuts him off. Wait, what? Why did you just pop out of the Skeleton King's summoning circle? Seeing the prince's intensely disappointed glare, Isaac silently screams in frustration. Why on earth are you asking that right now? You literally just got caught red-handed trying to summon the Skeleton King. Do you realize how bad that looks? Your head could roll at any second. The ghost frowns, analyzing. Master, you were supposed to be a saint candidate, yet you just got summoned by the Skeleton King's dark magic. It is pretty obvious, right? These Empire folks are surprisingly sharp. Meanwhile, Isaac's brain is still spinning in absolute panic. He still can't wrap his head around this. Crap, why? He modified that exact spell to work strictly for the demon race. It should have been nearly impossible for any human to cast. The ghost strokes its chin, offering a fascinating personal theory. To successfully cast your summoning spell, a person must speak the ancient skeleton tongue and show you absolute unconditional devotion. The ghost points straight at Chapless, declaring that this guy is definitely a loyal follower of the Skeleton King, and he is no ordinary prince. But to Isaac, this is a total nightmare. The prince, there is no way. There is no way you would do something like this. Chapley's voice turns freezing cold as he demands to know why Isaac was summoned. Isaac quickly cobbles together a ridiculous excuse, claiming he just fell out of a tree, but Chapley calmly shuts down the lie. There is no tree here at all. If you keep making up excuses like that, then a god must have just popped out of the ground. Prince Chapley frowns, his voice turning ice cold as he tells him to at least make up a more believable excuse. Isaac sighs and mockingly fires back, asking if a crown prince being a follower of the Skeleton King makes any more sense. With those words, their eyes lock, neither backing down as they glare at each other inside the dark, damp warehouse. Someone finally suggests taking the talk elsewhere. Outside, thick dark clouds completely blanket the night sky. Only a faint moonlight breaks through, but inside the prince's palace, brilliant lights shine as the two sit opposite each other. Isaac crosses his arms and stares at the prince, secretly mocking how his pure bright life force radiates like some kind of joke. In his eyes, Prince Chapley possesses an incredibly vibrant life force and overflowing power. It is impossible to connect him to the Skeleton King. Isaac sighs in annoyance, scratching his head to strike a deal. Wouldn't it be much better if you just pretended you never saw anything anyway? But the stubborn prince is locked in his own thoughts, repeating his demand to know why Isaac appeared. Annoyed, Isaac snaps back, "You idiot, is that really the only thing you care about right now?" Instead of answering, he glances around the room, totally baffled by what he sees. Wait till you see the fireplace mantle. They are lined up neatly, while the desk is cluttered with reference books and magic circle drawings. Most eye-catching of all is a majestic painting of the Skeleton King riding a stallion hanging right on the center wall. Seeing this obsessive fanboy room, Isaac is speechless. Where did he even get these, and is he essentially just a stalker? Clearing his throat, Isaac tries to shift the focus, warning the prince that a priest caught him right at the scene. He points out that Chapley does not seem to grasp the danger of his situation, but the prince abruptly cuts him off. Demanding the exact same answer again, the prince asks why he appeared, making Isaac completely lose his patience in pure frustration. Suddenly, a realization hits Prince Chapley. Blushing with sudden excitement, he stares directly at Isaac and blurts out a wild guess. He asks if Isaac is actually the Skeleton King, his eyes sparkling with hope before he can even finish the sentence. Isaac immediately yells in denial, scrambling to come up with a logical explanation for himself. He argues that he was only summoned because he ate the Skeleton King's finger once, which triggered a reaction to the magic. Chapley slumps in disappointment. Surprised by this reaction, Isaac carefully probes to see why the prince seems so let down. He asks if the prince is obsessed with the demon, but Chapley reluctantly confesses that this is actually his sister's rune. Apparently, the princess is utterly infatuated with the Skeleton King, so he wanted to summon her crush to test him out. He wanted to see if the demon was truly worthy of her love, while the spectator's shadow moves closer to a giant skeleton. Isaac internally calls out the prince's terrible lie, since this is clearly a guy's room, but he tiredly decides to offer a peaceful solution. He proposes a deal where he keeps the prince's secret, and in return, Chapley must never mention this summoning to anyone. Isaac points out that neither of them would benefit from making an enemy out of the Holy See. Prince Chapley quickly agrees, but his next words make it clear he still doesn't understand the gravity of the situation. He warns that they never forgive anyone who uses dark mana, especially you and me, leaving Isaac completely stunned. Confused, Isaac repeats the words only for Chapley to question his identity, asking if he isn't a dark mage. And just like that, Chapley drops a massive bomb that turns Isaac's face dark. He remembers 15 years ago. He recalls Isaac using dark magic on the bishop. Isaac immediately remembers that day 15 years ago in a magnificent palace. Back then, Chapley had opened a door to find Isaac gently patting Bishop Barry's cheek with affection. But that was the day Isaac beat the old bishop half to death with a rattle, sending teeth flying everywhere. Isaac stares intensely at Chapley, wondering how on earth the prince could have sensed dark mana back then. Looking closer, he remembers that those with the Holy Dragon bloodline have the unique ability to detect the demon race. Staring into his golden pupils, Isaac feels a wave of anxiety as the spectator's shadow whispers about the Emperor's eyes. The shadow asks if that isn't the very power he had desperately searched for in his past life. Isaac feels a pang of regret. With those eyes, he could have finally perfected the magic he failed before. Snapping out of his thoughts, Isaac asks if Chapley can truly sense his mana. He asks if the prince can sense his dark mana and core, but Chapley honestly admits he feels absolutely nothing. The prince quietly assumes it is perfectly shielded because Isaac is his saint. As Isaac continues his questioning. "So why did you claim I used dark mana?" Chapley lays down a condition. "I will tell you if you admit you are the Skeleton Demon King." Our skeleton guy is too tired to even speak, wanting to just head home, but Chapley remains completely still. Yet he answers with a dead serious expression, "Fine, if you were so eager to know how I found out about your dark mana. It is because the dragon bloodline within me is exceptionally strong, letting me understand the tongue of monsters and things that cannot speak." That answer catches Isaac completely off guard. The prince adds, "For instance, the babbling of a baby." Isaac's face turns dark. babbling. It feels like a lightning bolt just hit him. No way does this guy mean. Wait, so he understood every newborn babble. Now that is creepy. Chapless continues even if he couldn't grasp all of it. I knew back then you absolutely hated that bishop. Honestly, to me and my father, you were like our salvation. He runs a hand through his hair. You must already know the meaning behind our hair colors. Blessed platinum blonde hair versus cursed black hair. Isaac is too stunned to even make a move. Memories of Chapley's painful past rush back. Everyone despised him, calling him a filthy, defiled creature. They constantly humiliated my mother until they finally drove her to her death, he reveals. That old bishop also had a hand in that incident. Isaac is completely shocked the queen's death was tied to the pope's faction. The Watcher Ghost, ever the chatterbox, says he should wipe them all out. Even as a child, Isaac was fierce, thinking that scumbag dared to plot against me. Is he tired of living? He was always ready to fight back, yelling at Barry, "Get out of my sight. If a bastard like you frames me as a demon, I won't get close to the Emperor, meaning I cannot loot the royal treasury." An irritated Isaac yells out, "The Emperor is my pawn, got it." Meanwhile, Chapless shares what he had been thinking. "I actually thought you were possessed by a demon, or that you had simply lost your mind, but a demon cannot possess a saint blessed with divine grace." He keeps spouting things Isaac really does not want to hear. Even gods make mistakes, and this time God was wrong. That thought set my mind at ease, especially the platinum blonde. A representative of God turning his back on Saintess sees. Chapless just keeps spilling his thoughts, and for the first time, I felt like the mistake was not mine and that God was actually comforting me. Then a soft smile appears on his face, and that is why I like it. Still, Chapless wants to make sure, are you really not the Skeleton Demon King? Isaac asks back, do you want me to be the Skeleton Demon King? Your Highness. Chapless repeats, are you? Isaac denies it. He thinks he has gotten much smarter now. How many years does the prince think he has lived anyway? Did he think he'd fall for a trap like that? But Chapless drops a line that leaves Isaac speechless. If you really are the Skeleton Demon King, I am willing to hand this entire kingdom over to you. Isaac points to himself, stammering, actually, I might be the Skeleton Demon King after all. I really am the Demon King. The prince looks slightly skeptical, asking, did you just admit you are the Skeleton Demon King? Isaac gets annoyed, muttering, it was just a joke. Just how obsessed are you with the Skeleton Demon King? Offering up your entire kingdom, Chapless simply rubs his chin, replying, well, yes. Because the Skeleton Demon King's goal is this entire kingdom anyway. This only infuriates Isaac further. This madman only hears what he wants. Extremely annoyed, Isaac decides to make his exit, saying, I will pretend I didn't hear a single thing today. My family will get suspicious, so please excuse me. Yet, the prince still does not get the hint, mentioning there is no moon tonight, making it perfect for summoning you, so be careful. Isaac is too tired to argue, screaming internally, I'm not the Skeleton Demon King. As he walks away, the Watcher Ghost follows close behind, noting that he seems to be in a pretty good mood. He replies, of course, why wouldn't I be? Isaac is practically blooming with joy on the inside. Who knew the Crown Prince is a loyal fan of the Skeleton Demon King? But hey, I get it, the Skeleton King is exceptionally cool. I completely deserve his admiration. The ghost is left totally speechless while Isaac starts cooking up a new plan. After all, if he can put the Crown Prince on the throne, everything will become a breeze. He cannot reveal his identity directly, but maybe he can use him by pretending it is an order from the Skeleton Demon King. The Watcher Ghost replies, I am not so sure. The prince seems pretty sharp, it warns. Besides, being summoned carries some serious risks. Isaac brushes it off, saying, actually, it is pretty great. The Watcher Ghost is taken aback, while Isaac remains highly confident. He has discovered that a saint's physical body and soul are bound incredibly tight, which means any holy soul separation magic won't stand a chance against him. Isaac lets out a delighted laugh. A saint's body is simply too attached to its own soul. The Watcher Ghost, however, still tries to talk him out of it. It seems the magic will take deeper root as his mana grows stronger, but Isaac never forgets to remain cautious. Getting summoned at any random moment is a real pain, so he decides to reinforce the Demon King's summoning ritual. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind, asking where he is going, as Suri, Joshua, and Kina rush to catch up with Isaac. You gave me a heart attack. I thought his minions had dragged you away by now. Isaac silently agrees that he actually was dragged away, wondering what in the world is going on here. Did you bring him along just to search for me? Kina steps up with a loud complaint, making Suri Joshua turn completely red in embarrassment. Since Isaac consumed the remains of the Skeleton King, he has effectively become the absolute catalyst to summon the beast back. It would be a massive disaster if you got kidnapped. Kina quickly chimes in, completely agreeing. The God of Light warned that the palace is dangerous, and Suri Joshua shows Isaac the Holy Light sword in his hand. He hastily explains that the god is trapped because of the Skeleton King, though Isaac has no idea what he is talking about. But we must capture the Skeleton King's cultists and help the God of Light, yet Isaac remains deeply skeptical. Warnings. A trapped god. None of it makes sense. Suddenly, a massive tremor shakes the entire area. Suri Joshua seems to recognize this strange energy, while Kina gasps in shock, finding a demon summoning absolutely impossible. Could they really be summoning the skeleton king? Isaac's heart stops as a massive bony hand bursts from the ground. A giant skeleton slowly rises from the depths, completely draped in a dark and terrifying aura. The massive skeleton has actually been summoned, leaving everyone utterly paralyzed with fear at the sight of the legendary beast. The Skeleton King is back. The surrounding priests scoff at the fools responsible. While they wonder how demons dare to invade the Holy Empire, Isaac suddenly notices something strange about the monster. Impossible. That is definitely not the Skeleton King. Isaac realizes it is just a massive mutated skeleton. Even the Observer Spectre breaks out in a cold sweat, recognizing the forbidden magic circle of the Demon King. Wait. Does this magic circle not require holy arts? Isaac sighs, realizing the dark truth. Does that mean the culprit is actually a high priest? The surrounding clergymen panic, realizing how bad this magic really is. It is control magic, forcing the beast to attack. But who could the summoner possibly be targeting? The giant skeleton suddenly turns its gaze toward the Emperor, who watches from high up on the castle balcony. Three cloaked figures look down from the shadows, watching their massive creation await its commands. The cloaked summoners command the giant skeleton to obey, ordering it to immediately use its magic to slaughter the Emperor. The confused skeleton looks around, wondering if its true master is nearby, ignoring the false commands completely. It would never call these weaklings its master. Suddenly, the giant skeleton spots something interesting in the crowd. It charges forward, leaving the three summoners utterly baffled as it rushes over to kneel in absolute worship before Isaac. The giant skeleton is overcome with emotion, weeping tears of joy to see its true lord after 155 years. Isaac turns pale with fear. Do not come over here. Suri Joshua looks around frantically, terrified by the approaching monster. Suri Joshua screams as the giant beast rushes toward them, while Isaac quickly cooks up a desperate survival plan. Purify and deport it. That was the plan. But his hands suddenly freeze mid-cast. Suri Joshua stares at his own two hands in shock, wondering why his holy magic is completely failing them. Isaac realizes he cannot use his holy power as a strange purple mist fills the entire area. The Observer Spectre warns that a powerful suppression barrier is neutralizing all divine power nearby. The giant skeleton's eyes glow like searchlights as it struggles against an invisible force. An overwhelming power erupts from its body, fueled by a high-tier brainwashing spell, forcing it to go wild. The giant skeleton desperately begs Isaac in its mind to free it from this mind control. Sighing, Isaac decides to strike, knowing he has to risk using his true magic to save it. A brilliant flash of light pierces the barrier, striking the giant skeleton and kicking up massive clouds of dust. As the blinding energy fades, the shocked priests stand frozen, completely unable to process what just happened. The Observer Spectre watches in absolute awe as the giant skeleton vanishes, wondering if Isaac used high-tier teleportation. Just then, Chefelt slowly approaches with his shining sword in hand, his eyes sparkling with a sudden dangerous realization. He completely misunderstands. He assumes the monster wanted to destroy the country, leaving Isaac entirely speechless. The other priests are practically worshipping Chablis, shouting, "Long live the crown prince who saved them." He strikes a majestic pose right in front of Isaac's speechless stare, prompting Kinaberry to speak up. Doing that won't solve the problem completely, so why didn't you just destroy its magic core? Chablis asks innocently. Wait, isn't destroying it strictly forbidden? Isaac asks in annoyance, only for the prince to ask why he's asking him. Well, because that skeleton is one of your underlings from the Bone King, but Isaac quickly denies it. Isaac then decides to leave, telling her that he will chase the summoners while she watches over that giant skeleton. Kinaberry crosses her arms, arguing that it would be much better if she just handled it herself. Do not you dare touch it, Isaac snaps, warning her that the skeleton belongs to him and she better stay away. If she touches it, she can forget about learning from him forever, leaving her completely stunned as Isaac loses control. How dare they control my skeleton underling and frame the crown prince? Isaac refuses to let that slide. Isaac dashes off like a flash of lightning, leaving Chablis looking on in absolute admiration. Meanwhile, Kinaberry remains suspicious, wondering if Isaac is actually siding with the prince, who runs off with a scowl. How dare they summon and manipulate his underling? He thinks, furious as the scene shifts to a deep forest. Deep in the woods, cloaked figures flee in panic, cursing their luck after going through so much trouble to summon that skeleton. The primary summoner of the giant skeleton grinds his teeth in frustration, cursing the crown prince. He wonders if Chablis teleported it away, shocked that the dragon god's blood could hold such insane power. Another cultist chimed in, noting that the beast completely ignored their commands despite being bound by a summoning circle. It should have shown absolute obedience, she mutters, dreading the thought that someone nearby possesses even more overwhelming power. Someone capable of overriding a summoning circle. The leader refuses to believe such a ridiculous scenario is even possible, especially since that magical array was designed by one of the Bone King's own top generals. Little did they know Isaac was listening to every word, but they decided to find the beast and continue. The leader keeps boasting that they will frame the crown prince and drag Joshua into the mud too. Suddenly, the leader freezes in sheer horror as Isaac appears like a ghost asking what they mean by that. Looking around desperately for backup, the terrified leader realizes his comrades have completely vanished into thin air. Before the leader can even react, Isaac suddenly vanishes and delivers a brutal face-flattening blow, sending him crashing onto the dirt. Isaac strolls over casually asking if he wants to know where they went thanks to his helpful subordinate. The cultist cannot believe his eyes, shocked that Isaac managed to bypass a 7th-tier barrier with ease. Wondering if it is an Inquisitor's weapon, the desperate skeleton summoner prepares to unleash his magic. An Inquisitor's weapon is tricky, but he tries to reassure himself that Isaac is merely a low-ranking priest. Then Isaac pulls out a strawberry jam rattle, sending the man staggering back as Isaac's devilish face starts showing. "Only you are left," Isaac grins, warning him not to run as he prepares to perform a little robbery. Walking forward, he shakes the rattle. "Keep it a secret," he mutters, "or grandfather will strip away his position as the heir." The summoner wonders what insane gibberish this crazy guy is spewing, but Isaac only flashes a cheerful smile. Since church doctrine forbids attacking humans, Isaac explains that he has to handle this issue in complete secrecy. The cultist stands stunned, realizing this absolute madman is not even trying to hide his true identity. Poking him with the rattle, Isaac tells the man he has a few questions before finishing him off. He warns that any wrong answers will lead to immense pain, making the sweating cultist ask where he thinks he is pointing that toy. The cultist desperately tries to calm down, figuring a priest should be weak to magic if he can distract him. He plans to hit Isaac with a spell, shouting that if he kills him right here and now, the Great Bone King himself would be highly pleased, but Isaac only smiles as his terrifying aura erupts. No one would dare step close as Isaac asks who exactly would be pleased, sending pure terror through the man. With a mere flick of Isaac's finger, an explosive blast of holy fire engulfs the summoner, leaving him screaming and completely scorched. The cultist desperately channels his mana to resist the burning pain while Isaac watches, calling it a good effort. Unless he wants to turn to ash, he needs to talk, but the stubborn cultist screams that no one is pulling the strings. Isaac winks and casts a confession spell, immediately forcing the terrified skeleton summoner to spill all of his secrets. "We wanted to frame the crown prince for treason," the guy gasps. Isaac gives him a few playful slaps, asking what about dragging Joshua down too. He quickly answers that Isaac's status completely changed after he flattened the 5-sided arena. The skeleton summoner adds that Joshua cannot become the saint, but if that skeleton kills the emperor, he will take the blame for failing to stop the skeleton king. Isaac taps his cheek, asking him aggressively, "Who ordered you?" "Trust me." Losing a few teeth makes this guy spit out that Rancy ordered them. The observer ghost gloats. Isaac sighs and remarks that it must be a pure-blooded demon behind this. "But look at this, that Rancy guy urged you to control someone else's precious skeleton." The summoner wonders what on earth he means by someone else's precious skeleton. He finally spills the most crucial detail, crying that they only know he travels with the Black Angel. Only then does Isaac stop, leaving his face battered. He mumbles that Rancy gave him a magic tool to control the skeleton, and that he serves the Black Angel directly. The observer ghost whispers that it must be a pure-blooded demon. Isaac goes quiet, realizing something. His face pales. Black Angel. Isaac stands thinking, recognizing the name. It seems one of the true demons is accompanying this Black Angel, the observer ghost points out. And there's a high chance the Black Angel has joined forces with someone from the royal family. It suggests an assassination. Isaac suspects the Empress, then glares at the summoner of the giant skeleton. But why does the name Black Angel sound so familiar? He must have heard it somewhere. Catching Isaac off guard, the summoner lunges, shouting for the brat to die. "You filthy rat!" In the giant skeleton summoner's hand is a powerful purple wind. Isaac scoffs, knowing a leopard can never change its spots. Suddenly, a massive skeletal foot appears behind him as the giant skeleton crushes his attack with a loud crunch. Isaac cheerfully asks why she is here, instead of staying with Kim Suri. Acting like a puppy, she whimpers that she worried about him getting hurt. She suddenly kneels on the ground. Isaac looks worried and asks what is wrong. She weeps, shocked that her almighty master became a hairy creature. The giant skeleton bows down, crying even louder about this absolute tragedy. "Just wait," she promises to tear off that disgusting skin. Isaac blushes in rage, wanting to wring her neck. Suddenly, something catches their eye. She senses a massive dark mana pool lingering in this very area. Isaac places a hand on her head, saying they cannot get caught here. His touch activates a divine transformation. He transfers a massive surge of divine power instantly. The giant skeleton turns into a cute little doll. The observer ghost notes he hit her quite well, since she is high tier, sending her to the Shadow Lich's tough. Isaac throws the doll far away. "Master," she wails in pain, "we just reunited. Why must we part so soon?" The ghost asks why not keep her. Isaac shrugs, "We get caught and we're dead." It wonders if throwing her into the holy lake is safe, while the skeleton cries. He ignores her tears, explaining he already changed her attribute anyway. Just then, Kim Suri, Joshua, and the priests arrive. "Isaac, are you okay?" The Blood Lord, hiding behind a bush, stands up and gives a quick thumbs up. It seems he is fine. Everyone gathers around Isaac, praising him for catching the spy. "You did a great job." Isaac suddenly speaks up, startling everyone as he mentions what the criminal said. He asks if anyone knows the Black Angel. Everyone starts whispering in shock. "Is the Black Angel that brutal criminal? Is he targeting the Holy Empire?" Isaac asks if he is dangerous. Kim Suri is terrified, asking if he seriously does not know that the Black Angel is the Skeleton King's contractor. The Skeleton King's contractor? Isaac's face twists, wondering if he ever signed such a contract. Meanwhile, the Observer Ghost chuckles at how easily people get scammed. A priest spots the summoner, lying on the ground, and notes that he looks pretty bad, asking how Isaac subdued him. Isaac dodges, saying the guy's magic tool went out of control, and he collapsed. Crown Prince Charles suddenly pops up, praising Isaac for not disappointing him, which completely startles the young priest. Wondering where this guy came from, Charles warmly suggests that Joshua has worked hard and should return to the palace with them. Charles is incredibly proud of Isaac, promising that the imperial family will reward him handsomely at the majestic palace. The next day, inside the dazzling royal banquet hall, Isaac stuffs his face at the table, completely ignoring the surrounding gossip. Rumor has it that Isaac captured the cultist, bringing immense glory to the Joshua family once again. Sir Joshua looks thoroughly annoyed, asking Isaac if he could please put that blood-stained rattle somewhere else. Gasping, Isaac lifts the rattle and explains that His Majesty the Emperor specifically requested to see it. He quickly adds that the ruler wants a detailed explanation of exactly how he caught the target. Joshua nervously whispers that words alone would be plenty, deeply concerned about how Isaac smuggled such a bloody item inside. Reminding Isaac that weapons are banned in the palace, the priest casually replies that his rattle is always safely tucked in his underpants. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes as Emperor Heathcliff walks over with a warm smile. He expresses his delight that Isaac used his gift well, prompting Sir Joshua to quickly stand and bow to the elegant emperor. Heathcliff expresses his deep gratitude, asking how he could possibly not feel thankful. Isaac not only cherished the gift from 15 years ago, but he also successfully used it to catch the assassin, which makes Charles stand behind him, looking very pleased. Another commanding voice rings out as the Empress approaches, remarking that he truly lives up to being the contractor of the greatest god. She admits she requested the task, but confesses she never actually expected him to capture the spy. Flashing a fake smile, she hides her malice while Isaac gloats, knowing she intended to frame the crown prince. The spectral observer whispers that the Empress must be burning with rage since nothing went according to her plans. She must be utterly enraged now that her perfect plan to frame the crown prince has completely crumbled. The moment her dark angel was exposed, she spoke up, claiming the young priest surely expects a reward. She inquires if she, as the Empress, could personally bestow a reward upon him for protecting the sovereign. Insisting on rewarding such a praiseworthy young priest, she makes Charles watch the tense exchange in silent anxiety, knowing her true nature. Isaac politely expresses his gratitude, saying it is a great honor, which immediately catches the Empress off guard. However, he politely declines further gifts, explaining that the crown prince has already promised to personally reward him. He explains that extra luxury is unfitting for a simple servant of God, asking to accept only her kind intentions instead. The Empress notes with heavy insinuation that the high priest seems remarkably close to the crown prince. Isaac confidently replies that he will be fine, knowing he has Emperor Heathcliff's full support. He admits he quite likes the crown prince, secretly knowing Charles serves the skeleton demon king. As the scene shifts outside, Sir Joshua paces anxiously, asking Isaac if he is absolutely sure about openly making an enemy of the Empress. Isaac casually asks if he should side with the Pope, instead continuing their conversation about the prince. Sir Joshua adds that the crown prince was deeply moved, but someone suddenly interrupts before Isaac can finish. A hostile guard suddenly shouts that they have finally found the shameless brat cornering Isaac in the garden. They demand he hand over the earth deity's relic, prompting a weary sigh from Isaac, who wonders why they care. The angry men yell that they spent sleepless days searching for him, completely obsessed with reclaiming their lost treasure. Ready for a fight, they declare they will reclaim it at all costs, ignoring that they are in the imperial garden. They mockingly warn him that holy magic is forbidden, threatening to report him if he tries. The Observer Ghost reveals that using divine arts here is high treason, as only royals can cast magic in this garden. As they demand the item, Isaac refuses with a smug, victorious grin, knowing he has already won this round. He mockingly informs the fools that he already gave it to the royal family. Touching royal property would make them traitors, but the guards scoff, telling him to stop being so ridiculous. They argue the royal family would never accept a deity from the Pope's faction, calling his words lies. Just then, Crown Prince Charles approaches and firmly declares that Isaac is speaking the truth. He has decided to enshrine the artifact right here in the Emperor's garden, shocking everyone present. Bowing to the Crown Prince, Charles scolds the guards for daring to covet property meant for the imperial family. He mocks their complete lack of manners, leaving the terrified guards trembling while Isaac bursts into laughter. See, he said, he is placing the earth deity inside the crown prince's private garden. Arms crossed with a serious look, he agrees that yes, they have officially decided on the garden. Over at the prince's palace, the defeated guards grumble, since he literally said the emperor's palace just seconds ago. Isaac feels quite smug having Chapless back him up, warning the guards that touching it counts as stealing royal property. He is the clear winner here, so they need to back off, accept defeat, and stop acting like total fools. While they fume with rage, Suri Joshua approaches Chapless to ask why on earth he is completely dripping wet. Drying himself off, Chapless casually says he just went for a swim, but Joshua remains highly skeptical. A swim. Meanwhile, Isaac heads off deeply, wondering if he somehow forgot to do something incredibly important. Suri Joshua follows close behind Isaac, completely baffled as to why he suddenly abandoned his plan to stay in the capital. Do you really want to go back to the main mansion? Isaac simply whistles, trying to act nonchalant. He claims he just wants to visit family for the new year, but the observer ghost smirks, bringing up the imprisoned pure god. Isaac stays quiet, but his mind is already in knots because that exact rumor has been bothering him endlessly. He was actually hoping to discuss this with the god of justice, but Joshua drops a line that nearly makes him trip. Joshua casually mentions that in that case he probably does not need to deliver the matriarch's letter anymore. Hearing that Melissa Joshua wants to meet him, Isaac's face instantly pales as he curses his terrible luck. Maybe going back is a bad idea. Meanwhile, inside the Barry family mansion, a furious shout echoes through the grand hall. Hira demands to know why they failed to bring back the Earth deity while his terrified subordinate stammers a yes. It was because the crown prince intervened. Hira Barry grinds his teeth, muttering the prince's name as he slams into his chair. He wonders if the royal family is seriously meddling in clergy affairs, which is definitely crossing a major line. Suddenly, angry shouts about how that damn prince dared to interfere ring out, and he turns to look at Kina. Relieved, Hira silently hopes she directs all of her burning rage toward the royal family instead. That would pave her path to the Pope. But before he can even finish the thought, Kina slams the table hard. Shaking with rage, she grabs her head, screaming if they are trying to please Isaac and if that bastard thinks they lack gardens. Did Isaac Joshua actually team up with the crown prince just for some gardens? The nearby subordinate shares his own confusion. Could the prince actually want to push Isaac Joshua to become a saint, or perhaps even the Pope? Rubbing his temples, Hera shakes his head, analyzing that a prince who despises clergymen would never do such a thing. Chapless wants to completely dethrone the Pope, and since he is incredibly smart, he must have a hidden motive. Resting his chin on his hand, Hera notes that Chapless is the youngest swordsman in history, possessing the purest dragon blood. Frowning, he recalls hearing that Chapless recently dove into a dirty pond for some bizarre reason. Wondering what his ultimate scheme is this time, Hira Barry slowly settles back into his chair after a long silence. There is no need to worry, as the Pope plans to reclaim a portion of the great god's divine power. This will happen during the apprentice graduation ceremony, though the subordinate asks with deep doubt if that is truly possible. Would they really surrender it so easily? Hira just snorts, pointing out that the pure god has no divine protection. Without that divine shield, Hera continues, they will be completely unable to perform their secret arts. Their influence will crumble and their followers will rapidly decrease, especially with the Pope holding the supreme god's power. Since the Pope controls the pure god's power, they will have no choice but to hand over the great deity. Slowly glancing over, he declares that the temple of the pure god will eventually accept their offer. So instead of wasting time around them, Hera advises Kina that she must seize this perfect opportunity. He carries on, talking totally oblivious to anything unusual, suggesting she refine the power of the deity she contracted with. Suddenly, realizing Kina's seat is completely empty, Hira freezes while his nervous subordinate twiddles his fingers. He reports that the young lady already left to visit the Joshua estate for the new year, where bright sunlight now bathes the grand courtyard. Amidst the unusually lively, festive atmosphere, Isaac stands quietly by the window, observing the bustling scene outside. When Isaac curiously asks what is going on, the observer ghost scoffs, asking if he is seriously blind. They are obviously guests, but looking down at the massive crowd, Isaac cannot help but frown. Isn't it way too early for New Year greetings? Standing nearby, Riley Joshua looks highly suspicious, feeling something is totally off. Asili agreed, pointing out how strange it was that so many noble ladies and young misses were gathered there. It felt exactly like a giant matchmaking event, and those words sent Suri Joshua into a panic. Cold sweat poured down like rain as he collapsed to the ground, weeping that he had tried everything to avoid this exact disaster. Yet it still ended up like this. Seeing such a dramatic reaction, Isaac became quite intrigued. What is going on, Suri Joshua? Are you getting married? He teased, noting that their little Suri was already 16 years old. That is not it at all, you idiot, Suri Joshua screamed in frustration before explaining. Although the Joshua family produces holy maidens, the actual number of daughters born in our household is extremely rare. So they are forcing me to go out and father a daughter, even with an outsider. He added that the deal is not bad. Even if he is useless, his abilities and looks are still outstanding. Isaac fell completely silent. Are they treating him like a breeding machine? He quickly ran over to help Suri Joshua up, telling him it was fine. It is just a formality, and they already rejected them anyway. But then he suddenly remembered and asked his uncle why he was still unmarried. He scratched his neck, looking away to claim he had to capture the skeleton Demon King. Meanwhile, Gold Joshua took a sip of tea. Capture the skeleton, Demon King, my foot, Gold Joshua mocked, calling him a useless guy who simply could not carry on the lineage. Riley Joshua shouted in anger at his brother, but Goel Joshua smirked mockingly, saying the boy deserved to know the truth. Right, Isaac, your uncle is suffering from a condition that prevents him from marrying, all thanks to the Skeleton King's curse. Isaac gasped in shock, asking if his uncle was impotent, while the uncle flusteredly replied to not get the wrong idea. Your uncle is well. Functionally speaking, there is absolutely nothing wrong with him. Riley Joshua frantically explained, it is just that the curse of the Skeleton King destroys all life. Isaac, are you even listening to me? I already told you it is really not what you were thinking. Just look at all these guests bustling in and out. Akio was quite surprised. There really were way too many guests than usual. He nodded slowly. If this party were really just a matchmaker meeting for Suri, there was no way the other people in the mansion would not be gossiping about it. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed from outside the door, you traitor. He turned around in absolute shock. What Kinebera aggressively marched inside, glaring at the guy who had promised to train her, is now trying to escape by getting married. Isaac grimaced, asking what on earth she was talking about since this was Suri's matchmaker meeting. She snapped back, what are you talking about? I already confirmed everything, but her next words made Isaac freeze up. They all came here declaring themselves to be your fiancés. They demanded to marry the youngest of the Joshua family, the one who contracted with the greatest god. Hearing those ridiculous words, Suri Joshua cheered right up, trying his absolute best to hold back his laughter. But just seconds later, he was doubling over, laughing hysterically. Suri laughed until his face turned red, teasing that he knew it all along. This meeting was for Isaac, not him. He grinned, declaring he would personally choose a bride for him. In response, Isaac simply raised the heavy wooden staff in his hand. His eyes turned freezing cold as he asked if the idiot had a death wish. Suri panicked quickly, backing away and begging him to wait. A moment later, Suri was kneeling with a massive bump on his head, promising to never do it again. Isaac crossed his arms, muttering a cold okay. Suri mumbled the promise, swearing he would never again gloat over his own family's misfortune. Isaac immediately pointed at the person standing behind him, demanding to know who allowed them to bring the Pope's grandson inside. Suri widened his eyes in defense, claiming he did not bring him. Just then, Kineberet placed a hand on Isaac's shoulder, making him groan. She spoke with complete sincerity, urging him to marry into the Berry family so they could finally become one. The ghostly observer could not help but tease him about the sudden confession, making Isaac snap back to shut up. Meanwhile, in the grand meeting room, the presence of all the elders made the atmosphere incredibly tense, almost suffocating. One elder strongly protested, arguing there was no way Isaac should be having a matchmaker meeting. Gold Joshua also vehemently dismissed the idea, declaring that marriage was absolutely out of the question. Suri watched Isaac, amazed at how close the kid had gotten to the family since even their father was stepping up. Thoughts raced through Suri's mind, realizing how worried everyone was. But a second later, the elder began crying out in panic. He wailed that it would disgrace the family because with Isaac's terrible personality, he would completely ruin the bride's household. Hearing this, Suri immediately took back all his warm feelings, realizing the family was worried, but for all the wrong reasons. Riley Joshua leaned against the wall, his voice flat and displeased as he pointed out Isaac was only 11. It is still way too early to talk about marriage. He glances out the window, noticing far more guests than usual. He has never seen some of these faces before, which means someone else must have invited them here. Riley's eyes turn icy cold. He instantly spins around. He rushes out of the meeting room. For the men of the Joshua family, marriage usually means banishment. Someone is clearly trying to kick Isaac out. Gold Joshua calls out after Riley as he runs. He sprints down the hallway. His mind is locked on one target. Finally, Riley stops in front of a room and throws the door open, angrily confronting his older brother. He demands to know if his brother is planning to sell Isaac off to another noble family. Isaac is already standing right behind him. The man inside looks up calmly and asks if there is a problem. Instantly, every eye in the room shifts toward the door, and several people cannot hide their deep annoyance. The man slowly crosses his legs, claiming he only invited them over because they showed interest. They all wanted to meet the youngest family member. But wait, the Watcher Spectre suddenly realizes something. It recognizes the bastard in front of them, its gaze glued to him. The very man who tried to kill him. The room instantly freezes, and a terrifying silence falls over them. It is the calm before the storm. After a few tense minutes, Riley can no longer hold back his fury. An arranged marriage for a kid who is not even 16 yet, Noel slowly stands up to face him. Why does age even matter? He is the most brilliant genius of the family contracted with a great god. He shrugs. Since the kid already does an adult's work, finding a partner makes perfect sense. He sneers, asking if Riley is just jealous because he is childless. Riley snaps back in fury. Benjamin steps into the room, his serious voice cutting in. Noel, taking matters into your own hands crosses the line. Noel sighs with utter boredom, mocking him as the foolish second son who has zero chance of inheriting. Did he actually drag his useless self here? Hearing the insult, Benjamin screams in pure rage. Is he completely blinded by pride? Riley quickly steps in, begging his brother to calm down. Amidst the chaos, Isaac stands perfectly still. Even if the family is on the brink of ruin, he remains calm. They must still maintain their grand appearance. Just look at how the Pope's bloodline is causing chaos in the Saintess' family. A smirk plays on his lips. The leadership will be his. He brags about how much grandfather adores him. Seeing this, the observer Spectre breaks into a cold sweat, calling him insane. Isaac reasons that it would be better to let the family fall to the Skeleton King, even if he is an enemy, rather than letting it fall to this trash. The Spectre asks if that is really any better. Noel's gaze suddenly sweeps across the room and locks onto him, asking if he is indeed Isaac. Noel approaches him eagerly, saying it is a pleasure to meet him for the first time. Isaac responds politely in a low voice. But before he can even finish his sentence, Noel's eyes shift, turning incredibly sharp, calculating, and cold. He takes another step forward, dropping a venomous comment about how the boy does not resemble his eldest brother at all. Does the boy even carry their sacred blood? Hearing this, both brothers grit their teeth in pure rage, furious that he is treating the boy like an absolute stranger. Worse yet, he is cruelly rubbing salt into an orphan's deepest wound. But Isaac just looks up with completely innocent eyes. Isaac politely addresses him as Uncle Noel. Noel just lets out a fake, mocking laugh. He internally dismisses the kid as cheeky, but Isaac continues, asking if he got thrashed by grandfather at the mansion. Isaac casually asks if he is doing all right now before glancing away and dropping another blunt remark. Talk about a death wish. Hearing this, Suri Joshua turns deathly pale, trembling in absolute horror. Suri silently panics for Isaac. Everyone else in the room is just as shocked, their faces tightening with extreme worry. They wonder what on earth this kid is thinking. A girl nearby gasps in shock, warning him to watch his mouth. Noel's face instantly darkens, his anger boiling over. But the boy does not show even a shred of fear. Isaac boldly asks if his uncle has not been beaten enough, calling him an absolute piece of trash. Noel glares in disbelief. Noel stands completely frozen, glaring intensely at the boy before finally calling out to Suri Joshua in an icy tone. Noel unleashes his fury right onto Suri Joshua, screaming at him about what on earth he was actually doing instead of properly teaching the boy. Wondering what could possibly be wrong with the kid, the man hesitates and stammers about the situation. Gloating silently, he thinks the youngest brat is absolutely finished, and that Suri is done for too now that he has landed on the trainer's dreaded blacklist. Recognizing the danger, Riley Joshua quickly steps in to cover for them, claiming that he was the one who actually trained Isaac. He insists Suri has no connection to the matter, but Noel angrily cuts him off with a bitter, venomous sneer about who taught who. He mocks them as lowlifes who spend all day crawling around like insects, searching for the skeleton demon king, questioning if they even have the right to speak. Isaac is genuinely surprised by the insult, stepping forward to point a finger directly at the man. He demands to know why this bastard is picking a fight with Suri and his uncle, adding that if he was humiliated by his own nephew, he should be ashamed. Since he could not control his own mouth, he should really feel some shame, leaving his uncle watching in utter shock as his heart tightens with worry. Driven to absolute madness by the insult, Noel immediately prepares to unleash his ultimate technique to put the arrogant brat in his place. He warns Isaac that he truly does not know fear, just as a cold voice suddenly announces the activation of the survival prayer. A system alert warns of a survival threat, yet the boy simply stands there with his arms crossed, observing the strange phenomenon with total calmness. He notes it has not appeared on a human since the Pope's era, just as a ghostly observer suddenly chimes in. The spirit points out that there is another threat nearby, utterly shocked to find two of these individuals existing within the Joshua family line. Calling them a highly unstable clan, the ghostly observer asks if that is indeed the special mark. He questions if it only targets those who threaten the master's life, advising Isaac to quietly eliminate them when the perfect opportunity arises. Isaac flatly refuses, explaining that these targets are linked to causality, meaning he needs a completely valid reason before he can make his move. Striking without cause would only transfer the mark to some opponent, so he realizes he must carefully prepare his next steps first. Meanwhile, Noel sneers in silent disgust at this outsider who dares to act so smug without knowing his place. With a cold laugh, he demands to know how the boy dares to show hostility, fully convinced that he is the most brilliant prodigy in the entire family. He believes that only his greatness keeps the clan afloat among his foolish siblings, especially since he is the esteemed trainer of the Saintess. He is a man who has touched 9th-tier divine magic, but right at that moment, a sinister dark aura suddenly begins to creep over his hand. Arrogant thoughts fill his head as he envisions himself rising to the rank of cardinal provided he can secure the ultimate secret technique. As the dark mist fully envelops his fingers, he mockingly remarks that Isaac clearly lacked proper raising, which is why he is completely clueless about his place. Suddenly, Noel's magical power erupts violently, sending waves of blinding holy light radiating in all directions with an absolutely crushing, heaven-shaking pressure. Terrified, Suri begs Isaac not to escalate the situation any further and to apologize immediately. Warning him that Noel is far too dangerous, Suri watches in horror as the man swings a heavy fist forward, while Isaac merely scoffs at the idea of apologizing. In a move that will leave you absolutely speechless, the boy delivers a swift slap that bats the incoming fist away completely, stunning Noel. His hand trembles uncontrollably from shock as the boy remarks with utter disdain that his display is nothing short of an eyesore. Suddenly, glowing red iron chains manifest around Isaac's hands as he mockingly asks if this is the man supposed to train the Joshua clan. The chains whip forward. They bind Noel so tightly that he has zero chance to dodge, leaving him completely choked and frozen. Moments later, a devastating explosion erupts right beneath his feet, sending a blinding flash that leaves Riley Joshua completely pale and crying out Isaac's name. 0 words. The nearby warrior is left utterly speechless as the boy stands tall looking down on them with supreme arrogance. He taunts that a pathetic loser has no business trying to lecture others, but right then, a figure begins to stir inside the rising cloud of dust. Noel slowly emerges from the smoke, mockingly asking if that was a divine execution spell, noting that such powers are usually quite difficult to master. He admits Isaac controls it surprisingly well, but the boy simply waves his hand and turns away, dismissing his boastful uncle without another word. Declaring that he is taking his leave now that the trash-talking uncle has been dealt with, Isaac leaves his opponent absolutely seething with rage. Silence falls. Noel's face instantly darkens as an intense wave of pure fury erupts within his chest once again. Contemplating whether he should just murder the brat right then and there, he begins to chant a series of bizarre and eerie incantations. Recognizing those familiar syllables, the boy suddenly halts as thick, dark energy rapidly gathers in the air. Isaac's eyes widen in surprise as he realizes that this man is actually resorting to dark magic in broad daylight. He wonders if Noel is trying to trigger the skeleton Demon King's curse to cause him agony, all while the man relentlessly continues his chant. While Noel's expression grows terrifyingly wicked, a highly amused smirk plays on Isaac's lips as his eyes gleam with genuine curiosity. Spinning around, Isaac decides it might be fun to play along for a bit, instantly activating his high-level curse reflection technique. Instantly, the incoming wave of dark energy suddenly reverses its path, hurtling straight back toward its shocked caster. An invisible hand tightly squeezes Noel's chest, leaving him gasping in absolute agony. Isaac simply flashes a bright grin, time to see how well you handle the agony of a curse. Noel wipes away a smear of blood. Curse magic. No way that kid cast it. Raising his hands slowly, Isaac appears completely relaxed but remains prepared to counter any subsequent attack. Noel's face grows incredibly dark as his teeth grit together, and his mana violently erupts in massive shockwaves. He decides to investigate, but right at that moment a mysterious hand suddenly lunges from behind Isaac. Without any hesitation, the man delivers a brutal blow to his head, leaving Noel completely unable to react. Noel crashes face first into the dirt, a shocking turn of events that leaves everyone in the room stunned. The mysterious man's cloak sways gently to reveal a very familiar face underneath, causing Riley Joshua's eyes to widen in pure shock. His jaw drops in utter astonishment as he yells out, "Brother Kalia!" Kalia's striking face leaves Isaac dazed. Isaac marvels silently at how much Kalia looks like Melissa right before the spectator ghost chimes in. Since his name is Kalia, he is definitely the legendary third son of the Joshua family. Being an unmatched genius among the 7 Joshua sons, Kalia watches as Isaac eagerly waves his hand in greeting. Wearing a bright smile, Isaac secretly calculates his moves, realizing this handsome man did just help him out. He likely has good intentions, so Isaac decides to thank him first before slowly trying to get closer. And once they are close, Isaac fully plans to exploit him, but Kalia suddenly frowns, whispering about the Overlord. His sharp gaze pierces through Isaac as he warns that the boy smells of the skeleton Overlord, tightly gripping his weapon with deadly intent. Charging forward like lightning, Kalia swings his blade to kill, forcing the terrified boy to dodge backward in the nick of time. Isaac tumbles backward through the air, screaming frantically as the spectator ghost anxiously asks if he is still alive. Sitting up while rubbing his head, Isaac groans about almost dying as Kalia's bloodshot eyes burn with intense, murderous intent. Isaac mutters that the guy has completely lost his mind. Riley Joshua suddenly rushes forward and tightly holds his brother back, frantically screaming for Kalia to stop immediately. He yells that Isaac is their oldest brother's son and the child Kalia has always been waiting for, shocking the warrior. Kalia cannot believe it, asking in shock if the boy is truly Isaac, as Isaac finally lets out a sigh. Isaac praises his godfather's quick intervention, while Kalia mutters that the kid clearly smells exactly like the skeleton overlord. Riley Joshua helplessly explains that he already told him about the situation with Isaac's condition before. Riley reminds Kalia that Isaac simply absorbed the body of the skeleton overlord, so he is definitely not the actual monster. Kalia falls silent for a brief moment before quietly nodding, allowing the spectator ghost to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The crisis seems to have safely passed, but a second later, Kalia brandishes his sword once more. He decides the easiest way to verify if Isaac is the skeleton overlord is to simply slice his stomach open. Raising his blade, Kalia offers to dissect his beloved nephew to extract the bones of that evil monster once and for all. Riley turns extremely pale and tackles his brother, frantically screaming that cutting Isaac open will literally kill the poor boy. Kalia remains completely unfazed, stubbornly arguing that he can easily sew the kid back up after he finishes the dissection. Sweating profusely, Isaac realizes his uncle is an absolute lunatic right before the older man suddenly spits out fresh blood. Kalia casually claims that his youthful body has a fast recovery rate, despite coughing up a massive amount of blood. Riley Joshua helplessly tells his brother to just breathe, while Benjamin Joshua steps in to explain this sudden medical crisis. Benjamin states this is the steep price of overusing holy power, all because of the stupid games that Noel played. Riley Joshua sighs deeply and carries Kalia to the treatment room, leaving Isaac to quietly process the entire chaotic scene. Watching them leave, Isaac realizes that the dark rumors about Kalia's rapidly failing health are actually completely true. The spectator ghost explains that the skeleton overlord's fatal curse prevents any of its victims from living past 35. This makes Isaac realize why Noel was so arrogant, acting as if he owned the place without respecting anyone. Noel simply took advantage of being the only healthy heir to act completely unchecked, satisfying his massive, unchecked ego. Smiling with genuine amusement, the spectator ghost notes that watching that arrogant bastard's face fall will be absolutely glorious. The companion ghost then curiously asks if Isaac actually intends to break the family's fatal curse in the end. Isaac nods silently, unable to suppress a smug grin as he imagines the absolute chaos and payback he will unleash. Then sitting on the papal throne will be even easier. The spectral observer frowns. Are you seriously planning to sit on that filthy papal throne? Right after that, he steps closer, his voice full of sincerity. I am sorry, Isaac. Meeting your uncles for the first time must have been stressful. I apologize on behalf of my siblings for their mistakes. Saying this, Benjamin Joshua gently takes Isaac's hand. But it is truly surprising that you managed to blow Noel away. I never expected that. You can control divine power so incredibly well. He continues, Father was absolutely right to acknowledge you. You are completely capable of leading the Joshua family. Noel furiously snaps back that kid is a talent, capable of leading the Joshua clan. Do you actually think Benjamin Joshua growls, shut your mouth? He angrily criticizes him, are you not ashamed to pick a fight with a child young enough to be your son, only to end up beaten half to death? The man chokes up with nothing to say, yet Noel refuses to accept defeat. He has absorbed the skeleton demon king's remains, so he definitely learned some kind of dark magic. Hearing this, the boy is completely stunned. He points his finger and yells, listen to me, do you think I coughed up blood for no reason? I heard bad rumors about him, but I never expected him to try to kill his own uncle. What kind of priest uses a curse that but before he can finish? Isaac simply nods quite honestly. I actually did play a little trick, the young boy admits. Since the skeleton demon king is targeting the family, I always keep a divine reflection spell active on myself. It seems it was triggered. Isaac smiles happily. I never expected the one coughing up blood to be you. My dear uncle, did you perhaps try to use a dangerous curse on me just now? Benjamin Joshua asks in disbelief, is that true? Did you really curse the boy Noel? The young man frowns, did you actually use magic? He secretly mocks them in his head. I am not some skeleton that has only lived for 1 or 2 years. You little brat. He repeats it with pure glee, little brat. Noel trembles with rage as a sinister thought flashes in his mind. Exactly, you must try to kill me first so I have a valid reason to send you on your way. This is karma for blocking my survival. But the timing is not right yet. He can only swallow his anger. Noel snorts, coldly turns on his heel and walks away. No matter how much trash like you axe out, I will still be the next head. Isaac sighs in boredom, giving up already. How incredibly boring. Before disappearing from sight, he turns his head to leave a chilling warning. Remember this, the day I become the family head, all of you will be exiled. He crosses his arms, looking down in utter contempt. How pathetic. Just then, Riley Joshua returns from outside. If our eldest brother were still here, he would not be able to act so arrogant. Benjamin Joshua voices his concern, but this is still quite worrying because the truth is, Noel currently has the absolute highest chance of becoming the family patriarch. He then voices his deep suspicion. Actually, the accident involving our eldest brother's family might have also been Noel's doing. The boy gasps, what? He also adds that the death of the eldest brother's firstborn child is highly suspicious. The Pope's faction is definitely involved. Hearing this, the spectral observer cannot fully process this sudden flood of information. The firstborn child. He blinks in surprise. There are indeed traces of those people everywhere. He grows furious the more he listens, realizing this family is truly a complete mess. Talk about major drama. The next day, a terrifying silence fills the meeting room. Eli Joshua speaks up in annoyance. What is this? He looks at everyone asking curiously why the mood is so tense. His gaze suddenly lands right on Noel. What on earth happened to that guy's hand? Seeing his enemy sitting right across him, Noel grinds his teeth in pure rage. Quite the opposite, Isaac wears an extremely friendly smile. It has been a while since the whole family gathered. The atmosphere is wonderful, is it not, Surrey? Joshua looks down, his lip twitching. Wonderful, my foot. You literally sent him flying like a piece of paper. An elder strokes his white beard, looking completely puzzled. I heard Isaac broke Noel's arm. What kind of madness is this, Riley? Joshua quickly tries to explain that happened because of me. But before he can even finish, the old man gasps in shock, a broken arm. Yet, immediately after, Eli Joshua reacts as if it is absolutely nothing, it is just a single arm after all. The elders look at each other in utter confusion. What? One of them snaps back, just an arm. This is about the family hierarchy and respect. Eli Joshua cuts in, enough. I called everyone here for a reason. He sweeps his gaze across the room. I am going to choose the heir. Hearing this, an elder stands up in excitement. You have finally made a decision. Noel cannot hide his anticipation either. We have waited for this moment for so long. He glances at his father, the old man who kept delaying because he claimed no one was worthy. Noel's lips curve into a smug, triumphant smile. Even a legendary figure has his limits, and the old man is clearly reaching his. The elder sits in silent, deep reflection. As things stand, the next family head has to be either Riley or Noel. Kalia is incredibly talented, but her condition is critical. Her health is just too poor. The elder glances across the room, watching Kalia slumped over the table. Groaning continuously in agonizing pain, Kalia can barely move. The elder shifts her gaze to Riley, who chose the paladin path. He swore an oath of revenge for a fallen friend and is hunting the Skeleton King, making him a less ideal successor than Noel. He might be exceptional, but the gap between a pure priest and a paladin is just too wide to ignore. Bowing her head, the elder keeps pondering. Riley spent 15 years living as a paladin. Can he truly master the secret arts? The sacred secret techniques of the Azure Cardinal? Noel grins broadly, suggesting his father should have decided much sooner. Father, because you delayed the succession, the lower branches kept causing trouble. Better late than never, though. You finally made the right call. Hearing this, one of the elders frowns, feeling a deep wave of anxiety. I just hope our house's power doesn't fall to the Pope's faction. The person beside him sighs in agreement. Honestly, Isaac would have been perfect if only he was born a bit earlier. Noel speaks up confidently, telling his father not to worry. I will make sure to establish the most perfect order possible, he says, oozing absolute confidence. I truly thank you for this wise decision, father. But the old man cuts him off instantly. What are you talking about? Eli Joshua's face darkens with clear displeasure. I never said I was giving this position to you. Noel freezes. He cannot believe his own ears, and the rest of the room is just as utterly shocked by the announcement. He suddenly stands up, slamming his hands onto the table. What is the meaning of this? Are you giving it to Riley? Noel roars in absolute fury to a man who cannot even produce an heir. This is completely unacceptable. Do not cross the line, Noel. Eli snaps coldly. An elder whispers nearby, telling him to just hold his tongue. Suddenly, an angry voice rings out from behind him. Is this bastard completely insane? Noel stiffens on the spot. Standing frozen for a few seconds to process the insult, his eyes sweep the entire room to see who actually dared to swear directly at his face. Isaac scowls, asking why he keeps badmouthing his uncle and calling him useless and impotent. You bastard. Someone flusteredly tries to quiet him down. Isaac, that is enough. But the boy roars in frustration. Do you all look down on my uncle because he is impotent? Do you think he chose to be this way? Those defensive words stab straight into Riley's deepest insecurity, making his face twist in wordless, tearless grief. My dear nephew, no, that is not it at all. Everything still works perfectly fine, but thanks anyway. My sweet nephew. Isaac raises his voice, demanding to know what crime his uncle committed by being impotent. He shouts, asking if they think his uncle wanted this. Noel quickly speaks up, trying to hush the boy. You are making a scene. Ellie joins in to quiet him down, commanding Isaac to sit back down. The boy obediently sits straight, murmuring his agreement. An elder pipes up, if it is not Noel then. Then the successor must be Riley, right? Riley points to himself in utter confusion. Everyone else nods in agreement. That is a solid choice, and Riley would likely accept. However, Eli objects, it is not Riley either. Starting today, the inheritance rule restricting succession only to the older immediate generation is officially abolished. In other words, even my grandchildren are now fully eligible to become the next family head. This sudden change leaves everyone completely dumbfounded. They all shout out in absolute shock. What? Noel tries his best to maintain his composure, but surely, he says, it still passes. Down to our generation first, right? Ellie casually replies no, leaving Noel even more bewildered. Eli instantly shuts that down. I already said no, so let me put this in much simpler terms. It means Isaac can become the family head immediately. Hearing this, Isaac is absolutely thrilled inside. He cannot hide his excitement, a bright grin spreading across his face. That is his grandfather, all right. This is exactly what he should do. A phantom voice chimes in, noting a covenant with a god is quite valuable. But you are not the one who made the covenant. Isaac replies that everything goes according to his plan. The phantom helplessly sighs, thinking this kid is completely insane. Noel breaks into a cold sweat. Father, that kid is only 11. How can a child be better than his uncles? Eli shrugs, saying it is possible, noting there was once a 16-year-old cardinal, but Noel vehemently objects. That is because everyone from the older generation is already dead, meaning there is no heir left to take over. LA still stands his ground. He will only grant the opportunity to those worthy enough to master the secret technique. Reaching Tier 9 and gaining the Holy Spirit's recognition first crowns the next head of the family. Only the worthy get recognized, but is that not a completely fair shot for everyone involved? Noel clenches his fist in frustration, asking if his father really expects an 11-year-old child to reach Tier 9. Is he planning to hoard the leadership for another 25 years? Eli calmly responds that there was once an 11-year-old Saintess, so there is no reason why Isaac cannot become a cardinal at age 11 if his eyes do not deceive him. Isaac is bound to hit Tier 9 before adulthood. LA lets out a soft sigh, claiming he can hold on for 5 more years. With that, he falls silent. The scene shifts to the castle where Eli's declaration has thrown the entire place into a frenzy of gossip. This basically means he is fast-tracking Isaac to the throne. Nobody expected the family head to go to such extremes. The grandchildren are already nearly 20, so he is giving them one final chance, but if they fail this single shot, won't the succession just fall back to the older generation? So that is why he gave them 5 years. He wants to closely monitor them during this transition. Nearby, Benjamin strains his ears to catch the murmurs quietly, scoffing at the idea of giving them a real chance. No way. Father has already chosen Isaac as the next successor, which means he is simply buying time and waiting for him. But the Pope's faction will not sit idle, and there is no rule stating a Saintess cannot become the female family head. So this path will be far from easy. Even so, he looks forward to seeing what Isaac can do as things progress. A talented child should not lose his way. Meanwhile, Isaac wears a subtle smirk, realizing that Holy Spirit recognition is the key. So that is the main condition to become the head. But at this moment, the ghost speaks up to disrupt his thoughts. Well then, you are completely doomed, master. Isaac snaps back, demanding to know why the spirit is talking such nonsense. Are you genuinely asking because you do not know? The Holy Spirit only responds to those with deep faith, and you clearly have a fatal flaw. Isaac wonders what flaw he could possibly have, but the ghost is ready with an explanation anyway. You must stay loyal to the church doctrines to be recognized, forcing you to lead a life of devout faith. The old man calculated everything. Isaac lets out a highly dismissive sigh, asking why on earth he should follow church rules. The ghost is left utterly baffled by his attitude. Since Suri has a contract with the Holy Spirit, I can just order him to summon them and force their hand. Succession will be mine. The ghost dryly points out he sounds as if the God of Light would ever accept him. Isaac counters that if they want to save this family from absolute ruin, they will have to acknowledge him as the head. The ghost warns him that this is straight-up extortion. Just then, Isaac spots his target, the contract holder of the God of Light, Suri himself. Asking for a tiny favor will not hurt, especially since they already owe him. He quickly heads over to greet Suri. Suddenly, a voice echoes from behind. So all that is needed to become the family head is the Holy Spirit's seal of approval, right? Are you the Isaac who was mentored by Suri? Isaac blinks in confusion, silently wondering where this random guy even came from. Joseph chuckles warmly, noting how much Isaac has grown when he was not looking. Suri looks slightly flustered, stammering out a polite yes. Joseph adds that Suri probably has no idea how thrilled he is that grandfather extended the succession rights to them. Isaac instantly catches onto Suri's tense expression, wondering why on earth he is reacting this way to the jerk. The ghost pops up to explain that he is Joseph Joshua, the eldest son of Benjamin and twin brother to Saintess Leah. He has got striking looks, deep pockets, and a scandalous history with countless women despite being born into prestigious nobility. Yet he absolutely despises the Joshua family. As the ghost rambles on, Isaac quietly wonders why the guy is wearing glasses. The ghost continues, adding that Joseph utterly disdains integrity and blows through fortunes without a second thought. In short, he is basically a knockoff version of Isaac Joshua, and honestly, his attitude is just as wild. Isaac mutters a death threat under his breath, while Joseph throws an arm around Suri, asking about his contract with the light god. He demands Suri summon the deity, but Suri plays dumb, feigning total ignorance. Still, Joseph keeps pressing him regardless. What do you mean by that, kid? We absolutely need the Holy Spirit's recognition to secure the title of family head. The ghost gasps, remarking that Joseph is even willing to play dirty to steal the family head position. He is just like you. Suri finally speaks up, reminding Joseph that grandfather instructed them to live by faith and follow the holy doctrines. Joseph retorts that as someone who originated from the Pope's prestigious bloodline, he should know his place, especially since summoning them would require him to live like a monk for a whole month. Eating like absolute beggars is miserable, so I think we should use a much more effective method. Why are you being so stubborn? All you have to do is close your eyes and summon them so your beloved older brother can talk to them for a few seconds. Suri flatly refuses and tells him to summon his own god, making Joseph mockingly remark that little Suri is all grown up now. Defy me. Are you really trying to go against your own older brother now? Stop pretending to be a Joshua with that brown hair, Isaac snaps with crossed arms while Suri panics and begs him not to pull out the Vajra. Joseph is completely confused about this Vajra talk, but right then Isaac starts pulling a weapon out from his robes. He mutters that he is way too old to play with toys while Joseph keeps right on threatening poor Suri. Stop the nonsense and summon the god while I am still acting nice, Joseph growls, leaving a terrified Suri thinking the Vajra might be better. But right then, Isaac unleashes a brutal strike straight to the mouth of the unrecognized bastard who dared to threaten them. Down he goes. The sudden impact sends Joseph flying backward across the cold floor. It turns out to be Isaac's whip, the altered form of his Vajra, as he fiercely asks the bastard who he thinks he is messing with. Suri watches in utter shock, pleading with Isaac to hold back for his sake. Joseph claims he earned the right to summon the light god first, but Isaac snaps back, asking how he dares to cut the line. Joseph rants that Suri belongs to him and he will inherit the family, furious that Isaac dares to touch what he claimed first. Suri quietly mutters that he has no intention of summoning anyone for him anyway, while Isaac continues his verbal assault. Isaac berates him for violating the sacred teachings of the Joshua clan with dirty tricks, though Suri notes that Isaac is just as bad. Clutched in pain, Joseph wonders where this madman even came from, but when he touches his own forehead, he freezes in shock at the blood. Thanks to the blessing of the Saintess, he had never been scratched by a normal physical attack before. Yet this absolute bastard managed to draw blood with a common weapon, and now Isaac is charging right back in. No mercy. He lashes Joseph repeatedly, sending the arrogant noble into a complete panic, proving once again that a good beatdown is the ultimate conflict resolver, leaving Joseph completely speechless and helpless. As his target begs for a quick timeout, Isaac just grins and asks if they can finally start their little warm-up session. Backing away in sheer terror, Joseph stammers out a weak reminder that they are brothers and he needs to back off. But Isaac does not care, shouting back that the Joshua clan is his and telling the arrogant bastard to shut his mouth.